In the distant primordial Tugung, the world was divided into forces and salations, where a the human race flourished in various sects and powers merged like he mushrooms of Tertherin. Among them, the divine dynasty and sacred land stood Astoran forces, commanding Gria Treverance. The Eastern Desolation, a land bestowed with the name Whirlpool Abyss, was in Sethicred leaf teprimor dialescencio fiavin and earth, symbolizing Thugenesis and origin of all things. However, as time has passed, the Eastern Desolation has long lost its former glory. On this land, the divine dynasty is currently experiencing unparalleled despair. The reigning monarch, Sujan, the pinnacle of divine dynasty smite, is grievously wounded, and the flamio fis life is on the verge of extinction. These incorrespondent and renowned power, now throughout the forces and salations, no faces the harsh really of inevitable decline, embarking on a downhill path that seems interminable. Even more lamentable is the fact that Susan stands as the sole divine emperor of the entire divine dynasty, creating a glaring gap of martial prowess and an awkward generational disconnect that casts a shadow over the future of the dynasty. The minister tremble in fear, kneeling in the golden dragon hall. There was squeaking with trepidation, fully aware of Thetans and succumbs. The divine dynasty will be faced said with catastrophic ruin. I am acutely aware of he severity of my injuries if shan't last much longer. Suzanne murmurs, his complexion flushed, Harris with snow, standing at Thebering cough live send. How understands that divine dynasty teetersent heed geo existence. Once new sophist demise spreads, surrounding powers will undoubtedly stir. And if in hidden ambitious schemers within the divine dynasty will eyes at the opportunity to chaos. I, Sujan, am powerless. I have failed to restore divine dynastitoids formery. And I feel depremersa towards the ancestor soft, suffamally, hezig shevenward. Hishi art laden with guilt and helplessness. Outside Eve golden dragon hall, several minister shastai lisha to the void to depart, each harboring ulterior motives, bracing for the impending upheaval. Meanwhile, Suzanne's gaze sharpens, as if piercing through heaval so freely. After a moment of contemplation, he vanishes from the hall in an instant. Here rivi Satharoya mausoleum. Quick houses na lest han 1,003 grand tomes, entering Thesoviran soft lineage. Among them, the second generation monarch, Suzy, weighs exceptionally gifted on the day of his birth, asage ethereal form manifestedo for congratulations, shaking Thevery realms. Yet, no liasis nothing more than a handful of dust. Suzanne approaches Sammat's grave, notablismal in scale, adorned with a handcraft head from divine gold. Its fingers rise at an peculiar peace sign, eritheric centric sight. This was theating wish of Suzy, hoping that the succeeding monarch would replicate the before his graph. Ancestor, your jaded ableton cestated that should the divine dynasty encounter Lefian death crisis, one of me excavity hour to avert disaster. Now that the dynasty faces peril, endure descendant shave failed filial duty. He have a comedidio grave, hoping Al will not take coffin saint he heavens, Susan prays fervently, bowing his shade in supplication. However, as she prepares to blast open Thegrav with Achain, he discovers mysterious force. Imbued with realist the Thavanot waned in after countless Silania, flowing across the tom. In astonishment, he observes a line of gilded characters gradually materializing upon Thegrave Heathis, future seekers do not take a shortcuts. If I out true face a lifan death, remember to dig behand. Susan's expression shifts dramatically thighs incest storis indeed extraordinary. He tempts to excavate with his hands, and to his surprise, the earthia eld effortlessly. Contemplating the ancestor's unfathomable prowess, he surmises that, whatever remains must be equally remarkable, filling him with excitement and anticipation. Before long, Huniarth Sackhuffin craft head from divine gold. Yet, when he opens it, Heisluf speechless. Theco finis utterly empty, save for ancient and powerful ratatwaf's forth. Hecanathelp but wonder has the ancestor truly left nothing but this coffin? Butte upon reflection, Susan senses that Themeter cannot be so simple. He meticulously inspects the interior and exterior of the coffin, ultimately discerning a clue. To king a deep breath, he prepares to delve deeper into the coffin's mysteries. However, when Hefina lie glimpses the and within, Heis render a dutter lie speechless shock. Chapter 2. The great dream of eternity. The coffin was opened, revealing a remarkably peaceful corpse within. The reason for describing it as serene was the faint smile lingering upon its face. This body appeared remarkably young, resembling that of a strikingly handsome youth. Most peculiar was the fact that after countless eons, the body had not decayed. It remained in pristine condition. One must understand that even the most revered sages, upon their demise, cannot withstand the ravages of time over such vast stretches. Typically, a corpse exudes a palpable aura of death. Yet, to Su Zhan's astonishment, this body not only lacked any trace of death's presence, but seemed to emanate a refreshing vitality. Akin to a gentle spring breeze, fragments of time danced around the corpse. What on earth? Su Zhan shook his head in disbelief. Could it be that the ancestor's cultivation surpassed that of the sages? Was he, perhaps, a fully realized sage king? The mere thought sent chills down Su Zhan's spine. The passage of time was so extensive that even the historical records chronicling the rulers of the Su divine dynasty did not detail Su Zi's cultivation. It was known only that he had attempted to force a breakthrough, ultimately inciting a backlash from the heavens, leading to his sudden demise. The ancestor had truly offended the heavens. Su Zhan, in utmost reverence, bowed to the coffin containing Su Zi. He then extended his hands to rummage through Su Zi's pockets. Suddenly, a voice, dreamlike in quality, echoed, "What the? A resurrection?" Su Zhan, startled like a frightened cat, felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. His scalp tingling, he jumped back in terror, wondering what year it was. Su Zi's eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of confusion. "I asked that you, ancestor?" From high above, Su Zhan cautiously called out, "Come down and speak." After a brief moment of bewilderment, Su Zi extended his stiff arm and waved gently towards Su Zhan. In an instant, Su Zhan felt the world spin, and the next moment, he found himself standing before Su Zi. Panic gripped him. He was a being of the divine emperor realm, yet before his ancestor, he had no chance to resist. The cultivation of his ancestor in life had been nothing short of terrifying. Even in death, he retained such formidable strength. "Ancestor, I am the 1002nd ruler of the Su divine dynasty, now in the 100th era of Wu Gong." Su Zhan carefully presented his identity. He believed that even if his ancestor had returned from the dead, he would not harm his descendants. "What? By the heavens!" Su Zi sprang to his feet in an instant. "One era is 100 million years. Have I truly slept for 1 billion years?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "I swear, I merely took a nap in his time." He had been the second ruler of the Su divine dynasty. His elder brother, Su Dao, was consumed by his desire for cultivation, leaving Su Zi to ascend the throne. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he became the youngest sage king within a millennium, just a step away from achieving the title of emperor. The world believed he had been overly eager, ultimately facing a backlash that led to his demise. Little did they know, this had merely been his ploy to shed his shell, the moment he sought to ascend. An ancient divine mountain awakened within him, cascading countless rules upon him. The origins of this ancient mountain remained a mystery to him. From that day forth, Su Zi realized that for every day he slept, his cultivation would advance by a year. Thus, cultivation? What was the point? The Su divine dynasty was thriving, and without him, it could hardly have any rivals. He passed the throne to his father and peacefully lay down in his grave. Little did he know that this slumber would last 1 billion years. "Oh no, what has become of my father and brother?" Su Zi hurriedly inquired as he stepped from the coffin. "Are you referring to the founding monarch?" Su Qianquan? Our ancient texts do not record much, only a few vague lines. This appears to be merely a tomb of honored. As for Su Dao, there are scant records. At this moment, Su Zhan confirmed that his ancestor had not merely risen from the dead, but was indeed alive. His heart surged with excitement. After 1 billion years, how powerful must this ancestor be? A sage king, perhaps even a contemporary emperor. How absurd, Su Zi remarked, his lips twitching. 1 billion years of sleep. He closed his eyes for a moment, sensing his cultivation. Excellent. I have no idea what realm I currently inhabit, for my body has become a universe unto itself. If my cultivation as a sage king had been a mere strand of hair, now it resembles an expansive cosmic sea, reaching an unknown realm. Suddenly, without warning, Su Zi slapped Su Zhan on the head, producing a sharp crack. "What a splendid head, ancestor. Why did you strike me?" Su Zhan was bewildered. "You ungrateful descendants, why did you not awaken me sooner?" Su Zi was at a loss for words. He had merely intended to sleep for several thousand or even 10,000 years. How could he have known that a blink of an eye would span a billion years? Ancestor, this is the resting place of our Sioux family's ancestors. Who would dare disturb the graves? Besides, no one knew you were still alive. Su Zhan replied with a wry smile. Had anyone known that the ancestor still lived, it would have been a different matter altogether. Go on back, I shall seek you out shortly, Suzy sighed, shaking his head. Yes, ancestor. I will make preparations to welcome you back, Su Zhan exclaimed excitedly, then swiftly departed. The Sioux divine dynasty was saved. He no longer needed to live in fear. There was no need to feign injuries anymore. With the ancestor revived, who would dare to oppose? What could they do? The ancestor could extinguish them with a mere gesture. A billion years of dreams had passed, and upon awakening, the world had indeed changed beyond recognition. Stepping out, Suzy stood atop the mausoleum, his gaze radiating divine light as he surveyed the entire site. His eyes shimmered with celestial bodies, witnessing the unfolding of time. Everything was laid bare before his gaze. Indeed, it was merely a tomb of honor. Yet, many of his ancestors still lived. Suzy's eyes gleamed with divine brilliance as he perceived the legacies of past rulers of the Sioux divine dynasty. He was shocked to discover that many of these monarchs had not perished. However, their current states were decidedly peculiar. An ancient forbidden land? One day, I shall traverse it personally. Yuzi's gaze glimmered as he contemplated the southernmost reaches of the eastern wasteland. Murmuring to himself, the ancient forbidden land was universally acknowledged as a perilous abyss. None who ventured deep into its depths emerged alive. However, some had returned from the periphery, their once mediocre talents transformed into unparalleled genius. This had sparked the interest of many, leading powerful factions to send their disciples there, all with the strict admonition to remain on the outskirts and never delve deeper, lest they risk their lives. Chapter 3. It is time to annihilate the Sioux divine dynasty. Even at the periphery, survival was an arduous feat, yet the major factions willingly embraced the risks. Given the strange state of the ancient monarchs, Suzy sought to uncover the truth behind these events and decided to address the matters of the divine dynasty first. Once he had settled those affairs, he would personally venture into the forbidden land to discover its secrets. Now, seated in the void, Suzy found himself before a vast river of time. This river was immensely wide, shrouded in a misty chaos that obscured vision and touch. Suzy was engaged in unraveling the intricate web of causality surrounding the Sioux family. The disappearance of so many monarchs was surely no coincidence. What was more unsettling was that no one in the entire Sioux divine dynasty seemed to be aware of this, was it? Suzy's pupils constricted as he whispered softly. At that very moment, within the ancient forbidden zone of the southernmost reaches of the eastern wasteland, a tremendous rumble echoed in the heart of the forbidden zone. A colossal eye slowly ascended, radiating a suffocating aura. The instant this eye emerged, the entire eastern wasteland trembled. Heavens, what is that? A gigantic eyeball. I feel as though my soul is being torn asunder. Some cultivators turned pale, their faces filled with horror. Merely gazing upon it felt like a terrifying blow to their very souls. The overwhelming pressure was such that even those at the Divine Emperor realm felt their spirits threaten to shatter with a single glance. Divine Emperor powerhouses trembled in fear. The higher one's cultivation, the more intense the sensory impact. The hierarchy of realms is as follows: Martial Disciple, Martial Artist, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Sect Leader, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sovereign, Sovereign, Void Path, /Me, Escape One, Supreme, Celestial Being, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Sage, Great Sage, Sage King, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor, True Immortal, Mortal Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor. What kind of existence lurked within the ancient forbidden land? A sage, an emperor. Ancient factions stood watch, their profound legacies ensuring they remained distant observers of the colossal eye. Even at such a distance, they felt as though their eyes were about to burst in an era where sages remained hidden and emperors remained concealed. Could it be that a contemporary emperor resided within? An elderly sage murmured softly, I have but a few days left to live. Perhaps I shall venture forth and encounter whatever supreme existence lies within. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Today, a great transformation unfolded in the eastern wasteland, as an ancient sage broke free from their seal, seeking to extend their life. The only path forward was to enter the Forbidden Land. They were simply too old. Their lifespan had long since reached its limit, yet they clung to life, utilizing their faction's power to forcibly seal themselves for countless years. Now, upon re-entering the world, their life force waned rapidly. With little time remaining, Ancestor, the faction to which this sage belonged, was filled with trepidation. Such a figure was their foundation and their assurance, in an age where sages remained hidden and emperors concealed themselves. One sage was enough to suppress all, though not be disheartened. Those old fellows possess remarkable composure. Should the elder depart without return, you may as well seal the mountain, and no one shall ascend until a sage has emerged. Having imparted his final instructions, the aged sage turned and tore through the void, preparing to seal the mountain. Observing the departure of the venerable sage, the leader of the great powers spoke sternly. He understood that this journey was fraught with peril, nearly a certain death. All the formidable forces across the realms watched with bated breath, their gaze fixated on this old sage. They yearned to ascertain whether he would succeed. After all, in stark contrast to the previously stagnant forbidden grounds, today there was an unexpected stir, stirring the hearts of those aging individuals approaching the twilight of their lives. At this moment, Su Zi sat cross-legged in the void. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the colossal eye. He knew that this eye was searching for him, for he had touched upon the threads of cause and effect. Wait for me. I shall seek you soon. Su Zi murmured softly. Within the ancient forbidden land, a raspy voice resonated from its depths. What do you see? Who is it that is peering in? Sage Emperor, I have seen a figure. I wish to trace his whereabouts. Yet he is undeniably present, yet I cannot perceive his essence. He is terrifying, as if he does not exist within this time and space. Another voice replied, Do not concern yourself with him. The Su God dynasty's current monarch is rather lacking. Still merely at the divine emperor realm. Find a way to assist him in breaking through. Only then will he merit the status of a furnace. The cold voice of the sage emperor echoed once more. Understood, sage emperor. It seemed someone was departing. Soon, the bloodline of the Su family must reach the sage realm to awaken. Their lineage contains the power of the ancient divine mountains, and we have gathered 1% of it. Once fully amassed, I shall be invincible. The voice of the sage emperor faded into obscurity. The Su God dynasty has reigned for far too long. It is time for a change in leadership. Regardless of Su Zhan's divine emperor status, do not forget that my ancestor of the Lin family still walks among us, Lin Xiaoran declared with unwavering determination. What? Lin Yun still lives? Was he not supposed to have perished a millennium ago? The ministers were thrown into a tempest of astonishment. Lin Yun was the strongest of the Lin family, who had failed to ascend to the divine emperor realm a millennium ago, resulting in his demise. Yet now, Lin Xiaoran claimed he still lived? Even if not at the divine emperor level, he was likely at the half-step divine emperor stage. Such news indeed brought them a measure of reassurance. After all, it appeared that Su Zhan's injuries were grave. How much of his combat prowess could he still wield? The presence of a half-step divine emperor brought them considerable relief. Besides Su Zhan, there was another formidable figure, the war god House's Li family. Someone spoke gravely. The Li family was fiercely loyal to the Su family, their lineage steeped in valor, and within the entire Su God dynasty. Only the Li family held hereditary status. The ancestors of the Li family had contributed significantly to the Su God dynasty, and the current war god, Li Pajuan, was also at the pinnacle of divine king cultivation. Unlike other divine kings, Li Pajuan's strength was genuinely earned through effort. His foundation was exceedingly robust, with a substantial likelihood of ascending to the divine emperor realm. Moreover, he commanded an army of millions, nearly monopolizing the military power of the entire Su God dynasty. It could be said that if he harbored ambitions, half of the Su God dynasty would bear the Li surname, though avoid overshadowing his lord. He had actively sought to dilute his military authority multiple times. In response, Su Zhan had once declared, Should the war godly family harbor ulterior motives, I shall willingly present my neck for you to sever. This proclamation had brought tears to Li Pajuan's eyes. After countless eons, the spiritual energy of the eastern wilderness had dwindled to such an extent. Exiting the mausoleum, Su Zi furrowed his brow. No wonder the Su God dynasty could not produce any powerful figures. With such meager spiritual energy, Even the most gifted individuals found it arduous to cultivate. This was a far cry from 1 billion years ago. Chapter 4. Half-Step Divine Emperor Stepping Out of the Mausoleum. Suzy gazed into the distance. Not only was he vigilant, but numerous great powers also employed various means to direct their attention toward the ancient Forbidden Land. To the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land. A gaunt elder stood, the very sage who had previously ordered the mountain's sealing. With the abnormal occurrences in the Forbidden Land today, he perceived an opportunity. Perhaps he could extend his lifespan through this chance. If luck favored him, he might even ascend to the great sage realm, prolonging his life by several million years. You wish to use this old man as a pathfinder, do you? You greedy, fearful old souls. The sage's head hung low, sensing the presence of several beings with power equal to his own nearby. It seemed these individuals had awakened with the intent of making him their vanguard. Boom! An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from within him. This wrinkled, withered sage emanated a terrifying radiance. In an instant, the brilliance dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man with flowing black hair. He expended his last drop of essence, elevating his state to its zenith. Unless he found an opportunity, his demise was all but assured. You may either depart or engage in battle, the man proclaimed, gazing skyward, his eyes reflecting an explosive surge of sage pressure. Why, dear brother, must you be so enraged? We are merely spectators, harboring no ill intentions. A voice echoed from the void, remaining concealed. You old immortals, since you refuse to depart, let us engage in combat, the middle-aged man declared. Brandishing a rusted spear, seemingly unused for countless years, he then tore through the void, appearing in the heavens before thrusting downward into the emptiness. Bang! The spear's passage caused the void to resonate. Unable to withstand the force of the strike, crimson blood dripped from the void. Friend, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? An angry, fearful voice resounded from the void. If you wish to live, then leave. Otherwise, I shall expend my last drop of blood to compel you to fight with me until death. The middle-aged man replied fiercely. You have interrupted us. The concealed sages within the void began to retreat. They were not fearful but rather concerned that engaging in combat would deplete their already dwindling lifespans. Humph! You seek to pluck fruit. Such fortune is not easily obtained. The middle-aged man was no simpleton. He would never sacrifice himself to illuminate others. Once the sages departed, he gazed into the distance, his eyes flickering. Before sighing and turning back toward the ancient Forbidden Land, he could not hold on for much longer. He possessed a certain treasure that could conceal his form. After he entered, the various great powers lost track of him. Unless they employed observational imperial weapons, it would be challenging to locate him. Suzy remained unaffected. He could see that as the sage entered the ancient Forbidden Land, upon merely stepping into the inner perimeter. Before reaching the core area, he was engulfed by a mass of black fog, leaving no trace behind on a sage, reduced to mere vermin. Esteemed lords, what brings you to the divine hall at this late hour? Outside the golden long hall, a shrill voice of an elderly eunuch echoed as he sat upon the white jade steps, drinking wine while addressing the three sudden figures. We have come to meet the monarch. Lin Shaoran replied nonchalantly. The monarch is currently resting. Please do not disturb him. Esteemed lords, kindly take your leave. The eunuch gestured with open hands, indicating for them to depart. Eunuch, that may suffice on ordinary days. But given your position as a favored servant of the monarch, do you presume we fear you, you foul castrated man? Nan Gong Push's eyes sparkled with a terrifying chill, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. The eunuch remained unperturbed, offering a nonchalant smile. Lord, you jest. This is a rule set by the monarch. Please take your leave. The eunuch lifted his pale hand, downing his strong liquor in one gulp. And what if we insist on seeing the monarch? Then this old servant shall have to use this frail body to block your way. The eunuch's expression remained unchanged. Ha ha ha. Since when did an old eunuch dare to act so brazenly before us? Sun Ji laughed in exasperation. Is that so? The specter of Yu Sha also wishes to experience the prowess of esteemed lords. The eunuch, Yu Sha, stood, a powerful aura emanating from him as he pressed toward the three lords. What? You are Yu Sha? Did you not perish? Lin Shaoran and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were not only shocked by Yu Sha's name, but also by his cultivation level. He was indeed at the half-step divine emperor stage. This revelation left Lin Xiaoran and his companions despondent. Wait, Lord Yusha, it is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Nan Gongpush hastily exclaimed. Since you have come, do not leave. The monarch has decreed that guests are to be welcomed. If you cannot be driven away, then do not depart. Yusha smiled, casually sealing the cultivation levels of the three before whisking them away in an instant. Chapter 5. The Sage of the Age takes his seat, Your Majesty. Outside the side hall, Yusha's voice rang out. Let them in, Su Zhan replied indifferently. Your Majesty, you. Upon entering the chamber, the countenances of Lin Xiaoran and his companions shifted dramatically. At this moment, Su Zhan bore no semblance of severe injury. His flowing black hair framed a visage imbued with regal poise, exuding an air of imperial authority that rendered the others quaking with trepidation. Surprised, are you? Do you not know that I have awaited your arrival for quite some time? From henceforth, do not consider departing, Su Zhan remarked with a casual glance at the gathered company. Your Majesty, our Lin house remains unwaveringly loyal to you, as the heavens bear witness, Lin Xiaoran responded promptly. The Nan house shares the same steadfast devotion to Your Majesty and to the Su dynasty, having never entertained thoughts of betrayal throughout these years. Nan Gongpush, pale as death, hastily pledged his allegiance. They had scarcely anticipated that Su Zhan, so cunning, would feign grievous wounds. Fortunately, their visit today was merely a test of Su Zhan's resolve, and they had not yet committed any rebellious acts. Lin Xiaoran knelt fervently, his eyes gleaming with determination. He realized that the strength of their collective houses might not suffice. They would need to strategize anew upon returning home. Take these individuals and cast them into the Black Water prison. Release a statement declaring that an assassin infiltrated the palace today. Although I captured him, his injuries have worsened, and he shall soon meet his demise, Su Zhan commanded, addressing USHIS Your Majesty seeking to unearth the forces behind these houses. Yusha inquired, his eyes alight with understanding as he promptly accepted the order. Yet, a flicker of apprehension coursed through him. To control a family as formidable as the Lin house suggested that the forces at play were anything but simple. At the very least, the shadow of a divine emperor loomed behind them. Moreover, the Lin family's ancestor, Lin Yun, stood at the threshold of divine emperor status, as the intelligence network of the Su dynasty had thoroughly investigated. Only the Lin house remained oblivious to the precariousness of their situation. One more thing. Whether they emerge or remain hidden is inconsequential. Transform the entire palace into a scene of celebration. I am to welcome a significant figure. Su Zhan erupted into hearty laughter. Yusha, momentarily taken aback, had never witnessed Su Zhan so exuberant since his ascent to power. For years, Su Zhan had been diligent, fearful that a single misstep could lead the Su dynasty to ruin. This caution had resulted in the once celebrated prodigy of the Su dynasty ascending to power at a painfully slow pace. Surrounding forces had long kept a vigilant eye on the Su dynasty. Had they not been stymied by various complexities, the Su dynasty might have already ceased to exist. Have you the leisure to indulge in such trifles? A gust of wind swept through the grand hall, heralding the arrival of Su Zi. Your Majesty, be cautious. Yusha's face blanched, instinctively placing himself before Su Zhan as Su Zi appeared. This individual was unfathomable and formidable. Yusha's gaze remained fixed on Su Zi, who emitted no discernible aura, yet he felt as though he stood before an abyss capable of consuming him whole. You exhibit remarkable loyalty, Su Zi chuckled, extending a finger to unleash a beam of golden light that swiftly merged with Yusha's being. Yusha trembled as an invigorating force surged through him in this ethereal realm. Magnificent palaces float in the air, while exotic birds and rare beasts scurry about, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the formidable powers of the Lin Yuan sacred land have gathered in unison. I believe that the Su dynasty can no longer uphold its reputation as the dominant force in the Eastern Wilderness. It is time for the Eastern Wilderness factions to undergo a reshuffling. The Lin Yuan lord, with an impassive countenance, gazed down at the assembly of mighty beings and spoke softly. I concur with the Lord S. assessment. What qualifications does the Su dynasty possess? Merely one divine emperor aspires to dominate a region and stand on equal footing with us. The Grand Elder of the Lin Yuan sacred land, Ji Wuhan, immediately echoed this sentiment, having long harbored disdain for the Su dynasty. Chapter 7. The Sacred Lands Conspiracy. I find this notion unsatisfactory. The Sue dynasty has historically produced saints. It is well known that while a saint's lifespan may not equate to immortality, living for millions of years is well within reach. One elder, after a moment of contemplation, continued, who knows if the Sue dynasty is merely feigning weakness? Should this prove to be a trap, even if we manage to conquer the Sue dynasty, our Lin Yuan sacred land would certainly suffer severe repercussions. In such a scenario, the conflict between fish and clam would merely benefit the fishermen. The second elder of the Lin Yuan sacred land shook his head in disapproval. Where have the saints of the Sue dynasty vanished to? They have disappeared without a trace, and there have been no reports of their demise. They vanished at the pinnacle of their power, without a whisper of forewarning. How peculiar! Strong figures began to murmur among themselves, speculating whether this could be a trap. Have their saints been sealed within the celestial crystals, awaiting the arrival of a grand era? Countless millennia have passed without a single appearance from a Sue dynasty saint. They are either dead or have secluded themselves. Yet, what of it? Before this lord, they are but insects. The Lin Yuan lord remained unfazed. Moreover, the prominent families of the Sue dynasty are under my watchful eye. For generations, they have not encountered a saint from the Sue dynasty. I suspect they currently possess no saints at all, the Lin Yuan lord asserted once more. In any case, the opinions among the powerful below were divided. With agreement and dissent evenly split, I propose the following. Let the Lin Yuan sacred land unite with the mysterious sacred land, the heavenly sword sect, and the ancient ruins sacred land, under the pretense of a competition among the younger generation, to probe the depths of the Sue dynasty. If it turns out that the Sue dynasty lacks a saint, then we shall engulf it, the Grand Elder Ji Wuhan suggested. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. The spiritual essence of the eastern wilderness has been diminishing over the years. The Sue dynasty occupies an excessive amount of cultivation resources, and we are left with no choice but to act. An elder chuckled sinisterly. In that case, I shall compose a letter and send it to the mysterious sacred land, the heavenly sword sect, and the ancient ruins sacred land. When the time comes, the four great powers will march toward the Sue dynasty. The Lin Yuan lord decisively concluded. The Lord is indeed sagacious. The multitude of elders vociferously concurred. By the way, since this is a competition among the younger generation, we must ensure participation. Summon the Lin Yuan Holy Son, the candidate Holy Sons, and the Holy Maidens. The Lin Yuan Lord commanded. Lord, it is said that the Sue dynasty has already experienced a significant decline in combat prowess. This time, we shall utterly eradicate their younger generation. Ji Wuhan remarked, his eyes narrowing in a mirthless smile. The imperial weapons have exhibited some anomalies in recent years. It seems that a grand era is approaching. Before this grand era arrives, we must be thoroughly prepared. In this lifetime, our Lin Yuan sacred land shall spare no effort to cultivate a true emperor. An emperor who has not graced us for countless epochs. One emperor is sufficient to safeguard our Lin Yuan sacred land for eons. The Lin Yuan sacred land shall endure forever. Upon hearing the words of the Lin Yuan Lord, all present raised their voices in fervent agreement. Awaken Lin Jun. In this grand era, he shall undoubtedly carve a place for himself. It is high time for the world to recognize him. We must demonstrate what true genius entails. The Lin Yuan Lord proclaimed once more. What, Lin Jun? The one who was heralded as the most gifted prodigy of the Lin Yuan sacred land eons ago. It is said that during that era, there was little hope for anyone to ascend to emperor. Many young talents from powerful factions sequestered themselves within celestial crystals, awaiting the arrival of a grand era. Thus, the Lin Yuan sacred land shall undoubtedly strike terror across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The elders of the Lin Yuan sacred land were invigorated by this prospect. We shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's decree. The Sue family's descendants exhibit a lamentable lack of prowess. Sue Zizi's immense divine consciousness enveloped the entire divine palace in an instant. Not even the grand formations of saints could obstruct his perception. He scrutinized every blade of grass and every tree within the palace with clarity. The cultivation levels of the Sue family's descendants were indeed disheartening. The highest cultivation level among the younger generation in the training grounds barely reached the virtual Tao realm. And upon assessing their bone age, they appear to be around 800 years old. In 200 years, they would inevitably fall from the ranks of the younger generation. Such cultivation can only be deemed as talent, not genius. While they may be formidable in the outside world, the Su family's lineage is somewhat disheartening. Quite interesting. It seems that they have inherited the imperial lineage, along with my Su family's bloodline. With a bone age of 430 years and a cultivation of the revered realm, this one is indeed a promising seed. Classification of realms: martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial revered, virtual Tao, /my, escape one, supreme, celestial being, God king, divine emperor, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor, true immortal, mortal immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. The spiritual essence of the heavens and earth is waning, and the Su dynasty bears the brunt, becoming the most insignificant entity among all great powers. As the saying goes, after the extreme comes the reversal. A grand era is upon us. Su Zizi sighed and then leisurely made his way toward the training grounds. Chapter 8. The arrival of the saint. Countless millennia have passed, and the descendants of the Su family have diversified greatly. The divine palace serves as the main lineage, also known as the ancestral ground. The remaining branches are distributed throughout the territories governed by the Su dynasty. Every 5 years, the Su dynasty conducts talent assessments for the most gifted descendants of each branch. Those who qualify in talent are welcomed into the divine palace for cultivation. While the branches receive considerable rewards and cultivation resources from the palace, Su Zizi's task is quite simple. He aims to activate the bloodlines within the Su family's descendants. He arrived rather swiftly. Su Zizi halted his steps and gazed into the void. From a distance of 100,000 miles, a figure tore through the fabric of space. This figure moved with astonishing speed and formidable prowess, effortlessly rending the fabric of reality as it traversed the storm of the void. Such feats are characteristic of saints. In less than 10 breaths, this figure had already appeared outside the divine palace of the Su dynasty. Before him stood an aged man, clad in simple garments, his hands hanging loosely. Strangely, he bore the head of a man with the claws of an eagle, a sight that provoked astonishment, an intruder from the forbidden zone. Su Zizi gently flared his nostrils and spoke. Since you have arrived, let us first address the matters of the ancient forbidden land. Upon uttering these words, the figure gradually dissipated as if he had never existed. Has he already attained the status of a saint? At this moment, Su Zhan was in seclusion. As the figure's presence manifested, he looked on in surprise and inquired, "Who are you?" A chill ran down Su Zhan's spine. Although he had become a saint, he had not anticipated that someone could appear unnoticed within his secluded chamber. Despite the elderly appearance, the man's eyes held a terrifying sharpness. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these eyes resembled the colossal gaze that had appeared within the ancient forbidden land. Moreover, the grand formation of the Su dynasty showed no reaction, indicating the man's formidable strength. At least at the level of a great saint. Su Zhan's hair stood on end. Seems I have stumbled upon this opportunity without effort. I had thought I would need to wait for a millennium, yet you arrived so swiftly after your breakthrough. The eagle-clawed elder said in a calm tone, yet it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su Zhan's status as a saint felt utterly insignificant in his presence. He had been dispatched to assist Su Zhan in achieving sainthood, yet he had not expected that Su Zhan had already accomplished this feat. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of unease. Ordinarily, becoming a saint would evoke celestial phenomena, yet he had failed to perceive any such signs. This perplexed him, but at this moment, he clearly had no desire to dwell on such matters. Establish the decree for succession and accompany me, the eagle-clawed elder instructed Su Zhan. Who exactly are you? Where are you taking me? Su Zhan exclaimed in horror, finding himself utterly immobilized, ensnared by an unyielding force. You will know upon arrival. Then you may yet see your ancestors, the eagle-clawed elder replied nonchalantly. What? Su Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled the ancient texts that chronicled how the kings of the Su family had vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Could it be that his ancestors were all taken in such a manner? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat poured from Su Zhan's forehead. Such a notion was utterly terrifying. Were the kings of the Su family akin to livestock, raised by others until the opportune moment arose, only to be captured? As for the purpose of their capture, it remained a mystery. However, Su Zhan knew it could not bode well. No wonder the fortunes of the Su dynasty had waned so severely in recent years. Every time a saint emerged, they were taken away. No great power could withstand such losses. Have they turned our Su dynasty into their breeding ground? At that moment, a voice, calm yet seething with fury, erupted within the seclusion chamber. Su Zhan's face instantly lit up with joy. However, the eagle-clawed elder's eyes narrowed sharply. The Su dynasty possesses other formidable beings. The elder's eagle eyes erupted with blinding radiance, as if they were meant to illuminate the heavens. Yet, no matter how he strained, his eagle eyes could not perceive Su Zizi. This realization filled the eagle-clawed elder with dread. His true form was that of an ancient divine eagle, and his eagle eyes, honed to perfection, could reflect the heavens, dispelling the mists of the world and piercing to the very core of all things. Even the traces of an emperor could be glimpsed. Yet now, these eyes seemed to have lost their potency, plunging him into despair and rendering his expression grim. Eons have passed, yet it is utterly unexpected that a variable has now emerged. In an instant, the elder with the eagle claw tore through the fabric of space. Attempting to flee, he sought to inform the holy emperor of this unforeseen development. It's so easy to come and go as one pleases? Does he truly believe that the Su divine dynasty is feeble? The figure of Su Zi gradually materialized. No sooner had he spoken than the void itself seemed to solidify into an indomitable barrier. Despite the elder's desperate attempts, he could not escape this realm. This moment, sweat poured down the elder's brow. He realized he was facing a true powerhouse. Yet, he could not fathom who was aiding the Su divine dynasty. Surely, it could not be one of their OWN. It was impossible for anyone from the Su divine dynasty to have grown to such a level right under their noses. The elder was confident in this regard. The only plausible explanation was that the Su divine dynasty had summoned external assistance. Although their ancient Forbidden Land was formidable, there were others that stood alongside them, such as the primordial Forbidden Land, the immortal ancient Forbidden Zone, and the ancient Forbidden Zone, among others. Who might you be? The elder inquired, forcing a semblance of calmness. I am the Eagle General under the Holy Emperor of the ancient Forbidden Land. Are you intending to make an enemy of us? Su Zi, expressionless, replied, Who am I? The first-generation monarch of the Su divine dynasty, Su Chinquan, is my father. Pray tell, who do you think I am? The elder's eyes widened in shock. Su Chinquan is your father? How can this be? Su Dao has long been captured by me. You cannot possibly be Su Dao. You are the holy monarch, Su Zi? The elder was aghast. Su Chinquan, the most powerful figure of the Su divine dynasty, possessed unfathomable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. At that time, they were unaware that the Su family's bloodline harbored fragments of the ancient divine mountain. Thus, they refrained from attacking. It was only after Su Zi ascended the throne and perished during his tribulation that they began to act. The deceased Su Zi was, of course, not their target. The elder, also a Saint King at his peak, found himself no match for Su Chinquan, coughing blood as he fled. Yet, he later returned bearing an imperial decree, capturing both Su Chinquan and Su Dao. What they did not anticipate was that the holy monarch, Su Zi, had feigned death for countless millennia. Despite the external world's spiritual energy being so thin, he had not aged. If he had been sealed within an immortal crystal, it would have been impossible for him to escape their notice. This was highly irregular. The elder could no longer maintain his composure. This was a terrifying presence, capable of effortlessly suppressing him. This individual was at least a quasi-emperor. The chasm between a Saint King and a quasi-emperor was insurmountable. Chapter 9. The Fall of the Saint King. The elder with the eagle claw understood that this time, he had truly fallen into a trap. What was worse, he had not brought the imperial decree with him. Otherwise, even a quasi-emperor would have to kneel and beg for mercy beneath its authority. His strength was sufficient to establish himself in the vastness of the world, which is why he had become complacent over the years. He had initially believed that as spiritual energy waned, many powerful beings had chosen to seal themselves away. Though he was a Saint King, his lifespan was not infinite. However, the ancient Forbidden Land had the Emperor's regulations, which could suppress the flow of time. Additionally, being an ancient race, their vitality naturally surpassed that of humanity. Thus, he had been able to live for so long, still brimming with vigor. You shall keep those eyes, Su Zi declared, without further ado, extending his fingers towards the elder's eyes. With a swift motion, the elder emitted a muffled grunt as his eyes became hollow, darkness engulfing them. Soon, black blood gushed forth. Su Zi had forcibly extracted the elder's eyes from a distance. These eyes glimmered faintly golden, qualifying as treasures in their own right. Not only could they perceive all directions, but they also concealed formidable techniques. However, the elder was currently restrained, unable to utilize his powers. With a crash, a ball of purple flame suddenly appeared in Su Zi's palm, continuously scorching the eyeballs. He then tossed them to Su Zhan, stating, "They have been refined. If used properly, they can instantly slay a saint, severely injure a saint king, and even wound a quasi-emperor caught unawares. By the way, set up a grand formation." Su Zi waved his hand, causing a flurry of celestial gold and sacred artifacts to soar from the treasury of the Su divine dynasty. These represented years of accumulation and foundation. However, now more than half had been consumed. Yet, Su Zhan felt no regret. This was the supreme method of their ancestors. The Su divine dynasty was truly rising. Su Zhan toyed with the two eyeballs in his hand, feeling a mixture of revulsion and excitement at the thought that these could severely injure a saint king or even a quasi-emperor. In the imperial capital of the Su divine dynasty, beams of light continuously erupted around them, golden, blue, purple, and other dazzling hues, illuminating the sky and leaving one awestruck. Great formations arose from the ground. An offensive formation, a defensive formation, and a spirit-gathering formation. The immense foundation of the Su divine dynasty was sufficient to support such terrifying consumption. What is happening? Why do I feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has suddenly intensified by more than tenfold? Su Kan, the foremost young powerhouse of the Su divine dynasty, slowly opened his eyes while seated on the ground. Not merely tenfold. This concentration is still increasing. The spiritual energy of our Su divine dynasty is revitalizing. This is a sign of great prosperity. In an instant, within the imperial capital, countless individuals broke through their cultivation levels without warning. Some cultivators who had been stuck at their bottlenecks shattered their limits. What is this? In the Lin Marquette, Lin Yun paced anxiously in the hall. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth thickened instantaneously, leaving him restless. Although news had spread within the palace that Lin Xiaoran and others had ambushed Su Zhan, resulting in Su Zhan's severe injuries, and that Lin Xiaoran and his companions had all been captured, Lin Yun dared not approach the divine palace alone, fearing it might be a scheme by Su Zhan. Now that the spiritual energy in the imperial capital of the Su divine dynasty had abruptly revived, his anxiety only grew. He had been keeping watch on the movements of both the divine palace and the war god mansion. Should either side show any signs of activity, he would flee. However, the divine palace remained silent, while Li Pajuan had already entered the divine palace to meet the monarch. Thus, Lin Yun remained in the Lin Marquette, feeling an unsettling premonition. "Gather your belongings. We must leave the Su divine dynasty at once." After much contemplation, Lin Yun issued the order. He sensed that something was amiss with the Su divine dynasty, which filled him with dread. He directly commanded it for Lin Xiaoran. If he has died, so be it. After all, losing one person from the vast Lin family was inconsequential. "Old Marquis, where are you going?" Just as Lin Yun prepared to flee, a voice froze him in place. However, upon recognizing the speaker, he felt a wave of relief. It was merely the chief eunuch of the palace, not a cause for concern. "Do you think your feigned death has gone unnoticed by the divine palace? The monarch is aware." The commander of the spectral shadows looked at Lin Yun with disdain. "And what if they do? Do you think I am still at the peak of the divine king realm?" Lin Yun was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Su Zhan had underestimated him. He was now half a step into the divine emperor realm. A mere chief eunuch posed no threat. If it were Li Patian, perhaps he would have been wary. "Kill them. We shall leave." Lin Patian pointed at the spectral shadow and turned to make his exit. "Leave? You won't be going anywhere." The spectral shadow's expression remained calm as he stepped directly in front of Lin Yun. "You?" Lin Yun was horrified. The speed of the spectral shadow was so extraordinary that he could hardly react. He quickly understood that this chief eunuch's strength surpassed his own. What realm was that? Surely, it was the realm of the divine emperor. This revelation shocked Lin Yun. When had a divine emperor been hidden within the divine palace? And moreover, a eunuch? Filled with despair, Lin Yun made no resistance and could only surrender. He could only hope for the rescue of the great figure from the sacred land of the abyss. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated the ruthlessness of the spectral shadow. He believed that surrendering would spare him from significant torment, but the harsh reality made it clear that this was not the case. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as pain shot straight to his soul, nearly causing Lin Yun to faint. His shoulder blade was pierced by the soul snatcher in the spectral shadow's hand. The soul snatcher was pitch black, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, this was merely the beginning. You shall also experience my soul-piercing needles. This is the fate of betraying the monarch. I shall make you feel this despair while fully conscious. The spectral shadow produced two 10-centimeter-long needles, radiating a cold light. Just a glance at these needles made Lin Yun feel as if his soul might be frozen. These needles were said to have no effect on divine kings, let alone a half-step divine emperor. However, Lin Yun was currently imprisoned, unable to utilize any of his powers. Chapter 10. The Fall of the Saint King. The spectral shadow hurled the two soul-piercing needles, which struck Lin Yun's head and penetrated downwards. Lin Yun could no longer endure and let out a soul-piercing scream. The needles pierced through his skull, stirring within his brain. The pain was bone-deep. Had he been any weaker, he might have died from the agony. Fortunately, Lin Yun was a half-step divine emperor, so he was not killed outright, but this was precisely what made it all the more torturous. To wish for death was futile. Even fainting became a luxury. The spectral shadow, gripping the chain of the soul snatcher, dragged Lin Yun through the streets of the imperial capital. Behind him were the Lin family members, subjected to unspeakable torment. Severed limbs were common, and several had been reduced to mere stumps, wailing in despair. Iron chains bound their necks, and even as they became mere stumps, they were dragged along the ground. The scene was utterly tragic. Distress indeed. It appears they are clad in official garments. When did the inhabitants of the imperial palace become so tyrannical? It seems that the fortunes of the Su divine dynasty have run their course. A voice dripped with scorn echoed through the air. Clang. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a sword being drawn reverberated, causing the eardrums to thrum in protest. Thud. In a flash of cold light, the man who had spoken of the Su divine dynasty's demise was instantly pierced by a blade. Pinned firmly to the ground, he could not utter a word, his breath extinguished in an instant. The Su divine dynasty shelters you. Should you find it unworthy, you are free to depart. Without casting a glance at the body impaled by the sword, Yu Sha turned to the crowd in the imperial capital and proclaimed. While shamelessly enjoying the protection of the Su divine dynasty, he dared to denigrate it. Everyone knows it has but one master. These individuals, plotting treason and daring to infiltrate the palace to assassinate the sovereign, have committed crimes beyond redemption, deserving of execution. Upon finishing his declaration, Yu Sha seized the wailing Lin Yun and continued onward. What? Treason? Assassination of the sovereign? The crowd involuntarily shuddered. This was indeed a grave offense, particularly for the cultivators with their lengthy lifespans. It was not merely the execution of 18 generations they feared, but possibly 88 generations still alive. With the spiritual energy in the imperial capital now vastly more abundant than before, far surpassing that of ordinary sacred grounds, how could they possibly abandon the Su divine dynasty? Similar to the Lin Marquisate, the Nangong Marquisate and others had been raided, with all individuals, ranging from the elderly to infants, being apprehended. The entire imperial capital was thrown into a state of shock. The Marquisites wielded immense power, akin to sovereign lords in their own right. Yet, this time, 3 families had been uprooted entirely. In truth, these 3 families were still plotting rebellion and had yet to put their plans into action. After all, their patriarch had not emerged from the divine palace since entering, instilling a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Their reluctance to flee stemmed from their hesitation to rebel, thus feeling no fear of retribution from the sovereign. However, they had forgotten that throughout history, those in power have never needed evidence or justification to commit murder. You shall control the Grand Formation. I intend to venture into the ancient Forbidden Land. Su Zi slowly proclaimed, transferring the control of the Grand Formation to Su Zhan. Ancestor, I have heard that the ancient Forbidden Land has birthed emperors, and it harbors great terrors. Su Zhan quickly interjected, genuinely concerned, for even a sage king would find survival within it exceedingly difficult. No matter, it is time to summon the past sovereigns of the Su divine dynasty. Suzy shook his head, wearing an expression of serene detachment. Are the ancestors of the Su family truly still alive? Su Zhan felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. He was thrilled at the prospect of the ancestors still existing but anxious because, after so many years, even a sage would likely struggle to survive. After all, if captured, would anyone be benevolent enough to seal you within a celestial crystal to ensure your survival? When the time comes, would the ancestors still be the ancestors of the Su family? Could they have already undergone a change of soul? Su Zhan dared not dwell on such thoughts. Let the burden of this uncertainty rest upon Suzy. After all, his ancestor possessed unparalleled strength and should be safe. Meanwhile, the old man with eagle claws felt a surge of joy. This Suzy is far too arrogant, daring to venture alone into the Forbidden Land? Is this not courting death? Yet, he would not be foolish enough to voice such thoughts, for this was his only slim chance of survival. As for you, Suzy gazed at the old man but was interrupted before he could finish. I can guide you, the eagle-clawed elder hastily offered. Dado. I do not require a guide. The Forbidden Land is but a minor obstacle to be flattened. Suzy's tone was casual, yet it sent tumultuous waves of dread through the eagle-clawed elder's heart. Who is this person who speaks so boldly of vanquishing the Forbidden Land? The existence of the Forbidden Land has endured for an unfathomably long time. Even some of the world's doctrines are not as ancient. Not even during the chaotic era of the ancient emperors was anyone bold enough to declare they could conquer the Forbidden Land. Even emperors were hesitant to provoke it. It is clear how terrifying the beings within must be. Now, a foolhardy individual dares to challenge it? The eagle-clawed elder wanted to laugh, but he stifled it, as he did not wish to meet his end. Otherwise, he would have laughed heartily at this presumptuous Suzy. He eagerly anticipated Suzy's expression upon entering the Forbidden Land. The thought of Suzy being pressed to the ground by the sacred emperor brought him a sense of delight. What are you fantasizing about? Suzy cast a casual glance at the eagle-clawed elder. The elder felt as if struck by lightning. With merely a glance, Suzy had obliterated his cultivation. Indeed, with just a look, his power crumbled like a dam breached, cascading into oblivion. The eagle-eyed elder was filled with terror. He had hoped to guide Suzy in exchange for a chance to survive. Once they reached the ancient Forbidden Land, even if Suzy did not perish, he would surely meet his end. But now, having lost his power, he appeared even more decrepit than before. His hair began to fall out, and the wrinkles on his body seemed capable of crushing flies. His skin sagged alarmingly. The eagle-clawed elder could barely maintain his footing. With his cultivation vanished, his lifespan had rapidly dwindled. He had perhaps a mere century left, a paltry span in the eyes of cultivators. Effectively equivalent to a day. It is over, utterly over. After a lifetime of soaring like an eagle, he never expected to be blinded by one of his own kind. The elder collapsed to the ground, gradually revealing his true form, a nearly bald ancient divine eagle, albeit devoid of eyes. Chapter 11. The flesh and blood treasure of the Sage King. Despite the loss of his cultivation, he remained immensely powerful. Having reached the pinnacle of Sage King status, this flesh and blood is indeed a tremendous boon. You could utilize it to refine the bones and foundations of Su family descendants. Although the meat may be somewhat aged, its nutritional value is extraordinary. This substance is sufficient to lay a solid foundation for the Su family descendants, making their ascension to sainthood nearly a certainty, Suzy remarked to Su Zhan. Su Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded the eagle-clawed elder as if he were a delectable dish. After all, it was not in human form, so consuming it posed no challenge. Meanwhile, the blind divine eagle trembled all over. What manner of beings are these, daring to consider consuming it? Unexpectedly, even in its twilight years, such a calamity has befallen it. Yet, it understood that it had no chance to resist. It was acutely aware that it was an ancient divine species, its flesh harboring the essence of the sacred path. Though it had lost its cultivation, the essence of its flesh remained undiminished. This time, it could not escape death. The sacred emperor shall avenge me. It could not muster any further threats, uttering only this: if the sacred emperor you speak of is not of the human race, I suspect he will soon come to accompany you. Suzy replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the eagle-clawed elder's massive form shuddered. You overestimate yourself. The era of the sacred emperor's birth predates your understanding. Even emperors bow their noble heads before him. And you? Ha! The eagle-clawed elder scoffed in disbelief. Alas, it shall never witness the moment Su Zi is pressed to the ground by the sacred emperor. I shall await you on the road to the Yellow Springs. After uttering this, the eagle-clawed elder ceased to speak further. Ancestor, should we not deliberate more cautiously? Hearing the elder's words, Su Zhan felt an even deeper sense of dread. If the eagle-clawed elder spoke truthfully, how terrifying must that sacred emperor be? An existence capable of making emperors bow in submission. An emperor, one who has not appeared in countless eons in the vast expanses of the world. Such beings stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Such a formidable figure would not dare to oppose the sacred emperor, and Su Zhan was genuinely troubled. No matter, from this day forth, the Su divine dynasty shall rise in prominence. A mere emperor is nothing to be feared. Before Su Zi's words had fully dissipated, he vanished without a trace. Su Zhan had grown accustomed to his ancestors' sudden appearances and disappearances. However, the ancestors' words left him in a state of shock. What does it mean that a mere emperor is nothing to be feared? Do you hear the people's murmurs? My ancestor seems to have boasted a bit too grandly, at the same time. A surge of indescribable pride swelled within Su Zhan. His ancestor was indeed formidable. He promptly set to work, slaying the eagle-clawed elder and tossing him into a massive cauldron hundreds of meters wide. Beginning to concoct a potent elixir, any precious herbs or medicinal ingredients were thrown into the mix. This time, the Su family was truly on the verge of rising to prominence. Gather all members of the royal family, and summon the war god, Li Pejun, to my presence, Su Zhan commanded with great excitement. Your Majesty, are you unscathed? I, Li Pejun, have arrived late to your rescue. Please punish me. Upon seeing Su Zhan, Li Pejun immediately knelt. Seeking forgiveness, he had exerted every effort to arrive. By rights, given his cultivation, he should have arrived much sooner. However, Li Pejun was a man of principles. He had entered the palace step by step, refraining from utilizing his powers, for he had received word from Su Zhan that there was no cause for alarm. Otherwise, in a crisis, he would have appeared much earlier. Ha ha ha, Pejun, what is the matter? I have already stated that you need not bow when you see me. Su Zhan laughed heartily upon seeing Li Pejun's perfect timing. I summoned you here for monumental news. Su Zhan gestured towards the distant cauldron, where divine fire was cooking. Summon the 10 most talented descendants of the Li family. I shall grant them a great opportunity. Li Pejun followed Su Zhan's gaze, his expression immediately shifting to one of horror. Due to the formation laid by Su Zi, he had been unable to sense it earlier and had not released his divine consciousness carelessly. But now, upon releasing it, his face paled instantly. He hastily withdrew his divine consciousness. Even in death, the oppressive force nearly shattered it. Your Majesty, what cultivation level did that divine beast possess in life? Li Pejun trembled as he inquired. Not high, the ancestral master mentioned it is merely the peak of the Saint King. Su Zhan replied with a smile. What? The existence of the Saint King at its peak? Li Pejun's voice broke as he exclaimed. Calm down, look at your naive demeanor. Su Zhan retorted with a disdainful expression. Gulp! Li Pejun swallowed hard. Your Majesty, that is the existence of the Saint King, he said with a bitter smile. By the way, Your Majesty, what did you just say about the ancestral master? Li Pejun quickly asked. Realizing that Su Zhan had referred to the ancestral master, he was one of the few privy to the secrets of the divine palace, knowing that Su Zhan was the foremost powerhouse. While the previous king had long since vanished, the ancestral master is none other than Su Qianquan's second son, Su Zi, the founding king of our Su divine dynasty. Su Zhan explained. And by the way, this Saint King demon was slain by Su Zi. Su Zhan remarked with a smile at Li Pejun. What? The Saint Monarch Su Zi, the one recorded in ancient texts as the youngest saint in history? Li Pejun was astounded. The news he had encountered today was more shocking than the last. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations to the divine dynasty. The Su divine dynasty finally has its own Saint King. Li Pejun's words were laden with bitterness and helplessness. The Su divine dynasty had been increasingly precarious in recent years, and the hardships were evident. Now, with a fully realized Saint King in place, the Su divine dynasty would no longer need to fear the lurking wolves and tigers around them. However, Your Majesty, such a grand opportunity cannot be accepted by the Pa family. Li Pertion firmly rejected the notion of summoning the descendants of the Li family to the divine palace for the baptism of precious flesh, deeming it too precious for their family to Pertion. Setting aside your status as a minister, you and I are brothers. Besides, your Li family has been loyal to the Su divine dynasty since its founding. This is something I can see, and the citizens of the entire Su divine dynasty can see it too. Su Zhan placed a hand on Li Pertion's shoulder and paused for a moment before continuing. Thus, this opportunity is indeed worthy of your Li family. No need to say more. I actually think 10 slots are too few. Your Majesty, 10 slots are truly excessive, far too precious. I am deeply grateful. On behalf of the Li family, I express our heartfelt thanks. Li Pertion, a man of 8 feet in stature, was now somewhat choked with emotion. This was solely because Su Zhan referred to us rather than we. All right, arrange it, and not just for the talented geniuses of your family, but also for the valiant generals who have rendered meritorious service to the Su divine dynasty. Gather them all here, Su Zhan said earnestly to Li Pertion. The Su family will certainly not treat those loyal to the Su family unjustly. Chapter 12. Rebirth. Li Pertion departed excitedly, having received his orders. This was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity for the Li family. Outside the ancient Forbidden Land, Su Zi stood still. Not only him, but figures from various major factions had also appeared at the periphery. These factions were aware that once the old saint had entered, all had emerged, waiting here. They did not wish for the old saint to succeed in living again, yet they also desperately hoped for it. In summary, these individuals were immensely conflicted. If the old saint could not emerge, it indicated that the Forbidden Land remained as perilous as ever, beyond their reach. Conversely, if the old saint could successfully emerge, it would signify he had indeed secured a great opportunity, allowing him to live again. This would imply that the ancient Forbidden Land was no longer a place of guaranteed death, but rather held numerous grand opportunities, where the struggling saints from various factions could vie for a chance. Even those formidable existences among the ancient orthodoxies, such as great saints and saint kings, might emerge to contend for opportunities, leading to the current bustling scene outside the ancient Forbidden Land. Su's presence did not attract the attention of these people. After all, apart from his handsome appearance, he seemed to possess no other remarkable qualities. Many merely cast a glance at Su Zi before withdrawing their gaze. He has come out. It is him. He has succeeded. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed in astonishment from the crowd. One word stirred 1,000 waves, akin to a stone dropping into a tranquil sea, shattering the vigilance within everyone's hearts. All eyes turned toward the overwhelmingly powerful figure, the owner of which was none other than the old saint who had earlier entered the ancient Forbidden Land. Lin Ran. At this moment, Lin Ran bore no trace of old age. Rather, he appeared to have reached the pinnacle of his being, with a robust aura and a surge in cultivation. Everyone could see that Lin Ran was certainly more than just a saint. He had undeniably broken through the barriers of cultivation, becoming a great saint. This stirred envy among the many hidden old saints lurking in the void. Their eyes seemed to blaze with fire, unable to contain their fervent desire. They longed to enter the ancient Forbidden Land in search of opportunities to prolong their lives. Friend, please wait. May I inquire what lies within the ancient Forbidden Land? A gaunt old man clad in a purple gold robe, appearing quite courteous, called out to the departing Lin Ran. What lies within? Can't you just go in and see for yourself? Lin Ran replied with a detached expression, looking down at the old man in the purple gold robe. Friend, is this behavior of yours not excessive? The old man's face instantly darkened, his gaze fixated on Lin Ran. He was the ancestor of the Purple Sun Sacred Ground, known as the Purple Sun Saint. The lineage of the Purple Sun Sacred Ground had existed for countless years, making it quite ancient. Therefore, few dared to disrespect him in the outside world, which made this moment particularly humiliating. Get lost, do not block my way. Lin Ran's demeanor shifted entirely, radiating a sharp intensity. The Purple Sun Saint's face paled instantly. He had initially thought that Lin Ran was merely a saint. Even if he had gained some opportunity in the Forbidden Land, he would only have extended his lifespan. Even if his cultivation had increased, it would merely be at the early stages of a great saint. He was the true ancestor of the Purple Sun Sacred Ground, a genuine great saint, and at the pinnacle of the second tier. Just a step away from advancing to the third tiered, mere Lin Ran was someone he could easily suppress. However, now he found himself intimidated by Lin Ran. The pressure emanating from Lin Ran nearly suffocated him. "Do you still believe my words to be excessive?" Lin Ran asked coldly, gazing at the Purple Sun Saint. "No, I dare not." The Purple Sun Saint's eyes glazed over, lowering his head in submission. He understood that should he dare utter another disrespectful word, he would be obliterated in the next moment. Though it was humiliating, this was all for the sake of survival. After all, he truly wished to live. Otherwise, he would not be too old to dare enter the forbidden area alone in search of opportunities. He firmly believed that as long as he was alive, anything was possible. If he were to die, that would be the end. "Now that you know, why not get lost?" Lin Ran's words were like blades, each one carving into the heart of the Purple Sun Saint. The Purple Sun Saint, with his head bowed, was filled with humiliation. He regretted not having dealt with Lin Ran more forcefully when he had the chance to eliminate him before he entered the Forbidden Land and attained his peak. However, at that time, he and several other great saints had no intention of meddling. They were only concerned with whether this saint could survive. The Purple Sun Saint, filled with humiliation, walked away, not daring to speak further to Lin Ran. "Interesting," Suzy observed with amusement. He had seen Lin Ran disintegrate upon entering the inner perimeter. The Lin Ran before him was clearly not the same as the previous one, but rather an impostor, a counterfeit. Chapter 13. The emergence of the Saint King, however, Suzy seemed disinterested in such matters, merely glancing at Lin Ran. "Friend, unless you clarify today, it may be difficult for you to leave this place. Why not join me in returning to the Western Wilderness sacred ground for a discussion?" Just as Lin Ran raised his foot to depart, a voice halted him. "The Western Wilderness sacred ground?" A gasp of disbelief echoed through the crowd. "This friend, I feel a kinship with you. After this matter, we must share a drink of 3 bowls of divine nectar. But why are you so surprised by the Western Wilderness sacred ground?" A burly man asked, perplexed. He was aware of the Western Wilderness sacred ground, yet did not understand its significance. He knew that the so-called sacred grounds were all similar, just like the Ling Yuan sacred ground, the Misty sacred ground, and the ancient Void sacred ground in the Eastern Wilderness, each a transcendent power. The existence of these powers was impossible to trace, yet he knew they looked down upon the world. Sacred grounds, after all, had saints presiding over them. Haha, 3 bowls of divine nectar are insufficient. It must be at least 10 bowls. The previously astonished thin man recalled the celestial nectar from the celestial immortal tower. Nearly drooling. Indeed, that is only natural. The burly man appeared somewhat awkward. The celestial nectar from the celestial immortal tower was renowned as a rarity, and its price was exceedingly high. 3 bowls were already the maximum he could afford. 10 bowls would be a price that could not be covered even if he sold himself. He had resolved to disappear after hearing this, setting aside his desire to treat the thin man. Was the thin man not at fault? Greed is the original sin. In his view, the thin man was on the path to demise. According to legend, the Western Wilderness sacred ground had once produced 2 emperors, each of whom had suppressed an era truly deserving of the title of emperor's lineage. In the Western Wilderness, who would dare to disrespect the sacred ground? Even in this age where emperors are no longer visible, the foundation of the sacred ground remains fearsome. Unexpectedly, the distant West Wilderness has reached this far, and even the sage from the West Wilderness has arrived in the East Wilderness, sighed the thin man. He then shook his head and turned to say something to the man behind him, only to be astonished to find that the space behind him was already empty. In the distance, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure, as small as an ant, gradually slipping into the void, vanishing from sight. The thin man felt as if his entire being had gone numb. Wasn't there supposed to be honesty and openness? Wasn't there supposed to be the promised 10 bowls of celestial nectar? Lin Ran's previously expressionless face also rippled with a hint of emotion. This person possessed formidable cultivation, at least surpassing his own. The old man, with a mane of silver hair, radiated a rosy glow, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, clearly indicating that his lifespan was still quite extensive. At the very least, he would not perish in the short term. When the time comes for Lin to visit the West Wilderness, he would certainly pay a personal visit to the supreme sacred land. Lin Ran cupped his hands in greeting to the old man, lowering his posture. "Then do enlighten me. What exactly lies within? Is there any danger?" The supreme sage, Taiyuan, spoke. Subsequently, Taiyuan set up a soundproof barrier, clearly not wishing for others to overhear. Taiyuan, you've lived a long life. Yet how can you still be so selfish? A voice suddenly pierced through the soundproof barrier, resonating in the void. Following that, several figures of immense power descended. At the forefront was a robust old man, his joints thick and his body exuding explosive strength. His fiery red hair was particularly striking, akin to celestial flames, threatening to scorch the heavens, causing even the surrounding void to struggle under the heat emanating from his tresses. Tianyan, old ghost, I didn't expect your nose to be so keen, arriving here so swiftly. Since you are here, let us all listen together. The supreme sage replied coldly, that is precisely my intention. Tianyan and the three men behind him stepped into the soundproof barrier. Knowing they could glean some insights about the Forbidden Land, he decided not to take offense at Taiyuan's insinuation, likening him to Gdiojit's, "Oh, it is the Tianyan sage from the South Wilderness. Even he has come forth," muttered an elder with clouded eyes, his voice trembling with incredulity. The Tianyan sage king, the ancestral figure of the South Wilderness Imperial Flame's sacred land, has emerged from centuries of seclusion. The once great Flame Emperor, who had once dazzled a significant portion of an era, had ultimately fallen. Yet the Imperial Flame's sacred land remained a formidable force not to be underestimated. A multitude of cultivators had gathered around, their gazes fixed on the few sage kings inside, anxiously fidgeting. Not only them, but also several hidden old sages and grand sages, all brimming with impatience. However, at present, they lacked the qualification to participate, for all the individuals inside were sage kings. And they dared not intrude. To seek methods to extend their lifespans only to lose their lives here would be an unwise gamble. Thus, they could only wait silently in the void. Should these sage kings dare to enter the forbidden zone, they would undoubtedly follow in their wake, hoping to seize some opportunities. Chapter 14. Cannon Fodder. Lin Ran had conveyed everything he deemed necessary to the esteemed seniors and was prepared to take his leave. As the crowd anxiously awaited, the soundproof barrier dissipated, and Lin Ran clasped his fists toward Tianyan Sage King and Taiyuan Sage King, ready to depart. At this moment, you cannot leave, even if what you say is true. How can we be certain that you won't lead us into a trap? Taiyuan Sage King stated with an expressionless face. Indeed, you must accompany us once more into the depths, Tianyan Sage King concurred. Nodding, esteemed seniors, Lin Ran's expression shifted dramatically. He was not afraid, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. The Holy Emperor had entrusted him with a mission to venture to the Su Divine dynasty. Eagle Eye had perished, a powerful sage king at the pinnacle of his strength, silently meeting his end in the Su Divine dynasty. The Holy Emperor refrained from dispatching another sage king to investigate, fearing it would alert the formidable presence residing there. Thus, he had compelled Lin Ran to assume his identity and disguise himself as him for this journey. Why say so much? Just guide us in, and we shall not treat you unfairly. Once we emerge safely, we shall naturally allow you to leave and can even protect your faction. What is not to gain, should you continue to refuse? You shall have sealed your own fate. Tianyan Sage King scoffed. Today, the ancient Forbidden Land shows signs of a momentous opportunity, and we, in our compassion, offer you a chance to seek fortune alongside us. Whatever you obtain, you may keep for yourself. Tianyan soared into the void, addressing the surrounding cultivators. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Imperial Flame Sacred Land, indeed one of the most powerful factions of the South Wilderness, displayed such grandiosity. A cultivator exclaimed loudly. Countless voices echoed in agreement. Fools! Do you think they would leave the opportunities for you? Merely surviving to this day is your good fortune. Many others watched Tianyan Sage King warily, acutely aware that there are no free lunches in this world. When things seem amiss, there is often something sinister afoot. These sage kings likely did not trust Lin Ran's words and intended to use them as pawns. To be cannon fodder, perhaps? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Many astute individuals had already begun to discreetly withdraw from the area, unwilling to become embroiled in this turmoil. Tianyan Sage King's words sounded utterly ludicrous. What do you mean that everything they acquire belongs to them? Even if they were fortunate enough to survive, could they truly gather opportunities under the watchful gaze of the Sage Kings? That would be a fatal misstep. The opportunities one bestow upon you, do you truly not wish to seize them? You still wish to sneak away? In the void, a sage tore through the air. Attempting to flee, But Tianyin's sage king's words rendered their bodies rigid. Whoever desires to leave may do so. You show me disdain, and I will not hesitate to be ruthless. Taiwan's sage king's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he commanded. There could be no further delay. They must enter immediately. Who knows how many more sage kings or grand sages are hastening to arrive? Their objective was to enter first and seize the opportunities within. Perhaps their lay methods to become a quasi-emperor. Though they belonged to imperial-level factions, the imperial techniques of the sacred lands were not suitable for their cultivation, and such techniques could only elevate them to the realm of sage kings. Not to quasi-emperor or emperor. The individuals capable of becoming emperors were those who dazzled an entire era, undefeated since their debut. They charged forth, vanquishing all rivals of their level, even slaying those of higher ranks as effortlessly as if it were a meal. They all aspired to advance further, not necessarily to attain the title of emperor, but simply to become quasi-emperors, standing half-invincible in the world. Everyone, enter the forbidden land. Tianyin spoke once more, his tone indifferent. Tianyin, sage king. I am an elder from the eastern Huang, sacred land of the North Wilderness. I have urgent matters at home. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. I hope you would grant me permission to leave? An elderly sage, with a face full of flattery, gazed expectantly at Tianyin, sage king. The eastern Huang sacred land may not have produced an emperor, but it was still a sacred place. Surely Tianyin, sage king, would extend some courtesy. Ah, so it is the elder from the eastern Huang sacred land. It seems the flood has swept through the Dragon King temple. Upon hearing Tianyin, sage king's words, the eastern Huang sacred land's sage was momentarily elated. Yet, the next sentence plunged him into despair. What concern is your daughter-in-law's childbirth to me? Do you think I would regard the eastern Huang sacred land with any significance, since you wish to leave? I shall see you off. Tianyin, sage king, flicked his finger, and instantly a small flicker of flame shot forth towards the elder of the eastern Huang sacred land. No, sage king, I am willing to stay. The elder of the eastern Huang sacred land cried out in terror. The moment Tianyin made his move, the elder felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, leaving him utterly devoid of the ability to resist. After all, he was merely a sage. A single hair from a sage king was more than sufficient to slay him countless times. Chapter 15. The Emperor, Ao Tian. The flame appeared ordinary, yet only the elder of the eastern Huang sacred land understood that this seemingly weak flame contained energy capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. He could not move, only watch helplessly as he was reduced to nothingness. The process was swift, so rapid that he had no time to let out even a single cry of despair. The surrounding cultivators were utterly horrified. All those who had previously praised Tianyin, sage king, for his grandeur fell silent, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed at him. It was only at this moment that they realized they had acted like fools, naively believing these sage kings would bestow opportunities upon them. Now, they understood that they were merely being viewed as cannon fodder. But how could they dare? There were well over 100,000 cultivators present. Disciples from various sacred lands, holy dynasties, and superpowers, even including their successors. While casual cultivators might be disregarded, the larger factions might not easily turn against them. Yet, could even the Imperial Flame Sacred Land and Taiwan Sacred Land, both of which were top-tier forces among the sacred lands, withstand the repercussions from so many? Did they not fear? This question loomed in the minds of all. They simply could not fathom why. Could it be that an Imperial Flame Sacred Land, a Taiwan Sacred Land, along with the few sage kings by their side, could withstand the collective force of all the sacred lands across the seas? To enter was imperative, yet there was a distinction between entering willingly and being forced to enter. I shall enter if I so desire, but no sage can compel me otherwise. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence of the place. The moment those words were uttered, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Most of the monks could not help but silently give him a thumbs up, exclaiming in their hearts, "Young man, safe travels," indeed, in their eyes. This youth was already a doomed individual. Even saints could kill at will. How dare a mere celestial Taoist like you speak so boldly to the Saint King? From the moment those words were uttered, he had already walked the path of death. However, what was perplexing was that, whether it was the heavenly flame Saint King, the supreme Saint King, or the Saint Kings around them, they all chose to remain silent at this moment. This left everyone astonished. The bloodline of the Dragon clan, particularly that of the pure-blooded five-clawed golden dragon, carried a hint of familiarity. Suzy halted his steps just as he was about to enter the forbidden area, turning to look at the youth with some surprise. The bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon had long been severed in his at that time. He had raised a mixed blood dragon, which contained a trace of the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. But awakening, it was nothing short of a fool's dream. Yet, why did such a pure bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon appear in this realm? Could it be that during his long slumber of countless years, some earth-shattering changes had occurred? Suzy was not clear on this, nor did he care to observe the river of time. To him, it was of no concern. Previously, he had merely found it somewhat amusing. Shaking his head, Suzy intended to enter the forbidden zone. Young Master Ao, feel free to proceed. Amidst the confusion of all, the Supreme Saint King spoke, his voice not loud, yet it left everyone in awe. What identity did this young Master Ao possess that even the exalted Saint Kings addressed him as young master? Did they dare not offend him? Ao? Could it be that this person is? Someone suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. What does it matter that he is of the Ao surname? Explain yourself. Someone, feeling as if a cat were scratching their heart, hurriedly inquired. The Ao surname, do you know what it represents? The person murmured. The Ao surname represents the dragon clan of the East Sea. Upon uttering these words, it was as if a storm had swept through, leaving everyone utterly stunned. So it is, the dragon clan of the East Sea. The five-clawed golden dragon clan, reputed to be the mightiest force across the four seas. Everyone was filled with astonishment. Although they had never encountered the five-clawed golden dragon clan, their name resonated in their ears like thunder. Historical records mentioned that the East Sea Dragon clan produced an ancestral bloodline named Aotion, who awakened the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon. His talent was extraordinary, and it was well known that the lifespan of dragons was exceptionally long. The lifespan of a Saint King nearly rivaled that of an emperor. However, their cultivation was exceedingly slow. Yet Aotion shattered this norm. No one knew where he had emerged from. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Even the East Sea Dragon clan at the time was unaware of his origins. They only knew he possessed a pure bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon, and some prominent figures from the Dragon clan intended to exploit his bloodline but were suppressed by him. It was rumored that he was merely a few thousand years old at that time. To be able to suppress a Saint King at such a young age, his talent was indeed unparalleled throughout history. From that point onward, Aotion soared to great heights, achieving the status of an emperor in just 10,000 years. But that was not the end. With the aid of his bloodline, he became invincible among his peers. When he first became an emperor, he adventured alone into several forbidden zones. Some speculated that he engaged in combat with certain beings within those zones, although no one had witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 16. The Little Loach Becomes an Emperor. Many had gazed longingly at the forbidden zones, where the aura of life surged, and two immense auras pierced the heavens, indicating two emperors in combat. Even from billions of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying pressure. Merely the momentum was enough to shatter the land for thousands of miles, reducing all life forms within that expanse to nothingness. Such was the might of an emperor on that day. The sounds of thunder echoed in all directions, shaking the entire domain. Had it not been for an emperor patrolling the periphery to dissipate the overwhelming imperial might, millions of miles beyond the forbidden zone would have been turned to scorched earth. No one knew the outcome of that battle. All that was known was that Aotion emerged unscathed. Albeit covered in blood, yet his momentum was like a rainbow. After he departed, furious roars echoed within the forbidden zone. Lingering for a long time, it should be noted that Aotion had only just entered the realm of emperors. Although there are no formal ranks within the emperor realm, the being within the forbidden zone had lived for countless years. Logically, they should have easily subdued Aotion, yet they did not. This made many realize that even if Aotion had become an emperor, he was undoubtedly among the top-tier emperors. From that point on, the East Sea Dragon clan unified the four seas. Even the great powers of the Eight Desolations dared not provoke the Dragon clan lightly. The reputation of the Dragon clan grew with each passing day. Moreover, as the years went by, after those encounters with the Forbidden Zones, Aotion never appeared again. Millions of years passed, and no one knew if Aotion was still alive. Rumors circulated in the outside world that Aotion had already perished. Others claimed that Aotion had broken through the realm above the emperor and become a heavenly emperor, ruling over the 4 seas and 8 desolations. His lifespan endless, no one knew the truth. Yet, all clans grew increasingly cautious, not daring to provoke the Dragon Clan. It must be understood that the means of an emperor exceeded imagination, although the lifespan of an emperor was also limited, making eternal life impossible. Who could say for certain? The emperors within the Forbidden Zones had lived for billions of years, from the Celestial Ancient to the Ancient Era to the Chaotic Era, and now, the emperors within the Forbidden Zones had never perished. They possessed means to achieve immortality. Numerous emperors had emerged from the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Although these emperors had not revealed themselves for many years, who could guarantee that they had truly perished or been killed? For instance, the Supreme Master of the Supreme Holy Land, who was the ancestor of the current Supreme Saint King, and the Flame Emperor of the Flame Emperor Holy Land, who would dare to assert that they had perished? They had merely vanished, not died. You bear the surname Ao? Do you know of a little loach named Aotion? At this moment, Suzy inquired of Aoyi. However, he soon chuckled and shook his head. Aotion has likely perished in the river of time, hasn't he? How could he possibly still be alive? Presumptuous. Who are you to dare invoke the name of my Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor? Aoye's eyes glimmered with a cold light, his entire being radiating a murderous intent as he rebuked. A little loach has become an emperor? Truly, the world is unpredictable. A large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. Suzy was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Not merely an emperor, but a heavenly emperor. This little loach has indeed received a great fortune from me. Intrigued, Suzy's eyes danced with chaotic brilliance, and in a fleeting moment, he discerned the past and present, uncovering all about Aotion. He was invincible in the world, effortlessly viewing the river of time. Meanwhile, in the depths of the East Sea, in the magnificent Dragon Palace, a pair of enormous golden eyes suddenly opened, unleashing an indescribable domineering aura that surged forth in all directions. In just an instant, that pressure vanished. Who is it? Could it be an immortal? Aotion muttered to himself. Retracting his pressure, his vast consciousness could not glean any information. He was in closed-door cultivation when he suddenly felt a tremor deep within his heart that startled him awake. A presence of immense power was observing him across the river of time, filling him with both astonishment and anger. Astonished that such a being had taken notice of him, he wondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. His anger stemmed from the fact that he had deliberately faded from existence all these years. And now, being targeted felt quite unpleasant, for he knew that above the heavenly emperor, there existed true immortals. Immortals were the true long-lived beings capable of genuine immortality. Many years ago, when the Saint Monarch failed his tribulation and suffered severe injuries, he instead perished, yet a drop of his blood had inadvertently empowered Aotion. Now, although his bloodline was pure and flawless, he remained stagnant above the heavenly emperor. As his words gradually calmed, the golden giant eyes slowly faded. In their place stood a middle-aged man enveloped in golden light. He wore the robe of the 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding an air of unparalleled authority. Particularly his eyes, within which the cycles of day and night unfolded, were terrifying to behold. Then, in an instant, he vanished like a bubble. Who would have thought that the casual act of spilling blood back then would inadvertently lead to this? Suzy was left utterly speechless. At that time, in order to maintain the Fade, he had casually spilled a drop of blood, only to find it landing on Aotion, who was then merely a nascent little creature. Practicing in the Bai pool, back then, Aotion was merely a fledgling beast, and his bloodline was so mixed that refining it was exceedingly difficult. Yet, unbeknownst to him, within that drop of blood lay a trace of the ancient divine mountain's rule power. It was this very trace of power that allowed Aotion to undergo a transformation, soaring to become the supreme dragon among dragons, elevating the East Sea Dragon Clan to the pinnacle of the 4 seas. Neither the heavenly Flame Saint King nor the Supreme Saint King, nor even the forces behind them, dared to provoke the Dragon Clan. Young man, I am addressing you. Are you blind or deaf? Aoyi glared at Suzy, who appeared to be no more than 20, somewhat handsome, clearly a peer. His anger was still simmering, for Suzy had ignored him, striding directly toward the ancient forbidden area. Long bow, eliminate him, and let him understand that my dragon clan's ancestor, the Heavenly Emperor, is not someone to be trifled with. As these words escaped his lips, a commotion erupted around, including among the likes of the Saint King of Tianyin. Through Ao Ye's declaration, they were informed of a critical revelation. Ao Tian was not merely an emperor, but the Heavenly Emperor. Ao Yi contemplated rushing forward to discipline this ignorant Su Zi, yet upon reflection, he hesitated, considering that such a grandiose display might indicate a formidable cultivation level. After all, he could not perceive any fluctuations in Su Zi's power. He appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible strength. The more this was the case, the more cautious Ao Yi became. Surrounded by cultivators, how could an ordinary person infiltrate their midst? This was, in itself, extraordinary. Yes, young master. A resonant voice echoed through the void. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore open, revealing a four-clawed golden dragon radiating a soft golden glow before the eyes of all present. The dragon clan, proud as they were, had always scorned transforming into human form. They believed themselves inherently noble, destined to reign above all races. Why would they need to adopt human guise? Ao Ye's transformation was merely for convenience. The four-clawed golden dragon was indeed the legendary creature of the East Sea Dragon clan, its oppressive aura surpassing that of both the Saint King of Tianyin and the Supreme Saint King. Some gazed in horror at the four-clawed golden dragon behind Ao Yi, nearly collapsing to the ground. Its immense body stretched for miles, delivering a striking visual impact. The depth of the Dragon Clan's heritage was truly something we could only aspire to. Even their protectors were at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. The apprehension in the eyes of the Saint Kings, Tianyin and Taishang, deepened. Its head resembled a camel, its horns like those of a deer, its eyes akin to a rabbit's, its ears resembling a cow's, its neck like a serpent's, its belly like a mythical beast, its scales like those of a carp, its claws like an eagle's, and its paws like a tiger's. It bore 81 scales on its back, embodying the ultimate number of 99. Its roar was like a thunderclap, with whiskers by its mouth and a reverse scale beneath its throat. Without a hint of hesitation, the four-clawed golden dragon extended its claws towards Su Zi. The onlookers regarded Su Zi with a mixture of disdain, relief, fear, trepidation, and even sympathy. To provoke the Dragon Clan could cost one their life. Moreover, Ao Yi was the prince of the Dragon Clan. Such a status alone granted him the ability to navigate the realms with impunity. They could not help but think Su Zi had lost his wits. Even the Saint Kings had made Ao Ye's identity clear, so why provoke him further? It was akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. In the face of the colossal dragon claw, Su Zi appeared minuscule, like a mere grain of sand held in the grasp of a giant. Just as the dragon claw was poised to seize Su Zi, the four-clawed golden dragon erupted into a resounding roar. To everyone's disbelief, the dragon suddenly shrank to the size of an earthworm, plummeting to the ground. The rapidity of the event left all in astonishment. The once mighty four-clawed golden dragon had transformed into a diminutive golden dragon. Leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, Ao Yi was equally aghast. As if he had seen a ghost, a Saint King had been reverted to his original form in an instant. They could all see that the current four-clawed golden dragon exuded a feeble aura. On the brink of collapse, the pupils of the Saint Kings, Tianyin and Taishang, contracted sharply, their faces etched with profound fear. They understood that while they were merely at the early stages of the Saint King realm, the Dragon Clan's Saint King was at its pinnacle, yet now, this peak-level powerhouse was on the verge of death. More terrifying was the fact that no one had witnessed who had enacted this deed. Though many suspected Su Zi, he had merely stood there, motionless, his sleeves not even fluttering. This raised suspicions among many. I cannot see through him. Could it be that he possesses no cultivation at all? The Saint King of Tianyin attempted to discern Su Zi's strength with his fiery gaze, yet he could perceive nothing, sensing no cultivation from Su Zi in that moment. Su Zi truly appeared as an ordinary mortal, prompting even the Saint King of Tianyin to contemplate probing his authenticity. However, the Saint King of Tianyin refrained from acting rashly. He dared not. Long Bo. Ao Ye's complexion shifted dramatically as he appeared beside Long Bo. Who dares oppose my Dragon Clan? Are you not bold enough to reveal your true identity? Ao Yi glared at the surrounding void, his voice laced with a feigned bravado. He did not believe Su Zi was responsible. dismissing him entirely. The silence that followed only deepened the gloom of his expression. Today had indeed brought significant losses. A protector at the Saint King level had been rendered incapacitated, a substantial blow to their clan. Cowering vermin, rodents that dwell in the shadows. Aoyi continued his tirade. Despite the absence of his protector, he felt no fear of the hidden powerhouse. He still possessed life-saving charms, emboldening his defiance. He now sought to provoke the hidden assailant into revealing themselves. Even if the opponent were a quasi-emperor, such a nuisance, utterly oblivious to your own demise. Suzy remarked, extending his pinky to scratch his ear, clearly impatient. With a swift flick of his pinky, the object he had just extracted from his ear pierced through space, appearing instantaneously before Aoye's head. "Itsu. You were hiding." Aoye initially gasped, then composed himself. The ability to eliminate a Saint King unnoticed could only belong to a quasi-emperor. As for why it was not an emperor? The emperors of the 4 seas and 8 desolations had not appeared for ages. It was impossible for one to be involved. Humph. I possess, but before Aoye could finish his sentence, the object pierced through a barrier and directly penetrated his skull, becoming permanently lodged within his mind. His eyes glazed over, and his soul extinguished in an instant. A miniature version of a golden 5-clawed dragon materialized on the ground. Lifeless. Just as Aoye had intended to declare that he had the protection of a quasi-emperor's fragment of divine consciousness, he was silenced forever. That barrier had been a talisman left by the quasi-emperor for his protection. Even a quasi-emperor of the same level could not easily breach it. Yet, it failed to withstand Suzy's assault, rendering it as ineffective as art. Is Aoye dead? Someone murmured in astonishment. Hiss, impossible. Aoye's demise was a monumental affair. He was the heir apparent of the East Sea Dragon clan, the next Dragon King. Moreover, he was a pure-blooded 5-clawed golden dragon. His death would surely drive the Dragon clan into madness. The 5-clawed golden dragon lineage rarely birthed such beings. The East Sea Dragon clan had only seen 3 or 4 in countless years. With one fallen, the entire clan would surely descend into chaos. As for Suzy, everyone regarded him as if he were a corpse. The Dragon clan would undoubtedly send formidable beings to exact vengeance, at the very least a quasi-emperor. After all, with the Saint King dead, only a quasi-emperor could possibly subdue Suzy. Although Suzy had slain Aoye, many remained uncertain whether Longbow had indeed been vanquished by Suzy. After all, Suzy had not lifted a finger against Longbow. Do not think that just because you are a descendant of that little mudfish, Aotion, I shall spare you. Suzy cast a cold glance at Aoye's corpse before turning to enter the forbidden zone. With a single step, he vanished as if he had never been there, a quasi-emperor. The Saint King of Tianyin was horrified. Even he could not fathom how Suzy had disappeared, leaving only one possibility. This youth was a quasi-emperor. This revelation was not surprising. A quasi-emperor could easily eliminate a Saint King. Sometimes, a mere glance from a powerful quasi-emperor could extinguish a Saint King's life. Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had not previously antagonized Suzy. Otherwise, he might have joined Aoye on the ground. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace, a thunderous voice erupted with rage. Who killed Aoye? I shall have your entire family pay with their lives. It has taken my East Sea Dragon clan millennia to produce a purebred 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline. You shall pay dearly. Regardless of who you are, this Dragon King shall slay everyone connected to you. Outside the Dragon Palace, countless dragons coiled, their colors varied, symbolizing their ranks and bloodlines. Red represented the lowest tier of mixed blood dragons, while gold signified the highest. Yet, at that moment, all the dragons prostrated themselves, trembling at the roar from within the palace. Then, a golden light surged into the sky from the Dragon Palace, illuminating the surroundings in a gilded hue. A colossal golden dragon spiraled above the palace, its size immeasurable, eclipsing that of Longbow and exuding an oppressive aura far beyond anything Longbow could muster. This was the current master of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Aoxian, a quasi-emperor of immense power. For many years, no one had dared to provoke the East Sea Dragon clan. Now, with the young master brutally slain, and even his fragment of divine consciousness unable to protect him, the murderer must surely be a quasi-emperor. The enormous golden dragon glared with mountain-sized eyes, its authoritative voice resonating across the seas. Be my decree. Let all quasi-emperors of the Four Seas Dragon Clan emerge and capture the one who dared to challenge my clan. I shall flay him alive and refine his soul, ensuring he suffers endlessly. Aoxian roared in an instant. The entire Four Seas erupted in chaos. Someone had dared to slay the young master of the Dragon Clan. Aoyi. This was a major incident. All knew that Aoxian was a pure-blooded five-clawed golden dragon, destined to ascend to emperor status. With Aoye's death, the Dragon Clan had lost a potential emperor, a being capable of suppressing the world for eons. Even the ascension to the status of the celestial emperor remains uncertain. After all, the current patriarch of the Dragon Clan, Aotion, is indeed the celestial emperor, albeit having disappeared for an extended period. Nevertheless, the Soul Jade tablet shines eternally, never extinguished, which serves as the foundation of the Dragon Clan's confidence. They harbor no fear of any formidable power in the world. For with a celestial emperor presiding over them, they can easily forget the notions of fear and despair. Soon, the 7 quasi-emperors of the Dragon Clan gathered at the Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon Palace alone boasted 4, while the remaining 3 seas each possessed only 1 quasi-emperor powerhouse. The East Sea is represented by a 2-clawed golden dragon, 2 4-clawed golden dragons, and 1 5-clawed golden dragon. The North Sea by a black dragon, the South Sea by a purple dragon, and the West Sea by a yellow dragon. Golden dragons reign at the apex of the dragon food chain, adhering to a strict hierarchy. Even the 2-clawed golden dragons hold greater nobility than dragons of other colors. The target is the ancient Forbidden Land. Regardless of who it may be, I shall ensure they pay a heavy price. Aoxion's chilling intent for murder spread instantaneously. The ancient Forbidden Land, Dragon King? That is the abode of a formidable being. I fear they are not to be trifled with, remarked the black dragon, Long Tianqing, his brow furrowed, his expression grimmed. To your age, you seem to be regressing. If that ancient Forbidden Land is indeed formidable, does it mean my Dragon Clan is not? Scoffed the 2-clawed golden dragon, Aolai, disdain etched upon his face. You? Long Tianqing's expression darkened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Despite Aolai's impure bloodline as merely a 2-clawed golden dragon, attaining the status of quasi-emperor was indeed a stroke of luck. However, who could deny the significance of the golden dragon lineage? What, does my assertion not hold? The ancient Forbidden Land possesses a great emperor, yet our Dragon Clan lacks one, Aolai proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing his words, Long Tianqing and the other 2 quasi-emperors fell silent. Aolai spoke the truth. The Dragon Clan did possess a great emperor, though he was known as the East Sea Dragon Emperor. He did not regard the emperors of the other 3 seas as equals. Although the 4 seas had united under the East Sea, the East Sea Dragon Emperor did not treat them as true dragons. Initially, the North, South, and West Seas had the most quasi-emperors, and while they lacked a great emperor, they were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with among the great powers in their prime. The number of quasi-emperors across the 3 seas exceeded 15, an exceedingly formidable quantity. The unification of the 4 seas meant that the East Sea Dragon Emperor assigned the quasi-emperors of the 3 seas to tackle nearly all perilous tasks, leading to dire consequences for many. This left each of the 3 seas with a sole quasi-emperor to maintain appearances. Even if they felt resentment, they dared not voice their grievances, swallowing their discontent. After all, their bloodlines were marred, and their ancestors had never produced a great emperor. The East Sea Dragon Clan, once the weakest among the 4 seas, transformed into the strongest after Aotion's emergence, ultimately unifying the 4 seas. Under his command, none dared to defy his will. Moreover, the 3 seas genuinely submitted to Aotion, for he treated all with equality and fairness. However, since Aotion's disappearance, the Dragon Emperor's rise to power has led to the brutal oppression of the 3 seas, employing methods that are both bloodthirsty and tyrannical, inciting widespread grievances. The top combatants of the 3 seas have been significantly weakened as a result that go forth. This is the image left behind by Aoyi before his demise. Find him, capture him, and bring him back. A few beams of light swiftly penetrated the minds of the 7 quasi-emperors. Why can we not discern it clearly? The image appeared hazy, obscured as if veiled by the mystery of heaven, preventing them from uncovering its true identity, and no matter how they attempted to deduce, the image remained elusive. This individual is veiled by the mysteries of heaven. Our combined efforts yield no results. His cultivation must far exceed our own. Long Tianqing, clad in black, spoke gravely. At his words, the purple dragon and yellow dragon quasi-emperors nodded solemnly. Heh, merely a trivial tactic. Since we know it pertains to the ancient forbidden land, is that not easily resolved? There are numerous witnesses to this madman who has slain our young master. We can simply apprehend a few individuals to uncover his identity. Ao Lai sneered. Ao Lai's remarks caused Long Tianqing, along with the purple and yellow dragon quasi-emperors, to change their expressions drastically. Were they discussing who had seen Suzy? The fact that this individual could conceal himself with the mysteries of heaven was itself highly unusual. Just how formidable must his cultivation be to elude the insight of these quasi-emperors? He must possess unfathomable power, perhaps even that of an emperor. Such was the concern of Long Tianqing and the others. They were baffled by Ao Lai's ignorance. Could it be that even within the Golden Dragon lineage, there existed individuals devoid of intelligence? Indeed, Ao Lai, who had become a quasi-emperor purely by luck, was a fool. Were it not for his affiliation with the East Sea, Long Tianqing would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him. He even contemplated whether this Dragon King sought to eradicate the remaining 3 quasi-emperors. The 3 other quasi-emperors from the East Sea maintained an aloof demeanor, seemingly embarrassed to converse with the black, purple, and yellow dragons, maintaining a cold silence throughout. The black dragon longed to lash out with his dragon whip, imparting a lesson in cruelty. The East Sea Dragon clan was undeniably powerful, yet they merely harbored 5 quasi-emperors. In contrast, the dragon clans of the 3 seas had given rise to numerous quasi-emperors within mere millennia. Veiled by the mysteries of heaven, this individual cannot be underestimated. I shall bestow upon you a decree from the emperor to aid your efforts. The Dragon King's declaration caused Long Tianqing to lower his head. His eyes glinting with cold determination, he envisioned a potential path for the North Sea Dragon clan. If successful, they might no longer have to live in subservience. Yet, failure would mean annihilation, the ancient forbidden land. Although Suzy had vanished, those outside the ancient forbidden land remained as if frozen in place, motionless, including the Saint Kings. It was not that they did not wish to leave, but rather that they dared not do so. With Suzy having entered the forbidden zone, the Dragon clan would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance for the loss of a successor. Should they attempt to flee, and the Dragon clan, in their wrath, failed to find Suzy, they would likely turn their ire upon them. It was wiser to remain and await the arrival of the Dragon clan, hoping to convey what they knew, perhaps securing a sliver of survival. They found themselves in a paradox. When the disparity in strength and influence becomes overwhelming, they would strive to anticipate the thoughts of their adversaries to ensure their own safety. The Tianyan Saint King, the Taishang Saint King, and others, though outwardly calm and composed, were tumultuous within, their hearts racing. The Dragon clan was formidable. Even as high-ranking members of various sacred grounds, they dared not offend the Dragon clan. This incident, wherein Suzy had slain a young master of the Dragon clan, would surely draw the ire of the Dragon clan's powerful members. Although they had not been directly responsible for the slaying, Tianyan and the others could not absolve themselves of blame, for they had gathered everyone together. Had it not been for their actions, Ao Yi would not have emerged, flaunting his superiority, nor would Suzy have dared to belittle the Dragon clan's supreme Ao Tian, likening him to a mere earthworm. Such provocations had incited Ao Ye's wrath, compelling him to send Long Bo to eliminate Suzy, thus igniting the conflict. Consequently, they bore a share of responsibility, although minimal. Who could predict whether the Dragon clan, in their fury, would seek retribution against them as well? The Saint Kings were left in a state of uncertainty. As a result, they had previously sought assistance from their respective factions, hoping that a quasi-emperor would come to their rescue. After all, quasi-emperors dwelled high above. How could they possibly descend to aid mere mortals? Receiving even a decree from one was already in immense favor. However, their assumptions were misguided. The quasi-emperors of their factions not only arrived but also brought with them an array of precious resources as an apology. Offending the Dragon clan was indeed a grave matter. This individual is truly detestable, dragging us into this maelstrom. Now, even our own survival is in jeopardy. What chance do we have of seizing opportunities? The Taishang Saint King hissed through gritted teeth. Shoo, tread carefully. That individual's cultivation must be at the quasi-emperor level. If he happens to overhear, your life will be forfeit, warned a fellow Saint King, hastily silencing him. Upon hearing this, the Taishang Saint King's complexion shifted dramatically. He quickly glanced around, and upon failing to spot Su Zi, sighed in relief. His expression darkened as he regarded the Tianyan Saint King. Were it not for this old fool, he would have charged into the forbidden zone with Lin Ran. Avoiding the ensuing chaos, this old man sought to utilize these cultivators as pawns, as mere fodder, proving to be a harbinger of misfortune. Who could tell whether other powerful factions had sent their chosen disciples into the fray? Earlier, they had been intoxicated by the prospect of great fortune. Now, as their senses returned, a cold sweat broke out upon them. One dragon clan was already beyond their capacity to confront. If several great clans, sacred grounds, imperial families, or royal families emerged, they might very well find themselves with no choice but to offer their lives as penance. Fortuitously, Su Zi had only slain Aoyi, leaving others unscathed. Tragically, the one he had slain was Aoyi, a member of the dragon clan under the dominion of a celestial emperor. Yet, for now, they could only remain silent, awaiting the inevitable. When the dragon clan arrives, the only recourse is to lower one's posture and offer apologies. There exists no alternative. Indeed, in a fleeting moment, the Saint King of Heavenly Flames even entertained the thought of directly annihilating everyone present. If he could eradicate them entirely, perhaps he could evade the dragon clan's scrutiny. At that juncture, only he, heaven, and earth would be aware, along with a select few Saint Kings. Yet, this notion was swiftly extinguished in his mind. The mere presence of the dragon clan instilled a profound fear, and the addition of several formidable powers could potentially lead to their own annihilation. While the smaller sects and wandering cultivators might be easily dispatched, the heirs of great powers posed a different challenge. Each of them undoubtedly possessed protective talismans and guardians, perhaps even stronger than themselves. Even if they were not superior in strength, the ability to flee remained a distinct possibility. Should the situation escalate to that extent, it was likely that they would perish even if they fled to the ends of the earth, truly a state of being with nowhere to turn. Boom. Su Zi stepped forward, instantly appearing in the core area of the Forbidden Zone. Prior to this, the core was suffused with boundless imperial Tao rules, capable of obliterating even a quasi-emperor upon contact. However, Su Zi regarded it as inconsequential. The silence within the Forbidden Zone was eerily unsettling, devoid of any sound, which stirred a sense of unease and trepidation within him. "Come forth," Su Zi chided lightly. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the Forbidden Zone in an instant. The area shimmered, and a grand array rose to impede Su Zi's words. Yet, such efforts were in vain, utterly futile. The entire Forbidden Zone was akin to a colossal Tao arena, marked with the traces of great emperor's enlightenment, adorned with imperial Tao runes. For an ordinary person, understanding them would elevate one to unprecedented heights. Yet, at this moment, these imperial runes appeared to Su Zi as mere refuse. "Fellow Taoist, what brings you to the core of my Forbidden Zone?" A ripple emerged in the void, and a figure gradually materialized. He was an imposing man, donned in a golden Tao robe and crowned with a golden diadem, his eyes crackling with electric intensity, exuding an overwhelming presence. He stood there as if he were the very center of the universe, evoking a desire for reverence. This individual was the master of the ancient Forbidden Zone, Saint Emperor Tian. The ancient Forbidden Zone had existed for countless years, almost eternal in nature, and even Tian was uncertain of how long he had lived. The mystique surrounding the ancient Forbidden Zone was profound, with no one privy to its secrets. "Though you truly not know?" Su Zi murmured, his gaze lowered. "Fellow Taoist." Tian's tone grew more severe. "You dare trespass in my sovereign's Forbidden Zone? Yet you come to question me? What gives you such audacity?" Tian was convinced that this young man before him was undoubtedly of the same caliber as himself. He had no desire to provoke a confrontation, thus refraining from overtly offending Su Zi in his words. After all these years of survival, it was not merely for the sake of enduring. He was engaged in a significant endeavor. Once successful, he would undergo a transformative metamorphosis, one that would be nothing short of astonishing. "Fellow Taoist, I implore you to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action." The Saint Emperor directly urged him to leave. Do you truly wish for me to depart? Suzy replied, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Qiu Tian. A surge of mysterious power emanated from him, causing Qiu Tian's expression to shift dramatically. You are of the Su family. Qiu Tian's pupils constricted violently, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. The aura of the ancient divine mountain was so potent, yet devoid of any celestial essence. Was he not from the celestial Su family? Ha ha ha! Heaven aids me! Heaven aids me! Qiu Tian laughed maniacally, a genuine sense of relief washing over him. After enduring for countless millennia, he had awaited the arrival of a member of the Su family from the lower realms. Once the individual became a saint, he would capture them solely for the minuscule fragment of the ancient divine mountain within their being. Qiu Tian's gaze towards Suzy transformed, wild, exhilarated, yet fraught with danger. The ancient divine mountain's power emanating from Suzy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Intoxicating in its richness, Suzy's eyes remained as tranquil as a placid spring, unfazed in that case. You need not leave. You will remain here until I refine you. I shall soar to new heights and return to the celestial realm. Qiu Tian trembled with excitement. I believe you have miscalculated. Suzy's voice yanked Qiu Tian from his reveries. You do not think that being at the level of the heavenly emperor allows you to contend with me, do you? Chapter 22. False immortal. Upon finishing his words, Qiu Tian's entire demeanor shifted abruptly. In an instant, an overwhelmingly ferocious aura erupted from his body. The very heavens and earth transformed, winds roiling and clouds swirling. Above the 9 heavens, purple arcs of lightning crackled, coalescing into rivers of thunder. The formidable beings across the expanse of the world awakened at that moment. Who dares to transcend and ascend to immortality? The existence of such a being in the realms was indeed alarming. A colossal stone emitted a resonant sound, and soon after, a fissure appeared, through which a surge of azure light ascended. It was an ancient heavenly emperor who had remained in meditation for countless years. Now shrouded in dust, resembling a massive azure stone, he had sat in silence for years, striving to comprehend a sliver of profound truth, hoping to ascend to immortality. Yet, he had never grasped the essence of it. Now, awakened by this wisp of celestial energy, he gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the ancient forbidden zone. His eyes appeared capable of piercing through the sun, moon, and stars, fixated intently. It is he, the master of the ancient forbidden zone. Sigh. It seems that in this lifetime, I shall never unravel the secret of ascending to immortality. The azure stone emperor sighed softly. I have come from the mortal realm. Yet I must ultimately return to it. He chose not to return to his meditative state, but instead stood in the void, observing, is someone seeking to ascend before me? I shall see who it is. Aotian took a single step and instantly appeared outside the ancient forbidden zone. Not you. Who could it be? Aotian squinted, scrutinizing the interior of the forbidden zone. After becoming an emperor, he had challenged numerous forbidden zones, and the ancient forbidden zone was among them. However, when he had challenged it in the past, he faced an elderly emperor who was no match for him. The old man was frail, with little time left, and his cultivation had long since waned from its peak. At that time, Aotian refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sensing that a pair of eyes had been watching him intently, should he exhibit any intent to kill. The owner of those eyes might appear and eliminate him. Thus, he opted for a draw and departed as swiftly as possible. Now, within the forbidden zone, it was no longer that elderly emperor who had achieved false immortality, but rather that elusive presence that had been observing him from the shadows. His instincts were not mistaken. The ancient forbidden zone's longevity was due to the ancient beings dwelling within. Such beings must possess the cultivation of a heavenly emperor. Otherwise, they would not be able to suppress the formidable powers from the outside world. Nor would they deserve the title of a forbidden zone. Aotian suddenly furrowed his brow, for he discerned the presence of 2 dragon corpses outside the forbidden zone. One of them was a 5-clawed golden dragon. And moreover, it was of his direct bloodline, his ancestors. Who could have done this? Aotian's eyes instantly turned cold, the chill within them nearly solidifying. He concealed his own cultivation, appearing as an ordinary person. He was the progenitor of the 5-clawed golden dragons, having led his lineage to prominence and increased the frequency of their emergence. Now, someone had dared to slay their pure-blooded 5-clawed golden dragon. an act utterly unforgivable. Tear! Before any could respond, the void was abruptly rent asunder, and immense pressure descended upon them. What is happening? 7 figures, reminiscent of ancient deities, loomed in the void, their cold gazes surveying the mortals below. The very space around them seemed to freeze, each exuding an aura of unimaginable terror. The tens of thousands of cultivators below found their breaths constricted, struggling to draw in air. After all, these quasi-emperors were restraining their might. Had they unleashed their full power? The vast majority of those present would have perished. Quasi-emperors, 7 of them. The expression of the Saint King of Heavenly Flames shifted dramatically in that instant, fear erupting within his eyes. Not only him, but also the several Saint Kings beside him wore ashen expressions, their hearts sinking into despair. They understood that these were the powerful members of the Dragon Clan. With such a display of force, it was likely that they would meet their end here. Lai, brimming with arrogance, disdainfully looked down upon the multitude of cultivators below. He felt that merely lowering his gaze was an affront to him. So he refrained from speaking. There is no need for me to say anything. Whoever killed ye may come forth and face their demise. Lai sneered. As a quasi-emperor, he stood high above. Believing that his words would instill fear in the one who had slain Aoyi, compelling them to crawl forth and plead for mercy, ultimately succumbing to his overwhelming presence. Long Tianqing's gaze fell. Realizing that at this moment, they had no voice in the matter. They could only allow Lai to perform. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something. When he looked again, he discovered that the figure he had just glimpsed had vanished. He did not believe it was an illusion. That figure was unmistakably Tian, the once vanished Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 23. The humiliation of Tian. He could not have been mistaken. That figure was indeed Tian. The 3 great seas had all enshrined the image of Tian. That visage had been etched into his mind. Long Tianqing fell into deep contemplation. Yin unexpectedly appeared here. What could possibly be the reason for his presence? Could it be that a mere Ay is truly capable of summoning this celestial emperor, who has not shown himself for countless millennia? No, even if Ay is of great significance, it certainly cannot be paramount enough to warrant the emperor's personal intervention. Long Tianqing's once restless heart now plummeted into despair. Yin's arrival meant the immediate demise of his plans. Must our North Sea Dragon Clan perpetually submit to the East Sea? Has the North Sea Dragon Clan lost all hope of resurgence? Long Tianqing silently roared within, his heart filled with resentment. The Dragon King of the East Sea has consistently oppressed the other 3 great oceanic clans, leading to a continuous decline in their peak combat strength. If this persists, perhaps the 3 great oceanic realms will gradually be assimilated, or even face total annihilation. They once had the confidence to resist because their ancestors had also produced a great emperor. Yet, none of these emperors have shown themselves. Perhaps they have already succumbed to time, or ascended to higher realms. No one knows for certain. Long Tianqing understood that Yin's arrival was not due to Ay, but rather the master of the Forbidden Zone. He cast a deep gaze towards the forbidden area. They had not detected any anomalies within it, yet the fleeting pressure they felt was enough to instill profound fear. Such overwhelming might could only belong to a great emperor, far beyond what mere quasi-emperors like themselves could withstand. Fortunately, the pressure came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. I am invincible in this world. What do you possess to challenge me? Qiu Tian remarked, retracting his semi-immortal authority, gazing at the young man before him. Now I understand. You are the one who sought to break through to the imperial realm only to suffer a backlash and fall into a state of suspended animation. The once holy monarch, I did not expect you to have feigned your death, thus evading the first grand hunt. After all this time, even if you have attained the status of celestial emperor, today you shall obediently offer your blood to me. Once I absorb and refine your precious blood, the celestial emperor shall be the starting point for my ascension. Even if I ascend to the immortal realm, I will possess the confidence to vie for that supreme position. Qiu Tian's eyes glimmered with fervor, as if he sought to incinerate the very heavens and earth. He had awaited this day for far too long. According to his original timeline, he would have had to wait several billion years to gather the fragments of the ancient divine mountain. But now, with Suzy delivering himself to his doorstep, how could he possibly refuse? Who would have thought that the one who achieved false immortality was you, the shadow lurking behind the scenes back then? Outyin appeared behind Suzy, arms crossed, hovering in the air and gazing at Qiu Tian. Due to Suzy facing away from Outyin, he could not discern his countenance. He had little recollection of Suzy, except that he once served as the spiritual pet of the monarch of the Su Divine dynasty. After ascending to the throne, he even contemplated erasing the Su Divine dynasty from existence, ensuring that no one would know he was Suzy's spiritual companion. Ultimately, he refrained from such actions, not out of lingering feelings, but because he suddenly felt a stirring within. A mere drop of blood from Suzy contained a trace of celestial essence potent enough to cleanse him and transform his bloodline into that of a 5-clawed golden dragon. How terrifying must Suzy be? If even the great emperor's tribulation could be effortlessly surmounted, could Suzy truly not withstand it? He recalled the scene of Suzy facing the tribulation. Although it was infinitely more powerful than his own, Suzy had previously appeared unfazed, suffering not a scratch, not even a tear in his robes. Yet, it was the final bolt of divine lightning that had seemingly devastated Suzy. Impossible! This was the conclusion Outyin reached. It indicated Suzy was scheming something. What? He did not know. However, in all these years, he had refrained from disturbing the Su Divine dynasty, fearing Suzy's survival. After all, Suzy was the youngest holy monarch in history, a prodigy whose talents instilled fear, rendering the younger generation unable to hold a candle to him. Even many ancient beings, after a lifetime of cultivation, could not compare to Suzy's mere few centuries of practice. Yet, in all these years, there had been no news of Suzy. Outyin himself had been lying low. He was the Celestial Emperor, a being revered by myriad clans, the master of the Dragon Clan. How could he return to Suzy's side and continue as a mere spiritual pet? His past as Suzy's spiritual companion was a source of shame throughout his life. Now, he felt it was time to put an end to this humiliation. With the ancient Forbidden Zone dealt with, he would head to the Su Divine dynasty. Now a celestial emperor, he was determined to discover whether Suzy was alive or dead. You little mudfish dare to linger, yet still presume to enter my Forbidden Zone. Qiu Tian sneered upon recalling Outyin. You? Seeking death? Upon hearing the term little mudfish, Outyin's expression darkened considerably, for it was a taboo for him. Once upon a time, Suzy had called him that, a lifelong humiliation. Chapter 24. Is Outyin intent on slaying Suzy? Once, he was Suzy's spiritual pet, indeed a little mudfish. But now, he was the supreme celestial emperor. That title was an affront he would never allow anyone to utter, not even his former master, Suzy. That was his bottom line. Boom. Outyin unleashed his full might, the aura of the celestial emperor surging forth like a tidal wave in every direction. Almost simultaneously, everyone across the 4 seas and 8 realms felt the terrifying pressure. This was the might of an emperor. Had a great emperor awakened? No, even the imperial artifacts in my holy land are lamenting. This is not an emperor but a celestial emperor. The appearance of a celestial emperor indicated that a grand era was truly upon us. An ancient being broke free from their seal within the celestial source. Their expression one of horror. Almost concurrently, the Qingshi celestial emperor emerged at the periphery of the ancient forbidden ground, countering Outyin's oppressive aura. The might of an emperor could induce panic across the entire East Wilderness. Some weaker cultivators were even crushed under this pressure, let alone the overwhelming might of a celestial emperor. Outyin, the Dragon Emperor? Here in the ancient forbidden ground, does he seek to confront the master of the Forbidden Zone? The Qingshi celestial emperor stepped deeper into the forbidden area, eager to observe. Little mudfish, retract your pressure. Just as Outyin was about to engage in battle with Qiu Tian, a statement nearly brought him to his knees. Outyin looked incredulously at the figure before him, his expression fluctuating between disbelief and recognition as buried memories surged forth. Everything he thought he had forgotten was merely sealed deep within his heart. Unacknowledged, the silhouette before him gradually overlapped with his memories. Holy Monarch. Outyin's voice was hoarse yet filled with disbelief. You are not dead. You truly still live. His words trembled with emotion. Despite having ascended to the status of Celestial Emperor, he now felt an instinctive urge to flee upon facing Suzy. You, little mudfish, still live. How could I possibly perish? Suzy slowly turned around, his gaze utterly calm. Die. Even if you are alive, so what? I am now Outyin, the Celestial Emperor, not some little mudfish. You are the shame of my life, and today, I shall cleanse it with your blood. Outyan's eyes blazed crimson, his aura surging to its zenith. Without holding back, he unleashed a lethal strike, revealing his true form, a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, radiating authority. Yet, in this moment, it was filled with murderous intent. The divine laws of the Celestial Emperor cascaded down, a testament to having reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor realm. Roaring, Outyan's voice could shatter the very stars, causing the sun and moon to turn to dust in an instant. Outyan's dragon aura soared, golden blood shattering the void and exploding in all directions. This was the essence of a Celestial Emperor. Even his mere blood could obliterate quasi-emperors. Golden light ravaged the surroundings, infinite Celestial Emperor rules transforming into a celestial sword as Outyan charged forth with terrifying ferocity. Yet, Su Zi remained unfazed, not even lifting a hand to counter Outyan's assault. Observing Su Zi's stillness in the face of Outyan's onslaught, Qiu Tian contemplated intervening to rescue him. After all, Su Zi was his source of sustenance for ascending to the immortal realm. He could not afford any mishaps. As Outyan's attack neared Su Zi, he finally made his move. But it was merely a single finger. With that finger, time seemed to freeze. This gesture appeared innocuous, yet only the present celestial emperors comprehended its true horror. When that finger was unleashed, it would surely rend the heavens and split the earth. Qiu Tian's expression shifted first, realizing the terror of that finger, one he could scarcely hope to withstand. Moreover, it was merely Su Zi's casual maneuver. Qiu Tian was no fool. For the first time, he experienced what true fear entailed. The second monarch of the Su divine dynasty was terrifyingly powerful, perhaps not merely a celestial emperor but potentially a true immortal. Yet, where in this world could one find a true immortal? Upon reaching that realm, one would surely be guided by celestial light and could not remain. At this moment, Ao Tian found himself in a dire predicament. His entire dragon form trembling, he faced Su Zi's onslaught, and only he possessed the qualifications to attest to Su Zi's formidable strength. With a mere finger, his attack was effortlessly dispelled, and the heavenly emperor's laws instantaneously collapsed into a dazzling shower of light. Chapter 25. The heavenly emperor willing to be a servant. Ao Tian's dragon form froze in an instant. He had not anticipated that his full-powered strike could be so easily neutralized. Not only Ao Tian, but also the Qingshi heavenly emperor and Qiu Tian were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Both Ao Tian and Qiu Tian were well aware of Su Zi's capabilities, knowing that his prolonged existence was no trivial matter. Yet, they had not expected it to be this extraordinary. With such ease did Su Zi dissolve Ao Tian's attack. Qiu Tian had believed that dealing with Ao Tian would not be so effortless. Although he possessed a mere wisp of celestial laws within him, it was insufficient. Though he would ultimately prevail, it would certainly not be without difficulty. That scant trace of celestial law rendered him a false immortal, not even qualifying as a semi-immortal, with an exceedingly low concentration of celestial essence. As for the Qingshi heavenly emperor, he was even more astounded. What was happening? First, a false immortal appeared, and now another whose cultivation was inscrutable. When had the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses concealed so many powerful beings? It was laughable, indeed. Qingshi heavenly emperor could swear that throughout his countless years of existence, he had never encountered as many instances of shock as he had today. In an era of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, only one emperor would emerge, let alone a heavenly emperor. Each emperor was a paragon of talent, capable of overshadowing all contemporaneous prodigies. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Ao Tian had transformed into human form, then knelt from the sky. Crashing into the ground, he knelt upright, leaving 2 massive craters beneath his knees. Countless fissures radiated outward from Ao Tian's knees, spreading in all directions. It is worth noting that this was the dojo of the master of the Forbidden Zone, where every inch of land harbored unparalleled arrays. Even an emperor could not harm the flowers, grass, or a single speck of earth. Yet now, it had been irreparably damaged by Ao Tian's kneeling. The significance of this act was evident. Sacred monarch, I was wrong. I am but a small loached. It was my inflated strength over the years that blinded me. Failing to recognize the towering mountain before me, I implore your forgiveness and wish to remain your spirit pet. A mere loach, Ao Tian no longer bore the demeanor of deep-seated enmity and defiance towards Su Zi. He now resembled a devout believer, kneeling beside the embodiment of his faith, filled with utmost reverence and loyalty. From now on, I shall follow you. If you command me east, I shall not dare to venture west. If you instruct me to confront the master of the ancient Forbidden Land, I shall not dare to strike at the offspring of the ancient Forbidden Land's master. Qiu Tian stood nearby, his face a canvas of confusion. You wish to pledge your loyalty, but what does that entail for me? Are you afraid I might not perish quickly enough? Yes, Qiu Tian had grown fearful, however. He knew he had no avenue for retreat. He and Su Zi were mortal enemies, and reconciliation was utterly impossible. He had captured the Su dynasty's countless monarchs, including Su Zi's father. Although these individuals had not perished, they endured immense suffering. Their powers were sealed. Imprisoned within the celestial source, subjected daily to the agony of refining their essence. Logically, even a sage king would have succumbed under such duress after so many years, yet the monarchs of the Su dynasty had somehow survived. You do not regret. You merely feared death. It was indeed a consequence of the blood I carelessly spat out years ago, which contained a trace of essence, enabling you to transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Su Zi's words, though unremarkable, struck the other two like a thunderclap. A single drop of essence could forge a heavenly emperor? Heaven above, who was this Su Zi? Countless fragments flashed through Qing Shi's heavenly emperor's mind. Qiu Tian was correct. The blood within Su Zi could instantly elevate him to celestial heights, and the true celestial realm was merely the beginning. His future achievements were limitless. Therefore, you should revert to your loach form. No, please. I truly understand my errors. I am willing to dedicate my life to serve you as my master, and I would gladly offer my soul's imprint to be your servant for eternity. I beg you, do not strip me of my powers. Upon hearing Su Zi's words, Ao Tian cried out desperately. He was genuinely terrified. His most potent strike had no effect on Su Zi, revealing the vast chasm of disparity between them. How foolish he had been to presume that Su Zi was merely on par with him in cultivation. You have erred? If that is the case, then let death be your atonement. Su Zi's voice was chillingly calm. Just right, my Su dynasty's younger generation is too weak. Your flesh shall serve to elevate them. As Su Zi's words fell, Ao Tian trembled violently. Su Zi intended to leave him no chance for survival. No. Ao Tian howled toward the heavens. Yet all his pleas were in vain, utterly futile, and no matter how he attempted to summon his powers, he felt as if he were encased in ice, unable to unleash even a fraction of his strength. Annihilate! Su Zi uttered a single word. Instantly, Ao Tian's countenance shifted to one of terror, as if he had glimpsed something dreadfully horrific. His eyes gradually became hollow, transforming him into a soulless corpse. What a treasure! It must not be squandered. Ao Tian's true form was a 5-clawed golden dragon spanning thousands of miles, sufficient to enhance all the direct descendants of the Su dynasty. The power of utterance manifested as reality. How could this be? Who are you, truly, to wield such authority? Qiu Tian's face turned ashen as he gazed at Su Zi, staggering under the weight of his realization. I am the realm of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. People had always believed that an emperor could manifest reality through mere speech, but Qiu Tian knew full well that not only emperors, but even heavenly emperors could not achieve such a feat. They merely influenced a fragment of this realm's will, which was misinterpreted as the power to manifest. Qiu Tian was acutely aware that even true immortals could not command reality with mere words. Now, he felt nothing but boundless dread and panic towards Su Zi. Boom! Without warning, a tremendous sound erupted. Both Su Zi and Qiu Tian turned to the source of the noise, only to see Qing Shi's heavenly emperor kneeling upright on the ground. Su Zi regarded Qing Shi's heavenly emperor with a look of bewilderment. The direction in which he knelt was toward him. Young one Qing Shi, I pay my respects to the immortal, Qing Shi. Unworthy as I am, humbly request the immortal to take me in as your servant and to serve you faithfully. Qing Shi knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground and proclaiming loudly, You, of such advanced age, still dare to refer to yourself as a young one in my presence. Su Zi's lips twitched involuntarily. He could tell at a glance that Qing Shi was many years his senior. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I am certainly not of Ao Tian's ilk that I willingly offer my soul to serve you for eternity. Qing Shi's heavenly emperor's expression was earnest and resolute as he spoke, and no need for that. I have no interest in souls. Chapter 26. The 10 Fiends of Ancient Times. Chonyo, in my presence, there are no secrets or thoughts that may elude me. I happen to need a lackey. And since you are clever, I shall keep you by my side. Su Zi's piercing gaze seemed to see through Qing Shi's heavenly emperor's entire life. This individual was relatively pure-hearted, having never committed any heinous acts throughout his life. Dedicating himself to the pursuit of cultivation, thank you, esteemed immortal. Qing Shi expressed his gratitude with utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Qiu Tian was deeply moved. If becoming Su Zi's servant meant survival, he would gladly accept. However, it was evident that he lacked that qualification. And Su Zi would never grant him such an opportunity. Why Su family's powerful figures awaken a trace of the ancient divine mountain's mark upon reaching the sage realm, and you covet that mark? Plotting against my Su family. Thus, you must not only die, but die a most wretched death. Yu Zi turned to Qiu Tian, who stood not far from him, and spoke gently. At this moment, Qiu Tian bore no trace of the aura of a false immortal. He trembled as if he were a leaf in a tempest. Wait, you cannot kill me. I know the secrets of the Su family. If you promise to spare me, I will tell you. I can assure you. The Su family is no trifling matter. Even after all these years, your Su family's monarchs remain alive, never having perished. And of course, I am not insignificant either. Are you not curious? Although the heavenly emperor's lifespan is lengthy, it is not eternal, yet I have persevered from ancient times until now, outlasting countless emperors and heavenly emperors, and my lifespan remains exceedingly long. Qiu Tian was genuinely terrified of death, and upon witnessing Su Zi's intent to strike, he immediately divulged some secrets, hoping to barter for a chance to live. Curious? Perhaps, but I do not need to know, for nothing in this world can escape my gaze if I wish to know. I need only stand at the river's end of time and observe. Su Zi's words were domineering. He believed himself capable of such feats. Impossible. Even celestial monarchs cannot traverse to the end of the river of time. They can only pause temporarily. Moreover, a mortal celestial being attempting to observe or alter the river of time would face devastating repercussions, possibly resulting in their demise. Qiu Tian gazed at Su Zi in disbelief. He could not fathom that Su Zi possessed such power. It was common knowledge that the rules of this realm would not allow for any existence above the heavenly emperor's level. Upon reaching that threshold, one would be forcefully elevated. Previously, he had assumed Su Zi's cultivation was merely that of a semi-immortal, perhaps just a step away from true immortality. Yet, he had never anticipated that Su Zi would dare to make such audacious claims, nor that he would wish to traverse the river of time at will. Is it truly necessary to traverse to the very end of the river of time to observe? What a jest. Qiu Tian has expounded so much merely to capture Su Zi's attention, to instill in Su Zi the belief in his own value, thus ensuring his own survival from execution. It is also to make Su Zi aware that his extensive knowledge signifies a complex background. You speak at length, but it all boils down to a desire to persist. However, do you realize? You, a mere pawn, find it exceedingly challenging to command my respect, even if you are one of the 10 fiends of the ancient era, Qinyo. Su Zi shook his head and spoke softly. What? Qiu Tian's mind was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony, rendering him momentarily blank. He had divulged his identity as Qinyo to no one. Only his progeny within the Forbidden Zone were privy to it. Moreover, since his descent to the lower realm, he had never revealed his true form. All those who had encountered him in the Forbidden Zone presumed him to be of the human race. Yet now, Su Zi had seen through him with a single glance. You are formidable, I concede. But since you have discerned my identity, you must understand that the 10 fiends of the ancient era are not to be trifled with. Even if I am but a discarded pawn. After the initial shock, Qiu Tian forced himself to regain composure and shouted at Su Zi. He had intended to use this information as a trump card for his survival. Yet he found himself completely exposed before Su Zi. The Qinyo clan of antiquity, it is said, is one of the descendants of the ancestor dragon. However, over time, they evolved into a distinct lineage, even subtly standing alongside the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon clan is renowned as one of the 10 fiends, and the Qinyo clan has resolutely fought their way into that echelon through sheer strength. As for the 5-clawed golden dragon clan, they are among the most elite in the 4 seas and 8 desolations, yet they pale in comparison to Qinyo. Each of the 10 fiends of the ancient era is notorious, with ancestors who have once achieved the rank of immortal king. I have already stated, you, a discarded pawn, hold no value whatsoever. Susie's words rendered Chotian's expression exceedingly grim. Indeed, he was a discarded offspring of the Chinyo clan. Otherwise, he would not have been cast aside in this desolate lower realm. His bloodline was impure, with impurities comprising 90%. Even the Chinyo clan had forsaken him. Yet, he was the biological son of the current clan leader, albeit an unacknowledged hybrid. Should he perish, Susie would not emerge unscathed. You have uttered too much nonsense. You shall not perish easily. Why, Su family's monarchs have endured your torment for far too long, and you shall bear the same for as long. Whoosh! As Susie's words fell, a beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, landing upon Chotian. Chotian found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The strongest being of the 4 seas and 8 desolations, an emperor of the heavens, could do naught but watch helplessly. No, I am the son of Chokuin. You cannot treat me thus. Do you know who Chokuin is? He is the mightiest of the Chinyo clan. Chotian was truly panicking now. Susie's pointed finger had stripped him of all cultivation, and he felt the absence of life itself. This indicated that the other could allow him to live for an eternity without dying. Yet, what awaited him would undoubtedly be endless torment that would render him unable to seek life or death. Susie gazed at Qingshi and inquired. Rest assured, my lord, Qingshi possesses expertise in the arts of punishment. I once acquired a tome on the methods of torment, and my skills in such matters are quite commendable. Qingshi promptly nodded in affirmation. Very well, I entrust this to you. After Susie spoke, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood within a blood-red palace. Everything here was steeped in a stench of blood, with hundreds of celestial essences floating in the air, forming a bizarre connection among them. It seemed they had established some link, occasionally manifesting as vascular-like connections that appeared most eerie. Below these celestial essences lay pools of blood, casting the entire palace in a crimson hue, resembling a haunted abode. Susie understood that this palace was a magical artifact, infinitely close to a celestial instrument, continually refining the blood. He sought to extract a trace of the ancient mountain's essence from this blood. Chapter 27. Susie's Disciple. Tian Huang. Susie's countenance was dark as a storm cloud. This was his first genuine anger since awakening. The monarchs of the Su family, throughout the generations, had all been kept in this celestial essence. Indeed, kept. They were no different from livestock. While being fed with heavenly materials to ensure their vitality, their essence was being frantically distilled. Those within the celestial essence had all fallen into a deep slumber, unaware of how long it had been since they last awoke, completely ignorant of the outside world. They were devoid of consciousness, oblivious to the fact that their blood was being siphoned away. They resembled mere husks, not much better than mummified corpses. Their skin lacked luster, akin to the bark of ancient trees. Cracked and withered, their appearances unrecognizable enough. Susie waved his hand, and hundreds of beams of celestial light surged into the essence. This was his origin, imbued with boundless vitality. Having attained his level of cultivation, his origin was inexhaustible. Let alone this fragment of origin, which was but a single hair from the entire Mount Tai. Should these individuals be released directly, once freed from the celestial essence's seal, they would turn to ash upon contact with air. Susie certainly had other means to awaken them, but he was reluctant, as they were all descendants of the Su family. He sought to revive their vitality and grant them a significant fortuity, aiding them in establishing a perfect foundation. As for the Su family in the celestial realm, the Su family in the lower realm faced a plight similar to Chotian's. They were discarded, or else they would not have been ruthlessly banished to the lower realm. Indeed, it was ruthless. For in the lower realm, cultivating to the level of true immortal was more challenging than ascending to the heavens for mortals. In the celestial realm, however, the situation was different. It was rife with the principles of the celestial path. While one's talent still mattered, the path to becoming a true immortal was significantly easier than in the lower realms. Moreover, these cultivators' bodies had been subtly altered and refined over the years under the influence of the celestial principles, rendering them genuinely invincible at their level compared to those in the lower realms. If the upper realm's Su family remained absent, it would be fine, but should they dare to cause trouble, I shall deal with them all in one fell swoop. Crack! The sound of the celestial essence shattering echoed. Subsequently, over 200 figures floated in midair. They radiated celestial light, and tremendous vitality erupted within them. Their damaged bodies almost instantly recovered, and astonishingly, the depletion of their vital energy over the years began to mend at a terrifying pace. Where is this? A raspy, obscure voice emerged. It belonged to a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, tattered clothing, and bloodstains all over. Having not spoken for many years, his voice was gravelly. "Father," Susie softly called out. "Child," pronounced Z, "how did you end up here? Quickly, leave." At the sight of Susie, Su Chinquan's memories surged back like a tidal wave. He hoarsely shouted at Susie. He was acutely aware of how terrifying those who had imprisoned him were. He was a sage king, utterly powerless to resist, captured in an instant. After descending to the lower realm with his 2 children, he had become the founding monarch, only to find himself under someone else's scrutiny once more. Su Chinquan had long pondered who had their eyes on the 3 of them. He suspected it must be the upper realms Su family. "Father, it is all right now. I have come, albeit late," Susie sighed. "From this day forth, the forbidden zone shall cease to exist. Even a worm shall be cleaved asunder." Susie's words were chilling. "Yes, my lord," as his voice fell. The void beside him began to writhe, and then Qingshi appeared, dragging Qiutian along. At this moment, Qiutian bore no semblance of a dignified being. His entire body was covered in blood scabs. He had been tormented by Qingshi for quite some time. Once an emperor, his physical form was immensely powerful. Yet now, he resembled a stray dog, not only having his spirit scorched by imperial flames, but also subjected to experiments with mortal inventions like the 3 knives and 6 holes. Deep fried in an oil pot and quartered by horses, Su Chinquan, who was about to speak, froze upon seeing the state of his captor. That was an emperor, indeed a heavenly sovereign. Now, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Utterly defeated, Su Chinquan had always believed Qiutian to be of the imperial realm. "Who dares to act recklessly within my forbidden zone?" A voice like thunder exploded in everyone's ears. Following this, an overwhelming imperial pressure surged forth. An elder with hair as white as snow strolled through the void. However, before he could put on airs, he stumbled and fell from the void. This was not due to Susie or Qingshi's actions. He had scared himself. What did he witness? His father, Qiutian, lying on the ground like a dead dog, trembling. In that moment, Qiuran felt as if his world had collapsed. Qiutian was his heaven. He was already quite old, with little lifespan remaining. Previously, after battling Outyin, he had suffered from diminished vitality. Had it not been for Qiutian sealing him, he might have already passed on now. His father, that towering figure who once vowed to become an immortal king and return to the clan to redeem his honor, had been reduced to such a state. His worldview shattered. It is known that in this world, emperors are undeniably powerful, the apex of strength in the lower realms. Now, that power was being ground into the dirt. He had felt a sense of foreboding, which led him to break free from the celestial essence. Now, the scene before him shattered his very soul. "Release us, and I shall reveal a tremendous secret." Qiutian, witnessing his son descend, weakly called out, "Do you remember your disciple, Tian Huang?" Upon seeing Susie's expressionless face, Qiutian gritted his teeth and said, "Tian Huang." A youthful figure clad in garments fashioned from animal hides appeared in Susie's mind. The youth, known as Tian Huang, is the most gifted individual that Susie has encountered. Aside from himself, he possesses a heart of innocence, his spirit pure and unblemished. Susie met him in a small world years ago and took it upon himself to mentor him. Although they do not bear the titles of master and disciple, their bond is nonetheless profound. Tian Huang, with an indomitable spirit, has soared through the heavens, striking fear into the heirs of the great royal families, causing them to bow their heads in reverence. Among his peers, he stands unmatched, having never tasted defeat from childhood to the present. It is noteworthy that he hails from the wilderness in those days. The small world faced threats from foreign realms, and Susie undertook the arduous task of honing Tian Huang's skills, leading to the current circumstances. At that time, Susie was merely a novice in the realm of the Saint King and had yet to inherit the throne. Chapter 28. Confrontation. Tian Huang's life has been fraught with hardship, and he has never wavered in his quest for cultivation. He trains relentlessly, striving to alter the fate of humanity. Alas, fate is often unkind. And there are always those who conspire against him. Susie gazes into the distance, seemingly transported back to that fateful year in that world. That year, the small world was beset by a dire crisis. Boom! At the abyss of heaven, figures resembling deities and demons stood resolutely between heaven and earth, their bodies radiating immense power, exuding suffocating auras. He Wu Shuang, you foreign beings dare to dream of breaking through the abyss to enter my 9 heavens and 10 earths? You are merely deluding yourselves, a voice thundered from the direction of an elder clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence. Susie, a rare powerhouse among the human race in the 9 heavens, possessed unfathomable cultivation. Behind him stood 10 young men and women, their formidable prowess evident, marking them as exceptional talents. Susie, I care not whence you emerged, but our breach of the abyss is imminent, awaiting only the demise of the last border king. After which the abyss shall crumble without a fight. He Wu Shuang remained indifferent, his demeanor calm. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are sheltered by the heavens. For years, the power of the abyss has waned. How long do you think you can sustain yourselves? Behind He Wu Shuang stood another 10 prodigies from foreign realms, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The absence of a saint king means that the strongest are merely saints. Yet, in their foreign lands, there are more than 10 saint kings. Should they breach the abyss, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be easily extinguished. Is that so? Even if the power of the abyss is diminishing, do not the saint kings themselves hesitate to tread upon it? Susie's words rendered He Wu Shuang silent. Indeed, even as the power of the abyss gradually weakened, the strength of a saint king is formidable. Forcing their way through is not beyond the realm of possibility, but the cost is one that even a saint king must carefully consider. Yet, the waiting period is merely a wait for death. Without assistance from the people of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, they have no chance of survival. Indeed, they await death, for all in the 9 heavens and 10 earths know that one day, the abyss will shatter. When that day comes, the saint kings from foreign realms shall descend, and even the border king will be powerless against them. The existence of the border king merely sustains the power of the abyss. But inevitably, the day will come when the power of the abyss dissipates, and with no one to guard the imperial pass, it shall be unable to hold. The last remaining border king can only ensure the abyss's stability for 500 years. Within this time, the saint kings from foreign realms shall find it difficult to cross. Even if a saint king were to attempt to cross now, the price would be beyond what they can bear. Even for a saint king, that cost is exceedingly heavy. Otherwise, the saint kings would have shattered the abyss long ago. 500 years pass in the blink of an eye. We can afford to wait. Susie, you should contemplate whether you can leave here alive today. A young man seated in the void spoke indifferently. Upon his words, the 9 prodigies from foreign lands fell silent. This youth, clad in a purple robe, bore a cold and stern visage. His very breath resonated with the heavens, exuding an imposing aura. Presumptuous. Do you think you can belittle Su Wang? A young man behind Susie rebuked vehemently. This individual was a prodigy from the Academy of Heavenly Tao. Named Ho Yu, whose strength was already at the divine level, immensely powerful. Boom! The youth behind He Wu Shuang unleashed a blinding beam from his eyes directed at Ho Yu. This gaze was imbued with destructive power, capable of determining life and death with a single glance. Ho Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The mere glance felt overwhelmingly dark and destructive. He found himself ensnared, unable to escape. Cold sweat poured from Ho Yu's brow. His face etched with terror. For the first time in his career, he felt utterly powerless against a peer of the same rank. This opponent was insurmountable. Ho Yu channeled all his power, yet still was pierced through, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for Susie gently placing a protective hand behind him, he would surely have perished. Susie feigned concern, while the young talents from the 9 heavens and 10 earths looked on in shock. Alas, they were too hasty. The foundation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was still profoundly lacking. Susie had initially wished to refrain from intervening, but witnessing the potential of a promising disciple stirred his compassion. He had only been in the small world for a few decades, having risen to the position of the Academy's head. Behold, this individual is named Mo Tianxia, the direct descendant of a saint king, heralded in foreign lands as the one most likely to become a saint in the future. Upon hearing Susie's words, Ho Yu and the others' pupils dilated in shock. the son of a saint king. Such a status is undeniably resplendent. Moreover, the potential to ascend to the rank of saint is a talent that could astonish the ages. Setting aside other matters, the two realms are engaged in a contest. Should you win, we shall retreat. Should we win, you will surrender 2 pieces of shattered imperial artifacts. He Wu Shuang maintained his composure, gazing at Suzy. This void lay within the abyss, unaffected by its rules. The contest was proposed by the foreign realm, with the 9 heavens and 10 earths winning a peaceful 500 years for the imperial pass. Should the 9 heavens and 10 earths lose, all foreign kings would jointly shatter the imperial pass. Chapter 29. The ominous source. Behold clearly, the individual before you is the most representative prodigy of the foreign realm. He is not merely a descendant of a saint king but embodies the very essence of the younger generation from beyond. Immortal, the son of a saint king, was said to have caused a stir upon his birth, a shroud of black mist enveloping his arrival. While seemingly unremarkable, this black mist is a harbinger of ill omen. For wherever it spreads, all life perishes, even the divine cannot withstand its encroachment. Losing their sentience, they succumb to darkness. Upon hearing Suzy's words, the talents of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were filled with dread. This was not merely the son of a saint king. His innate strength was already formidable, and now he bore an aura shrouded in mystery, instilling fear in all. The cultivation of a saint king traverses heaven and earth, their every action embodying the principles of the Tao. The son of a saint king, by virtue of that very identity, renders Immortal a figure of reverence, seeing the fear etched upon the faces of his own prodigies. Suzy furrowed his brow. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were already in a state of weakness, their foundations inferior to the foreign realm. His intention was to instill a sense of shame and encourage them to strive forward. Yet, it seemed this had backfired. Were it not for the purpose of nurturing Tianhuang, he would have considered annihilating these foreign beings outright. Particularly He Wu Shuang and He Wudi. Such ostentatious names were truly irksome. He Wu Shuang remained expressionless. Did they truly require 2 dilapidated imperial artifacts? No, mere fragments of imperial artifacts were insufficient to warrant Immortal's presence here. Their aim was to suppress the talents of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, instilling despair and demonstrating the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. They sought to instill fear, forcing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to live in perpetual dread for the next 500 years. Awaiting the arrival of the foreign realm, death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the knowledge of its impending arrival. The agonizing wait for death's approach. 500 years is ample time for us to ascend to realms currently beyond our reach. When that time comes, what is a mere saint to us? A young man behind Suzy spoke softly, his words resonating powerfully within the hearts of those present. This man, handsome and resolute, bore eyes that seemed to embody the cycles of the sun and moon, the unfolding of the cosmos, profound beyond measure. The previously despondent expressions of the 9 heavens and 10 earths prodigies brightened instantly. While others might falter, this young man possessed the potential to achieve greatness. He is none other than Tianhuang, Suzy's implicitly favored disciple. Though they had never formally acknowledged their relationship, it was forged in bonds deeper than mere titles. It is known that this young man, Tianhuang, possesses a talent that shakes the world, carving out his own path in this era. Such an existence is worthy of acclaim, transcending the ages. Provided he does not fall, his ascension to the realm of Saint King or even Emperor is a foregone conclusion. Ironically, such a prodigy faces relentless oppression from the various forces within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with some even seeking his demise. Were it not for Suzy's standing as one of the most powerful beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this youth would likely have long since met his end. Kun-yi, you shall engage in battle. Immortal commanded indifferently, seated in the void. Yes, Kun-yi replied respectfully, stepping forth into the abyss. The air is thick with the overwhelming force of law. Yet it has no effect on those beneath the sage. My name is Kun-yi. Who dares to meet their demise? Kun-yi's expression is one of arrogance, his face twisted in disdain as he regards the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths with mockery. As if they were naught but a flock of lowly creatures, easily extinguishable at his whim, I shall engage you. A thunderous shout erupts as Hou brandishes a silver spear, pointedly aimed at Kun-yi on the battlefield of Tianyuan. I, Hou, shall today His words are abruptly cut off by Kuan-yi. The names of the deceased are unworthy of my knowledge. A smirk of derision crosses Kuan-yi's face as he gazes at Hou-yu with utter contempt. You? Hou-yu's countenance darkens, his face reddening with indignation. Come and take my life. He harbors a breath of humiliation. Previously, he had been forced to vomit blood from a mere glance cast by immortal, a shameful disgrace. To be belittled by an obscure individual from a foreign realm only deepens his resentment. After all, he is renowned among the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He strikes first. The silver spear swiftly piercing the void, appearing before Kuan-yi with uncanny stealth. Kuan-yi remains unfazed, and the derision on his face intensifies. Prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Merely this. Just as the spear is about to pierce Kuan-yi's head, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The void before Kuan-yi begins to writhe, and the spear that should have struck him bizarrely reappears before Hou-yu's own head. In an instant, Hou-yu's expression shifts dramatically. Chapter 30. The Void Royal Clan. Hou-yu instinctively attempts to withdraw, but time is too brief. He cannot retract his spear in time. He knows his spear all too well. Once unleashed, it is difficult to reclaim in an instant. He cannot fathom how his spear could suddenly materialize before him. With confusion, endless unwillingness, and the sorrowful bloom of blood, his soul is extinguished. His head is pierced by his own spear. And he meets his end at his own hands. The art of void transposition, a secret of the Void Kuan clan, a royal family of the foreign realm, allows for the instantaneous relocation of space, rendering one unable to grasp or perceive it, enabling the stealthy redirection of an opponent's attack back upon themselves. It is a technique that leaves one utterly defenseless, Suzy spoke with a grave expression. Tinged with melancholy, the disparity in strength among the younger generation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is stark. He is reluctant to intervene, merely pretending to embody the stature of a great sage. The Void Kuan clan was once a prominent lineage within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet they have resolutely pledged allegiance to the foreign realm, a disgrace to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There, they have become a royal family, worshipped by myriad beings, regarding their former identity as denizens of the 9 heavens and 10 earths as a mark of shame. Tian Huang remains silent, for such traitors can only be cleansed by blood. Fool! Kuan-yi scoffs lightly, turning to retreat behind immortal. Heavenly Crane, the rest is yours. Strike fear into them. Immortal speaks with unwavering indifference. Understood, replies Heavenly Crane. Heavenly Crane? One should not underestimate him. He is the progeny of the great sage Heavenly Crane and one of the leaders among the young of the foreign realm. Possessing exceptional talent, the fact that such a prodigy obediently follows immortal's command speaks volumes. It necessitates a re-evaluation of immortal's stature. Tian Huang's expression grows solemn. Heavenly Crane, true to his name, has never tasted defeat since birth, his reputation soaring in the foreign realm, revered by countless prodigies. It is astonishing that someone so prideful would willingly heed immortal's orders. After all, the Crane family is not a royal family but an exalted imperial lineage. With ancestors who have borne true emperors, I shall come forth. A prodigy from the 9 heavens and 10 earths steps forward, gritting his teeth. I too shall join. Count me in. Before long, 8 prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths stand opposite Heavenly Crane. Make your move, otherwise your chance will slip away. Heavenly Crane remains unfazed before the 8 prodigies, embodying the pride of the imperial lineage, and he possesses an indomitable spirit. Nonsense. One of the prodigies manifests a bronze blade of unparalleled might. Emanating an overwhelming aura, he swings the blade towards Heavenly Crane, akin to a mountain seeking to crush him under its weight. Even the void struggles to withstand the blade's sharpness, fissures appearing in the fabric of space. Heavenly Crane remains composed, casually resting one hand behind his back. Just as the blade is about to descend upon his head, he makes his move. With no unnecessary flourish, a long, jade-like hand emerges from his wide sleeve. Grasping the bronze blade with ease, you seek death, the prodigy roars. Heavenly Crane dares to counter a void-grade weapon with his bare hands, despite being merely at the celestial god level. He perceives this as an affront and unleashes his full power. His intent sharpening the blade's lethality. This strike aims to make Heavenly Crane pay for his disdain. Clang. Contrary to expectations, Heavenly Crane does not fall victim to the strike. Instead, a piercing clash of metal rings out. Heavenly Crane's grip is unwavering, his fingers glowing with immense power as he channels his formidable prowess. Chapter 31. The illusion of exchange. He seeks to obliterate the bronze blade. The void distorts as cracks begin to form upon its surface, causing the prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to pale in disbelief. Is this Heavenly Crane truly at the celestial god level? To extinguish a void-grade weapon with his bare hands is nothing short of terrifying. Retreat! The prodigy, now gripped by fear, abandons his weapon, desperately attempting to flee. You shall not escape. Heavenly Crane's fingers converge, piercing the void. Drip, drip. The prodigy stands frozen, his gaze vacant as 2 fingers puncture his skull, his essence fracturing before bursting apart, reducing him to mere dust. What? The remaining 7 prodigies are struck with horror. Their cultivation levels are comparable to that of the fallen, and while they may be formidable, they are not overwhelmingly so. The realization that such prowess could not withstand a single strike from Heavenly Crane chills them to the bone. Return. You are no match. Tian Huang steps forward, prepared to engage. Come back. Continuing this way will only lead to needless sacrifice. Suzy sighs, lamenting the vast gulf in strength. He wishes to refrain from excessive interference in the development of a minor realm, his presence here already a significant concession, and he remains solely for Tian Huang's sake. Though reluctant, the 7 prodigies recognize the truth in Suzy's words. They cannot endure a single blow from the terrifying Heavenly Crane. They swiftly make their way towards Suzy. Leave as you please. To come and go at will? How laughable. This is a battlefield. A fight for life and death. Heavenly Crane's face contorts with derision. Suddenly, he vanishes into thin air. Splashes of blood fall from the void, severed limbs appearing as Heavenly Crane makes his move, claiming the life of a prodigy from the 9 heavens and 10 earths with each strike. Boom. Suzy radiates brilliance, his form aglow. 2 broken imperial artifacts unleash a dazzling light, illuminating the cosmos. With each step he takes, fragments of time swirl around him, covering distances that span myriad miles. He intends to rescue the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Though they may perish, it shall not be in vain at the hands of Heavenly Crane. Even in death, they must fall upon the battlefield against the foreign realm in the future. Moreover, they are promising talents from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, destined for great achievements. Suz, are you seeking death? Heavenly Crane stands amidst the void, his robes billowing. With a casual wave of his hand, the universe before Suzy erupts, a terrifying force instantly blocking his advance. Stand aside. Suzy let out a thunderous shout. His sleeve robe radiated light, as the aura of a great emperor was awakening within him. It was a fragment of a once mighty emperor's artifact coming back to life. After all, he was merely playing the role of a sage, not yet a great sage, and thus incapable of engaging in battle with one. He could only rely on the remnants of the emperor's artifact. It was a piece of sleeve robe, once worn by a great emperor, imbued with his blood and birthed with sentience. After countless millennia of being refined into an imperial artifact, it served as a protective charm. Yet now, it lay in tatters, reduced to a mere length of fabric. Though it still bore the essence of a great emperor, it had long since lost its former might. Suzy, you are truly courting death. He Shuang's expression was icy, his entire being stepping forth in an instant, covering an immense distance. This was not due to his speed. He merely manifested outside the abyss, avoiding the laws of that realm. Boom! He Shuang did not strike. His very presence was a form of intimidation. His immense power erupted, causing the void to shatter, as dark thunderbolts descended from the heavens, obliterating a towering cliff. The heavens roiled, and the clouds exploded in an instant. This was the essence of a great sage, not only marked by eternal life, but also by formidable means. He Shuang stood before the abyss, and Suzy halted his steps. He was in turmoil, hesitating. These were all good children. They should not perish here. He sensed He Shuang's overwhelming murderous intent. Yet if he acted, He Shuang would undoubtedly meet his end. The realms had changed dramatically. It had been countless years since a great sage had appeared. He was merely portraying a peak sage, not a great sage. Now, He Shuang's murderous intent was not only directed at him but also at Tian Huang. He could see that He Shuang's desire to kill Tian Huang surpassed even his own. This forced him to pause. Tian Huang was his most favored junior, without exception. Even the powerful prodigies of the Su clan could not compare. He only wished to protect Tian Huang. As for the world's fate, let it be in his eyes. If given time, Tian Huang would inevitably become one of the most formidable beings in existence. This, Suzy firmly believed. Thus, he hesitated. Alas, perhaps he was too soft-hearted. He would resort to subterfuge to safeguard their souls. Suzy sighed inwardly. Despite his constant emphasis on non-interference, when faced with this moment, he still made his move that, of course, his intervention was merely to make others believe these prodigies had perished, when in truth, he had covertly saved them. Chapter 32. The might of immortal crash. The last prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths fell, exploding into a stream of light. With Suzy's hesitation, 8 renowned prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths met their demise. Suzy howled skyward, consumed by rage. Secretly, several souls were drawn into the shattered emperor's artifact, nurturing them for rebirth. It would not be long before they could reconstruct their bodies using the imperial artifact. To hone Tian Huang, he had to feign indecision and refrain from rescuing these prodigies. Before Suzy, the cosmic galaxy erupted, as countless stars turned to dust at his roar. Director, I can still fight. The 9 heavens have not yet lost. Tian Huang stepped forward, approaching Suzy, his voice a whisper. He possessed an indomitable spirit, unwavering in his path, having never tasted defeat since his emergence, forging a uniquely invincible route. Born from obscurity, he battled against the 9 heavens with unparalleled prowess. Never viewing any foe he had bested as an equal, Tian Huang's expression grew somber. These were his dear friends. Among them, several had pledged to celebrate their return with a grand feast before they set out. But now, all had turned to fleeting memories. Invincible, step back. Immortal appeared on the battlefield, addressing He Wudi. He Wudi's gaze remained fixed on Tian Huang, sensing a hint of danger emanating from him. I can take him on, He Wudi insisted stubbornly. Step down. A glint of coldness flashed in Immortal's eyes. In that instant, He Wudi felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Within Immortal's being lay an indescribable aura of terror and might. Instilling fear in He Wudi, yes. He Wudi shuddered violently, lowering his proud head. Outside the abyss, He Shuang furrowed his brow slightly. He Wudi was his son, a leader among the young from their foreign realm. However, in the presence of Immortal, He Wudi displayed no trace of invincible demeanor, instead exhibiting trepidation. This displeased He Shuang immensely. His son, He Wudi, gifted with exceptional talent, bore the essence of an emperor. Was there any among them who was not an extraordinary prodigy? Yet before Immortal, he displayed such a disposition. Although Immortal was the direct descendant of the Sage King and deserved a degree of respect, there was no need for such subservience. For some reason, I feel an overwhelming urge to kill you. Your blood should taste exquisite. Immortal spoke softly to Tian Huang. Is that so? I feel the same. I truly wish to snap your neck, Tian Huang replied. His blood surged with vigor, alive with energy. The man before him was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered at the same level since his emergence. If he could defeat him, it would undoubtedly strike a blow against the formidable geniuses of the foreign realm, ensuring they would not underestimate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If he could eliminate this terrifying enemy now, the 9 heavens and 10 earths might have one less extreme threat in the future. Come back. Tian Huang resolutely stepped toward the battlefield of the abyss. Yet, as he took a step, he was halted by Suzy. The new director, Tian Huang looked at Suzy in confusion. It seems their goal today is you. It appears your exploits have been discovered. They wish to eliminate you swiftly. Even if you win now, you cannot kill Immortal. He has the backing of a great sage. He Shuang would never allow you to be slain before his eyes. The wrath of the Sage King is not something He Shuang could withstand. If you go, it would be a dead end. Stay back, and I can ensure you a century of peace to cultivate. Hearing Suzy's words, Tian Huang fell silent. Should he step out, he would either be killed by Immortal or face He Shuang's wrath, who would disregard the laws of the abyss to eliminate him. He was still too weak. Sound the border. Immortal commanded as he saw Tian Huang being restrained by Suzy. Boom, boom, boom. A billowing black tide surged from the direction of the foreign realm. Simultaneously, the earth trembled, as over 10 powerful auras shot skyward from the foreign realm, illuminating the heavens as if they were suns. An overwhelming pressure from the sages blanketed the land. The resplendent sages, radiant as the sun, made Tianhuang feel as if he would shatter under their oppressive aura. Fortunately, Suzy stood beside him, fending off the pressure. Suzy's expression turned grave. Were the sages from the foreign realm attempting to forcefully cross the abyss? Did they not fear backlash? Some sages questioned in disbelief. Will the Border King intervene this time? Murmured someone in the crowd. The Border King? It has been hundreds of years since the last intervention. Whether he still exists is uncertain, someone sighed. Regardless, it appears the foreign realm is coming on strong. Everyone, prepare for battle, an elderly sage declared, instilling fear. To the death, to the death. Countless voices echoed resolutely. This was a battle to defend their homeland. They would not regret death. To the death? Are you worthy? A mocking voice rang out unexpectedly in an instant. The soldiers atop the city walls all turned their gazes towards the figure that had emitted a sound. It was an elderly woman with a head full of silver hair, her hunched back supported by a golden serpent-headed scepter. She appeared to tremble, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, as if she might extinguish at any moment. Yet, upon recognizing her, the soldiers chose silence. There was no other reason. This old woman had devoted her entire life to the borderlands, her achievements monumental. She possessed the authority to address any individual present. Alas! Regardless of the circumstances, prepare yourselves for a fierce battle, my comrades. All living beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths have placed their hopes upon us. I implore you all, upon concluding her words. Lady Serpent bowed deeply to the soldiers at the border. A profound shock reverberated through the hearts of the soldiers. Here was a revered sage, bowing to them today. An indescribable pang of bitterness spread within them, realizing that this time, the 9 heavens and 10 earths might truly face a catastrophic war. Yet, they felt no fear. For the mountains and rivers behind them, for the families they cherished, they were willing to fight to the death. Observing Lady Serpent's declarations, the eyes of the sages shimmered with intensity. Indeed, Lady Serpent was a venerable sage. Her every word and action could galvanize the spirits of the troops, elevating morale to unprecedented heights. If the great sage resolved to strike the gates, the border would be in peril. A youth gazing towards a foreign land conveyed a message to all the sages. Even if they faced retribution, even if they were to perish as a consequence, it would assuredly be only after all the sages of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had fallen. At that time, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would fall into ruin, reduced to a mere breeding ground for foreign invaders. The youth, known as Yu-E, appeared youthful with delicate features, yet his eyes held the weight of countless hardships, as if he had undergone 100 tribulations and emerged reborn as a boy. Despite his youthful visage, his cultivation was unfathomably deep. It was said that he was but a half-step away from touching the realm of the great sage, an ancient entity contemporaneous with Lady Serpent. Will those from that realm truly not appear? One sage asked, unwilling to accept the reality. Why, Yu Sheng? You possess imperial lineage and are always well informed. Please enlighten us. Appear? Yu-E replied. Do you truly believe they would care for the lives of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Or are you still placing your hopes in others? Are you entrusting your lives to the whims of others? Have you lived long enough to become a fool? Lady Serpent slammed her golden serpent-headed scepter against the void, her voice laced with indignation. Her temper was notoriously fierce, especially upon hearing that someone dared to place the fate of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the hands of the nebulous realms beyond. She felt both anger for their helplessness and sorrow for their misfortune. The sage's face flushed crimson, wishing to retort, yet he restrained himself. Lady Serpent stood at the pinnacle of sagehood, her combat prowess terrifying beyond measure. Far beyond his capability to contend with, I do not seek you all to fight for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I merely hope that some among you will not hinder our efforts. Otherwise, I shall strike down any who do. Lady Serpent's murderous intent was evident as she addressed certain sages. Chapter 34. Fiercely malevolent. He who is without equal. Some sages' gazes flickered but quickly vanished. Yu-E remained composed, refraining from speech. Everyone knew that the Yu clan possessed the Emperor's Cave, and within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they had virtually no rivals. It was also said that the Yu clan was descended from the emperors of ancient times. though the reasons for their exile to the 9 heavens and 10 earths remained unclear. However, no one doubted their imperial lineage. Some sages longed to extract the answers they sought from Yue, yet it was evident that he was disinclined to speak. All were aware that even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths fell, the Yu clan might remain unscathed, for they were descendants of emperors. And even foreign realms would have to weigh their power carefully. Suddenly, the void rippled, and Suzy appeared on the city walls alongside Tian Huang. "Director Su, why are only the two of you back? Where are the others?" a sage inquired hastily. Among the 10 prodigies, one was his descendant, a talent of remarkable promise who was expected to ascend to sagehood. Could it be? Lady Serpent's expression grew grave in an instant. She feared that all those prodigies had perished. "Are the foreign prodigies truly that formidable?" Lady Serpent questioned. "Formidable?" Suzy chuckled bitterly. "He who is without equal single-handedly battled the 8 prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And none could withstand even a single move." Suz shook his head. "What? One person against 8? In the same realm?" a sage asked incredulously. "Suz, are you certain? Was it truly in the same realm?" It was known that these individuals were the cream of the crop among the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A distinguished group. Both think that one could fend off 8 in the same realm without a single defeat. How terrifying was he who is without equal? He who is without equal is not the most frightening. Mo Tianxia is the true terror. Perhaps I could contend with him evenly, Tian Huang remarked pensively. In that moment, Lady Serpent's eyes widened with excitement as she swiftly appeared beside Tian Huang, gripping his arm. "Excellent. Our 9 heavens also possess a unicorn child." Some sages wore dark expressions. Their descendants had perished on the battlefield, while only Tian Huang returned unscathed. "So, you've indeed crossed paths with he who is without equal?" a sage pressed, his aura surging as he directed his inquiry toward Tian Huang. Tian Huang frowned slightly. This sage's lineage had a significant grudge against him and had always sought to eliminate him. Now, seizing upon the deaths of his descendants, they aimed to directly confront him. "King Sage, I urge you to maintain decorum." Suzy stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his sage pressure, shattering King Tianho's oppressive aura. Simultaneously, this pressure bore down upon King Tianho himself. "Suzy, you?" King Tianho spat blood, staring at Suzy in horror. Beside him, Yu Yi's eyes flashed with a certain brilliance. Suz's cultivation evidently harbored considerable depth. After the flash of brilliance, Yu Yi maintained his composure, speaking little. This Suzy was a newcomer, seemingly youthful, yet his actual age was indiscernible. It was clear that he had emerged from obscurity, possessing terrifying strength. "I have not engaged in combat," Tian Huang stated honestly. "Absurd. This is preposterous. You claim to have not fought yet speak of contending evenly?" King Tianho erupted with laughter. He believed that Suzy had safeguarded Tian Huang. "Suzy, as a fellow prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, why do you only protect Tian Huang? Do the other prodigies not deserve your protection? If you truly wish to act, you could have saved them all. Why did you not?" King Tianho bellowed. He was not merely referring to the descendants of his own family, but also implicating others, eager to see if Suzy would dare stand against 3 great sages. "Indeed, no matter what, Tian Huang must not die," Suzy stated tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. "Suzy, while it is commendable that you regard Tian Huang as a personal disciple, how can you commit such a heinous act? Our family's younger generation has had some conflicts with Tian Huang, but how can you condemn them to death? Is it to pave the way for Tian Huang?" King Tianho demanded, insisting upon an explanation. Suzy's words cut sharply. "Oh? What do you intend to do? Declare war against me?" As Suzy's tone shifted, the air fell silent. King Tianho suddenly found himself like a duck with its throat grasped. Stammering without a response, "If you dare not fight, then silence yourself. Since when have I needed to provide explanations for my actions? If you wish to fight, then let us engage," Suzy declared, his fighting spirit soaring once more. King Tianho wilted, unwilling to engage in combat with Suzy again. The other 2 sages remained silent throughout, showing no inclination to question Suzy, which incensed King Tianho further. It was not that the director would not assist, but rather that they were shielded by a great sage. Tian Huang, unwilling to let Suzy bear the blame, immediately spoke up. "Humph, then tell me, which great sage from the foreign realm is providing support?" King Tianho sneered, a great sage, he who is without equal. The words slowly escaped Tian Huang's lips. Chapter 35. The Eve of War. What? He who is without equal. The great sage who once had a sage king wished to take him as a disciple but was rejected? All present sages were visibly moved. He who is without equal was a figure of infamy. With a staggering blood debt to his name, in the last epoch, he had single-handedly slain countless beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake, he had nearly forged a half-king artifact from the blood of millions, though he ultimately failed. Despite this failure, the power of that cursed artifact was unparalleled. Capable of suppressing most sage artifacts, it truly is he who is without equal. A sage lamented, in light of this, we have wronged Brother Su. The other 2 sages who had lost descendants echoed the sentiment. Given that their foe had he who is without equal backing them, it was a miracle they had returned at all. Most critically, that immortal exuded an aura of divine terror, as though an ancient beast lay dormant within him. Poised to seize upon any opportunity, Tian Huang hesitated momentarily before speaking again. What? The expressions of Lady Serpent and the others turned grave. The name of Tian Huang has echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And even these saints have heard of it numerous times. They must acknowledge that in this realm, Tian Huang truly stands as a figure of paramount stature. The fact that such an existence cannot discern a being from a different domain of the same realm left them all astounded. This individual is immortal, the son of the Saint King. Though he resides in the celestial god realm, his profound foundation, coupled with the direct tutelage of the Saint King and an abundance of rare heavenly materials and treasures, has rendered him unparalleled. Currently, you merely lack in foundation. Hone yourself, unleash your potential, and in the future, you may well contend against him, Su Zi said gently to Tian Huang. He harbored great expectations for Tian Huang, hoping for him to become invincible and carve his own legendary name. With a deep breath, Tian Huang nodded slowly. He was confident that he was not inferior to anyone in the same realm, even the Saint King's legitimate son, immortal. Boom! The ancient war drums, resonant and thunderous, stirred the blood within. These drums were crafted from the hide of an ancient wild bull slain by a formidable being in antiquity. Their sound like thunder, capable of quickening one's blood and enhancing combat prowess by 30%, providing a rare collective boon, a truly exceptional magical artifact. Prepare for battle. Su Zi was the first to ascend into the heavens, gazing beyond the abyss where dark clouds roiled and boundless armies surged forth. Behind the multitude, a series of formidable auras tore through the heavens, each akin to ancient deities, coldly surveying the scene. These were the saints from a foreign realm, each exuding disdain and indifference. Above the great saints awaited in the abyss. While all beneath the great saints entered the battlefield of the abyss, O Tianxia's gaze was frigid as he addressed the border stronghold. Without hesitation, he began to traverse towards the border. Several saints silently followed in his wake. The rules of the abyss battlefield were as treacherous as the sea. Those above the saint level would inevitably suffer backlash, while those below, including saints, could traverse safely. This was why immortal had instructed the great saints to wait outside. Above the abyss floated a dilapidated palace, marred by countless weapon imprints, sword cuts, axe marks, and spear holes, all bearing the scars of battle. It was said these were left by the Saint King, who had paid a heavy price before retreating. The current state of the palace was one of eerie silence, as if no life remained within, resembling a ghost town. In fact, both the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the foreign realms, believed that the sealed king-level power within had long since departed. Yet, none dared to assault it directly. They were uncertain, wary even, for this was a palace that had compelled the Saint King to withdraw. Who were they to challenge it? Thus, the foreign army averted their gaze from the dilapidated palace, heading straight for the border walls. Did you not claim that you would send forth the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to spar with those of the foreign realm? And in return, grant us centuries of peace? Wang Tianho's voice trembled as he inquired loudly. This time, the foreign realm's advance was fierce, unprecedented in scale for centuries. Even as a saint, he felt a chill of trepidation. In the abyss, you have one who fled without fighting, disregarding the rules. Thus, today, we must declare war. If you will not abide by the rules, then let blood repay blood. Immortal's face flashed with mockery. Who are you? How dare you speak in the presence of the saints? A member of the Wang family rebuked Tianxia loudly. I am Tianxia, Tianhuang said lightly. What? A member of the Wang family? A cultivator of the first stage of evasion, gasped in disbelief, retreating several steps, his face a mask of shock and fear. He was indeed a cultivator of the first stage of evasion. Although he had no hope of reaching the saint realm in this lifetime, he was still the strongest beneath the saints. Yet here he was, intimidated by a mere celestial god realm junior, drawing scorn from onlookers. Tianxia, our 9 heavens and 10 earths boast vast resources and countless prodigies. If you wish to spar, we can always send forth more prodigies to contest with those from the foreign realm. But you must withdraw your troops, Wang Tianhou declared upon hearing Tianxia's bizarre justification for attacking the border of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Losing a few prodigies is nothing if it means the foreign realm will retreat. How dare you, Saint Wang? Are you using the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths as bargaining chips? Lady, she exclaimed in frustration. In truth, Saint Wang's words were not without merit. Another saint spoke up. I too concur. More and more saints voiced their agreement. Among the 10 saints at the border of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, half expressed support for this course of action. Yue and 2 other saints remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing, while only Lady Shi and Suzy voiced their dissent. It need not be so complicated. Tianxia proclaimed from the void, addressing the 10 saints on the border. Simply hand over Tianhuang, and I, Tianxia, can guarantee 500 years of peace at the border. This. The eyes of Wang Tianhou and the other 5 saints erupted with astonishment. This was the turning point. Can you truly guarantee it? Wang Tianhou asked eagerly. 500 years of peace was enough to sway their hearts. As for what might transpire 500 years hence, perhaps reinforcements from the 4 seas and 8 desolations would emerge. Who could say for certain? Impossible. Suzy declared resolutely. Suzy, do you not consider the 9 heavens and 10 earths? 500 years is ample time to alter many circumstances. After 500 years, should reinforcements arrive from the 4 seas and 8 desolations, we can endure, a saint stated directly. Tianxia's proposal stirred their hearts. While Tianhuang was indeed remarkable, an unrefined prodigy was merely a pawn. Who would dare to harm him? I shall slay whoever dares. Suzy manifested a half-section of an imperial artifact, his hair billowing, the aura of a peak saint laid bare. Friend, it would be wise to yield him up. Yue, who had remained silent thus far, spoke softly to Yue, do you too seek to obstruct me? Suzy's power surged as he glared at Yue, exuding an air of imminent conflict. Friend, it may not even require 500 years. I can assure you that all predicaments will be resolved by then. Yue replied calmly. Though he bore the visage of youth, the saints present dared not underestimate him. Yue, I am aware that your Yu clan possesses a so-called Emperor's Cave, with profound depth, yet I, Suzy, do not fear, he proclaimed, opting to rely on his own strength to withstand the Yu clan's might. Oh, friend, you are treading on perilous ground. Yue seemed to be muttering to himself, shaking his head in dismay for Suzy. He was only aware of some of Suzy's past, but in recent years, Suzy had hidden himself too well. Moreover, they had yet to ascertain from where Suzy had emerged, as if he had materialized from thin air, without any trace. How disgraceful, to demand the prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths as a trade for peace. Lady Shi, her face lined with fury, was incensed. She stood resolutely alongside Suzy. Theo Barter, the prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths for 500 years of peace at the border was something they could not condone. If war was to come, then let it be. Simultaneously, both Suzy and Lady Shi understood deeply that the foreign realm was not merely intent on slaying Tianhuang. They valued his potential, seeking to assimilate him. The fact that the foreign realm held him in such high regard, while their own saints contemplated handing him over, was utterly ludicrous. Suzy became even more resolute. He would not act hastily. For these individuals were beyond redemption. Even if it meant risking the lives of these saints, granting Tianhuang a few hundred years would suffice for him to grow to a level that would instill terror in the foreign realm. Yet, these individuals were short-sighted, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Suzy felt compelled to have a moment of enlightenment, to ascend to the rank of Saint King, and then take Tianhuang away. But for now, he needed to ignite Tianhuang's potential. Observing the tense atmosphere, Tianxia found amusement in the unfolding drama. He did not urge them onward, but but instead reveled in the spectacle. Su Zi and Lady Shi were not mistaken. Mo Tianxia did not wish to kill Tian Huang, but rather to recruit him as a subordinate. Leave Tian Huang to me, Yui said. Point two of you will restrain Lady Shi, while the other two will escort Tian Huang away. Tian Huang sighed deeply. In the face of overwhelming power, he felt utterly insignificant, like an object whose fate lay in the hands of others. He despised this sensation. Boom! Yui, how dare you? Suzy erupted, seemingly holding nothing back. His right arm radiated light, a hint of imperial pressure awakening within, as a beam of celestial light descended upon Yui. Yui's expression grew grave as he regarded the unadorned celestial light descending upon him. He understood that Suzy was unleashing his full power, aiming for a decisive strike to safeguard Tian Huang. Celestial finger of guidance. Yui's heart glowed, a bloodied finger emerging from his chest. As soon as this finger appeared, a wave of imperial pressure swept through the assembly, threatening to collapse the very void. Merely a finger, yet it exuded such terror. An imperial finger, a fragment of an emperor's might. This is still a result of you not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, they would have shattered into pieces the very moment the finger appeared. Suzy, with his flowing black hair and radiant eyes, realized that the opportunity had come, and if one were to act, it must be done in full. This severed finger was obtained by Yui in the cave of the great emperor of the Yu clan. He had been nurturing it within himself, continuously infusing it with his own essence blood. He hoped to preserve the essence of imperial Tao within it, ready to unleash it as a formidable weapon when necessary. In truth, it indeed was in a realm devoid of great saints. A mere finger of a great emperor constituted a terrifying weapon capable of overwhelming virtually any powerhouse in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regrettably, he encountered Suzy, a saint king hailing from the vastness of the 4 seas and 8 desolations, and notably the youngest among them. This is merely a fragmented artifact left behind by your great emperor during his battles in foreign realms. Even as a shattered relic, to use it against someone of your ilk would be to tarnish the great emperor's renown. Suzy soothed the tattered sleeve of the great emperor's artifact, which trembled as if yearning to come alive. Suzy could sense the emotions of this broken relic, an intense unwillingness, as if questioning whether its master had fought to protect only this kind of individual. Everyone else failed to notice Suzy's words. You 9 heavens and 10 earths, come, let me witness what kind of heritage the descendants of the legendary great emperor possess. Suzy radiated light. Standing tall, adorned in shimmering white armor that glimmered with a resplendent glow, presenting an extraordinary sight. His aura surged higher, nearing the threshold of the great saint realm, yet he remained halted. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to cause the expressions of Wang Tianhou and the other saints to drastically change. They dared not act against Tian Huang at this moment. They would wait until Yui subdued Suzy before daring to make a move. Otherwise, under Suzy's current state, eliminating them would be as easy as lifting a finger. Despite their status as saints, the disparity between saints was indeed substantial. They were acutely aware that beings of Suzy's caliber were exceedingly rare, with scarcely a few to be found throughout the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fellow Taoist, are you truly prepared to fight to the death? Yui inquired, a frown creasing his brow. He merely sought to block Suzy, with no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, at this moment, Suzy erupted with a desire to kill. Fight to the death? Yui, do you deem yourself worthy? Suzy responded with an air of dominance. Arrogant. Yui's youthful visage bore a hint of anger. Although he appeared youthful, his age was astonishing, placing him among the foremost of the assembled saints. Having practiced certain imperial laws, he had undergone a rejuvenation process, aspiring to achieve a miraculous feat and break into the great saint realm. However, he had remained stagnant, just a step away for tens of thousands of years. How audacious! Suzy, do you truly believe yourself invincible? How could my Yu clan's ancestors be so easily disparaged? How could my Yu clan's Saint King be challenged by you? It has been many years since anyone dared to declare war on my Yu clan. You are the first. Your blood shall serve as a testament to the world that the Yu clan must not be insulted. An elderly man with silver hair, exuding authority, declared from behind Yui. His name was Yu Fan, Yui's grandson, donning a golden robe and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. He was the current clan leader of the Yu clan, with strength just shy of reaching the saint realm, marking him as a formidable opponent. Let us proceed, boy. Seeing that Su Zi was restrained by his own ancestor while Shi Taijun was held back by Wang Tianhou and the other saints, Yu Fan stepped forward, striding towards Tian Huang. He extended a hand, reminiscent of a fan, reaching directly for Tian Huang. With saints occupied, this invincible being below the saint realm had no difficulty dealing with Tian Huang. His palm radiated light, imbued with binding magical energy, intending to imprison Tian Huang and deliver him to Immotientia. A smile graced Yu Fan's lips, for this young man was finally destined to perish. Begone! Su Zi waved a hand, unleashing the laws of the saints like a vast ocean towards Yu Fan. In an instant, Yu Fan was obliterated, lacking even the time to react, though not presumed to challenge me. Even if you were a saint, you would still lack the qualifications to act so brazenly before me. Su Zi spoke nonchalantly, yet his words were laced with dominance. This declaration served as a clarion call to all saints, despite their status. Su Zi could eliminate them with ease. Su Zi, do you truly disregard my Yu clan? Yu, appearing as a youth who had emerged from the cycle of reincarnation, emanated an indescribable aura of intimidation. At this moment, with his grandson ruthlessly slain by Su Zi, he had touched upon his forbidden line. Chapter 38. The saints unite to suppress Su Zi. Simultaneously, they had also touched upon the forbidden line of the Yu clan. The Yu clan was undoubtedly the dominant force in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For many years, no one had dared to provoke them. A saying circulated within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Those of the Yu clan live well. Their enemies repent in the cycle of reincarnation. It was a declaration of arrogance and dominance, epitomizing the essence of the Yu clan. Yet today, they faced a formidable adversary. Yu ceased all unnecessary talk, and the finger radiating the pressure of the great emperor suddenly erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. This light coalesced from the rules of the great emperor, resembling a sword piercing through heaven and earth. It was a lethal strike from the realm of the great emperor, one that no saint could withstand. Su Zi stepped forward, fragments of time swirling around him. It appeared as if he had broken through his own limits. His speed skyrocketing, a resolute determination propelled him forward, undergoing a transformation. His entire being glowed, and he extended his palm, daring to confront the great emperor's rules with sheer physicality. Arrogance, ignorance of death, Yu scoffed. This is a lethal strike from the realm of the great emperor. Which saint would dare to block it? And to face it with mere flesh? Even great saints or saint kings would not dare. Yet Su Zi chose an unconventional path, opting to endure it with his body. Taking risks, he sought to refine his flesh at the crucible of the great emperor's rules. Was the director truly about to take that step? Tian Huang appeared exceptionally invigorated. The director had stated that he had waited for centuries, lacking only an opportunity, a complete opportunity within the rules of the great emperor. Now this opportunity had manifested. The severed finger unleashed a sword light from the great emperor that surged directly into Su Zi's palm. Su Zi offered no resistance. In an instant, his hand was consumed and obliterated by the overwhelming sword energy. Vanishing entirely, the wound was saturated with the sword energy of the great emperor, preventing any recovery. Subsequently, the sword energy burrowed into Su Zi's dantian, aiming to shatter it and render him powerless. Cough. Su Zi spat upon witnessing the emergence of Tian Huang. The saints collectively ceased their actions. For them, Su Zi's demise was a foregone conclusion. Continuing the fight would bear little significance. Master, Tian Huang softly called out, marking the first time he addressed Su Zi as such. Resolutely, he turned to face Immotientia. 5 centuries without war. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Immotientia nodded. Chapter 39. A living king. Very well. I shall not require their escort. I shall go myself. With that declaration, Tian Huang stepped down from the city wall. He possessed an unyielding spirit, being a descendant of the border king, and he bore an indomitable pride. He had journeyed to this moment without a single defeat, having vanquished countless formidable foes and emerged from the desolate mountains. Now, his military achievements were illustrious, having bested more than a dozen royal and imperial heirs from beyond the realm. His extraordinary talent had him fighting fiercely across the heavens and earth. Yet, those so-called human saints standing upon the city walls sought to deliver him into the hands of his enemies. Tian Huang was acutely aware of the fate that awaited him beyond the border. Let us bid farewell to Tian Huang. The city gates swung wide open, and countless soldiers emerged, shouting fervently, they acted of their own volition, voicing their discontent on Tianhuang's behalf. However, they were powerless, left only with this fervent outcry to send him off. Alas, he is an unparalleled prodigy of our 9 heavens. Perhaps he will forge a legendary tale. And yet to be cast into foreign lands seems an immense pity. A fearful, aged cultivator beneath the border walls sighed softly. This may very well chill the hearts of many. Tianhuang's military prowess was renowned, and he was the direct descendant of the president of the Heavenly Tao Academy, capable of withstanding the might of imperial and royal bloodlines from beyond the realm, which spoke volumes. Tianhuang, you must not go. Someone atop the city gate cried out, unable to contain their sorrow. Yet, Tianhuang remained steadfast, resolutely stepping towards the direction of the foreign lands. He knew that this journey would likely end in calamity. The worst outcome would not merely be death, but rather a fate worse than death, tortured by those from beyond. Farewell, my kin of the Border King. Tianhuang saluted towards the heavens. Above the abyss, a palace floated, serving as the primary line of defense, guarding the border against the formidable saints and royal beings from beyond, preventing their entry into the Tianyuan. Boom! The floating palace seemed to wail and tremble, as if indignant over the injustice faced by Tianhuang. Could it be that there were still living beings within? Were they still safeguarding this place? One saint expressed his incredulity. For years, they had never witnessed any being emerge from the palace. They had presumed it devoid of life, for even they, as saints, could not sense any vitality within. How ridiculous! Within the floating palace, a hoarse voice echoed in every ear, sounding harsh and obscure, as if it belonged to one who had long been silent. Is that a living Border King? Someone gasped in disbelief. Even the 8 saints blocking Susie and the Lady Snake felt a chill run down their spines at the revelation that a king yet lived. I care not for your struggles for power behind me, nor for your branding of my clan as a cursed lineage, but you must not place my kin, a peerless prodigy, in peril. As he spoke, the palace above the abyss began to tremble violently, as though suppressing some powerful emotion. The living Border King, the Border King still lives, the Lady Snake, her face lined with age, suddenly brightened with hope. Yet, the saints, including you, felt their expressions change drastically. Chapter 40. Tianhuang. I protect you, Border King. I understand that Tianhuang is your kin, but you must consider. Is it worth it to exchange Tianhuang for 500 years of peace? Wang Tianhou interjected. His words were clear, implying that protecting Tianhuang showed a disregard for the lives of the cultivators of the border, thereby coercing the Border King. It would be wise for you to remain silent whilst I speak. Boom! The Border King declared, as a massive hand shot forth from the palace towards Wang Tianhou atop the city wall. Border King. How dare you? Wang Tianhou exclaimed, angered that the Border King would resort to such a humiliating display. He summoned a golden turtle shell, an incredible defensive artifact, which expanded and radiated golden light, enveloping him in a protective aura. However, it seemed the Border King already knew the outcome and paid no further heed. Break! Wang Tianhou unleashed his full saintly power, realizing that failure to do so might cost him his life. Even with the turtle shell, he sensed it would not suffice as he acted. A wave of dread washed over him. For this strike was merely a casual gesture from the Border King. The crowd around him was struck with horror. This was the essence of a saint. In that moment, as Wang Tianhou unleashed his power, they felt as if they were suffocating. Wang Tianhou, radiant as the sun, exuded a pressure that could shatter them with the slightest touch. Fortunately, nearby saints managed to mitigate this overwhelming force. Slap, bang. Even with all his might, Wang Tianhou's expression changed drastically upon contact with the hand, for the turtle shell shattered instantly. The blow struck his face, obliterating half of it and leaving him in a state of utter despair. Border King, you humiliate me, he cried out, flung backward in a pitiful manner. Indeed, the Border King had no intention of killing him. This strike was merely a warning. As for the reason behind his restraint, perhaps only the Border King himself understood. Nearby, the Saint of the Yu clan observed this scene, his eyes flickering as if witnessing an unfolding transformation, ultimately fading into nothingness. It would be wise to maintain your silence whilst I speak. Or else. Death. The voice of the Border King resonated once more, causing a profound stillness among all beings at the border. Was the Border King truly preparing to take action? Who was Wang Tianhou? He was a renowned sage among the nine heavens, a formidable figure. Yet now he could only endure the humiliation of silence. His eyes brimmed with resentment, as if he bore a grudge against the Huangmai clan. The younger generation of the Wang family had all fallen before him, and now, an elder had emerged, effortlessly rendering him defenseless. You may now reveal your choice to this king. I can safeguard you. They would not dare to lay a hand on you. The voice of the border king echoed in everyone's ears again. The saints suppressing Snake Taijun and Suzy turned their gazes towards Tianhuang. Recognizing this as an exceptional opportunity to eliminate him, should they let it slip, future chances would be scarce. Tianhuang, trade your existence for 500 years of peace at the border. Your merit shall be known throughout the world. One of the saints could not suppress his sinister remark. If Tianhuang did not venture into the outer realms, the ensuing conflicts would inevitably stem from him alone. It must be said that this old sage harbored deep schemes. Will the people of that place emerge 500 years hence? The border king could not help but scoff. How many years have I guarded the border? I cannot recall. Which of the 6 kings of the border did not forsake life and death to defend this place? You know in your heart whether those people will emerge. Now, only I remained. At this point, the border king sighed with a sense of solitude and melancholy. Originally, 6 sovereigns had protected the border, but now only he was left. The other 5 having long since perished. Yet they had all been powerful figures of the Huangmai, having sacrificed their homes to guard the frontier, only for their kin to suffer unequal treatment. This incited the last remaining border king's fury, urging him towards rage. As long as you are unwilling, I can guarantee 500 years of peace at the border, and no one will dare to harm you or your family. You may choose with peace of mind. The border king spoke to Tianhuang. He wished to alleviate any psychological burden Tianhuang might carry, directly dispelling his concerns. Tianhuang felt a tremor throughout his being. The living border king possessed the confidence to withstand the enemies from the outer realms for 500 years. With such assurance, there was no need for him to venture into the outer realms. Border king, will this not burden you with an irreversible weight? Tianhuang raised his head to gaze at the floating palace. Foolish child, the 6 kings of Huangmai came here with no intention of leaving alive. Today, some have dared to extend their hands towards the unparalleled talents of my clan. If I remain silent, they will truly believe my clan is finished. Child, my presence here is my mission, a promise to the 5 fallen border kings. You are still young. You need not bear such a weight. If you cannot even protect your own kin, even if you become an eternal powerhouse, your heart will tremble when you turn back, only to find your loved ones gone. The border king implored. He wished to dissuade Tianhuang from taking this step, as they awaited death in the front while being relentlessly suppressed from behind. Could such a thing be done by a human? Indeed, they were merely waiting for death, for they all knew that the heavenly abyss would one day shatter, and when that day came, the foreign saints would descend in person. Even the border king would be powerless against so many saints. Their current existence was merely to maintain the power of the heavenly abyss, yet one day, the laws of the abyss would dissipate. And when that time came, the border would be left unguarded and utterly defenseless. The last remaining border king was merely confident in maintaining the heavenly abyss for 500 years, believing that no foreign saint would arrive within that time frame. Even if a saint wished to come now, the cost would be beyond what they could bear, despite their status. Such a cost was exceedingly heavy. Otherwise, the saints would have long since shattered the heavenly abyss. The fact that the saints had yet to act only underscored that the price was one they were reluctant to pay lightly. Tianhuang felt a heaviness in his heart. The border kings were resolutely guarding this place with the certainty of death. They had sacrificed so much for the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Yet how did the 9 heavens and 10 lands ultimately treat them? They ruthlessly suppressed the descendants of their clan, causing the Huangmai to continuously decline. The so-called cost of becoming powerful was the loss of loved ones. Even as one became strong enough to guard the border, their own kin were relentlessly oppressed, even mercilessly erased. Was this truly what he desired? Tianhuang could not help but ask himself, if it were for the sake of the border, he had nothing to say. However, this was evidently an excuse concocted by Wang Tianhou and others to send him into the outer realms. He understood better than anyone that entering the outer realms was a perilous venture. Those formidable figures would undoubtedly not spare him to secure 500 years of peace at the border. He would willingly plunge into the outer realms, yet these people sought to deliver him to the foreign lands for their own selfish desires. Now that the Border King had promised to safeguard the border for 500 years, Tianhuang's resolve began to solidify. What a group of vile faces! Since the Border King assured the protection of the border for 500 years, perhaps he need not venture into the outer realms after all. Tianhuang first cast a scornful glance at Wang Tianhou and others with whom he had grievances. Naturally, young friend need not proceed any longer, Snake Taijun remarked with a smile, looking at Tianhuang. The words of the Border King not only instilled confidence in Tianhuang but also reassured saints like Snake Taijun. As long as the opposing great saints and royal saints did not come, everything could be negotiated, and the border would undoubtedly endure for 500 years. 500 years may seem long, but it could pass in the blink of an eye. Chapter 41. Susie kills. A soft sigh resonated, causing a chill to run down the spines of all present. They were far too familiar with the voice of the one who sighed. Was that not Susie's voice? No, you, a peak sage, can hardly be considered a great sage. Do you truly believe you can withstand an attack manifested by a great emperor's finger? Are you jesting? Wang Tianhou and the others felt their necks stiffen as they slowly turned to look in Susie's direction. To their astonishment, although Susie remained seated, the injuries he had sustained earlier had completely healed. That was the power of the great emperor's laws. How could a sage survive under such authority? Moreover, he had fully recovered. Master, Tianhuang exclaimed, his expression filled with delight as he gazed at Susie. I merely wish to help you see the world clearly. There are those worth risking your life to protect, but they certainly are not these people. Susie pointed at Wang Tianhou and the other saints as he addressed Tianhuang. You would trade your existence to venture into the outer realms in exchange for peace for 500 years. While these rodents enjoy their comfort in the rear, Tianhuang, one must think critically. Do you truly believe they can advance against us now? If they had the capability to attack, would they need to negotiate with you? Susie's words, slow yet deliberate, caused the heartbeats of those present to synchronize with his pace. Susie, you must not speak such nonsense. Everything we do is for the sake of the border. 500 years is sufficient for us to await rescue. Wang Tianhou retorted directly, you, a coward fearing for your life, do not consider how to break the deadlock, yet you place your hopes in others? Truly hopeless. Susie shook his head, looking at them as if they were dead men walking. Friend, have you gone too far? Since the Border King has proclaimed he can protect the border for 500 years, Tianhuang naturally need not venture into the outer realms. Yi's expression shifted between gloom and brightness as he spoke in a low voice. He longed to maintain his previous calm demeanor, yet found it impossible. He realized he could not see through Susie any longer. This Susie had truly succeeded in transforming through the great emperor's laws. His essence deep and unfathomable, with no visible end. All the saints were left in a daze. Could it be possible to operate in such a manner? Especially Yu-E. He was eager to experiment. For Susie's successful transformation lay before his eyes. Tianhuang, you may choose to remain here. I assure you that for 500 years, no one shall dare to touch you, if it is a matter of the same realm. I shall not intervene. If it is a certain old fool being disrespectful, I would not hesitate to eradicate his clan. Susie's voice was gentle, yet it bore an unparalleled dominance. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all the saints changed dramatically. They understood that Susie had transformed, but they could not discern the specific level he had reached. At the very least, he had attained the level of a great sage. Susie, what do you mean by this? Do you mean to imply that we are utterly inadequate? Moreover, are you truly willing to turn the 9 heavens and 10 lands into a battlefield for the sake of a Tianhuang? Can you bear to see our warriors from the 9 heavens and 10 lands perish on the battlefield? Wang Tianhou, whose wounds were slowly healing, appeared exceedingly eerie at that moment, despite half of his body still bleeding. He stood forth, embodying righteousness as if he genuinely cared for the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That, of course, before that, I must deal with a few yapping dogs. Susie suddenly recalled something and declared. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Susie, do you dare, friend? Hold on. Wang Tianhou's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. Wang Yuyi's face also shifted as he called out loudly. Wang Tianhou and the other saints were, strictly speaking, aligned with him. Now that Wang Tianhou was in peril, he ought to step forward to defend him. Otherwise, the other saints would become suspicious of one another and would not support him. Get lost? Suzy reappeared right before Yui, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Don't you dare insult me? Yui fumed. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, no one had ever dared to slap his face directly, which darkened his expression. He was a descendant of a great emperor. How had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, as he began to mobilize his powers, Suzy's slap had already landed on his youthful face. Yui was taken aback. This Suzy was undoubtedly not at the sage realm, yet he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Even his emperor finger within was sealed. In that fleeting moment, Yui's entire head felt as if it had shattered into fragments. Although he was not killed, the injuries he sustained were grievous and difficult to recover from. Ignoring Yui, Suzy clawed at Wang Tianhe with his hand. You saint. No. Spare me. I shall never dare again. Witnessing Yui's dreadful plight, Wang Tianhe's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily begged for mercy. It was known that Yui was a descendant of an emperor, adorned with countless life-preserving talismans, yet he had been reduced to a pitiful state by Suzy's single strike. While his head would slowly regenerate, the damage to his essence would leave him struggling to progress in cultivation for the rest of his life. Thus, Wang Tianhe was genuinely terrified. Like a chick ensnared effortlessly in Suzy's grasp, he continued to plead desperately for Suzy to grant him a path to survival. Only at this moment did he truly comprehend the magnitude of Suzy's power. Silence. Boom. Suzy's hand radiated with magical energy, and in an instant, Wang Tianhe was reduced to mere ashes. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. They knew Suzy had undergone a breakthrough and a transformation, but they never imagined he would be this formidable, capable of killing a saint with such ease. Tian Huang was elated. The dean had indeed succeeded. The rest of you, I shall spare for now. When your cultivation grows stronger, you may deal with them yourselves. Suzy dismissed the other saints, turning to Tian Huang. Those who had previously been antagonistic towards Tian Huang fell silent. For now, no one could contend with Suzy. His words were as authoritative as imperial edicts. You may choose to remain in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, or venture to the 4 seas and 8 desolations, Suzy declared, casting down another weighty bombshell. To them, the 4 seas and 8 desolations were akin to the celestial realm, a realm surpassing their own, teeming with formidable beings and saints. Senior Su, may I inquire how one reaches the 4 seas and 8 desolations? A bold saint asked, steeling himself. When your cultivation reaches that level, you will naturally know. Suzy replied, his expression impassive, awaiting Tian Huang's response. Suzy, the 4 seas and 8 desolations are our last hope in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What right do you have to withhold this from us? Yui interjected once more, his head still not fully healed, appearing gruesomely bloody. Yet he stood forth. He aimed to position Suzy as the enemy of all. He could not believe that Suzy would dare to slay everyone. On what basis would the denizens of the 4 seas and 8 desolations assist you? Suzy inquired curiously, on what basis? It is because my ancestor, the emperor of the Yu clan, was once a prominent figure in the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Yui proclaimed with pride. Oh, is your ancestor a fellow named Yufan? Suzy asked, intrigued, for they both shared the surname Yu. Haha, indeed, our clan's emperor is none other than ancestor Yufan. Suzy, it is not too late for you to repent. You have harmed me, but if you pledge your allegiance to me and contribute your essence, I may yet spare you. Yui boasted arrogantly. Emperor Yufan's life was indeed illustrious. Yet how did a fool like you come to be his descendant? Suzy instantly lost interest in conversing with Yui. His earlier inclination to spare him out of respect for Emperor Yufan had vanished. Emperor Yufan had once ventured alone into the Forbidden Zone, seeking to eliminate it for the peace of humanity, only to be ambushed by several emperors and ultimately perish there. Suzy, how dare you? Is the name of my ancestor something you can utter so casually? Furthermore, how do you know the true name of my ancestor? Yui retorted, increasingly convinced that Suzy might hail from the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Suzy had emerged a century ago, suppressing many powerful figures. Yet his origins remained elusive. Now, only Suzy's potential connection to the 4 seas and 8 desolations could clarify this mystery. Not far away, Imotianxia, surrounded by several saints, furrowed his brow deeper. What is happening? Initially, these individuals appeared terrified and were ready to hand over Tian Huang. Now, why are they discussing matters of emperors? I advise you all to hand over Tianhuang, or today we shall turn the borders into a river of blood. He Wu Di, at Imo Tianqia's behest, coldly declared, "When I speak, I detest distractions. You, a mere junior, do you not understand the most basic of rules? Tianhuang, go, show him what courtesy means," Suzy commanded Tianhuang. "Yes, master," Tianhuang responded with a bow. Now addressing Suzy as master instead of dean, which Suzy did not contest. Without hesitation, Tianhuang approached He Wu Di in the absence of a Saint King. His master was more than capable of protecting him, and Tianhuang was confident in this. Humph! A saint behind Imo Tianxia scoffed, causing the very heavens to tremble as the oppressive aura of the saints descended upon Tianhuang. "Dare you act so brazenly before me? It seems you wish to court death." Suzy's eyes narrowed as he raised a finger, instantly piercing through the void to appear before the saint behind Imo Tianxia. "Impossible!" The saint's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet no one provided him answers, for in the next moment, his head was obliterated, his soul extinguished, boom. The blood of the saint splattered upon the ground, forming a terrifying pit, the aura of slaughter ascending to the heavens. Imo Tianxia's expression shifted entirely. When had Suzy become so effortlessly lethal against saints? Su Deshang, I advise you to refrain from self-deception. Imo Tianxia, wary that Suzy might recklessly attack him, noted that no saints of his caliber were nearby. All the great saints were beyond the Tianyuan, and he had only a handful of saints by his side. If Suzy were intent on attacking him, he would find himself in a precarious situation, albeit only slightly threatening. "What do you amount to? Even your father would have to bow and lower his head before me." Suzy glared down imperiously, having reached the quasi-emperor realm through the refinement of the emperor's finger. He merely needed to return to the 4 seas and 8 desolations to transcend. Moreover, with the awakening of the ancient divine mountain within him, he was eager to return to slumber. "Do not be arrogant. You are but a mere sage. I have more than 10 sages beyond the domain, and even the Saint Kings are not few," Imo Tianxia said meaningfully, attempting to intimidate Suzy into caution. Suzy chose not to respond further. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the very heavens seemed to part. Imo Tianxia and his companions were suddenly sent thousands of miles away, leaving only a detached He Wu Di behind. This was the battlefield Suzy had carved out for Tianhuang. He wished to hone Tianhuang's skills, for he held great hopes for him to become one of the most formidable beings in existence. "Suzy," Imo Tianxia's face paled as he growled. He was the scion of the Saint King, a leader among the younger generation of the foreign realm. Even the greatest saints treated him with deference, and no one had ever dared to disregard him in such a manner. "You dare to utter my name? I had intended to spare you for my disciple, yet your lack of gratitude will earn you a lesson in respect," Suzy declared from thousands of miles away, delivering a resounding slap. "Suzy, do you think becoming a sage makes you invincible? Let me tell you, your horizons are limited. You shall never ascend to the realm of Saint King." Imo Tianxia's hair flew wildly, his voice low and ominous. No one had ever dared to strike him so casually before. Now, a newly ascended sage dared to do so. Such an affront was not merely an insult to him but to his father, the mightiest Saint King of the foreign realm. Boom. Within Imo Tianxia's body, a brilliant light erupted, shattering the sky. An enormous phantom materialized behind him. "Saint King, Imo Dao." Saints of the 9 heavens and 10 earths screamed in terror. There was no escape. Imo Dao's might was overwhelming. Having been a Saint King for many years, he could suppress other Saint Kings effortlessly, showcasing his formidable prowess. Just the imprint of a Saint King's soul could turn the faces of all saints in the 9 heavens and 10 earths pale. Moreover, those like Yui, whose ancestors had once been emperors, were terrified of a mere Saint King. Such disgrace was unbearable. "Who dares touch my scion?" The Saint King's phantom behind Imo Tianxia roared, shaking the very borders. Slap! In the next instant, this phantom was shattered by Suzy's palm. Not a single ripple left in its wake. Imo Tianxia's complexion changed dramatically. This was the first time he had ever felt true fear. Under Imo Dao's protection, who had ever dared to disrespect him? Even great sages treated him with respect. Slap! Ultimately, the resounding slap landed on Imo Tianxia's face, loud yet not fatal. "Should you dare to lay a hand on my son, even if the abyss itself were to intervene, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence," condemning you to eternal darkness. From the exotic realms, a wave of terrifying intensity surged forth, followed by the chilling and fearsome voice of Imo Zhao. This is the end. Imo Zhao has emerged from seclusion, and what I just witnessed was the manifestation of the dharmic aspect of heaven and earth. Now, how will you extricate yourself from this predicament? You, he exclaimed, mockery lacing his tone. You are but a worthless wretch. Worthless beings have no right to live. Suddenly, Suzy turned around, his eyes alight with divine radiance, conjuring two substantive beams of light that shot towards Yu Yi. This strike could slay even a sage king. No, Suzy, dare you? You actually dare to kill me? Yu Yi gasped in disbelief before vaporizing into thin air. Boom. The members of the Yu clan behind Yu Yi fell to their knees. Their expressions blank, their ancestral figure, Yu Yi, had perished just like that? No. The Yu clan cried out in anguish, their voices filled with sorrow, for from this day forth, their lineage would spiral into decline, without a sage to safeguard them. They could not sustain their entire family. For years, the Yu clan had been accustomed to their lofty status, wielding the power of life and death with a mere word, having offended too many individuals and factions. With Yu Yi's downfall, a tempest of vengeance would surely befall the Yu clan. Beyond the abyss, several formidable figures materialized outside the chasm, led by a burly middle-aged man whose calm visage concealed a tempest of fury. Even the powerful beings surrounding him felt a twinge of unease. This man was Imo Zhao, father of Imo Tianxia. Whoever it may be, should they dare to touch my son, even the abyss will not deter me from witnessing whether it can withstand my wrath. Imo Zhao stepped forward, causing the void to collapse, while the entire abyss transformed into an unfathomable chasm, illuminated by countless runes that flickered erratically. The abyss glowed, forming an indestructible shield woven from the fabric of rules. Simultaneously, the dilapidated palace above the abyss shimmered, showering down starlight. Boom. As the starlight fell into the abyss, it erupted into a frenzy, undergoing a sudden transformation. An overwhelming surge of rule power erupted forth. Imo Wang. Do you truly intend to enter the abyss? A sage king beside Imo Zhao inquired with a furrowed brow. Certainly, today, none shall impede my passage. Imo Zhao replied with unwavering determination, not even glancing back. Very well, we shall form a protective front for you. Imo Wang, please. The Sand King and several accompanying Sage Kings prepared to channel their entire magical essence to pave the way for Imo Zhao. What do you mean by this? Imo Zhao turned to the Sage Kings, his voice cold. There is no hidden meaning. Since Imo Wang wishes to enter, we shall naturally exert ourselves to assist you. The Sand King replied expressionlessly. Excellent. Imo Zhao gritted his teeth in frustration. Imo Wang, if you can just wait another 500 years, that wretched Huang Wang will be dead, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths will be ours to claim. Why risk it now? The Sand King's tone was light, but the implications were starkly clear. If you choose to go in, we shall provide limited assistance from the periphery. Don't expect us all to enter? That is simply out of the question. They well understood the terrors lurking within. Should they force their way in, they might suffer severe injuries or even fall from their foundational realms, rendering them incapable of further progress in this life. For those at their level, who would not wish to ascend further, what happens inside is of no concern to us. After all, your son possesses extraordinary talent. If he were to perish within, it would be a boon for the remaining Sage Kings. No one wished to witness the emergence of 2 Sage Kings from a single lineage, of course, had their own descendants possessed talents akin to Imo Tianxia and were presently trapped within. They would surely have joined the fray. But for now, the answer remained unequivocally impossible. Why take the risk? Imo Zhao fell silent. His son was a prodigy, unmatched by the younger generation beyond their realm, destined for remarkable achievements that could even eclipse his own. How could he not attempt a rescue? At this moment, Imo Zhao was engulfed in contemplation. Though undeniably the most formidable in battle, he shared the same realm as the other Sage Kings. If he were to be injured, these individuals united could spell his doom. Should he force his way in and sustain irreversible damage, even if he successfully rescued Imo Tianxia, he suspected those present would unleash their most devastating assaults upon him. Thus, he hesitated. In light of this, it seems the only option is to allow those great sages to venture forth. Imo Zhao resolved in an instant. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the Sand King's face. He Wu Shuang. I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed sage kings. At that moment, He Wu Shuang approached Imo Zhao and the others, bowing with poised, Wu Shuang, both your invincible and Tianxia are trapped within. There is a great sage inside, likely just having broken through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I require you to lead these great sages within and safely retrieve both children. Imo Zhao regarded He Wu Shuang with a warm smile. He had once wished to take He Wu Shuang as his disciple, but was met with refusal. He Wu Shuang was indeed an exceptional talent, living up to his name, unparalleled in the realm. What? A great sage has emerged from the 9 heavens and 10 earths? He Wu Shuang's expression turned serious. Indeed, this individual possesses average combat prowess but wields unique abilities capable of shattering a fragment of my soul. Thus should not be underestimated. Imo Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. He Wu Shuang narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. What? Do you not wish to rescue Invincible and Tianxia? Imo Zhao's voice turned icy as he perceived He Wu Shuang's contemplation. In a flash, He Wu Shuang grasped the implications. These sage kings intended for them to serve as fodder. They themselves dared not enter, fearing ambush from other sage kings upon their exit. It was a cunning strategy. He Wu Shuang recalled the time when Imo Zhao sought to take him as a disciple, only to be rejected, a fact that had somehow become common knowledge. Imo Zhao's countenance must surely be grim. The sage kings had personally offered to take him as a disciple, yet he had audaciously declined. Though Imo Zhao feigned benevolence, only He Wu Shuang understood that Imo Zhao likely harbored a fervent desire to eliminate him. However, prior to his refusal, Imo Zhao had praised He Wu Shuang's potential, recognizing him as a promising candidate. Surely, he would not resort to violence simply because another had rejected his tutelage. This was the reason He Wu Shuang had survived to this day. Chapter 44. Even emperors cannot attain immortality. Naturally, Imo Wang's command was not to be disobeyed. Wu Shuang shall do his utmost. Having grasped the stakes involved, He Wu Shuang resolved to lead a cadre of great sages across the abyss. He was eager to discover what manner of great sage had emerged from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Perhaps it would even be someone he recognized. Forward, into the abyss, He Wu Shuang declared, standing resolutely before the dozen great sages. Simultaneously, he cast a discreet glance at the imposing figures behind him, confident that one day, he would find his place among them. He Wu Shuang was resolute in this belief and sensed the barriers beginning to weaken. That day would arrive sooner than later. Now was not the time to confront Imo Zhao. With a resounding crash, as they entered the abyss, the power of rules within began to surge violently. An endless torrent of law power sought to invade their bodies. These great sages, who typically looked down upon the world, now felt as frail as lambs, their lives hanging by a thread. He Wu Shuang too summoned all his magical essence to prevent this rule power from entering his body. Should it breach his defenses, dire consequences would ensue. They were like parasites, capable of undermining a cultivator's foundation. The stronger the cultivator, the more severe the backlash. Suddenly, a great sage let out a blood-curdling scream. All eyes turned toward him. Gasp! They collectively inhaled sharply, their souls trembling. The great sage was engulfed in law power, which relentlessly consumed his essence. It behaved as if it were alive, gnawing not only at his essence but also at his flesh. That great sage, already weak in cultivation, was reduced to a mere skeleton and plummeted into the abyss almost instantaneously. This sight caused the others to swallow hard. They had heard tales of the abyss's terrors, but no one had elaborated on the specifics. Previously, they had dismissed such warnings. Now, having experienced it firsthand, they were filled with trepidation. Wu Shuang, we should retreat. We entered with 19 great sages, and already 3 have perished. At this rate, we may not survive to escape. A great sage beside He Wu Shuang urged, desperation evident in his voice. Retreat. Do you believe that if we fail to rescue those trapped within, we shall face a better fate? He Wu Shuang replied, his expression calm and untroubled. What? For the sake of 2 mere children, are we willing to risk the lives of so many great sages? This bargain seems utterly unworthy. A great sage roared in indignation. Only within these walls did they dare express their anger. Humph, indeed. My son's life is not worth such a price, but the life of Imo Tianxia is of far greater value. If it were only my son inside, I would venture forth alone, sparing you all from involvement. He Wu Shuang's words elicited unexpected sympathy from the surrounding great sages. Alas, we must hasten. Should anything happen to Imotianxia, all present shall pay the price. He Wu Shuang once again administered a potent dose to the great saints. His aim was to instill a deep-seated resentment within them, sowing the seeds of discontent this year, so that by the following year, when he ascended to the rank of Saint King, these sentiments would naturally take root, blossom, and bear fruit. At that time, he would need only to beckon from a height, and the great saints would come to him of their own accord. However, to elicit gratitude from them, he would have to offer some assistance. With a thunderous clap, He Wu Shuang turned his palm, revealing a blood-red cauldron within his grasp. The cauldron bubbled with fresh crimson blood, continuously releasing bubbles as if it were boiling. A surge of overwhelming malevolence emanated from within, suffocating all who inhaled its essence. The great saints present felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. He Wu Shuang, hailed as the foremost among the great saints, had unleashed the soul-refining cauldron. Who could stand against it within the realm of the great saints? As one of them struggled to fend off its power, he lamented the cauldron's fearsome reputation, rivaling even that of a saint king. This cauldron had once consumed countless beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, absorbing their flesh and blood, thus forging its notorious legacy. It was undeniably a fearsome instrument, instilling dread in all who heard its name. In that moment, the cauldron swelled with the wind, rapidly expanding to the size of a great mountain, enveloping all the great saints within. They felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, collectively exhaling in relief. Perhaps, under these circumstances, they could traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, if a saint king were to enter, the cauldron would be utterly ineffective, shattering in an instant. Great saint, we owe you a debt of gratitude that words cannot express. Should you ever require assistance in the future, we shall undoubtedly lend our utmost support. One of the great saints solemnly declared. A faint smile graced He Wu Shuang's lips. His objective had been achieved. Tian Huang, come forth for battle. He Wu Shuang commanded, his presence radiating formidable might. He was confident in his supremacy among his peers, for above him loomed the true invincible Imotianxia. Once, He Wu Shuang had been genuinely invincible until he encountered the monstrous Imotianxia. That battle had humbled him, leading him to heed Imotianxia's words. Yet today, should he defeat or even kill Tian Huang, he could mend the fractures in his Tao heart. At that moment, he would challenge Imotianxia, aspiring to vanquish him. He Wu Shuang harbored grand ambitions. He sought to be the unrivaled champion of the younger generation, to attain true invincibility. Defeating Imotianxia would solidify his status as the genuine invincible. Without uttering a word, Tian Huang stepped directly into the battlefield. Today, we shall determine a victor. He Wu Shuang bellowed, charging at Tian Huang without any pretense of probing. Their initial moves were lethal. He Wu Shuang's palm radiated light, imbued with an inexplicable power, rendering it indomitable. Simultaneously, Tian Huang's fist was enveloped in golden radiance, exuding a lethal sharpness. Their strikes transformed into fleeting shadows, crashing violently against one another. The resounding echoes reverberated, causing pain to resonate in the ears of those nearby. He Wu Shuang's expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity. He had mastered the art of physical cultivation, his body impenetrable. Yet now he found himself unable to harm Tian Huang in the slightest. It was crucial to note that he practiced the methods of the saints and had achieved substantial mastery. This Tian Huang was far stronger than he had anticipated. Tian Huang felt an equal sense of astonishment. He had always believed that a body forged like a furnace, impervious and resilient, was essential for traversing the cosmos and attaining true eternity. His innate talent was rare throughout history, leading him down a unique path, one that did not solely focus on physical cultivation but also on unlocking his potential. He firmly believed that once the potential of the human body was fully realized, one could eventually transcend to immortality. The concept of immortality was imparted to him by Suzi-in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The pinnacle of cultivation was merely that of the great emperor, who too could not achieve eternal life. Chapter 45. The arrival of the great saints from distant lands. Suzi had once remarked that his path was untraveled by anyone else. But if successful, his physical form could potentially withstand even celestial artifacts. Hence, he harbored no fear regarding physical confrontation. With a thunderous roar, Tian Huang unleashed his vitality, his golden essence soaring skyward, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea. A magnificent sight to behold. Ha! As his vitality erupted, Tian Huang's presence surged, and with a single punch, the air quaked with fearsome vibrations. Indestructible golden body. Faced with Tian Huang's formidable strike, He Wu Shuang's expression shifted dramatically, and he activated the indestructible sacred scripture, enveloping himself in a radiant purple glow. The indestructible sacred scripture was indeed powerful, an ancient technique for refining the body. The fists of both combatants collided once more, erupting in a dazzling display of golden and purple light. Boom! The area was engulfed in this brilliance, rendering the unfolding events nearly invisible. Those of weaker cultivation even felt their vision fade momentarily. Only those at the level of deity kings could discern the battle clearly. Were these truly two beings of the celestial god realm? Someone bitterly inquired. Why did even they, of the deity king realm, feel such trepidation? If they were to face such a battlefield, a mere exchange of blows could shatter them to pieces. Was this what constituted an unparalleled genius? As the light dissipated, all eyes turned to the scene. He Wu Shuang stood there, expressionless, his hands concealed within his sleeves. Meanwhile, Tian Huang's right hand trembled violently. What was happening? Had Tian Huang lost the first exchange? Someone queried. No, look, He Wu Shuang is bleeding. A keen observer pointed out the blood seeping from He Wu Shuang's concealed hand. Ha ha ha, how fortunate that our 9 heavens and 10 earths possess such a prodigy. Some were genuinely vexed at the thought of handing such a genius to the opponent, fearing it would diminish the fortune of their realm. To have such a Qilin child in our 9 heavens and 10 earths is indeed a blessing. The serpent lady held her golden serpent-headed staff, her eyes gleaming with unabashed admiration. Only those saints who had previously targeted Tian Huang wore expressions of embarrassment and rage. They dared not utter a word, fearing that Su Zi might recall their earlier intentions and eliminate them. At that moment, He Wu Shuang's countenance remained calm, but internally, tumultuous waves surged. This clash had resulted in his defeat? It was utterly unfathomable. He had never faltered in physical confrontation, even against Mo Tianxia, yet now, his concealed hand was marred with countless cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The critical issue was that despite channeling his power, he found himself unable to heal the wounds. You are formidable, yet this is where your strength ends, He Wu Shuang spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet his words dripped with lethal intent. Is that so? Then let us engage in battle. Tian Huang's entire being radiated with combat fervor. He charged forward, still unarmed, relying solely on his physical prowess, this time. However, his punch contained immense divine power, his own insight into the Emperor's fist. Indeed, a celestial god of such a lowly rank had comprehended the Emperor's law on his own. How astonishing was that? It would be hard to believe if one were to recount this tale. Of course, the current Emperor's fist was not the true Emperor's fist, but rather a technique corresponding to his cultivation level. Its strength would naturally amplify as his cultivation increased. Even so, with such a punch, no one of equal rank could stand against him. Void transformation. He Wu Shuang scoffed, employing the secret technique of the Void Kuan clan, the Great Void Technique. This method was enigmatic, capable of shifting and transforming the void, allowing one to covertly redirect an opponent's attack. This technique had cost He Wu Shuang dearly to acquire, and he had imparted it to He Wu Shuang for cultivation. Tian Huang's Emperor's fist, capable of overpowering opponents within the same realm, now seemed to strike only AI in front of him. A portal of nothingness materialized, and he could faintly see his own fist hurtling towards his own head. Relying on external forces would never equate to true mastery. Tian Huang remained unfazed. His fist continued to descend towards He Wu Shuang's head. Those who are arrogant ultimately meet their demise. Tian Huang, you too will perish beneath your own fist. He Wu Shuang chuckled coldly. The Great Void Technique was a legitimate spell of the great saints, said to possess the potential to shift entire star systems when perfected. Tian Huang had become far too arrogant. He had not retreated, foolishly believing that sheer force could conquer all techniques. Little did he know that the Emperor's fist was subtly inscribed with the ancient script of a sacred word. Not fully revealed but rather vague. Yet it evoked feelings of antiquity, vastness, and dominance. An inscription of a character from the ancient Emperor's scriptures. Su Zi, observing the unfolding events, murmured, Tian Huang is indeed extraordinary. He aimed to inscribe the Emperor's scriptures upon his hands and even his body. integrating them into his own law and path. How terrifying would that be? Pop, the void emitted a light sound. Tian Huang's glowing fist shattered the Great Void technique, then struck directly at He Wu Shuang's forehead. He Wu Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. This was utterly unexpected. He had trained in the Great Void technique more diligently than the descendants of the Kuan clan. Yet now he found himself at a disadvantage. The price of defeat would be his life. Stop. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the Tian Yuan. 13 radiant figures, shining like the sun, appeared in the distance. At He Wu Shuang's command. A sonic wave surged towards Tian Huang. Get lost? Suzy coldly scoffed, causing all sound waves to vanish without a trace. He Wu Shuang, who had momentarily harbored hope, now wore an expression of despair. Poof! Tian Huang's punch obliterated He Wu Shuang's form, leaving no trace of his existence. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. He Wu Shuang had numerous contingencies yet to employ. However, his arrogance led him to believe that the Great Void technique could merely delay Tian Huang's demise. Thus, he had neglected to take any defensive measures. Who could have predicted that Tian Huang would shatter the Great Void technique so effortlessly? He Wu Shuang had perished far too recklessly, as a leader of the younger generation. Many unparalleled skills and profound techniques had yet to reveal themselves, leading to a swift demise. He perished due to his own arrogance, my son. The 13 great saints descended in unison, with the foremost being He Wu Shuang. He Wu Shuang's eyes burned crimson, his breath ragged. His only legitimate son had died right before his eyes. I demand that you all accompany him in death. The entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths shall perish. He Wu Shuang roared to the heavens, "It is over. We are doomed, for they are all great saints." Despair filled the eyes of many. It is your fault, Suzy. Had it not been for you, how could the 9 heavens and 10 earths have been beset by so many great saints attempting to cross the heavenly abyss? You are the sinner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Suzy. You truly deserve death. I curse you to eternal damnation. A saint shouted with palpable resentment. Silence. If it weren't for the likes of the great Saint Su, these foreign saints would not have ventured here. How could the 9 heavens and 10 earths have been graced with such spineless saints? The nearby serpent elder glared in frustration. A bunch of worthless fools. How dare you question my authority? Suzy merely responded with indifference. Then, to the disbelief of all present, those saints who had just spoken were obliterated in an instant, reduced to ashes. Chapter 46. Refining Heaven. Earth, in oneself. At that moment, everyone from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the dozen or so great saints from the foreign realms, stood frozen and shocked. Is this a joke? When did the 9 heavens and 10 earths give rise to such a formidable being? They were all great saints, yet none could match Suzy's nonchalance, able to subdue a group of saints with just a glance. He Wu Shuang, in a fit of rage, fixed his bloodshot gaze upon Tian Huang, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. Bang! Suzy snapped his fingers, and Tian Huang felt the scenery around him warp and spin. When he regained his senses, he found himself behind Suzy. Great Saint Wu Shuang, swiftly take us away. Upon seeing He Wu Shuang appear, Imotianxia finally expressed a glimmer of hope. However, he soon froze in place. He Wu Shuang turned to look at Imotianxia, but what kind of gaze was that? It held no trace of emotion, and Imotianxia keenly sensed the murderous intent flickering within the depths of He Wu Shuang's blood-red eyes, plunging his spirits into despair. His greatest trump card was the shadow of the Saint King, capable of subduing ordinary great saints. However, against a top-tier great saint like He Wu Shuang, it would likely only inflict injury, not defeat. Moreover, his greatest trump card had already been shattered by Suzy. He now felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. On one side stood the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and on the other, He Wu Shuang. Imotianxia sensed that both sides wished to kill him. His situation was dire, exceedingly dire. Why are you still waiting? We will discuss matters of the 9 heavens and 10 earths later. For now, take me away from here at once. Imotianxia's gaze shifted past He Wu Shuang's blood-red eyes to the 12 great saints behind him. Demanding loudly, he showed no hint of courtesy towards these great saints. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Their hearts were numb with fear. Upon arriving, they witnessed a powerful figure from the 9 heavens and 10 earths effortlessly slay several saints with a mere glance, rendering them utterly paralyzed with shock. They could only turn their gaze towards He Wu Shuang, seeking guidance. The young master of the Imo clan, Tianxia, the son of the Saint King, has fallen in battle in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. We must avenge him. He Wushuang withdrew his gaze from Tianxia, slowly uttering a few icy words. Hiss! All the great saints collectively gasped in shock. How audacious of He Wushuang to speak so boldly. Was he truly intent on erasing Tianxia and then informing Yao that his son had been slain by the people of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Yao would undoubtedly stop at nothing to enter the heavenly abyss, seeking to drown the 9 heavens and 10 earths in blood. There could even be a risk of genocide. He Wushuang, how dare you? Boom. Before a nearby great saint could finish speaking, He Wushuang unpredictably struck, tearing the man apart and obliterating his essence. All the great saints from the foreign realms were struck with fear by He Wushuang's ruthlessness. He Wushuang was indeed the strongest beneath the Saint King. Even in a surprise attack, an opponent of the same realm could instantly be stripped of their essence, falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Tianxia's eyelids twitched. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had not anticipated that He Wushuang, in his grief for He Wudi's death, would wish to drag him into the grave as well. He Wushuang had gone mad. He Wushuang, think carefully. If you harm me, my father will not let you go. The events of today will surely come to light. My father will eventually learn of your involvement. Tianxia steadied his spirit and called out to He Wushuang. And you, do you not understand my father's weight? In the foreign realms, my father is the strongest. If he discovers that you two were involved, no place will be safe for you to die in that case. Your families, sects, and parents will be annihilated. Tianxia shouted towards He Wushuang's accompanying great saints. Indeed, upon hearing Tianxia's words, the expressions of those great saints wavered, some even contemplating fleeing the scene. They were unwilling to involve themselves in this murky affair. On one hand lay the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which they had always deemed weak. Yet from this weak place had emerged a terrifying entity. On the other stood the son of their home realm's Saint King, with someone now daring to take his life, leaving them in a state of panic. Whoever attempts to leave, do not blame me, He Wushuang, for not warning you. Tianxia cannot return. If you return, it will only lead to your death. He Wushuang's cold words caused those great saints contemplating retreat to halt in their tracks. What nonsense! What are you afraid of? He Wushuang may be powerful, but can he surpass the combined strength of over 10 great saints? I assure you, if we can escape, I will have my father take you as disciples. Tianxia grit his teeth and roared. When it comes to life and death, he could not help but feel anxious. Indeed, upon hearing this, some great saints' eyes lit up. Initially led by He Wushuang's momentum, they now recognized the allure of Tianxia's words. Whoosh! In an instant, 8 great saints appeared beside Tianxia, forming a protective circle around him. Clearly, they had made their decision. They would safeguard Tianxia's escape from the heavenly abyss. Ha ha ha, He Wushuang, you are finished. No one can save you this time. Once I escape, not only you, but all of your He family must die. When my father sought to take you as his disciple, you refused, disregarding my father's face. From that moment on, I vowed to take your proud son as my subordinate. You did not expect this. Did you? He will come to me, tail between his legs, like a dog begging for mercy. Tianxia enunciated each word, striking at the very core of He Wushuang's pride. He Wushuang remained expressionless, yet Su Zi discerned a hint of instability in his aura, as if he were attempting to forcibly break through. He Wushuang is indeed a promising talent, but regrettably not an ally. I had initially planned to wait, to allow my foundation to strengthen before making a breakthrough. At that time, I would surely become the king among Saint Kings. Alas, it seems I am still a step short. Today, you all must die. Everyone. A flicker of hesitation crossed He Wushuang's eyes, and then he erupted in fury. Boom! The soul-refining cauldron materialized, and a torrent of resentment surged forth. He Wushuang leapt directly into the cauldron. He intends to refine himself. What a ruthless individual. Refining heaven, earth, and oneself. Should he succeed, even if he is not the strongest among the Saint Kings, he will certainly rank among the most formidable, Su Zi remarked with interest. Master, isn't he risking his own life by doing this? Tian Huang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, failure would result in the cauldron becoming a malevolent artifact with sentience. Whoever wields it in the future may risk being assimilated into a merciless demon. Moreover, he could even be possessed. However, should he succeed, his cultivation will undergo a qualitative transformation. Upon success, he will be able to contend with the most powerful beings of the Saint King realm. Rather than remain merely at the initial stage of a Saint King, Suz explained slowly. You must understand that this method is not to be used lightly in the future. Once this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. It is time for you to decide your path. Chapter 47. Kill Tianxia, the Letter of Blood Oath. Tian Huang felt a chill at Su Zi's words. Is Master really going to leave? He had known for some time that Su Zi was not of this world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths could not possibly lack records of such a formidable being. Tian Huang had long speculated that Su Zi might hail from the 4 seas and 8 desolates. He understood that his master was quite young, hardly older than himself. Such an existence would surely be renowned across the 4 seas and 8 desolates. Master, I still wish to remain here. I have many friends and family here, and I wish to fight alongside them. After much hesitation, Tian Huang earnestly spoke to Su Zi. Very well, you have your own path to walk. I am pleased before I depart, I shall grant you a life-saving talisman. In a moment of crisis, it may preserve your life. Su Zi gently placed his palm atop Tian Huang's head. In an instant, Tian Huang felt something flash by and vanish from his consciousness. He understood that it was the life-saving token his master had bestowed upon him. When your cultivation is sufficient, you may journey to the eastern desolation within the 4 seas and 8 desolates to seek me. Simply inquire of Su Shenchao, and someone will surely guide you. Now, allow me to alleviate these troubles for you. My expectations for you are not high. Attain the status of a sage in 80 years, and become an emperor in 500. Should you fail to achieve this, I shall consider you as having never existed as my disciple. Su Zi spoke softly to Tian Huang, who immediately felt an immense weight of pressure. According to ancient texts, no one has ever ascended to the position of emperor before reaching a millennium. This has been an immutable rule throughout history. Thus far, no one has shattered this boundary. Perhaps only the unparalleled prodigies of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands could achieve such a feat. By setting this timeline for him, Su Zi implied that someone had indeed succeeded in the past, such as himself. When Su Zi was born, celestial beings descended on cranes to offer their congratulations, and divine scriptures appeared from thin air. By the time Su Zi turned 100, he had already reached the pinnacle of the great sage. Now, at scarcely 200 years of age, he was already on the verge of becoming an emperor. Upon returning to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, he could directly commence his assault on the realm of emperors. For him, cultivation bore no shackles. His progress would naturally lead to breakthroughs. Suddenly, the entire universe seemed to tremble, and an overwhelming malevolent energy surged into the sky. From the soul-refining cauldron, haunting wails echoed, chilling to the bone. These were the souls of trillions, slain by He Wushuang, devoid of consciousness and driven solely by instinctual fear. A tremendous sucking force drew them all into the cauldron, which then cracked with countless fissures. Before exploding, a blood-red figure emerged, standing tall amidst heaven and earth, resembling a deity or demon. His body was covered in a myriad of blood scabs, evoking a sense of dread. An immense, oppressive force descended instantly. What level of cultivation is this? Has he truly entered the legendary realm of the Sage King? How could it be so simple? This is disastrous. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are utterly doomed. Our strongest here are merely sages, and even with the great sage Su Zi, we are no match for a Sage King. The abyss is a grave. The higher the opponent's cultivation, the greater the cost. Yet, He Wushuang chose to break through only after entering the abyss, rendering it powerless against him. However, upon his return, he would still suffer the backlash of the abyss. Have you lost your mind? He has come. How could he leave? Returning would mean enduring the power of the abyss, while remaining here would allow him to dominate the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now, how do you choose? He Wushuang coldly inquired, casting a scornful gaze at the great sages beside Tianxia. In an instant, one of the great sages behind Tianxia acted with lightning speed. Leaving everyone stunned, he seized Tianxia, binding him within his grasp. Wushuang Sage King, you know me well. I feigned allegiance, only to catch him off guard and deliver him to you, Wu the great sage said, his face a mask of flattery as he looked at He Wushuang. The other great sages wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost. How could such shamelessness exist in this world? Simultaneously, They regretted not having acted first to capture Imotiantia. They felt a profound sense of frustration. Now, He Wushuang had already entered the ranks of Sage Kings, standing alongside Imo Huan and others. With He Wushuang's protection, perhaps Imo Huan wouldn't pursue them so relentlessly. Yet, they pondered, why should they even return? Wouldn't it be better to revel in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Everything here could belong to them, He Wushuang. May you meet your demise. Do you think that breaking through to the Sage King realm grants you free reign? Imotiantia screamed, his face contorted in rage. He still could not comprehend why He Wushuang sought to kill him. The death of He Wudi had nothing to do with him. The only explanation he could fathom was that He Wushuang wanted him to accompany He Wudi in death. I accept your allegiance. Slay Imotiantia, and together we shall ravage the 9 heavens and 10 earths to avenge my son, Wudi. He Wushuang proclaimed meaningfully. The expressions of the other great sages beside Imotiantia shifted dramatically. He Wushuang intended for them to be stained with Imotiantia's blood, forcing them into a corner. In that case, Imo Huan would undoubtedly seek their lives. Yet, if they did not act, they would surely meet a bloody end right then and there. Kill! Wu the great sage gritted his teeth and thrust a blade into Imotiantia's abdomen, piercing through. However, he did not intend to end Imotiantia's life. That would be absurd. They were in this together, and it was impossible for him to kill Imotiantia while the others merely observed. After all, they were all bound by this blood oath. Thud. Another great sage, expressionless, struck Imotiantia's side, obliterating half his body. Ah! Imotiantia howled at the sky, never imagining he would be subjected to such treatment one day. Once, he had been the undisputed champion among the younger generation of the Otherworld, destined for greatness. And now, everything had come to a tragic end. The third great sage further shattered his essence. Imotiantia's demise was extraordinarily tragic. The great sages who had once treated him kindly now turned against him, each delivering a stab. The glory he once basked in was now replaced with utter desolation. In that fleeting moment of Imotiantia's death, Imo Huan, far away in the abyss, felt an overwhelming sorrow. His heart bleeding, he yearned to recklessly charge into the abyss, but failure could lead to severe repercussions, especially with the Sage King intervening. Moreover, he had just sensed a powerful Sage King fluctuation emanating from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was a recent breakthrough. He wondered if it was He Wushuang, or perhaps a newly emerged strong being from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He must endure, bide his time for 500 years, and then he would traverse the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Mo Huan cast a cold glance at the nearby Sage Kings, snorted disdainfully, and set off towards the other world. Chapter 48. Awaiting death is the most terrifying. He understood that these old foes must have felt the Sage King fluctuations from the 9 heavens and 10 earths as well. He needed to enter seclusion, to close off all avenues. Ideally, he would break through to the quasi-emperor realm, at which point, none of these Sage Kings would escape unscathed. The 9 heavens and 10 earths would need to run rivers of blood. Kill! With a command from He Wushuang, he lunged at Suzy. He intended to eliminate Tianhuang first and then turn his wrath upon Suzy. He could never forget that it was Tianhuang who had slain his son. This vendetta must be avenged. Otherwise, his ascension would be in vain. The soul-refining cauldron was his foundation. He had initially planned for a thorough transformation, which would require several hundred years. Now, this was hastened, leaving his foundation too weak. Otherwise, waiting several hundred years for the cauldron to fully absorb the essence of countless lives might have granted him the opportunity to directly challenge the quasi-emperor realm. This was a one-time enhancement, usable only once. Furthermore, using it prematurely bore the downside that he would never progress further. He would be forever confined to the realm of the Sage King. All of this was caused by Tianhuang and Suzy. Had it not been for Tianhuang slaying his beloved son, and Suzy's formidable cultivation, he would not have had to forcibly elevate his own realm. He Wushuang unleashed a lethal strike, aiming to crush Suzy into the ground. At the moment he struck, a chilling wind howled, and the sky turned blood-red, unleashing a tidal wave of blood, reeking of putrid flesh. This blood wave possessed a potent corrosive quality, leaving behind a trail of white bones. Who? Suzy puffed up his cheeks and blew forcefully. In an instant, the heavens collapsed, the earth shattered, and everyone felt as though the entire abyss was being swept away by this wind. All were struck with terror. What level of cultivation was this? Merely a breath could disperse the abyss so far, especially the sage kings standing outside the abyss, who had been lamenting their missed opportunity to ensnare Mo Huan. They were engaged in jovial conversation when a sinister wind suddenly erupted from the abyss. Initially, they paid it no mind. After all, who hasn't encountered a gust of wind in the world? Yet their expressions quickly shifted. The next moment, the abyss enveloped all the sage kings. Thud. The sound of flesh dissolving filled the air as they first made contact with the power of the abyss, rapidly eroding their flesh and blood. Realizing the danger, the sage kings summoned all their strength, wrapping themselves in powerful spells for protection. Fortunately, they were merely on the outskirts of the abyss. Had they been in its center, they would have perished in an instant. This time, they truly felt the might of the abyss. How could the abyss move? Was it expanding or approaching us? Regardless, it was decidedly unfriendly. One sage king, looking grave, remarked, to suffer such harm from merely a moment's contact with the abyss, passing through would surely exact a heavy toll. Moreover, injuries inflicted by the abyss are notoriously difficult to heal. The damage from that fleeting moment will take centuries to mend. Meanwhile, He Wushuang stood in shock, frozen in mid-dive, staring blankly at Suzy. Not just him, but the other great sages from the other world stood dazed and motionless at that moment. Their minds were consumed by a singular question. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? You are not of the Sage King realm. From whence have you emerged? He Wushuang gazed at Suzy, his face etched with disbelief. I never claimed to be of the Sage King realm. Suzy admitted candidly to how wrong you are. From the very beginning, you concealed a being beyond the Sage King. He Wushuang erupted into maniacal laughter. What he has done is truly both laughable and pitiable. Originally, his calculations could be deemed unparalleled, as he meticulously plotted against numerous saintly kings from foreign lands while simultaneously deceiving many great saints. All of this was part of his grand scheme. And he had even prepared to slaughter and seize control of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, he never anticipated the emergence of an existence that transcended the saintly kings within that realm. This unforeseen variable was monumental, so much so that He Wushuang lost all spirit and vitality. Revenge was a thought he could no longer entertain. It would remain an unattainable dream for his lifetime. Upon finishing, Suzy attempted to take action but was halted by the imposing figure of Tianhuang beside him. Master, I implore you to spare their lives. They carry the blood debts of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Please grant me the opportunity, and I shall personally hunt down their heads in the foreign lands. Tianhuang spoke with utmost seriousness. The blood debts these individuals bore were far too numerous, especially for someone like He Wushuang, who had caused the demise of countless beings. Such a death would indeed be too lenient for him. Very well, you may leave. You have 3 breaths to exit Tianyuan, or you shall remain here forever. Suzy spoke coldly, his gaze fixed upon He Wushuang and the others in his eyes. These individuals posed no threat, yet they could serve as stepping stones for Tianhuang. This was Tianhuang's own request. And even if defeat awaited him in the future, Suzy would not intervene. The once despairing great saints now sparked with the light of survival, immediately tearing open a space to flee. They dared not linger, fearing that their adversary might change his mind, each exerting every ounce of strength to escape. He Wushuang's complexion was ashen. He cast a deep glance at Tianhuang before vanishing without a backward glance. He understood that from this moment forth, their identities had been reversed. They were no longer the invaders from foreign lands, but had become the victims. After all, a formidable presence now resided within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Moreover, he was destined to suffer from insomnia from now on. Death itself was not to be feared, but the agonizing wait for it was. He would remain stagnant for his entire life, forever confined to the realm of saintly kings. Entering Tianyuan as a great saint was one thing, but exiting would be far from simple. Tianhuang's ascension to sainthood was a foregone conclusion, and even those in the foreign lands, like Mo, were aware of the weight his name carried. With such a person under the protection of great powers, how could his future achievements be anything less than remarkable? At this juncture, all He Wushuang could do was pray day and night, hoping that Tianhuang's innate talent as a saint would serve as his final destination, or at the very least, grant him some room for growth, with the great saint being the endpoint. He fervently wished he would not ascend to the realm of saintly kings. The other great saints, however, were not consumed by such thoughts. They simply desired to depart swiftly. Chapter 49. It's over. They plunged headlong into Tianyuan, disregarding any remnants of the laws of power. Previously, when they entered, a significant portion of Tianyuan's rules had been held in check by He Wushuang. Thus, they dared to plunge in now, as the weaker ones had perished upon entry. Currently, they were at worst severely injured, unlikely to die. They understood that He Wushuang was struggling to secure his own safety, leaving him no concern for their fate. The very question of whether He Wushuang could survive remained uncertain. Indeed, as they had surmised, He Wushuang was facing immense difficulty. His soul-refining cauldron had shattered, failing to evolve into a saintly king's artifact, leaving him to rely solely on the indestructible celestial technique to withstand the onslaught. They have emerged? He Wushuang wondered. Could it be that he had truly broken through to the realm of saintly kings? The Sand King sensed the fluctuations from Tianyuan and immediately returned to its edge. Staring intently, it was indeed possible. That aura was unmistakably He Wushuang's. This king knew He Wushuang possessed remarkable talent, but never did I expect him to attain the rank of Saint King so swiftly. No wonder that old fool Imo sought to take him as a disciple. Had that succeeded, the Imo clan would now boast two saintly kings. He Wushuang was still quite young, and achieving the rank of saintly king at such an age suggested he might continue to ascend. Should we seek to befriend him? I believe that may not be necessary. Can a newly minted saintly king truly surpass us old hands? Befriending him? Chicken King, you are regressing. I concur with Kuan King. Why should we befriend him? A genius who has yet to mature is not truly a genius. If we are to cultivate a friendship, he must first survive to that point. Why, friends, do you wish to be overshadowed years down the line? With just one Imo, we can still unite against him. If another He Wushuang emerges, we may find ourselves toiling endlessly. The Sand King remarked ominously. In that case, we shall assess the situation. I do not believe he will emerge from Tianyuan unscathed. Kuan King said, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do any of you find it peculiar? A saintly king capable of causing rivers of blood to flow across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How long has it been since he emerged? Why have they returned? The Chicken King's red crown quivered as he spoke. Regardless, we must act according to the situation. All fell silent. Ahem. He Wushuang was the first to emerge from Tianyuan, yet his appearance was tragically disheveled. His entire form was tattered, revealing even the beating of his heart within his chest. His body was riddled with bloodied holes, continuously dripping blood. The faces of all the saintly kings shifted at this sight. They could distinctly sense that He Wushuang's current state was far from normal. Despite his severe injuries, his aura was overwhelmingly fierce. At that moment, he resembled a wounded wolf, his visage marked by bloodthirst and murderous intent. His once pitch-black hair had turned an ashen gray. This transformation extinguished the flickering intentions of the saintly kings who had previously been eager to accede. Do not provoke me. Let us coexist peacefully, or I shall drag a few of you down with me. Do not doubt my capabilities. He Wushuang's bloodshot eyes surveyed the surrounding saintly kings, his voice calm yet laced with menace. Seeing that none of those around him intended to strike, He Wushuang vanished in a flash, leaving several saintly kings exchanging glances in confusion. They truly did not dare to make a move. Though he appeared severely injured, his core remained intact, even at the brink of death. He could still take a few down with him. Sigh. The Chicken King exhaled deeply. Brother Chicken, why the sigh? Kuan King inquired, curiosity piqued. What a failure it is. We are so many, yet we were frightened by a newly ascended saintly king. Truly disheartening. The Chicken King shook his head. Indeed, it feels like a dog's life, Kuan King lamented. Smack. Immediately after Kuan King spoke, the Chicken King slapped him. Ouch. What was that for? Kuan King, with a fragile temperament, protested. Who the hell is living a dog's life? I am from the Divine Chicken Clan, the Chicken King retorted. Days ahead will be difficult. There are two powerful figures looming over us. Just thinking about it is distressing. The Sand King sighed deeply. In the past, we could unite against Imo, but with another He Wushuang, our lives will indeed become arduous. Speaking of which, he has become a saintly king. Why doesn't he remain in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Is there anyone there who could challenge him? And why did he not bring Imo back? Not even his own son. The Chicken King analyzed seriously. Why ponder so much? he has emerged. We can simply inquire. Kuan King suggested, gesturing towards the direction of Tianyuan. As his words fell, moments later, several tattered figures stumbled out from the edge of Tianyuan. 3 great saints emerged, their auras utterly depleted, their essence nearly corroded away. It was evident that following today, their realms would inevitably plummet, and at an alarming rate. Subsequently, the Chicken King and the other saintly kings learned the entirety of the events that had transpired from these 3. Goodness! No wonder He Wushuang's hair has turned gray. I thought it was a fashionable style. Apparently, it is due to the death of his son, causing his blood to surge. This is disastrous. A suspected quasi-emperor has appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? This is terrifying. Kuan King's face shifted, reflecting shock. Calm down. What do you mean by suspected quasi-emperor? The Chicken King remained composed. That is unequivocally a quasi-emperor. In a single breath, he could unleash a tempest upon Tianyuan. Just how powerful must he be? We should flee. In the next moment, the Chicken King trembled uncontrollably. Flee? Where to? The foreign realm is limited. Can you escape the grasp of a quasi-emperor? Do you think they would spare us? Our hands are stained with the blood of the cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Sand King raised his trembling hands in a panic. A quasi-emperor is not to be trifled with. They are true powerhouses, invincible beneath the emperor's reign. Let alone the emperor. How many years has it been since a quasi-emperor has appeared? These saintly kings have sought to advance, yet have made no progress. They understand that before a quasi-emperor, they are but slightly larger than ants, colloquially known as big ants, hardly even worthy of comparison to regular ants. Indeed, our hands are stained with the blood of those from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And thus we cannot escape retribution. However, I have been in seclusion and have not slain any from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Chicken King exclaimed excitedly, slapping his hands together. Ha, your kin? Those chicken brothers are the backbone of our forces in the foreign realm. Their numbers vast and their bloodshed considerable, Kuan King remarked with a cold smile. What? Then I shall return and cleanse my ranks. Chapter 50. The arrival of the sacred land of the abyss. The decision of life and death rests in the hands of the beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. King Kuan, King Sha, the elders of the saints, thought they must admit, this is indeed a splendid idea. In any case, from this day forth, chaos shall engulf the foreign realms. All of this is unbeknownst to Suzy. And even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He first imposed a will upon Tianyuan, a will capable of enduring for 500 years, a duration ample enough to ensure the safety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After 500 years, this will shall return to its origin, and whether the 9 heavens and 10 earths thrive or perish will no longer concern him. Everything he has done is not for the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but solely for Tianyuan. By the way, here, take this. Suzy suddenly recalled the remnants of the imperial weapon from the Heavenly Tao Academy still in his possession. With a flourish of his hand, he presented the 2 broken imperial artifacts to Tianyuan. Tianyuan received them with utmost solemnity. For Suzy, they bore no significance, yet for Tianyuan, they were of profound importance. These artifacts were the remnants left behind by the great emperors who had perished on the battlefield, holding special meaning not only for him but for all of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Heavenly Tao Academy is to be inherited by you. Suzy addressed Tianyuan without regard for others. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally find the path to the world where your master resides, which you refer to as the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Upon finishing his words, Suzy waved his hand, and a bronze door, radiating a green light, appeared before everyone. It exuded an ancient aura, as if born from an era long past. The appearance of this door caused many to suddenly quicken their breaths. From the other side of the door, spiritual energy surged wildly towards them. The richness of the spiritual energy left all in a witness that the legendary 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Such astonishing spiritual energy. Good heavens, I see a dragon. Aren't dragons extinct? How can there be a dragon? Someone exclaimed in amazement, having spotted a yellowish dragon behind the bronze door. Little mudfish, follow me from now on. Suzy summoned Aotion into his sleeve with a wave of his hand. He then stepped forward, disappearing behind the bronze door. The door slowly closed. He actually tamed a dragon with such ease, someone said, their gaze vacant. That is one of the ancient 10 fiends, its ferocity legendary. steeped in countless tales. Yet, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, one could only read about it in ancient texts. We bid farewell to you, my lord. Snake Taijun, leaning on her golden snake-headed staff, bowed her head and exclaimed. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through the void and landed upon Snake Taijun. What is this? Snake Taijun was overjoyed. Suzy had granted her a significant boon. This was a divine art, named the Undying Heavenly Art, of the kind practiced by He Wushuang. If she utilized it well, she could advance further, possibly even ascend to the status of a great saint, and who knows, perhaps one day challenge the King of Saints. Although Suzy did not specifically instruct them to take good care of Tianhuang, at this moment, Snake Taijun resolved to protect him at all costs, ensuring no harm befell him. Tianhuang's gaze was resolute. He was determined to cultivate diligently, honing himself, striving for a breakthrough as soon as possible. Once he settled matters here, he would leave to seek his master. Suzy had already paved the way for him. If he could not walk it well, he would not be worthy of being Suzy's disciple. Furthermore, he believed that no one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths dared to lay a hand on him now. Suzy withdrew his thoughts and coldly regarded Qiutian. Nothing in this world can escape my watchful eyes. You need not inform me. Suzy had no intention of letting Qiutian off so easily. He intended to let Qiutian languish slowly in pain and despair until death claimed him. As for Tianhuang, after so many years, if he had not succumbed to the passage of time, he should now be a formidable figure. Tianhuang has his own path to tread. He would not deliberately impose a cultivation route on others. Whether it be Tianhuang, Ao Tian, or the other disciples, whether they acknowledged Suzy or not was of little consequence. After all, if even Ao Tian had turned into a vile dragon, what of the others? Would they not become vile beings as well? Suzy was uncertain and cared not to know. After all, if he wished to know, he could simply look into the river of time. If the outcome were favorable, that would suffice. If not, he might directly eliminate the offender, just as he had done with that vile dragon. Suzy, Qiutian, feeble and weak, still wished to utter something, but Qingshi sealed his mouth with magic, rendering him unable to use his spirit. As for those disciples, he would take it one step at a time. If one day he felt inclined, he would take a look. If he encountered any vile disciples, he would simply consider it a house cleaning. Suzy mused. Suzy absorbed all the former kings of the Su divine dynasty into his inner world. His essence was exceptionally formidable. For the time being, these saints, great saints, and saint kings would find it difficult to recover. They needed to fully digest this strand of essence to make up for their prior deficits, and even their innate talents would undergo a dramatic transformation. Meanwhile, the Su divine dynasty was bustling with activity. How long had it been since such liveliness? Ha ha, they are rushing towards their demise. Su Zhan sat high upon the throne, coldly observing the brilliance in the sky, his words icy. Had it not been for the resurrection of Suzy's ancestor, perhaps he would truly be alarmed this time. But now, Su Zhan merely wished to rise and bellow. Come, take my life. Even if Suzy had not returned, he was entirely unperturbed. For Suzy's ancestor had set up a grand formation, one for offense and another for defense. Though unaware of its power, it was presumed that beneath the Saint King, chaos would ensue. The formation was responsible for rampant slaughter, while he merely supervised. Moreover, with Suzy's ancestor's aid, he had refined the eyes of an elder hawk, an extraordinary weapon. In summary, Su Zhan felt no trepidation. Ha ha ha, the sacred land of Lin Yuan, accompanied by the younger generation, has come to pay respects to the Su divine dynasty. A fierce wind howled through the heavens as a massive bronze warship arrived above the Su divine dynasty in an instant. The ship arrived first, with the sound following shortly after. This warship was no ordinary vessel. It was a sacred-grade battleship, spacious enough to accommodate 100,000 souls. At the edges of the ship stood several figures with their hands clasped behind their backs, clad in Lin Yuan robes, gazing down upon the imperial capital of the Su divine dynasty with an air of superiority. Their cultivation was formidable, with the lowest among them being at the god-king level. Among them were several haughty young individuals, their eyes revealing disdain and mockery. Without exception, these young individuals were the elite of the sacred land of Lin Yuan, including the Lin Yuan Saint Son, the Lin Yuan Saintess, as well as candidate saint sons and saintesses. Lin Yuan Saint Master, you of the sacred land of Lin Yuan are quite swift in your arrival. A mass of purple mist drifted towards the imperial capital from the west. Upon arrival, it became clear that it was a gathering of purple clouds upon which several individuals sat, leisurely brewing tea and discussing philosophy. Who is that? Ah, it is the mysterious Saint Master. It has been many years. I hope you have been well. The Lin Yuan Saint Master laughed heartily. Indeed, it has been several millennia since we last parted. Let us drink 3 grand cups upon our reunion. The mysterious Saint Master nodded with a smile. Have the two of you already begun conversing? From the east, a gigantic flying dragon approached the imperial capital. This dragon stretched 1,000 feet long, with an extraordinarily luxurious palace perched upon its back. On the dragon's fearsome head stood a middle-aged man clad in black finery. As he spoke, the mysterious Saint Master and the Lin Yuan Saint Master hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. This man was the Saint Master of the ancient void sacred land, Gu Lang. Not only was his cultivation formidable, but he was also ruthless in nature. Most importantly, it was rumored that a quasi-emperor still resided within the ancient void sacred land. Even the mysterious and Lin Yuan sacred lands were reluctant to provoke him lightly. The ancient void sacred land was indeed wealthy, employing a saint-level dragon as a mount. Even the Lin Yuan Saint Master felt a twinge of envy. Previously, they had considered capturing a dragon from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan as a mount, which would be quite impressive. However, since Aotion's emergence, who would dare to confront the Dragon Clan? Especially since Aotion unified the 4 seas? The Dragon Clan's reputation soared. Who would dare provoke them? This dragon, while not a true dragon, was still at the saint level. Such an existence could easily dominate a vast power. Yet now, it was merely used as a mount. It is known that hybrid blood dragons rarely ascend to the saint level. This dragon must have encountered a great fortune to become a sacred dragon. Ha ha ha, a trifling dragon. My ancient void sacred land can easily claim it. Just a small dragon, not worth boasting about, Gu Lang of the ancient void sacred land remarked, seemingly unfazed. Though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resonated as a massive golden sword hurtled from afar. Wherever it passed, golden sword energy surged, shattering the void, as if it intended to tear the entire imperial capital apart. Yet, this great sword ultimately came to a halt. The leader of the heavenly sword sect, Jianxi, this time, not only the Lin Yuan sacred land and the mysterious sacred land, but even everyone from the ancient void sacred land wore solemn expressions. The heavenly sword sect was not to be trifled with by any of them. Each sect leader of the heavenly sword sect was an existence defying the heavens, and their disciples were never more than 1,000 in number. Each of these 1,000 was an exceptional sword cultivator. While they may be few in numbers, their quality was unparalleled. For instance, this time, only Jianxi had come, along with 2 disciples from the heavenly sword sect, a sword son and a sword daughter. A total of 3 individuals arrived, in stark contrast to the thousands from the Lin Yuan sacred land, many of whom were merely there to witness and spectate. After all, the sacred land of Lin Yuan has hosted many elders and ancestors. This time, they have come fully prepared. I have the honor of meeting Senior Jin 12. The Lord of Lin Yuan, with a humble demeanor, clasped his hands towards Jin 12. You may continue with your affairs. I am merely here to guide my 2 rather inept disciples in their training. Jin 12 cast a glance at the 3 major sacred lands and waved his hand dismissively. He understood their intentions, but felt it had nothing to do with him. He was only here to engage in cultivation exchanges with his disciples. Given such a splendid platform, it would be a waste not to partake in a good contest. Indeed, Senior, do as you please. The Lord of Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. He was aware that Jin 12 was genuinely here for the competition of prodigies and would certainly refrain from joining the 3 sacred lands in their hostility towards the Su Divine Dynasty. However, if Jin 12 chose to side with the Su Divine Dynasty, that would pose a significant problem. Although it was the Lord of Lin Yuan who issued the invitation to the Heavenly Sword Sect, he had not anticipated that this ancient being, who had not emerged for a millennium, would come in person. He had expected that the second-in-command of the Heavenly Sword Sect would attend, as he had some rapport with him. Even if he did not intervene, he would not assist the opposing side. Who goes there? A voice echoed through the imperial palace, declaring that no one was permitted to fly above the capital of the Su Divine Dynasty. Rules are made for the weak. The strong have never needed to adhere to such so-called rules, the Lord of Lin Yuan scoffed. They had come to provoke, not to play by the rules. Let us proceed. With a command from the Lord of Linyuan, the massive bronze warship swiftly took flight towards the imperial capital. He intended not only to soar but also to do so leisurely, a clear affront to the Su divine dynasty. Your Majesty, shall we bring them down? Yu Sha, within the palace, spoke with a cold expression, filled with murderous intent. He had not anticipated that these individuals would not only fly but do so slowly. A blatant slap in the face to the Su divine dynasty. Since being healed by Su Ji, he had grown increasingly awed by the Su divine dynasty, which would not tolerate any encroachment. Remain calm. Let them revel in their arrogance for now. Allow them entry, and we shall entertain them properly once they arrive. By the way, summon the younger generation. Having consumed the flesh of the Saint King, they should have made some progress, otherwise it would have been for naught, Su Zhan instructed directly. Understood. Yu Sha respectfully retreated. This time, not only would the most outstanding prodigies be retained, but they would also ensure the demise of all these saints. Madness gleamed in Su Zhan's eyes. He felt a wave of trepidation. Initially, he had merely intended to use the records to eliminate the hidden spies within the Su divine dynasty, but he had not anticipated alarming several sacred sections. Had he not excavated the tomb of the ancestor Su Ji, the Su divine dynasty would surely have faced ruin. Fortunately, he had taken an interest in the historical records left by past monarchs while managing state affairs. Thus familiarizing himself with such clandestine actions, bring them to the training ground. Su Zhan commanded into the air. Yes. Li Pejun emerged from the void, heading towards the 4 sacred sections only a saint could tear through the void. And Li Pejun had evidently reached the saint realm. Observing his somewhat clumsy space rending, it was clear he had only just broken through. Su Zhan had not shortchanged Li Pejun, having shared half of the heart's blood from the Eagle-Eye Saint King with him. Li Pejun, a fierce general on the battlefield, had unexpectedly broken through to the saint realm through sheer accumulation. Even Su Zhan was somewhat astonished, as he himself had only recently attained the saint realm. Chapter 52. A silence that pierces the heart. Fortunately, there were now 2 saints openly supporting the Su divine dynasty. The palace forbids flying. Everyone should descend with this general. Just as the enormous warship aimed to enter the palace directly, a gruff voice reverberated in everyone's ears. The warship came to a halt. A saint, the Lord of Linyuan, standing at the bow, gazed at Li Pejun, who had just emerged from the rift in space. His eyes glinting with danger. Descend. Almost instantly, the Lord of Linyuan ordered the warship to land. The Su divine dynasty indeed possessed a saint. The Lord of Linyuan found himself momentarily confused about how long their spies had been embedded within the Su divine dynasty. It was impossible to ascertain. However, he had never witnessed a saint from the Su divine dynasty before. Now that a saint had revealed themselves, the Lord of Linyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Soon, the disciples of the mysterious sacred land also descended slowly, refraining from any confrontation with Li Pejun. It was not yet the time. They needed to ascertain the depths of the Su divine dynasty first. Today, I will fly into the palace. What can you do about it? Gu Lang, seated in a palace on the back of a dragon, spoke provocatively. The Lord of Linyuan and the Lord of Mysterious stood aside, hands hanging at their sides, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. They too wished to see how the Su divine dynasty would respond to Gu Lang's provocation. A newly ascended saint was hardly sufficient. Now, with someone to probe the waters for them, they were more than willing to partake. Go, little dragon, charge in for me. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be torn to shreds, Gu Lang remarked, seemingly mocking the Su divine dynasty. As if they truly believed themselves to be a formidable power. Though you think you are worthy? The dragon roared, its mouth filled with a nauseating stench of blood, rushing towards Li Pejun. Li Pejun's expression remained unchanged as he brandished dual axes, ready to cleave the dragon's head. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped the entire realm, rendering all eyes momentarily blind. They hastily released their spiritual senses to ascertain the situation. Yet, the white light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Before they could investigate, it disappeared, leaving only a faint blade in tint. Everyone wore bewildered expressions, their hairs standing on end, drenched in cold sweat. What was that? Something capable of blinding even the saints. In that instant, saints and grand saints alike found themselves plunged into darkness. A crooked path. Do you think such petty tricks can frighten me? Gu Lang smirked, feeling unscathed. The Su divine dynasty must be feeling guilty and resorting to ghostly tricks. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The previously bloodthirsty dragon was now eerily tranquil. All present soon discovered in terror that a line was slowly appearing on the dragon's head, stretching from its skull to the tip of its tail, gradually turning blood. It had been cleaved in two, vertically. What a loss! Someone exclaimed in horror. Gu Lang felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Had that blow struck him, he too would have been severed in half in an instant. No, that cannot be. They would not dare to provoke my ancient void sacred land. If they had intended to strike me down, they would have done so alongside the dragon. Clearly, they wished to kill the dragon to intimidate me. Killing the dragon would be acceptable, but killing me would prompt an unending vendetta from the ancient void sacred land. Alternatively, that strike might have been swift enough to slay a saint, but not a grand saint, perhaps merely a trick to deceive the eyes. In an instant, Gu Lang understood the truth behind it. The Su divine dynasty would undoubtedly not dare to harm him. In the next moment, Gu Lang began to regain his arrogance. In truth, it was not only Gu Lang. Even the lords of Linyuan and Mysterious shared similar thoughts, believing that the strike could only kill saints. Otherwise, why not strike down Gu Lang as well? Only Jin 12 from the Heavenly Sword sect bore a solemn expression. The world knew him as an unparalleled powerhouse, revered as the Sword King. Yet no one knew he was a Saint King. That recent strike, even he could only vaguely perceive as a heavenly blade descending. Humph! When I meet Su Zhan later, I shall demand compensation for this loss from my ancient void sacred land. Gu Lang coldly snorted as he and the many elders and disciples of the ancient void sacred land touched down. He chose to walk rather than fly. Although he was a grand saint and unafraid, most of the elders accompanying him were in the realm of divine kings, with a few saints among them. These individuals were fearful, delightful, truly delightful. Our ancestor is indeed remarkable. The formation he casually set up can effortlessly slay saints. I wish to test its full power. Su Zhan sat at the highest point of the training ground, excitement bubbling within him. His ancestor had entered the forbidden zone. He wondered how things were unfolding. Moments ago, a series of terrifying auras had erupted from the forbidden zone. He was uncertain if they belonged to an emperor or whether his ancestor was safe. Su Zhan gazed towards the forbidden zone, unable to suppress his worry. Although his ancestor had dismissed the emperor as trash, he had barely retracted his gaze when he saw Su Ji standing before him, startling him. He nearly flew out of the ozone layer from the fright. Oh, ancestor, could you refrain from appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? It's rather frightful, Su Zhan complained, though he wasted no time in rising to invite Su Ji to take a seat. How is it, ancestor? Are my Su family's predecessors still alive? Su Zhan's words came out in a rush. However, he had yet to finish before Su Ji interjected. A total of 208 monarchs from the Su divine dynasty who were captured are all still alive. Do not worry, they are safe and have been settled in the divine palace. If all goes well, they will recover shortly. Su Ji smiled from the throne. This marked the first time he had smiled so joyfully since awakening. After all, having slumbered for countless years, the Su divine dynasty still stood, and his father and brother were still alive. The passage of time had not claimed these individuals, which was enough to bring joy to Su Ji. Wonderful truly, the blessings of our ancestors, Su Zhan exclaimed. No, it is the blessings of ancestor Su Ji. In an instant, tears streamed down Su Zhan's face. The surrounding maids and guards had never witnessed Su Zhan in such a state. In their eyes, he was an emperor, every word and action exuding majesty. And who was this young man? How did the monarch come to be addressed as the venerable ancestor? What was his emergence like? Originally, the guards were about to spring into action to protect the sovereign when they overheard the conversation between the two, instantly retracting their steps in silence. Today is indeed bustling. The Su divine dynasty requires a cleansing, and this presents an excellent opportunity. Suzy nodded at the group approaching the martial arena in the distance. This time, they must ensure that these individuals cannot depart unscathed. Su Zhan, standing beside Suzy, radiated an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 53. The astonishment of the four great sacred lands and sects. The Su divine dynasty has maintained a low profile for many years. This time, they intend to deliver a grand surprise to the world. Su Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Su divine dynasty now rests in your hands. You may decide these matters. I cannot remain in the Su divine dynasty indefinitely. After all these years, I wish to visit the immortal realm. Suzy reclined lazily in his chair, squinting up at the sky. Ultimately, despite his considerable age, Suzy's consciousness lingered in a time several centuries past, in terms of mentality. He remains a youthful spirit. He too yearns to explore the immortal realm, to witness the so-called Su family. Venerable ancestor, are you truly departing? Su Zhan's face was filled with reluctance. One must understand that the rise of the Su divine dynasty is entirely attributable to Suzy. He is the one who has rescued the monarchs of the Su divine dynasty throughout the ages. Every dynasty experiences peaks and declines. Now that the monarchs of the Su divine dynasty have returned, it has reached its zenith. However, should the future heir of the Su divine dynasty lack virtue or possess a cruel nature, these could signal the decline of the dynasty. Besides, I cannot oversee it forever. When the time comes, I shall merely watch it head towards ruin. Suzy spoke lightly, as if recounting an ordinary matter. Yet to Su Zhan's ears, it struck like a thunderclap. He grasped Suzy's implication. If the future heir of the Su divine dynasty lacks virtue, even should it perish, Suzy would no longer intervene. Conversely, if their virtue aligns with their position, then even in the absence of Suzy and the others, the Su divine dynasty could endure. Descendant Su Zhan, I have received your teachings. Su Zhan bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Suzy with utmost seriousness. Not far away, the representatives of the 4 great sacred lands, led by Li Pejun, were making their way on foot towards the martial arena. As Li Pejun led the way, he suddenly realized that the crowd behind him had not followed, initially suspecting they were up to some mischief. When he furrowed his brows and glanced back, he understood immediately. Everyone was staring in astonishment towards the martial arena. Though the distance was considerable, cultivators naturally possess keen eyesight. What had they witnessed? Su Zhan, clad in a bright yellow imperial robe, was currently bowing in respect. Who, then, was the youth seated in the position that should belong to Su Zhan? A monarch of a divine dynasty was bowing to a young man, seemingly with great deference. Were they witnessing a ghost in broad daylight? An ominous feeling arose in everyone's hearts. Had they perhaps failed to check the auspicious calendar before stepping out today? First, an inexplicable knife had descended, slaying a dragon, and now this bizarre scene unfolded? Truly, the Su divine dynasty was filled with peculiarities, especially for the 3 sovereigns, Lingyuan, Guxiu, and Piaomiao. They suddenly felt their steps weighed down. In that moment, they experienced a ludicrous sensation akin to lambs walking into a tiger's den. Oh, esteemed guests, it seems you have come uninvited, seeking to engage in a contest of strength with my Su divine dynasty. Su Zhan remarked with a playful tone. We have come to pay our respects to the monarch of the Su divine dynasty. Their hearts were heavy with doubt, and they dared not confront the Su divine dynasty directly, choosing instead to lower their postures. We naturally wish to establish amicable relations with the Su divine dynasty, which boasts a long and rich history. We have no intention of nurturing animosity. The Lingyuan sovereign smiled, though the smile appeared somewhat forced. They had initially intended to trouble the Su divine dynasty, but now they found themselves unable to discern the true depth of its foundation. Theo come uninvited and claim to wish for friendship with the Su divine dynasty? Very well, I shall give you face today. Anyone from the younger or older generation may challenge us, determining both rank and life or death. Su Zhan smiled, though to the Lingyuan sovereign and the others, this smile resembled that of a demon. A chill crept into their hearts. What did Su Zhan intend? Did he wish to keep them all within the Su divine dynasty? Could the Su divine dynasty possess such depth and confidence? They were, after all, top-tier sacred sects. Would the Su divine dynasty dare to engage in conflict with the 4 great sacred lands? They found it hard to believe. Then so be it. We, the Lingyuan sacred land. Accept. The Grand Elder of the Lingyuan sacred land, Ji Wuhan, stepped forward with an enigmatic smile. He had just witnessed his own sovereign signaling him frantically, and he mistakenly believed his sovereign wanted him to agree. Hence he boldly stepped forward. As soon as the words left his lips, the Lingyuan sovereign's expression changed dramatically. I told you not to agree. Did you not see how the Su divine dynasty is acting today? Even Su Zhan has reached the saint realm. The Lingyuan sovereign roared inwardly. Typically, this Grand Elder Ji Wuhan was quite astute. Yet today he seemed inexplicably foolish. The Lingyuan sovereign was bewildered. Little did he know that Ji Wuhan had long coveted the Su divine dynasty. A power bearing the title of divine dynasty, yet lacking its strength, must possess enviable cultivation resources. Ji Wuhan had been eyeing it for quite some time, although the earlier scene had startled him. If his sovereign was unafraid, why should he be? Excellent, Su Zhan laughed heartily. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. Su Zhan instructed the attendants to bring out wooden stools for everyone, signaling them to sit down. Everyone's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Seriously, if you are going to put on a show, at least do it properly. What on earth is a one-legged stool? No, even if it were just a stool, why is it missing a leg? Su Zhan's actions only heightened the anxiety of the representatives from the 4 great sacred lands. What was happening? Were they willingly walking into a trap? How outrageous! Su Zhan, how dare you make us, the sovereign's guests, sit on such a chair? This is an utter insult to our sovereign. Ji Wuhan exploded in fury, pointing at Su Zhan. Kneel. Li Pejun snorted coldly. The might of a saint descended upon Ji Wuhan. Ji Wuhan's face changed drastically, and he collapsed to the ground in an instant, utterly crushed by the saint's pressure, finding it difficult even to move a finger. Dare to disrespect the monarch? What are you? Li Pejun glared at Ji Wuhan with murderous intent. Sovereign, save me. Ji Wuhan's face turned pale. Although he was at the pinnacle of the divine king realm, he now felt as though he might be crushed under the saint's weight. As a grand elder of the Lingyuan sacred land, surely a reprimand would suffice. Must they go as far as to seek his life? The Lingyuan sovereign's expression darkened as he looked at Li Pejun and asked, in the Su divine dynasty, must we abide by the Su divine dynasty's rules? Regarding the matter in the imperial capital, we did not pursue it, but now you dare to take liberties? Li Pejun showed no signs of retreat as he retorted. Humph! When has the life or death of a grand elder from the Lingyuan sacred land required the judgment of a mere Su divine dynasty? Chapter 54. I admit my voice was a bit loud just then at that moment. An elder strolled over in the air, moving slowly. As his words fell, the pressure on Ji Wuhan dissipated instantly. Greetings, great elder. The members of the Lingyuan sacred land immediately stood and bowed respectfully. Your sovereign truly lacks the backbone. When one of your own is bullied, you dare not utter a word. The elder disregarded Li Pejun and addressed the Lingyuan sovereign directly. Indeed, great elder speaks truth. The Lingyuan sovereign quickly replied. And you, at your age, are you so afraid of death that you watch your fellow sect members being bullied? The great elder pointed at several older members of the Lingyuan faction and berated them. The others immediately agreed. I never expected even you, old ghost, to emerge from seclusion. The great elder of the Lingyuan sacred land looked at Jian 12. I did not expect you, old man, to still be alive. Jian 12 replied expressionlessly. Are you all under the impression that my Su divine dynasty is devoid of capable individuals? Have you come here to chat as if it were a commonplace occurrence? Suzy yawned lazily and asked curiously. The world is vast. I may converse wherever I please. What of it? Does the Su divine dynasty have any objections? The elder spoke with disdain. TSK. Wanting to go where you please? So arrogant. Why not go converse with the masters of the forbidden zones? Su Zhan scoffed dismissively. Ling Fei found himself momentarily speechless. That was a statement he could never utter. The forbidden zones were places no one dared to enter. Little one, be cautious. Words can bring calamity, Ling Fei said with a hint of meaning. Venerable ancestor, he is truly asking for a beating. Let us deal with him, Su Zhan exclaimed excitedly from the side. Oh him. Ling Fei had already paved his path to destruction. Venerable ancestor? Everyone's expression shifted, and they all turned to look at Suzy. Suzy was unexpectedly the venerable ancestor of the Su divine dynasty. They had been speculating about Suzy's identity earlier, trying to discern who could command Su Zhan to stand obediently by. Now everything became clear. He was indeed the ancestral figure of the Su divine dynasty. Generally, those with the title of ancestor are not to be trifled with. May I inquire, esteemed sir, which era's monarch of the Su divine dynasty you hail from? I must admit, my previous comments may have been a tad loud. I hope you will be forgiving. One grows old and tends to boast and act pretentiously. Ling Fei immediately bowed respectfully to Suzy, his demeanor serious. Why ask what you already know? What an absurd inquiry, Su Zhan, with an air of condescension, bellowed commandingly, Lin Fei felt somewhat stifled. However, at this moment, he dared not retaliate. For he was astounded to discover that he could not see through this young man. Perhaps he was merely a common mortal, or perhaps his cultivation far surpassed his own. Naturally, Lin Fei opted for the latter conclusion. After all, who would permit a mere mortal to occupy such a position? Never mind, let the competition commence. They would remain for now, as soon there would be many itching for a fight. Once these words were spoken, the representatives from the 4 great sacred lands were once again taken aback. How many times had they been astonished today? It was too tedious to count. In any case, they were indeed shocked by Su Zi's declarations. Could it be that there were ancient monsters within the Su God dynasty awakening? The mention of itching hands by Su Zi certainly did not pertain to the younger generation of the Su God dynasty, for they were somewhat acquainted with the nature of that generation. Excluding the youth, the remaining candidates could only be the long-lived elders of the Su God dynasty. The mere thought of ancient beings from the Su God dynasty resurfacing sent chills racing up their spines. Did the Su God dynasty truly intend to ensnare them all? Did they dare to declare war against the 4 great sacred lands? Uncertainty pervaded the hearts of all present. Only the young disciples under their tutelage bore eager expressions. Longing to engage with the younger generation of the Su God dynasty, they wished to use them as a sharpening stone, a stepping stone. Let us begin. Su Zi gestured with his hand. Yes, ancestor. Su Zhan waved his hand. And instantly, the young talents of the Su God dynasty emerged in succession. Not bad, rather ordinary. Su Zi nodded. Before his departure, the most formidable among them was Su Kan, a figure of the Void Path realm. Aged 800 years. The realms were classified as follows: martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial sect leader, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, sovereign, void path, /me, escape one, supreme, celestial being, divine king, divine emperor, saint, great saint, king of saints, quasi-emperor, great emperor, true immortal, mortal immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. In the outside world, he would be considered a genius, but within the Su God dynasty, he was merely of above-average talent. His disciple, Tian Huang, had yet to reach 500 years of age and was already at the divine king realm. With a breakthrough to divine emperor imminent, a comparison of talents would reveal who was superior and who was inferior. Moreover, upon returning to the 4 seas and 8 desolations, Su Zi had traversed numerous renowned mountains and rivers, accepting several disciples, all endowed with exceptional talents. Almost all had reached the divine emperor realm before the age of 500. Had it not been for his intervention, the Su God dynasty would have faced a severe talent shortage. The strong were not exceedingly powerful, while the weak were woefully inadequate. If this continued, the Su God dynasty would slowly face annihilation. Now, having consumed the flesh and blood of the King of Saints, their cultivation had surged. Su Kan now found himself at the supreme realm. To Su Zi's slight surprise, the young lad with imperial lineage and the Su family bloodline was actually concealing his cultivation. It was known that previously, when Su Zi observed him, he was not as formidable as Su Kan. Yet now he had surpassed Su Kan's realm. His age was not great, and his foundation was remarkably solid. Su Zi nodded, realizing that with this young man in the Su God dynasty, they could prolong their existence for several 100,000 years. However, Su Zi had no intention of accepting any disciples. He wished to savor life in the coming endless years. Perhaps he might take on disciples in the future, but not at this moment. He needed to ascertain the number of wayward apprentices he had before making any decisions. After so many years apart, some may have even forgotten that they had a master. It had indeed been countless years, and compared to the brief decades he had spent instructing them, that was hardly worth consideration. Forgetting was entirely natural. Su Zi held no hope whatsoever. Is that not Su Kan, the foremost among the younger generation of the Su God dynasty? As the younger generation made their appearance, someone among them questioned the leader with curiosity. They were indeed perplexed. Over the years, the various sacred lands had seen their successors travel far and wide, leaving behind a notable reputation, yet the Su God dynasty had produced none. Eventually, a well-meaning individual managed to uncover the details of the younger generation of the Su God dynasty. Their strongest was Su Kan, of the Void Path realm. The very notion of the Void Path realm was laughable. How could the Su God dynasty lack anyone to uphold its dignity? Meanwhile, the weakest among the successors of the other great forces were at least of the escape one realm, with many even at the supreme realm. Yet now, those present found it impossible to laugh, for they sensed the fluctuations emanating from Su Kan. Remarkably, he was at the supreme realm. Furthermore, the younger generation of the Su God dynasty standing behind him exhibited considerable cultivation fluctuations as well. Chapter 55. Arrogance. Su Kan. The young talents of the four great sacred lands wore solemn expressions. They genuinely had not anticipated that the Su God dynasty had concealed itself so deeply. Was it not said that the highest cultivation among them was merely of the void path realm? The surging supreme aura radiating from Su Kan was impossible to conceal. This was due to Su Kan having just broken through to the supreme realm and being unable to control the nuances of his power. Among the crowd, Su Fan stood inconspicuously, akin to an ordinary person, lacking any sense of presence, like a mere transparent figure. At this moment, Su Kan was undeniably impressive, exuding a formidable aura as he surveyed the surroundings. Casting a sidelong glance at the young talents of the four great sacred lands, Su Kan pays homage to the king. Su Kan approached Su Zhan, bowing slightly, his tone devoid of reverence. I am the Su God dynasty. Any direct descendant of the bloodline was entitled to inherit the future throne. Su Kan believed himself to be the foremost among all direct descendants. Prior to his elevation, he was the strongest among the Su family lineage. And now, having crossed two major realms, his confidence soared. The future throne of the Su God dynasty was his by right. How dare you? Do your eyes not see that my ancestor of the Su family is present? Is there any reason for you to bow first? Su Zhan's expression darkened as he reprimanded Su Kan. This Su Kan had become increasingly audacious. To pay homage to the king was one thing, but to blatantly disregard Su Zi was beyond comprehension. What thoughts occupied his mind? Su Kan has encountered the ancestor. Su Kan, momentarily taken aback, also bowed slightly in respect. We, too, pay homage to the ancestor and to the king. In stark contrast to Su Kan's demeanor, the others expressed their utmost respect. Rise, all of you. Choose for yourselves. Now is the time for you to hone your skills. The battle among those of the same realm. No one may interfere with the battlefield. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish. Su Zi declared the rules outright. Upon hearing these words, the younger generation of the Su God dynasty erupted in uproar. They were all fragile blossoms nurtured in a greenhouse. Having never truly faced the trials of blood and fire, nor experienced the treachery of others, now they were being urged to engage in combat. This revelation caused many among the younger generation of the Su God dynasty to change countenance. Initially filled with high spirits, believing they would surely establish a resounding reputation today, now they experienced a tinge of trepidation and unease. These individuals were all the pride of their respective sacred lands. Defeat at the hands of their opponents would undoubtedly lead to their merciless demise. Su Zi observed this scene. Yet his heart did not waver. A strong individual who does not improve through battle is but a decorative vase. Throughout history, apart from himself, which of the other supreme beings did not traverse mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, whose hands were not stained with blood? Of course, Su Zi himself had not engaged in bloody battles before reaching the quasi-emperor stage. It was merely that he fought, while others shed blood. Ancestor, is this not excessively cruel? They have never faced true slaughter. Su Kan furrowed his brow and addressed Su Zi. Is it for them, or for yourself? Su Zi asked with profound meaning. Naturally, it is for them. I am the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Why would I fear? Su Kan spoke with righteous indignation, presenting a facade of selflessness. And you, is it cruel? Su Zi pointed towards Su Fan in the crowd. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Zi would single him out for questioning. Not at all. Strong individuals are never mere blossoms in a greenhouse. They are forged through battle. While talent is undoubtedly important, it is equally essential to undergo trials of blood and fire. We cultivators must contend against heaven, earth, and man. Although Su Fan was unaware of why Su Zi questioned him, he nonetheless expressed his thoughts candidly. Do you wish to refute this? Su Zi nodded and then turned to Su Kan. Inquiring, Su Kan was momentarily at a loss for words. He discreetly glanced at Su Fan, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. It is him again, this Su Fan. How dare he oppose me? I should have eliminated him when I first arrived. Su Kan raged inwardly. His intention was not only to dissolve the life and death scenario proposed by Su Zi, but also to have all the Su family disciples express their gratitude towards him, laying the groundwork for his future path to kingship. Furthermore, he did not wish to engage in a life and death battle. If he emerged victorious, all would be well, but if he were to lose, it would be the end. Moreover, among the 4 great sacred lands, there were indeed beings at the celestial and supreme realms. Su Zi shook his head, for he had discerned the expression on Su Can's face. The world had undergone tremendous changes, entering an era of decline, and the 4 seas and 8 desolations were no exception. They could not be compared to his own time, 1,000 years prior. Achieving the supreme realm was an exceedingly rare feat, while reaching the celestial realm was an even rarer occurrence. It was noteworthy that in Su Zi's era, even among the lower realms, there had been dozens of individuals who reached the celestial realm before the age of 500. Now, as the world began to awaken, the Su God dynasty had given birth to only one prodigy, Su Fan. Indeed, they were on a downward trajectory. Be careful, lest the wind takes your tongue. Brother Fan seems to be quite confident. Let him choose first, Su Can remarked sarcastically towards Su Fan. Then I shall graciously accept. Su Fan's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by Su Can's words. Then, in an unprecedented move that astonished everyone, including Su Zi, Su Can, a direct descendant of the Su family, knelt on one knee and humbly requested Su Zi to accept him as a disciple. All present were left in a state of disbelief. What kind of protocol was this? Someone asked, utterly baffled. On the bewildering tree grows the bewildering fruit. Beneath the bewildering tree stand you and I. You inquire of me, how would I know? Someone retorts. Truly, life is unpredictable, akin to the grand paradox of a large intestine enveloping a small intestine. This speaker has no intention of accepting disciples for the time being. Let us begin. Su Zi, who typically refers to himself in the presence of close associates, evidently exhibits some displeasure now. Su Can, this individual of such poor character, has gained a modicum of power yet remains oblivious even to his own surname. He cannot even uphold the most fundamental of courtesies, truly believing that his ascension is solely due to his own efforts. Were it not for Su Zi slaying that eagle-eyed sage king, would they have feasted upon the flesh of a sage king? Consuming the flesh of a sage king is indeed a luxury. With a touch of power, he begins to swell with arrogance, disregarding his elders. If this person were to become a sovereign in the future, he would surely be the bane of his nation. Ancestor, when I ascend as the sovereign of the Su divine dynasty, I shall undoubtedly expand our territories and elevate the glory of the Su divine dynasty, ensuring our shared reverence within the domain. Su Can, undeterred by Su Zi's refusal, boldly lays his cards on the table. He is practically the designated next monarch. Among his peers, he possesses the highest cultivation, and as a scion of the Su family, who else could inherit the throne? This is the ancestral decree of the Su family. The capable shall inherit. Truly, what an absurdity. I am not dead yet. Su Zhan's face flushed with anger. Chapter 56. The curse of the Li family bloodline. He had never encountered such unbridled shamelessness. Su Zhan remains youthful. He is far from retirement, and yet Su Can has already begun to covet the throne. This person is truly lacking in intellect. Or has he truly become so reckless? Oh? Are you genuinely convinced you will be the future monarch of the Su divine dynasty? Su Zi inquires with a stoic expression. Naturally, who else could it be but me? Su Can rises proudly, surveying his surroundings. He possesses this confidence. His maternal lineage is of a prominent family within the Su divine dynasty, and although he is not a direct descendant of Su Zhan, he is nonetheless of the pure Su bloodline. Among the younger generation, his cultivation is the strongest. According to the ancestral decree, he is the future successor. Very well, Su Zhan, heed my command. Su Zi barks at Su Zhan directly. Ancestor, Su Zhan obeys. Su Zhan immediately kneels on the ground. Echoing loudly, the monarch kneels? What a position the monarch holds. Surely even the ancestor need not be treated thus. The younger generation of the Su family is utterly astonished. Regardless of the faction, no one dares to say that the leader of a faction kneels before the ancestor. Just how exalted must the status of this ancestor be? Henceforth, we shall abolish the ancestral decree. What does it mean that the one with the highest cultivation inherits the throne? A person of poor character, even with cultivation, would be a sovereign of ruin. Now, such a character can become a future monarch, and yet he is brimming with confidence. I could almost wish to strike him dead. Suzy points at Su Kan and berates him. Su Kan is but a simpleton. How can such a person be a monarch? Until today, he had no desire to intervene. But now that the issue has arisen, it must be resolved. Which fool of a monarch conceived this ancestral decree? Speak to me. Were he still alive, I would surely hang him up and beat him. Suzy's anger escalates. The fact that the Su divine dynasty has thrived to this day is truly miraculous. There is no need to search. He was certainly not abducted. He has long since attained enlightenment, Su Zhan asserts confidently. Meanwhile, Su Kan stands in a daze, his eyes glazed over, uncertain of how to respond. He had never imagined that Suzy's single remark would shatter his dreams of kingship. He was to be the future monarch. This had been a consensus among all now, with his dreams shattered in an instant. Su Kan has begun to spiral into madness. Ha ha ha, do you think you are someone of importance? How dare you nullify the decree of the former monarch? Do you truly believe yourself to be a figure of significance? Do you even know who my maternal family is? The Li family of the imperial capital. Do you know Li Pejun? He is my maternal uncle, my own uncle. Had it not been for my Li family engaging in battles outside, contributing great efforts for the Su divine dynasty, could the Su divine dynasty have enjoyed such prolonged peace? Do you know how long my Li family has existed? Almost as long as the Su divine dynasty itself. You think you can simply abolish it? Have you consulted the Li family? Have you consulted my father? At this moment, Su Kan laughs maniacally, tears streaming down his face with mirth. He finds Suzy's ignorance laughable. The Li family of the imperial capital is a family of war gods, a stabilizing force for the Su divine dynasty. How has he survived thus far? Give him a stick of incense to resolve this matter. Suzy finds himself at a loss for words. A family of war gods. He is aware. A family renowned for their loyalty, having existed since his time, diligently serving as loyal subjects. It is worth noting that in his era, the war god of the Li family was, in fact, a woman. Her name was Li Linglong. After her first campaign on behalf of her father, her fame spread throughout the divine dynasty. With a single hand, she slaughtered millions, earning her the title of the female god of slaughter in that era. She was also one of Suzy's admirers. However, at that time, Suzy was still young and had not contemplated the idea of a partner. As the years have passed, it is presumed that the valiant female god of slaughter has long since entered the cycle of reincarnation. Li Pejun, you come here at once, and Su Du Dao. You come here as well. Su Zhan directly conveys his thoughts, his voice brimming with untold resentment. It is the first time he has witnessed Suzy, the ancestor, in a fit of rage. Unless an explanation is provided, he himself shall feel discontented. After a short while, Li Pejun and Su Du Dao arrive at the martial arts arena. Upon learning the circumstances, Li Pejun is infuriated. You wretched fool, from this day forth, my Li family has no further ties with you. If my sister does not agree, she too shall leave the Li family. Li Pejun erupts in anger. Members of his own family dare not venture out, invoking the name of the Li family as a family of war gods. Yet you, an outsider, dare to wield the Li name to pressure the monarch and the Su family ancestor. This is sheer madness. Is not the one referred to as ancestor a figure of unparalleled cultivation? I implore the ancestor to spare him a life, considering he is a descendant of my Su family. Su Du Dao lets out a deep sigh. Slowly kneeling, he is merely a leisurely prince, disinterested in these disputes. Yet his son possesses ambitions greater than the heavens, while his abilities fail to match his aspirations, leading to this predicament. Very well. He may choose to challenge a peer of equal standing. Should he win, he may live. Should he lose, he shall die. Su Zhan nods in agreement. This, Su Du Dao wishes to say more, but upon seeing Su Zhan's icy countenance, he ultimately swallows his words. Though he is Su Zhan's elder brother, he understands Su Zhan's character. I must inquire, from the moment you arrived until now, you have regarded me with no less than a dozen glances. What is it you wish to convey? Suzy turns to regard Li Pejun, frowning in inquiry. The subordinate is deserving of death for offending you. I merely wish to confirm whether you are indeed the ancestor Suzy. Li Pejun immediately kneels, panic evident in his voice. What? Suzy? Suzy, Suzy, the holy monarch Suzy, the second-generation monarch of the Su divine dynasty. But the holy monarch Suzy, who once dazzled an entire era. It is said that all who were defeated by Suzy have become emperors. And those who could challenge Suzy are destined to become emperors as well. Yet, those who were deemed worthy rivals by Suzy are virtually non-existent. He is the holy monarch Suzy, the figure who has left an indelible mark in ancient texts. And he is also the youngest sage king in history, unmatched throughout time. Even now, tales of his exploits continue to be sung. Was it not said that he has passed away? Bah, he attained enlightenment and has entered the cycle of reincarnation? At this moment, it is as if we have struck a titanium alloy steel plate. Upon learning of Suzy's name, the leaders and elders of the 4 great Holy Land sects all change countenance. Having lived for so long, what cultivation level could Suzy possibly possess? Still at the Sage King level, that is nearly impossible. An emperor? A heavenly emperor? Uncertain, but he must be at least an emperor. What? Is someone still impersonating me? Suzy jestingly inquires of Li Po-jun. Naturally, none would dare. However, my Li family's ancestor established an ancestral decree and a bloodline curse, dictating that the members of the Li family shall remain loyal to the Su divine dynasty throughout their lives. Should they harbor any treachery, their Tao hearts shall shatter. Chapter 57. Suzy, am I not as good-looking as you in cultivation? This curse is embedded within the bloodline. Although Sukin possesses the Li bloodline, he is more so of the Su lineage, rendering it ineffective against him. Li Po-jun reveals this hidden matter. Suzy, with a wave of his hand, instantly draws Li Po-jun to his side. He then places his palm upon Li Po-jun's forehead. It is indeed a curse, capable of continuing through generations without fading. Suzy, upon contact, perceives the curse's potency flowing through Li Po-jun's blood. You wish for me to assist your Li family in dispelling this curse from within? Suzy inquires with curiosity. If that is the case, he is willing to lend a hand. After all, the Li family has served the Su divine dynasty for many years. No, no. Li Po-jun hastily shakes his head, while Li family holds unwavering loyalty to the Su divine dynasty, not solely due to the curse, but because each monarch has regarded my Li family as kin. How could we become ungrateful wretches? Li Po-jun's words resonate with conviction, devoid of pretense. It is precisely because your Li family has been steadfast in loyalty to the Su divine dynasty that I extend you an opportunity, a chance for your Li family's descendants to soar to great heights. Suzy replies with a smile that no need. Given the events surrounding Sukan today, it is better for my Li family to retain the bloodline curse. Li Po-jun states without hesitation. Simultaneously, he comprehends the implications of Suzy's words. The flesh of a sage king serves as a tremendous supplement for the younger generation of the Li family, refining their bodies and rendering them more resplendent, thus solidifying their foundations for the future. Li Po-jun expressed his gratitude fervently, kneeling on the ground and exclaiming loudly, "Surely, you must see that I am not merely referring to this matter?" Suzy, observing Li Po-jun's evasive gaze, pressed on with his inquiry. "Indeed, there is another matter." Li Po-jun clenched his teeth, his face flushing crimson, as if he found it somewhat difficult to articulate. "Speak boldly." Suzy's words acted as a tonic, instilling Li Po-jun with the courage to voice his thoughts. It pertains to a saying passed down from our ancestor, Li Ling Long. Li Po-jun's complexion was flushed, and the veins on his neck bulged. Our ancestor proclaimed that if anyone from future generations were to encounter Suzy, they should convey a message. Suzy, I know you are not dead. Suzy, am I not more pleasing in my cultivation? Upon completing his statement, Li Po-jun nearly collapsed from exhaustion. The message from their ancestor, lingering for so many years, still bore a sense of shame. Furthermore, this phrase was a closely guarded secret, one that each family head was required to memorize thoroughly, and it constituted a pivotal condition for the transfer of leadership. A profound silence enveloped the air. Ha ha ha. My apologies, ancestor. It was not my intention to laugh, but I could not help myself. Ah ha ha ha. Su Zhan was the first to shatter the awkward atmosphere, laughing to the point of pain, unable to contain himself. Suzy rarely displayed such a flustered demeanor. In his mind, he conjured the image of that breathtakingly beautiful countenance that could captivate the world. I can share with you both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Suzy pondered before addressing Li Po-jun. Let us hear the good news first. Li Po-jun's expression immediately turned serious, as he believed Suzy would not speak without reason. The good news is that your ancestor, Li Ling Long, is still alive and possesses formidable cultivation, Suz said with a smile. What? Li Pejun sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Suzy. Are you truly saying that my ancestor, Li Linglong, is still alive? He trembled with excitement. But if she is alive, why has she never returned? Has the ancestor forgotten our Li family? Li Pejun's spirit fell. If the ancestor was indeed alive, how high must her cultivation be? At the very least, she must possess a level of prowess akin to Suzy's, for their family records documented Li Linglong's unparalleled talent. Given such high cultivation, why did she not return to visit? Was it possible that the ancestor was trapped within some forbidden realm? If that were the case, even if it meant exhausting the entire family's resources, they would certainly strive to rescue her. Li Pejun resolutely pondered the possibility. Do not dwell on it. She is not currently in this realm. Suzy shook his head, observing Li Pejun's despondent expression. Not in this realm? Then where could she be? Li Pejun was left bewildered. To them, the vastness of the 4 seas and 8 desolations was so immense that even cultivators like them might spend a lifetime traversing it. As for the upper realms, only those at the pinnacle of power would possess any knowledge. Not in this realm. Could it be the celestial realm? The leaders of various great powers, including the Lord of the Abyss, were suddenly struck with alarm. How had such a seemingly inconspicuous Su divine dynasty transformed into a haven of hidden talents? They had previously thought themselves capable of easily manipulating it. Now it appeared that even the ancestor of a humble family from the Su divine dynasty was not to be trifled with. They realized they had been foolish to conspire against the Su divine dynasty. They could only proceed cautiously from here on. This is also the reason why the power of your bloodline has not diminished. As Li Linglong's cultivation strengthens, the curse within your bloodline grows more potent. However, there are also benefits. When you reach the Saint Realm, you will awaken certain bloodline talents, which is, in a sense, an unexpected boon. You should have already awakened your bloodline power, correct? Suzy had sensed the inheritance within the bloodline from the outset, hence his inquiry. Li Linglong's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, the curse would not have persisted through generations. With the passage of time, one would expect any curse to fade, yet for the Li family, it had only deepened. This indicated that the one who cast the curse had not perished and was still in the world. As long as no one surpassed that individual in cultivation, the curse would remain unbroken for eternity. When I first broke through, I felt an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy. The scent of blood was extraordinarily intense. In that moment, I grasped the true essence of slaughter, granting me unimaginable power on the battlefield. Li Pejun reflected and spoke earnestly. Indeed, Li Linglong was once dubbed the Demoness, having slain countless cultivators. She epitomized the path of slaughter. In the future, the awakening of your Li family's bloodline will likely align with the path of slaughter, using death to affirm your path. However, be aware that to become an emperor, you must carve out a path of your own. Suzy cautioned seriously. In his view, if Li Pejun could comprehend the true essence of slaughter, he would have a chance to ascend as an emperor. Yet, it was possible that his innate talent would prove to be his limit. Moreover, it was due to his consumption of the flesh of a saint king that he had this opportunity to break through to the saint realm and grasp the essence of slaughter, thereby qualifying for the path of an emperor. Chapter 58. Life and Death Battle in Light of Li Linglong. Suzy directly imparted a strand of true killing Tao from the 3,000 Great Paths to Li Pejun. This single strand of Tao was sufficient to propel Li Pejun far into the future. As for the Su divine dynasty, Suzy harbored no concerns. Once they became saints, they would naturally be able to unlock the fragments of the ancient divine mountain within their bloodline. At that time, their talents would multiply to Su fan. You may select your opponent from those at the same cultivation level, Suzy declared directly. Upon hearing Suzy's words, Su Zhan's complexion turned ashen. Initially, he had hoped to choose an opponent one level below his own cultivation to secure a victory, albeit disgracefully, as it would be the best chance for survival. Now, however, Suzy insisted on a battle at the same level. While he had a chance of victory, it was exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to death. Understood, Su Fan replied respectfully. He then turned his gaze toward those within the abyssal sacred land, who shared his cultivation level. Suz's ancestor has decreed that we must battle at the same level. Thus, he could no longer conceal his own cultivation. I choose Lin Jun of the abyssal sacred land. Su Fan's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated through the ears of the younger generation, leaving them stunned. Who was Lin Jun? He was an unparalleled genius, a prodigy of the abyssal sacred land, having previously ranked among the top 3 on the emperor's list. His cultivation had reached the peak of the supreme realm centuries ago, and it was likely that over the years, he had ascended to the heavenly god realm. A nameless figure from the Su divine dynasty dared to directly challenge Lin Jun? Was this not courting death? There were those who quietly mocked a young man in a purple robe from the abyssal sacred land wore an ugly expression. He was Lin Jun, the holy son, and the future heir of the abyssal sacred land. However, now, not only he but the entire abyssal sacred land found itself in peril. It would be difficult for them to leave the Su divine dynasty alive today. How could a mere nobody dare to provoke him? He was uncertain whether to kill or spare him. If he chose to kill, he feared that the ancestor might retaliate in fury. If he spared him, only one could survive on the arena, while the other would surely perish. Thus, Lin Jun found himself in a quandary, filled with trepidation. This time, I permit you. If you win, the abyssal sacred land may depart unscathed. Su's words shattered Lin Jun's hesitations. Upon hearing this, a light of determination surged in Lin Jun's eyes. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his gaze was captivating. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Boom! Lin Jun stepped onto the arena, unleashing his cultivation without reservation. Indeed, he was at the heavenly god realm. In the future, he would undoubtedly claim a place in the world. Incredible! Some gasped in astonishment. A heavenly god at such a young age was a rarity even among the major powers. Isn't that right? I suspect the ancestor of the Su divine dynasty is somewhat wary of the abyssal sacred land, which is why they selected an inconspicuous individual to provide them with a way out. Some began analyzing the situation calmly. Once this statement was made, even the members of the abyssal sacred land felt it held merit. It was certainly plausible that Suzy feared their sacred land's imperial artifact. Yes, that must be the case. However, the very next moment, they overturned all such assumptions. For standing on the arena was Su Fan, who had also revealed his cultivation at the heavenly god realm. What? How could this be? The crowd was astounded. The Su divine dynasty actually possessed a prodigy at the heavenly god realm. Judging by his youthful appearance, he could not be more than 300 years old. This is astonishing. The Su divine dynasty has hidden its depth too well. Moreover, he is 600 years younger than Lin Jun. By the time he reaches Lin Jun's age, how formidable will his cultivation be? Many gasped in disbelief. How foolish their previous remarks had been. Could Suzy truly be wary of an imperial artifact from a sacred land? They were already aware of Su Fan's cultivation level. The upper echelons of the 4 great sacred lands wore grim expressions, for even they had not discerned Su Fan's level of cultivation. This young man must possess a treasure that concealed his cultivation. And it must be of no low grade, at least a saint-level artifact. The Lord of the Abyss wore a troubled expression. What had once seemed a certain victory was now a 50-50 chance. How had he concealed his cultivation so deeply? Su Zhan was internally screaming with frustration. Today was supposed to be his stage for glory, yet he was overshadowed by the crowd, no longer worthy of mention. Moreover, whether he could safely descend from the arena remained uncertain. Had his cultivation matched mine, I would have been the most radiant one today. Damn Su Fan, you must perish. The murderous intent surged within Su Zhan. Even if you conceal your cultivation, you possess not a shred of chance for victory. I have immersed myself in the realm of the celestial for many years, and shall soon break through to become a god king. Lin Jun's countenance remained utterly impassive. Now that he has a chance to survive, he naturally cherishes it greatly. Should he emerge victorious, the entire Lin Yuan sacred land would depart unscathed, and when he grows powerful in the future, he will undoubtedly seek out Su Shanqiao to settle the score. Enough with the idle chatter. Let the true contest begin. Su Fan waved a hand, and a bronze spear manifested in his grasp. Its surface was marred with rust, resembling an ordinary weapon, and a rather decrepit one at that. Attack! Su Fan bellowed, and the spear shot forth like a dragon, aimed directly at Lin Jiyuan. The moment the spear descended, the air crackled with thunder, and the void erupted in a cacophony, the resulting sonic boom causing the ears of those with weaker cultivation to bleed, rendering them incapable of hearing any sound. Lin Jun's expression grew grave. Su Fan was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, one he had previously underestimated. He discarded his arrogance and formed seals with his hands, causing a layer of shimmering golden light to envelop his entire being. Though it shrouded him, it appeared exceedingly sacred and extraordinary. Indeed, the moment Su Fan's spear made contact with the golden light, it was as if a bull had plunged into a quagmire, struggling and unable to penetrate. Humph, few of the same tier can pierce my divine domain, and you are no exception. Lin Jun's demeanor was cold, his words dripping with pride. Among those of his level, there were truly few who could stand on par with him. Is that so? Su Fan remained as calm as still water at that moment. A dazzling radiance erupted from the bronze spear in his hand. Su Fan began to exert force, and the once rusty spear burst forth with a blinding brilliance, which suddenly contracted to form a black hole. The instant this black hole appeared, it absorbed all surrounding light, creating an alternating cycle of light and darkness. A colossal Taiji diagram emerged, one side representing extreme yang, the other extreme yin, exuding an air of profound mystery. Just as this Taiji diagram manifested, the spear instantly pierced through Lin Jun's defenses. Lin Jun raised his hands to shield his chest, but the spear swiftly impaled his arm. Chapter 59. Divine Body and Emperor Body. Lin Jun's expression turned exceedingly grim. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, that spear would have penetrated not just his arm but his entire being. Ah, I have slumbered for several epochs, and I was born for this era. I am the child of the epochs. Lin Jun howled towards the heavens, his immense power surging forth as he forcefully dislodged the spear embedded in his arm. His countenance was wild, and he seemed to be in a frenzied state. Since his debut, no one of the same tier had ever inflicted such severe injury upon him. Several epochs ago, the vast realms fell into an age of magic's decline. Devoid of hope for becoming an emperor, thus he sealed himself away, awaiting the revival of heaven and earth before emerging. His power surged, causing the void to rumble ominously. This time, he unleashed his full strength. No longer adopting a passive defense, he aimed to obliterate Su Fan in a single strike. Behind him, a blood moon slowly rose, ascending above a sea of blood, appearing both eerie and formidable. This was the manifestation of a divine body. Lin Jun was a divine body. Someone exclaimed in shock. A divine body, indeed. A rarity among billions, capable of suppressing opponents of the same tier, and even crossing realms to battle. But what kind of divine body is he? Ha ha ha, Lin Jun is the next holy master of our Lin Yuan sacred land, and he possesses the crimson blood moon body. The grand elder of Lin Yuan chuckled with satisfaction, stroking his beard. What? He possesses the crimson blood moon body, ranked 96th on the divine body list. This physique once shone brilliantly in ancient times and is immensely powerful. Those well-versed in knowledge gasped in disbelief. Attaining any one of the divine bodies on the list grants one the qualification for enlightenment. It can be said that, barring any unforeseen demise, the path to becoming an emperor is all but assured. If Lin Jun does not perish, Lin Yuan's sacred land may very well witness the rise of a contemporary emperor, preserving its legacy for countless years. The moment the crimson blood moon emerged, a terrifying wave of energy surged from Lin Jun crimson half-moon slash. Should you perish beneath this strike, you shall have no regrets. This is my strongest blow, and all who have witnessed it have perished. And you shall be no exception. As Lin Jun's words fell, the blood moon slashed towards Su Fan like a blade cleaving the heavens, aiming to split the entire Su Shunqiao in twain. Do you think you alone are a divine body? A divine body merely qualifies one to become an emperor. As for me, I possess the undying emperor body, a ticket straight to emperorship. Su Fan's eyes erupted with brilliant light, and his body began to exhibit an inexplicable rhythm. What? An emperor body, and a trace of imperial might? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed in horror. Indeed, Su Fan, being of the imperial lineage and possessing the bloodline of the Su family, had long since activated that trace of imperial might. Though it was merely a sliver, it instilled fear in all, especially in Lin Jun, as his blood moon slash merely grazed the surface of Su Fan, vanishing as effortlessly as snowflakes meeting molten iron. His divine body was completely restrained, rendering him incapable of leveraging its advantages. It is my turn now. Su Fan stepped forward, and the heavens resounded with a tremendous boom as he took another step. The hearts of the onlookers seemed to synchronize with Su Fan's footsteps, resonating like thunder, an indescribable discomfort filling their chests. This is bad. That step carries a peculiar rhythm, capable of drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. With just 2 steps, I feel as if my heart might explode. Some clutched their chests in terror. They were merely spectators outside the arena, yet the pressure had not even descended upon them. Yet they still felt the suffocating weight of it. It was hard to imagine the magnitude of pressure Lin Jun faced, standing opposite Su Fan at that moment. Indeed, Lin Jun felt his heartbeat slipping from his control, resonating with Su Fan's footsteps. During the initial 2 steps, he felt no significant change, merely an increase in blood flow and a sense of heat throughout his body. However, the 3rd step caused his expression to drastically change. As Su Fan's foot fell, the void shattered, and his blood surged uncontrollably within him, resulting in numerous blood vessels bursting. To those watching, it appeared as though he was exploding from within, blood bursting forth in chaotic sprays. With Su Fan's 4th step, Lin Jun felt darkness enveloping him, as if the very heavens had dimmed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he channeled all his power to shield himself, simultaneously sealing his 6 senses. He would not see, hear, or inquire. He hoped to halt that strange rhythm through this method. Yet all was in vain. The peculiar rhythm surged into his body, forcing his soul to resonate along with it. Splat! As the 4th step was taken, Lin Jun spewed forth a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The Emperor's steps consist of 7 steps, and it is said that upon the 7th step, even an emperor may fall. To perish on the 5th step is a mark of pride. Su Fan gazed coldly at Lin Jun, then slammed down his 5th step. Lin Jun's face contorted in bitterness. How familiar those words felt. He had been far too arrogant, never anticipating that Su Fan would return his own words to him. As the 5th step descended, Lin Jun's entire being erupted. He is dead. Lin Jun is dead. The one with the divine body fell so easily to a single strike. It is not that Lin Jun was weak, but rather that Su Fan is overwhelmingly strong. From this day forth, Su Fan's name shall resonate throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Cheers erupted from Su Shanchao. It is over. Everything is over. The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan, along with the Holy Master and others, appeared to age by several millennia in an instant, their vitality seemingly drained entirely. They felt as though their bodies had turned to jelly, collapsing onto the ground, and of course, they had contemplated resistance, even considering summoning the imperial weapon of Lin Yuan's sacred land to suppress Su Fan. Yet such thoughts were mere fantasies. They did not dare stake the future of Lin Yuan's sacred land. Should they perish, perhaps Lin Yuan could survive. If they resisted, Lin Yuan's sacred land would likely face obliteration. At this moment, Su Can trembled. Previously, having relied on his superior cultivation, he had caused Su Fan no small amount of trouble, never expecting Su Fan to be this formidable to an inconceivable degree. Very well, now you may summon reinforcements. Regardless of what forces you call upon, or if you wish to bring forth the imperial weapons left by the emperors of Lin Yuan's sacred land. I, Su Shanchao, shall accept them all. Indeed, you may choose not to call for aid. From this day forth, Lin Yuan's sacred land shall vanish entirely. Su Zi proclaimed to the gathered members of Lin Yuan's sacred land after the battle concluded. As Su Zi's words fell, the holy master of Lin Yuan's face turned ashen, his eyes dimmed of all light. He was the sinner of Lin Yuan's sacred land. Under his watch, the inheritance of Lin Yuan had been severed, and he could not face the ancestors of Lin Yuan. Chapter 60. The last and greatest heritage of Lin Yuan. Yet, the Grand Elder of Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. A beam of light shot skyward, vanishing in the direction of Lin Yuan's sacred land. Su Zi was well aware that this was a transmission talisman, yet he remained unconcerned, as he had stated. Feel free to summon reinforcements. He was invincible. It is futile, Grand Elder. Today's calamity for Lin Yuan's sacred land is a result of my erroneous decisions. I bear the guilt. The holy master of Lin Yuan shook his head, looking at the Grand Elder with a bitter expression. It is of no consequence. We must try, for this is our only chance. Originally, we intended to sacrifice our lives to ensure the inheritance of Lin Yuan's sacred land. Yet our land is on the brink of destruction. I shall send word to the other elders to summon the decree of our sacred land. Perhaps an opportunity to exchange for survival may arise, while simultaneously having the chance to extinguish the Su divine dynasty. That moment, my Lin Yuan sacred land would leap to become one of the most formidable forces. Why not seize such a chance? The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan directly transmitted a message to the Sacred Lord of Lin Yuan. Is that true? What decree is this? How come I am unaware? Upon receiving the transmission, the Sacred Lord of Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Humph, that is the utmost foundation of our Lin Yuan sacred land. The Sacred Lord is not qualified to know. You shall only be worthy of such knowledge when you become a Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan retorted with a cold snort. The strongest foundation? Does that not imply that this endeavor is assured? What kind of decree is it then? Why not reveal it sooner? The Sacred Lord of Lin Yuan inquired again. It is, of course, the decree of the true immortal. This was left behind by the founder of our Lin Yuan sacred land before ascending. It can only be invoked in the face of a clan's extermination crisis, and it may only be used once. Once it is invoked, the decree becomes void. But if we remain silent, who would know? Once we annihilate the Su divine dynasty, all forces in the world will have to pay their respects. The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan spoke with pride. He believed that his transmission would remain undisclosed to outsiders, yet unbeknownst to him, it was of no consequence in the presence of Suzy. However, Suzy chose to ignore it. Buzz! The void behind Suzy twisted, and Qing Shi appeared, standing respectfully behind him. In his grasp was a tortured figure, Qiu Tian, rendered almost unrecognizable. No, Qiu Tian was not a member of the human race, but rather of the ancient Xiongnuo clan, one of the 10 fiends. Legend has it that Xiongnuo is a descendant of the dragon ancestor, though its form does not resemble that of the dragon clan, thus being expelled and forming its own lineage. Even so, the Xiongnuo clan's standing as one of the 10 fiends is a testament to its significance. Bang! The moment the Grand Elder of Lin Yuan rose, he immediately fell to his knees as Qing Shi materialized. This time he was truly frightened, even wetting his pants. Not only him, but all members of the 4 sacred lands also knelt on the ground. Why apologies? I forgot to conceal my aura, Qing Shi said with an embarrassed smile. Then suppressed his aura along with Qiu Tian's. For such a worthless creature, it suffices to confine him within a small world and torment him slowly. There is no need to parade him around, for he is still of the Xiongnuo clan. If one day his father were to change his mind and seek him out, that would spell trouble for you. Yuzi looked at Qing Shi, somewhat speechless. Upon hearing this, Qing Shi found it reasonable and directly cast Qiu Tian into the small world. Jian Shi, the master of the sword sect, gazed at Qing Shi with astonishment, recognizing his identity. Jian Shi of the sword sect pays respects to the heavenly emperor Qing Shi. Jian Shi knelt with his 2 disciples. The sword sect? A name from long ago. I was friends with your sword emperor. Yet unfortunately, he could not advance further and became one with time. Qing Shi shook his head, expressing regret. Why sword sect harbors no hostility towards the Su divine dynasty. We have come merely for a friendly exchange. I implore the heavenly emperor Qing Shi to speak on behalf of my sword sect. Jian Shi's words caused the souls of everyone from the surrounding 3 major forces to tremble. A living heavenly emperor, the one standing respectfully behind Suzy, was none other than the renowned heavenly emperor Qing Shi from many years past. In a wonder, even a hint of his aura compelled them to kneel. What of the heavenly emperor Qing Shi? He. This time we shall not suffer losses. Not only will we obliterate the Su divine dynasty, but we will also take down a heavenly emperor. Such a monumental achievement will elevate our Lin Yuan sacred land to unparalleled heights. The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan rejoiced in his heart. This time, not only would Lin Yuan's sacred land be saved, but it might also gain immense fame, potentially becoming the apex force across the realms. Oh? You have ties with the sword sect? In that case, I might spare the sword sect's lineage from destruction, Suzy remarked, looking at Qing Shi. The sword sect has offended the Su divine dynasty, incurring the wrath of the sovereign. That is a path to certain death. Although I share a connection with the first master of the sword sect, the Sword Emperor, that was merely a personal friendship. The Sword Emperor once entrusted me to look after the sword sect. Decades ago, I fulfilled that promise to the Sword Emperor, and after all this time, I cannot be said to have broken my word. Qing Shi responded straightforwardly, Heavenly Emperor Qing Shi, my sword sect truly harbors no intention of opposing the Su divine dynasty. I simply wish to provide my disciples with some experience, Jian Shi hurriedly explained. I believe you. Indeed, you will not engage in battle with the Su divine dynasty. Suzy nodded, acknowledging Jian Shi's words. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder. Jian Shi hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thankfully, the sword sect would not face annihilation. Do not rush to thank me. I must ask you, since there is no hostility, why do you not abide by the rules of my Su divine dynasty? The entire capital prohibits flying in the air. Suzy, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, Not speaking. Is it not because you deem my Su divine dynasty weak and unworthy of respect? Do you not believe that I, the Su divine dynasty, would dare take action against you? Suzy's tone was not loud, yet it resonated with Jian Shi, leaving him dazed. Indeed, Suzy was entirely correct. He had not regarded the Su divine dynasty seriously. Thus, why would he abide by its rules? He merely looked down upon the Su divine dynasty, yet he had no intention of becoming its enemy. However, he remained unaware that only the strong possessed the right to speak. By failing to adhere to the rules, they had already positioned themselves as adversaries of the Su divine dynasty. I shall grant your sword sect an opportunity. Face Sukan in battle. Of the same realm that if Sukan wins, your sword sect perishes. If Sukan falls, your sword sect survives. Suzy declared, fixing his gaze upon Jian Shi. No, it is not sufficient. Jian Shi has indeed acted arrogantly, failing to follow the rules of the Su divine dynasty. I apologize here. A beam of sword light emerged from Jian Shi's hand, directly severing his right arm. Chapter 61. Jianzi was stunned aside from appearing somewhat pale. Jian Shi exhibited no other expression, truly ruthless, to sever his own arm using the rules of the Sage King, rendering it irreparable unless he attains the Emperor realm. Otherwise, he would be crippled for life. Qing Shi nodded, commenting, Jian Shi carries the demeanor of the Sword Emperor of yore. With such resolve, his future achievements shall not be diminished. Moreover, he has severed his dominant right hand, which greatly diminishes his combat prowess. My statement remains unchanged. If Sukan wins, you die. If you win, he dies. Suzy's expression was unyielding. He understood that the other party merely wished to survive. The Miao Miao Sacred Land and the Gusu Sacred Land remained unresponsive. Even mocking Jian Shi internally. Why apologize so early? Do you not see that the Lin Yuan Sacred Land is already seeking reinforcements? What if the reinforcements from Lin Yuan Sacred Land can topple the Su divine dynasty? Why admit fault or self-mutilate? Such foolishness. Qing Yuan, my sword sect's hope, I entrust you with this. Jian Shi, pale-faced, addressed the young man carrying a sword behind him. Yes, master. I shall give it my all, Jianzi earnestly responded. His gaze towards Sukan filled with seriousness and reverence. The power exhibited by the seemingly inconspicuous Su fan compelled him to treat this matter with utmost caution. How formidable must the so-called strongest of the younger generation of the Su divine dynasty truly be? He did not know, but for the sake of the sword sect, he was willing to fight. Even if it meant death, he had no regrets. Swordzi Lu Qing Yuan stepped onto the arena. Cupping his hands towards Sukan's Yukan's face trembled. He could hardly believe he was to contend with the sword sect's Jianzi. After all, the sword sect was an esteemed sect on par with the sacred lands. And its Jianzi had always been singular, without any candidates. Had it not been stated that the fight would involve young talents of the same realm, why had it now transformed into a direct confrontation? Although Lu Qing Yuan shared the same realm as him, having reached the sovereign level, he had previously battled against those of the celestial level and even succeeded in beheading one. His record was truly astonishing. Sukan felt no courage to face Lu Qing Yuan. Ancestors, I was wrong. I was arrogant and ignorant of the rules, offending you. Sukan did not step onto the arena. Instead, he knelt before Suzy. He genuinely lacked the courage to stand against Lu Qing Yuan in a fight to the death. This is not up to you. What the ancestors say is law, you rebellious son. Get up there and fight at once. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Su Dudao shouted sternly from the side. Su Dudao dared not harbor resentment or hatred towards Suzy and Su Zhan. He understood that this was all a consequence of Su Kan's own actions. Had he not harbored such grand ambitions, the position of king would undoubtedly have been his. After all, individuals of Su Fan's caliber would not care for the throne. What they valued was the path of cultivation. Aiming for the elusive emperor or even the heavenly emperor, perhaps even higher. Having lived for so many years, Su Dudao saw through it all. Yet Su Can, proud and arrogant, believed himself the destined future king. Thus acted with great hubris. He could not be dissuaded, nor could Su Can change his ways. Today was merely the result of past actions. After Su Dudao spoke, he appeared to age several thousand years. Utterly drained of strength, he knew that Su Can's confrontation with Lu Qingyuan would result in either death or ruin. With the main character effectively rendered useless, he could only strive to cultivate a younger successor. Lu Qingyuan, as the Jianzi of the sword sect, possessed a natural sword body, inherently close to the sword. Once he achieved the unity of man and sword, he would be close to attaining sanctity. Excellent! Su Can gritted his teeth, and the hatred he felt towards Su Zi, Su Zhan, and his father, Su Dudao, surged to a peak within his heart. He vowed that if he could survive this ordeal, he would depart from the Su divine dynasty and, in due time, return to reclaim all that was rightfully his. What were Su Zi and Su Zhan, if not trembling beneath his feet, with a heart full of animosity? He ascended the arena, determined to transform his wrath into power and bring an end to Lu Qingyuan. Let us cease this mutual probing. You have offended me, Lu Qingyuan declared solemnly as he drew a 3-foot azure blade from the sheath on his back. I possess a sword capable of severing heaven and earth. The first strike shall cleave the heavens. Lu Qingyuan unleashed his signature move, the heaven-cleaving sword. The azure blade in his hand surged with a frenzied radiance, causing the celestial rivers to fall like stars, transforming into an infinite intent that slashed towards Su Can. The myriad sword intents seemed to rend the very heavens and earth asunder, an awe-inspiring sight. No, I admit defeat. Su Can's eyes filled with terror, wishing to concede, but before he could finish his words, he was cleaved in two by that single strike. The severed edge was as smooth as a mirror. Even the entrails were so, before a torrent of blood erupted forth, leaving him beyond the realm of life. Lu Qingyuan stood in bewilderment. Was not Su Can of the same realm as him? Why was he so easily vanquished? He had prepared himself for a bloody battle, or even death, yet this was the outcome. He had presumed Su Can, hailed as the strongest youth of the Su divine dynasty, would be formidable, though perhaps not on par with Su Fan. However, he had thought he would at least withstand his first strike. Yet, he had not even been able to endure that, and Lu Qingyuan still had several more strikes to unleash. In that moment, Lu Qingyuan was engulfed in confusion. The heavenly sword sect can live on. Its legacy shall endure. Suzy spoke with calm assurance. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. Sword 12, accompanied by Lu Qingyuan and another disciple, bowed respectfully. Buzz! The void trembled violently as a group of figures began to tear through space. The intensity of the fluctuations was so profound that everyone could distinctly feel it. The Grand Elder of the Lin Yuan Holy Land's face brightened with joy. Could it be that their own Grand Elder had arrived? Finally, the moment had come. But soon his expression changed drastically. Not only him, but all present were left dumbfounded, gazing at the sky behind Suzy. Saints, each possessing at least the strength of a great saint. How had so many powerful beings appeared? The sheer number of them was likely the combined might of all the major forces across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. The foundation of the Su divine dynasty was so formidable. Was this truly the dynasty they sought to conquer? Was this not courting death? The weakest among them were saints. And he even sensed several whose auras surpassed that of their Grand Elder, who was already a Saint King. The members of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the Misty Holy Land, and the Ancient Void Holy Land all collapsed once more to the ground. The depth of the Su divine dynasty's foundation was astonishing. Such a lineup was unlikely to be found elsewhere in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. The world was truly on the brink of upheaval. Sword 12 gazed at the figures standing in the void like deities, his eyes filled with trepidation. Su Zhan paid his respects to the past monarchs of the Su divine dynasty. These individuals were of ancestral stature, naturally capable of bearing Su Zhan's kneeling. As Su Zhan knelt, the younger generation of the Su family and their guards all followed suit, prostrating themselves on the ground. Chapter 62. Even Jesus could not save you. I say, being captured back then was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, how many among us would have survived to this day? Standing at the forefront, Su Qingyuan spoke with a complex expression. I pay my respects to Ancestor Su Zi. The multitude of saints, great saints, and saint kings behind Su Qingquan all shouted in respectful unison. There was no fault in that statement. Su Zi was the second-generation monarch of the Su divine dynasty. With only Su Qingquan above him, making these individuals, strictly speaking, direct descendants of Su Dao. Su Zi had never married in his lifetime. Thus he had no offspring. Yet, Su Zi felt a peculiar sense as a group of middle-aged men bowed and referred to him as their ancestor. With a wave of Su Zhan's hand, several hundred chairs materialized, and all the saints stood in the void took their seats. "Father, you have broken through." Su Zi observed the fluctuations emanating from Su Qingquan's body, indicative of his advancement to the quasi-emperor realm. "Thanks to you, most of our people here have nearly broken through a level. I did not expect my son, Su Qingquan, to be so exceptional." Su Qingquan replied with a smile. He had witnessed the extraordinary birth of this son in the upper realm, marked by heavenly omens, yet he had been oppressed by another lineage. Had it not been for his willingness to relinquish his position as heir and endure the ceiling of his talents, this child might have perished long ago. Now his son was terrifyingly powerful. Even the servants around him were heavenly emperors. Though for the upper realm Su family, a heavenly emperor would not even qualify as a doorman. In this lower realm, a heavenly emperor represented the pinnacle of cultivation. Initially, he had only intended to lead a quiet life with his two children in this lower realm, but now, Su Zi had given him hope. With hope, even though he wished to sever ties with the Su family, his wife, Su Zi's mother, still resided in the upper realm. "Your elder brother has already departed. He stated that he had delayed for too long and wished to train, striving to catch up to you as soon as possible," Su Qingquan said deeply. Su Dao was indeed a martial fanatic, eager to enhance his cultivation after being delayed for so many years. He did not wish to experience the capture again, for that feeling was unbearable. "I am already aware, and I have given him a protective talisman that will ensure his safety," Su Zi replied softly. "Brother has immersed himself in cultivation. This is a good thing. No need for concern." When Su Zi had sent Su Dao off from the Su divine dynasty, he had already known, having planted a trace of a celestial imprint on him, which would likely render him untouchable even by true immortals. Moreover, to return to the upper realm, one must possess a certain level of cultivation. Su Zi seemed to have seen through Su Qingquan's thoughts. "I once thought I would never advance further in this life, but your strand of primordial power has directly broken the celestial seal within me. Since you have given me this opportunity, I shall certainly strive for it," Su Qingquan said earnestly. "In truth, there is no need to push so hard. If you wish to ascend to the upper realm, just let me know, and you can go in an instant. I can handle the matters of the Su family for you," Su Zi replied nonchalantly, yet his words were imbued with a sense of authority. "No, the disgrace of the past, I must reclaim it myself. The glory of the past, I shall restore on my own." Su Qingquan spoke resolutely, his words laden with gravity. He had once been a prodigy of the upper realm, and reclaiming what he had lost held significance. Relying on his son was not an issue, but he did not wish to become a mere parasite. "Do as you wish. Perhaps it will not be long before I ascend to the upper realm," Su Zi said softly. Several of his rebellious disciples were already in the upper realm. He wondered if they still recognized him as their master. And then there's Li Linglong, so soon to depart? Su Qingquan felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, how long had it been since father and son had seen one another? As a father, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities, and he felt a deep sense of guilt. Yes, probably in 7 days, though it might be even sooner, depending on when they arrive. Perhaps when Qingshi breaks through, or when someone becomes a great emperor, Su Zi replied, tapping his fingers leisurely on the chair. "They? Who are they?" Su Qingquan inquired with curiosity. "A group of self-important hunters, merely prey to others. They feast upon ascendants, and while a few may occasionally escape, the majority become mere food," Su Zi stated flatly. "What? Is not the Ascension place the immortal platform? How could it become a place for others to consume them?" Su Qingquan was taken aback. As a member of the upper realm Su family, he was well aware of many matters. It is indeed the immortal platform, but at the moment of ascension, they forcibly tear through the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, abducting individuals. The immortal platform does not react swiftly enough to prevent this. Su Zi explained. "Fear not. This time they shall not depart." Su Zi remained languid, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. This time, he was performing a righteous deed. ensuring the complete revival of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Who dares to bully my Lin Yuan holy land, believing there to be no one to stand against them? Just then, a furious roar erupted. Several figures appeared in an instant, garbed in the distinctive attire of the Lin Yuan holy land. Their appearances frail and aged, their vitality waning, as if death loomed ever closer. Yet, their cultivation was undeniably at the great saint level. You have managed to cling to life until now, which is commendable. But today is fortuitous. I shall escort you to the Western Paradise, Su Zhan declared, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the saints of the Lin Yuan holy land with a mocking tone. You brat, such audacity! Be cautious. Your arrogance may lead to dire consequences, the Lin Yuan Grand Elder warned ominously. You him? What is this? All saints, and several saint kings, with a few emanating a powerful aura far exceeding that of a saint king. At that moment, someone noticed the hundreds of saints seated beside Su Zi, causing their knees to weaken. Yet, recalling the treasures they held, they soon regained their bravado. You are Su Zhan, the monarch of the Su divine dynasty? Indeed, Su Zhan stepped forward proudly and bellowed. Then why do you not pay your respects to this great saint? Is the Su divine dynasty courting death? The second Grand Elder of Lin Yuan shouted. Are you blind? Do you not see the multitude of saints behind me? Su Zhan retorted angrily, questioning whether the man was simply blind or had some other backing. Even with an imperial artifact, one would hardly dare to be so audacious in the presence of several hundred saints, would they? At this moment, he found himself utterly perplexed by the situation. Let alone saints, even if a great emperor were alive. The Su divine dynasty would surely be doomed today. I assert that not even Jesus could save you. But wait, who is Jesus? Never mind. I can't be bothered. Let whoever wishes to do as they please. Chapter 63. The terrifying decree of the true immortal, the great sage who had just arrived at the sacred land of Lin Yuan, was momentarily taken aback, before his words turned exceedingly arrogant. Upon hearing such brazen proclamations, everyone was left in stunned silence. They could scarcely believe the audacity required to utter such hubristic remarks. Was this individual perhaps suffering from a delusion? How could one dare to speak so recklessly in front of so many saints? The denizens of the ancient void sacred land and the ethereal sacred land were all filled with a tremor of disbelief, enveloped in a sensation unlike any they had ever experienced. It felt as though they were about to ascend to immortality. At long last, was the reversal they awaited about to unfold? If not now, when would they take a stand? The masters of the ancient void and ethereal sacred lands exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the shared delight in the other's eyes. The elders from the Lin Yuan sacred land, exhibiting such confidence, must have some formidable backing, perhaps rivaling that of the celestial emperor, or even surpassing it. After all, behind Su Zi stood a true celestial emperor, the venerable Qingshi celestial emperor, a long-established titan of power in this era dominated by the Su divine dynasty, where lamentations echoed and the populace languished. They had brutally slaughtered our protective divine beast without cause. Today, the ancient void sacred land, in conjunction with the Lin Yuan sacred land, shall obliterate the Su divine dynasty. The Lord of the ancient void proclaimed with a voice like thunder. The ethereal sacred lord echoed, asserting that the Su divine dynasty, under its king, had committed heinous acts, from pillaging to the corruption of maidens, their sins beyond measure. Thus, their destruction was warranted. The corner of Su Zhan's mouth twitched in response. If you wish to annihilate us, then do so without seeking justification. If you must find reasons, at least choose ones that are not so absurd. The lords of the ancient void and ethereal sacred lands were pragmatic. Since their thoughts aligned with those of the Lin Yuan sacred land, they ought to unite and eradicate the Su divine dynasty. The great elder of Lin Yuan, filled with vigor, stepped forward with a smile. Affirming the wisdom of the preceding elder's words, previously, the Lin Yuan sacred lord had conveyed to us that we had forged an irreconcilable enmity with the Su divine dynasty. Their utter disregard for humanity now necessitates a collective retribution from all the heroes of the realm. The lord of the ancient void, Gu Lang, smiled faintly, speaking with righteous indignation. I appreciate your shamelessness. To become allies with the Lin Yuan sacred land, you must prove your worth. Do you expect to survive simply by offering empty platitudes? Do you take me for a fool? Just as the lords of the ancient void and ethereal sacred lands reveled in their triumph, the great elder of Linyuan shifted his tone to a chilling seriousness. This was clearly an attempt to bleed both sacred lands dry. Should the Linyuan sacred land choose to withdraw, the two great powers would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Indeed, we must rely heavily on the Linyuan sacred land. And thus, we cannot afford to adopt a passive stance. I, the ancient void sacred land, am willing to offer an immortal herb. Gu Lang's countenance soured at the words, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Yet he understood that since the Linyuan sacred land had made such a declaration, they would not allow him to escape unscathed. Moreover, he had not specified an immediate offering. If the Linyuan sacred land's resources could indeed vanquish a celestial emperor, he would have no choice but to surrender an immortal herb, a treasure that could potentially create emperors. Conversely, should the Linyuan sacred land's resources merely result in a mutual demise with the Su divine dynasty, he would not mind reaping the benefits from the sidelines. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Gu Lang's eyes. Our ethereal sacred land may lack an immortal herb, but we can present the Linyuan sacred land with a page from an emperor's scripture. The ethereal sacred lord contemplated momentarily before speaking. His intent mirrored that of Gu Lang. Both were ancient beings, far from naive. Ha! The great elder of Linyuan chuckled coldly, nodding in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the schemes at play. However, the Linyuan sacred land was unafraid. Following today, these sacred lands would refrain from causing them trouble for quite some time. The decree of the immortal can only be invoked once. Only a few of us in the Linyuan sacred land are aware of this, while others remain oblivious, perhaps able to keep it hidden for several tens of thousands of years. Be why that time. Should the Linyuan sacred land successfully forge emperors using the immortal herb and thoroughly study the emperor's scriptures, they would not fear any betrayal so long as they could intimidate their adversaries this time. The Linyuan sacred land would become the true sovereign of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, drawing many sacred lands and sects to pay homage. An abundance of cultivation resources would inevitably flow their way. Sword 12 of the Heavenly Sword Sect, do you intend to share the fate of the Su divine dynasty? The great elder of Linyuan turned to Sword 12 and asked coldly, I shall not involve myself in your grievances. The Heavenly Sword Sect has never allied with any section. Sword 12 replied expressionlessly. Ha, very well. The great elder of Linyuan merely scoffed coldly. Since you do not side with me, then prepare to meet your demise. The Su divine dynasty has already charted its path to destruction. Invoke my decree of the true immortal. The great elder of Linyuan transformed into an imposing figure, his voice resonating with authority. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire 4 seas and 8 wastelands trembled, as though something monumental were about to descend. What? The decree of the true immortal? Gu Lang exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that the Linyuan sacred land possessed such a formidable artifact. This was a decree inscribed by a true immortal, endowed with unparalleled might, now wielded against the Su divine dynasty. It seemed that the immortal herb would be lost after all. This time, the Linyuan sacred land truly emerged as the victor, while the others were the vanquished. As the great elder of Linyuan's voice fell, all beheld a blue light soaring into the heavens. This blue light appeared harmless, yet it swiftly enveloped the entirety of the Su divine dynasty. A page of azure parchment slowly ascended, emanating a vast and majestic aura, strangely evoking a sense of gentle warmth, devoid of any oppressive pressure. Ancestors of Linyuan, today our sacred land faces a cataclysm unlike any in millions of years. Someone dares to obliterate our lineage, extinguishing the embers of our existence. We beseech our ancestors to aid us in vanquishing our foes. The great elder of Linyuan, along with all the high-ranking members, bowed deeply in reverence. Douc. The tediousness of their words is painfully slow. Had it been anyone else, they would have been silenced long ago, yet they are allowed to prattle on. In the future, anything left behind by the Su divine dynasty, be it decrees or otherwise, should ideally be usable at a moment's notice. Otherwise, they might be silenced before they even begin to speak. It is only due to my generosity that I allow them to perform their act. Suzy turned to the members of the Su family behind him, genuinely speechless. Boom! The azure parchment instantly transformed, and the pressure of the immortal descended upon the entire imperial capital of the Su divine dynasty. Yet, within the capital, everyone, regardless of their cultivation level, felt no pressure capable of toppling a celestial emperor. What is happening? The great elder of Linyuan gazed upward, perplexed by the still hovering parchment. Why, despite activating the decree of the true immortal, do these people remain unscathed? Not only Suzy and his companions, but even he himself felt no trace of the true immortal's aura. This left the great elder of Linyuan in a state of panic. Elder, could it be that the passage of time has caused the divine essence of the immortal to dissipate, rendering it powerless? The Linyuan sacred lord asked anxiously through a transmission, at this moment. All eyes were fixed upon them. Impossible. How could the decree of the true immortal lose its divine essence? It is utterly inconceivable. The Su divine dynasty must be up to something. The great elder of Linyuan scanned his surroundings, ultimately reaching a conclusion. In that case, I shall forcibly summon the decree of the true immortal. Having said this, the great elder of Linyuan drew his hand across his palm, allowing blood to flow and converge toward the decree of the true immortal. The other members of the Linyuan sacred land followed suit, drawing their own blood to infuse into the decree. As the parchment absorbed their blood, it instantly transformed a deep crimson, radiating a boundless bloodlight that stained the entire heavens and earth red. Streams of bloodlight surged forth from the parchment, exuding a haunting beauty that was both dazzling and mesmerizing. The blood-red luminescence enveloped the entire imperial capital, appearing as a blood cocoon from a distance. Who dares to extinguish the lineage of Linyuan? Then, a voice reverberated in the ears of all present. The blood-red parchment quivered violently, as if something terrifying were about to emerge from within. In this moment, not only the Su divine dynasty but the entirety of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands was struck with terror. Chapter 64. The word roll in the air, suppressing the decree of the true immortal behind the bloodlight. The aura of the immortal blossomed, with endless celestial light permeating the air, enticing one to ascend during the day. Soon, a phantom appeared above the parchment. This specter was colossal, nearly blotting out the sun. Though merely a phantom, the overwhelming pressure it exuded left everyone present, barring the Su divine dynasty, gasping for breath. Their internal energies stagnated, rendering them utterly immobile. This was suppression, an oppression from a higher dimension. Before the realm of immortals, they were no more than ants, ensnared in a quagmire, awaiting their slaughter. We bow before our ancestor. All members of the Linyuan sacred land bowed in reverence. What year is it today? The colossal phantom of the immortal inquired. It is now the dawn of the Wuging era. Your era has long since passed, over 100 epochs ago. The Linyuan sacred lord replied with utmost respect. Time has flown by so swiftly. My will has astonishingly endured across the vast expanse of the world for so many years. Who dares to extinguish my lineage of the Lin Yuan Dao? A colossal celestial figure flickered with a hint of nostalgia in its eyes before speaking. It is the Su divine dynasty. I implore our esteemed ancestor to eradicate the Su divine dynasty. The esteemed elder of Lin Yuan was eager and restless, wishing only to obliterate the Su divine dynasty entirely. If the Su divine dynasty is not eradicated today, it shall undoubtedly become a profound threat in the future. Consider this. Other sacred lands have at most 1 or 2 saintly kings, and they are often weakened, on the verge of passing away. Yet, the Su divine dynasty? There are currently 7 or 8 saintly kings present, and even 2 or 3 beings whose auras surpass that of the saintly kings, suspected to be quasi-emperors. Among them is Su Qinkuan, the founding sovereign of the Su divine dynasty, whose aura is extraordinarily formidable, seemingly on the brink of a breakthrough. Most critically, these individuals are brimming with vitality, clearly in their prime years, with lifespans still extensive. Who knows how many quasi-emperors and great emperors the Su divine dynasty may produce in the future? The Su divine dynasty, how is it still in existence after all this time? I had presumed that once the immensely talented Suzy perished, the Su divine dynasty would not endure for long. Yet, to my astonishment, it has thrived and flourished over the years. Suz was indeed powerful. Even I could not contend with him. Yet, ultimately, heaven's jealousy claimed such a prodigy, unable to withstand the mere tribulation of the emperor. Ironically, his disciples have succeeded in overcoming their tribulations one after another. The immense celestial figure momentarily appeared bewildered before mockingly inquiring, is it possible, just possible, that he faked his death? Suzy, with a hint of a smile, posed the question. Absolutely impossible. Su Zi's talent is unparalleled. If he had faked his death, he would have ascended to the celestial realm long ago. However, he has never appeared in the celestial realm. How could you utter such a foolish question? The colossal celestial figure turned to Su Zi, as if regarding a simpleton. Just as it was about to speak further, it suddenly froze. Su Zi, you are still alive. Indeed, you are alive. No, you must not be Su Zi. You merely bear some resemblance to him. Are you his direct descendant? The immense celestial figure expressed confusion, its eyes glimmering with excitement. The bewilderment stemmed from disbelief in Su Zi's continued existence, while the exhilaration arose from the prospect of defeating Su Zi's descendant, which would still be an accomplishment in its own right. After all, Su Zi had once inflicted profound humiliation upon it, becoming its inner demon, nearly causing it to falter during its celestial tribulation. Ji Lin Yuan, it seems your judgment remains as poor as it was in the past, still as wretched, Su Zi remarked with a hint of derision, gazing disdainfully at Ji Lin Yuan. Boom! The celestial figure was struck as if by lightning. This familiar address, this recognizable tone, evoked a sense of nostalgia. No, not nostalgia, but rather sheer fury, boundless wrath. Su Zi, you dare to still be alive. Indeed, you are still alive. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that one day you would perish at my hands? The celestial figure laughed maniacally, envisioning the removal of its inner demon. Once Su Zi was eliminated, this strand of consciousness could return to its main body, potentially allowing it to transcend its current limitations. Though it remained uncertain of its main body's condition, after today, the Su divine dynasty shall cease to exist across the vast realms. Su Zi, you died eons ago. Now, you shall die once more. The icy resolve of Ji Lin Yuan's will intensified with each word spoken, the murderous intent solidifying with every syllable. Ultimately, it coalesced into an overwhelming surge of killing intent, reflective of the psychological trauma Su Zi had inflicted upon it. The murderous aura cascaded down like a torrential downpour, suffocating all who were touched by it, a mere fraction of which was directed at Su Zi at that moment. Su Zi stood at the epicenter of this vortex of killing intent, remaining unfazed as always, even in the presence of a true celestial's consciousness. How dare such a mere fragment of consciousness exude killing intent? Begone. Su Zi's voice was calm at first, but then he simply uttered the word begone. With that single utterance, the word materialized into brilliant golden characters, hurtling toward the figure of Ji Lin Yuan. The command begone erupted in an explosion of golden light, scattering all the killing intent. Su Zi, you dare to insult me? Ji Lin Yuan's will flared in indignation. How could Su Zi have the audacity to demean him with a mere word? No, it was not just a word. It was a manifestation of his will. Su Zi, what realm do you inhabit? How can you be so formidable? Ji Lin Yuan's will unleashed a surge of blood-red energy against the golden characters, yet it failed to even tremble them, instilling terror within Ji Lin Yuan. How could Su Zi possess such overwhelming power? This was the vast expanse of the world. Once one ascended, they would be repelled by the will of this realm, rendering it impossible to remain here for long. This was why no true celestial beings existed in these lands. Even formidable entities like the Red Dust Celestial would not dare descend lightly. You must remember, return to your main body. Today, I shall remember your words. If you wish to annihilate my Su divine dynasty, let us see if your main body possesses such capability. When I ascend to the celestial realm, I will certainly seek you out. Su Zi chose not to obliterate this strand of consciousness, but rather to convey a message to Ji Lin Yuan's main body. Killing it now would serve no purpose. The best punishment would be to let it languish in anticipation of its demise. After all, death may not be terrifying, but the knowledge of impending death and the wait for it can drive one to madness. Su Zi, we harbor no great enmity between us. When will this cycle of revenge cease? As we are contemporaries, might you spare me? Ji Lin Yuan genuinely felt fear. Su Zi was incomprehensibly powerful, an outcome he had not anticipated. Moreover, he did not dare speculate about Su Zi's true level of cultivation. While the vast expanse of the world may be unaware, he had distinctly felt the oppressive will of this realm the moment he ascended. Lingering even a second longer would have resulted in his immediate destruction. He could not fathom why the will of this world was so potent, why it could not give rise to beings surpassing the heavenly emperor. Despite his own ascension and newfound immortality, he did not understand. Nor did he wish to, however. He was acutely aware that true celestial beings could not linger in this realm for even a breath, unless they had just broken through, in which case they would be afforded a brief moment to prepare for ascension. How did he know this? Because his own main body had once tried it. After ascending, he sought to return to this realm to bask in the reverence of all beings, a pursuit that, if not for the sake of vanity, would be utterly meaningless, however, upon breaching the barriers of this world. He felt as though something was watching him, sending chills down his spine. He was certain that should he remain in the vast expanse for longer than a breath, he would be crushed to dust. Thus, he left behind a decree of true celestial intent, warning future generations not to act unless their clan faced extermination. Presently, he existed merely as a strand of consciousness, his power far inferior to that of a true celestial. Otherwise, the will of this world would have obliterated him long ago. Yet Su Zi was different. He clearly wielded the power of manifestation. He had undoubtedly transcended the realm of true celestials. But how could Su Zi have existed in this realm for so long? Why did the will of this world not intervene? The only explanation was that Su Zi's cultivation had long surpassed the control of this realm's will. In other words, the world's will dared not interfere. What did the ancestor just say? Pleading for mercy? The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan stared blankly at those around him in the Lin Yuan sacred land. No, that cannot be. My ears must have malfunctioned. How could someone as powerful as the ancestor, an ascendant, plead for mercy? This is absurd. The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan vigorously shook his head, believing it to be a figment of his imagination. However, upon observing the expressions of shock on the faces of all present, he realized it was indeed true. He did not comprehend. He could not fathom why, without even a confrontation, the esteemed ancestor of their sacred land would begin to humbly plead for mercy. Was it merely because Su Zi had uttered one word? They had not felt any formidable power emanating from Su Zi. As a magnanimous individual, would you let me off the hook? Ji Lin Yuan's tone was low and submissive, his gaze flitting nervously away from the stunned faces of the Lin Yuan sacred land's disciples. With his cultivation at such a level, he had truly achieved immortality and perpetual existence. He certainly did not wish to die. After all these years of cultivation, was it not for the sake of longevity? Now that he had attained it, and after enduring countless hardships, could he really abandon his immortality for the sake of the Lin Yuan sacred land? No, it was impossible, as the saying goes. If a man does not act for himself, heaven and earth will conspire against him. The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan and the many disciples stood in disbelief. Rendered speechless. Chapter 66. The end of the Lin Yuan sacred land begun. This time, Su Zi showed no mercy, issuing a direct command. The blood-red paper disintegrated into dust under Su Zi's rebuke, and the colossal figure vanished in discontent. Bang! The Grand Elder of Lin Yuan and the others fell to their knees, utterly despondent. The light had faded from their eyes, not due to Su Zi's might, but because of the unfeeling abandonment by their founding ancestor. It was as though the last vestige of their dignity had been stripped away. You are cursed! The Lord of Lin Yuan turned abruptly, delivering a merciless slap to Ji Wuhan's head, in an instant. Before Ji Wuhan could even comprehend the situation, his skull was reduced to a pulpy mess. Had it not been for Ji Wuhan's machinations, perhaps the Lin Yuan sacred land would not have faced such a swift demise. Their aspirations to become the preeminent power might have had a chance. Yet now, all has become a fleeting dream. The Lin Yuan sacred land has met its end. Qingshi, the task now falls to you. Su Zi remarked, tilting his neck slightly towards Qingzai's command. My lord, Qingshi, the heavenly emperor, responded with utmost respect. Then, Qingshi raised his hands high, and at the center of his palms, a piece of azure stone began to materialize. This was his life-bound treasure, a divine artifact of the heavenly emperor. With his lord's instructions, he knew he must execute this task with flair. Otherwise, how could he demonstrate his worth, despite being the heavenly emperor? The pinnacle of power in this realm, he was acutely aware that in Su Zi's eyes, he was no more than an insignificant insect, even less than that. With a mighty gust, the azure stone expanded. Enveloped by a tempestuous wind as it hurtled towards the Lin Yuan sacred land, at this moment, the Lin Yuan sacred land appeared no different from usual. The inhabitants continued their mundane activities, indulging in feasting and drinking, dismissing any concerns. "What is that?" someone exclaimed, pointing towards the sky, a piece of azure stone. Upon hearing the whooshing sound of the descending object, many looked up in astonishment. "What's there to see? It's merely a meteorite from the heavens. I must catch it. It could be excellent material for forging a life-bound treasure, perhaps even rivaling that of an imperial weapon." Greed glinted in the eyes of some. "Ha! You think you can swallow such a large meteorite all by yourself? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" came a mocking retort. "The sect will undoubtedly take the lion's share. The rest will naturally go to those capable." They remained oblivious to the impending crisis, instead squabbling over the spoils. The azure stone emitted no significant aura of oppression, leading them all to believe it was merely a heavenly meteorite. Ha ha ha, such a grand opportunity. It seems the Linyuan's sacred land is truly destined to rise. An elder bellowed with mirth. "Quickly, activate the sacred land's great formation and let this meteorite descend. I wonder what material it is. It looks like azure stone, exuding an aura that feels capable of shattering the entire sacred land. Ha ha ha, this time, no one can thwart the rise of the Linyuan's sacred land. When the Lord returns, he will surely commend us greatly." Excitement flickered in the eyes of the elders. "Humph, I shall first employ my sleeve to gather it." A powerful elder snorted, then soared into the sky. Glowing with radiance, his formidable magical energy enveloped the entire azure stone. "Capture," he commanded, effortlessly enveloping the stone with his power. Sigh, the credit slips away. Countless disciples could only lament skyward. Indeed, this elder was the mightiest in the Linyuan sacred land, standing at the pinnacle of the divine king realm, just a step away from becoming a divine emperor. Now, the higher-ups of the sacred land had all ventured out, a grand procession, leaving the rest to ponder their purpose. "Why are we even competing with him? We stand no chance," someone remarked, shaking his head with a tone of despair. "Where's that elder?" Another, momentarily distracted, looked up again, not seeing the elder who had ascended, and voiced his confusion. "Could he have flown above the azure stone? That seems plausible, but have you noticed? This azure stone is enormous, almost identical to the scope of our sacred land." Perplexity enveloped them. However, several figures suddenly darted away from their midst, as if fleeing from a vengeful spirit. "Sigh, fellow cultivators, why are you running so fast? Fool! Let go of me, hurry and flee, run for your life." That elder just touched the azure stone and was crushed into a bloody pulp, not a trace left. The one being pulled, initially cursing, found himself unable to break free and soon shouted in urgency. "Ah?" The one who had been lost in thought stood frozen, taken aback. "Fool!" Seizing the moment of distraction, the other broke free and vanished, sprinting towards the mountain gate. "There's no need to run. We still have the sacred land's great formation. It is said to be an imperial formation." He observed the fleeing figures surrounding him, perplexed. "Imperial formation? That formation likely won't even activate. The elder responsible for the array is probably already fleeing the mountain." Someone in the throng muttered accursed. "We're doomed. We thought it was a great fortune, but it turned into a calamity." Just as the elder responsible for activating the great formation reached the mountain gate, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The azure stone was poised to cover the gate, yet the area outside remained untouched. Merely a step away, he was puzzled as to why the formation seemed to have suddenly malfunctioned. No matter how he attempted to activate it, it remained dormant. Gazing at the massive stone about to descend, the elder cast a lingering glance at his once proud sect before stepping out of the gate. Bang! Despite there being nothing in front of him, his foot collided with an invisible barrier, akin to striking a steel plate, shattering his leg. Terror surged through him. He had not exerted much force at all. "It's over. It's over. This is no mere meteorite. Someone is deliberately targeting the Linyuan sacred land with the intent to annihilate us." It seemed that the high-ranking members of the Linyuan sacred land had all perished outside. Otherwise, who would dare lay hands on them? "I did not willingly join the Linyuan sacred land. Please grant me a path to survival." The elder, desperate, knelt and cried out. With no way to escape, he sought to cling to life, hoping against hope that fortune might spare him. Perhaps he is not a merciless killer. After all, grievances have their origins. I am merely a new and uncommitted servant disciple, truly not wishing to join the Linyuan sacred land. Thank you for saving me, esteemed senior. One individual fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Shameless, someone remarked, unable to contain their disdain. Following suit, another knelt, exclaiming, esteemed senior, please see, I am but a captive slave of the Linyuan sacred land. I harbor great hatred for them. I beseech you to save me. Facing the specter of death, they desperately sought to sever ties with the Linyuan sacred land. When life hangs in the balance, their only desire was survival. What fault lay with them? Yet, in response, the azure stone's descent quickened. As the azure stone plummeted, they finally grasped the elders' earlier experience. The suffocating pressure, the agony, the inability to breathe. Only upon nearing did they realize the intensity of the impending doom. The entire Linyuan sacred land was firmly ensnared by the azure stone, with the surrounding void sealed by azure runes, forbidding entry or exit. Within, there might be innocence, yet the weak possess no rights to decide. The strong reign supreme. Thus, in the pursuit of transcendence, there exists no dichotomy of righteousness and malevolence. Both belong to the path of the great Tao. Regardless of the formidable existence, they have ascended from a mountain of corpses, their hands stained with blood. The path of darkness, at times, it is the only clarity amidst the chaos of humanity. Unconstrained by conventions, they act on their desires, and as their minds reach clarity, their realms ascend rapidly. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. I have yet to enjoy the fullness of my lifespan. As the azure giant continued its descent, many weaker cultivators found their bodies cracking, akin to fragile porcelain dolls. Blood seeping from the fissures, they were listless, unable to articulate their fear, their expressions filled with despair and terror. What have we done wrong? What kind of existence has our sacred land provoked? Despair enveloped them. Boom! The colossal azure stone ultimately descended, leveling the entire Linyuan sacred land to the ground. Not a single soul remained alive. It was, after all, a manifestation of magical power, not a celestial meteorite. In their final moments, someone discerned the truth before perishing. The azure seal, forged by the heavenly emperor Qingshi, would forever remain imprinted upon the Linyuan sacred land. According to future emperors, the power of the heavenly emperor's seal remained formidable, its laws undiminished even after the passage of time. The Linyuan sacred land is no more. All has come to an end. The high-ranking members of the Linyuan sacred land, utilizing their divine sight, witnessed their sacred land being suppressed by the azure stone, with none escaping. Perhaps some remained outside, training, yet from this day forth, they would not dare claim to be part of the Linyuan sacred land. The flame of the Linyuan sacred land has been utterly extinguished. Whatever tricks you possess, unleash them. Regardless of the allies you summon, I shall accompany you to the end. Suzy addressed all the high-ranking members of the Linyuan sacred land with a nonchalant demeanor. Since they are gone, let us resolve this matter. Suzy spoke casually, as if dispatching a few pigs or dogs, effortlessly. Qingshi moved to strike, causing these individuals to evaporate, vanishing without a trace. Humph, they deserve it. I have long known that they could never be the opponents of the Su divine dynasty. I merely feigned weakness to infiltrate the depths of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, hoping to gather some valuable intelligence for the Su divine dynasty. Little did I expect that Su Shangxian would accomplish this with such effortless ease. Truly, he is a paragon for our generation. Gu Lang, representing the Gu Su Holy Land, has now fallen under the auspices of the Su divine dynasty. When the Su divine dynasty commands to move east, the Gu Su Holy Land will not dare to venture west. Yu Lang spat in the direction of the vanished Lin Yuan Holy Land's upper echelons, then solemnly knelt before Su Zi and the others. His tone imbued with utmost sincerity. One might mistakenly think that the holy master of Gu Su is an honest individual, although Gu Lang internally resented becoming a vassal of the Su divine dynasty. He had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to survive. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head, and I, too, representing the Piao Miao Holy Land, am willing to become a vassal of the Su divine dynasty, henceforth venerating it as supreme. Witnessing the dire state of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, the holy master of Piao Miao immediately knelt and echoed this sentiment. With their newfound status as vassals, the allocation of cultivation resources within their holy lands would no longer be under their control. is highly likely that all the imperial scriptures and elixirs would be claimed by the Su divine dynasty. In order to survive, they had no other options. Moreover, they lacked the profound heritage of the Lin Yuan Holy Land, which could summon true celestial apparitions. Neither of the two holy lands had ever produced a true celestial. Even if they had, it would have been of little consequence. Should a single word be uttered in disdain, the true celestial apparition would surely vanish. Chapter 68. The Four Seas and Eight Desolations Tremble. The cultivation resources within the Gusu and Piaomiao Holy Lands are at the mercy of the Su divine dynasty. Both Gu Lang and the Holy Master of Piaomiao believed they had expressed their utmost sincerity. What benefit lies in annihilating oneself? It is far wiser to become a vassal of the Su divine dynasty. Tio speak candidly, they could readily serve as enforcers for the Su divine dynasty at any time. Such labor is essentially free. They truly could not conceive of a reason for Su Zi to refuse their submission. They also believe that Su Zi would undoubtedly accept their fealty, should you perish. The cultivation resources of your sect and holy land would naturally revert to the Su divine dynasty. Yet, Su Zi remained unmoved. He has never been lenient towards those who wish to obliterate the Su divine dynasty. No, senior, my Gusu Holy Land still has some ties with the EC Dragon Clan. I hope you can spare me for the sake of the Dragon Clan, Gu Lang hastily implored. His holy dragon was a gift from a friend within the Dragon Clan, yet he had spent years publicly claiming it as his own capture. Oh? Speaking of the Dragon Clan, have those dragons outside the Forbidden Ground been dealt with? Su Zi inquired, turning to Qing Shi. Rest assured, my lord, everything has been handled. They were swiftly eliminated, ensuring no suffering, Qing Shi replied nonchalantly. The main issue was that those dragons were exceedingly troublesome, incessantly chattering, and one particularly boastful three-clawed golden dragon was insufferable. Even Qing Shi could no longer tolerate it, leading him to obliterate those quasi-emperor dragons entirely. Go now. You have been silent for so many years, it is time to demonstrate your prowess and showcase the might of the Su divine dynasty. Su Zi instructed, nodding to the assembly of saints behind him. Take this, just in case. After a moment's thought, Su Zi casually summoned a blade of grass from the roadside, infusing it with a flash of golden light. He then handed the enchanted grass to Su Qianquan. All right, let us take this with us. Su Qianquan, well aware of Su Zi's formidable nature, accepted the grass with utmost seriousness. Though it appeared to be a mere weed, under Su Zi's enhancement, it would surely wield tremendous power. Just how powerful? Su Qianquan could not know, but it should suffice against the kind of celestial apparition they had just encountered. Here, the saints shall proceed to the Gusu Holy Land, and then to the Piaomiao Holy Land. But remember, every person must choose an opponent, yet do not kill them, as the next one must still challenge. Su Qianquan retained several saints, while leading the remaining hundreds directly to the Gusu Holy Land. They could not afford to split into two groups, one heading to each Holy Land. If they encountered a celestial apparition like today's, it would likely result in total annihilation. Although the simultaneous appearance of so many saints would command immense respect across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, it was still more prudent to eliminate them one holy land at a time. On that day, a tempest swept across the entire 4 seas and 8 desolations. All major powers trembled in fear. The emergence of hundreds of saints from the Su divine dynasty instilled terror in all. Moreover, reports indicated that 3 of the 4 top holy lands, including the Lin Yuan Holy Land, had been extinguished by the Su divine dynasty. The Tianjin sect had narrowly escaped due to its non-involvement in power struggles, yet it had still severed its right arm in a plea for forgiveness concerning the events in the Su divine dynasty's imperial capital. These revelations were not concealed by the Su divine dynasty. They boldly proclaimed their destruction of the Gusu and Piaomiao holy lands, even going so far as to unearth and cleave the very worms within the holy lands in half. The ruthlessness of their methods sent chills down the spines of those who heard of it. Although the Su divine dynasty was known among the various powers, it had previously garnered little concern. As it had maintained a low profile, they had never openly allied with any sect or holy land, rendering many major powers unfamiliar with the Su divine dynasty's true capabilities. Most alarmingly, they had heard a terrifying rumor that within the Su divine dynasty resided a living immortal, a contemporary celestial being. On that day, an unusual aura permeated the 4 seas and 8 desolations, awakening many great emperors and heavenly sovereigns. The presence of an ancient being of considerable age declared that it was the aura of the celestial. Furthermore, it was said that a powerful figure within the Su divine dynasty had obliterated a celestial apparition with a mere word, instilling disbelief among the great powers. Almost simultaneously, they dispatched scouts to verify the claims. Ultimately, they received a chilling revelation. Nearly all past sovereigns of the Su divine dynasty, save for those who had passed naturally, had re-emerged, with the weakest among them at the peak of the Saint Realm. The most formidable was Su Qingquan, the founding emperor of the Su divine dynasty, who was at the quasi-emperor level, and it was rumored that preparations were underway for him to ascend to emperorhood. This news astonished all factions. How long had it been since a new emperor had emerged in the 4 seas and 8 desolations? Despite the long-standing decline of spiritual energy in the current end times, which stifled the birth of a true emperor, the Su divine dynasty now dared to pursue such ambitions. In the past, they would have scoffed at such aspirations, but now, they dared not question it. Chapter 69. A pilgrimage to the Su divine dynasty. Yet now, the Su divine dynasty was intent on creating an emperor. Previously, they would have mocked and derided such claims, but now, they held no doubts. They received an even more explosive piece of news than the emergence of 200 saints. The second sovereign of the Su divine dynasty, the holy sovereign Su Zi, was alive and had shattered the celestial apparition left behind by the true immortal of the Lin Yuan Holy Land with a single word. What realm could Su Zi possibly occupy? No one knew, but he was at least a true celestial. Fear and unease gripped them. This marked the first appearance of a true celestial in the 4 seas and 8 desolations. In the past, true celestials were mere figures in history or ancient texts. Upon receiving this news, all factions began to stir into action. They prepared various rare treasures and set forth with the greatest sincerity, all making their way to the Su divine dynasty. They sought to pay homage. To meet a true celestial even once would suffice for a lifetime. Not only the Eastern Desolation but all notable powers across the 4 seas and 8 desolations responded to the news. Even ancient beings that had slumbered for millions of years awakened, eager to meet Su Zi and inquire earnestly about the path to immortality. Their singular desire was to attain celestial status. Indifferent to worldly affairs, viewing all earthly matters as mere illusions, they had been trapped at the heavenly sovereign level for far too long, continuously contemplating the path of cultivation yet failing to grasp its essence. Now that a celestial had emerged, they could no longer remain idle. A sweeping view of the 4 seas and 8 desolations revealed dazzling streams of light converging towards a single destination. A spectacular sight indeed. Some traveled by flying vessels, while others soared on swords. The majority gathered at the Su divine dynasty, thus saving themselves considerable effort. In light of this, I shall resolve everything at once. On the martial arts arena, Su Zi had been in meditative silence for several days. During this time, he had not slept, continually deducing various matters, and now he felt the timing was ripe. The Wu Ji sect from the Eastern Desolation seeks an audience with Su Xian. Outside the imperial capital of the Su divine dynasty, a stooped elder with flowing white hair proclaimed his presence with an unprecedented resonance. The founding ancestor of the Wu Ji sect? He is still alive? The Wu Ji sect once stood alongside the Tianjin sect, yet the disappearance of the elder led to its gradual decline, and it was no longer counted among the Holy Lands. With the reappearance of the Wu Ji emperor, no, he should be referred to as the Wu Ji heavenly sovereign. The Wu Ji sect would surely regain its former glory. Within a tea house in the imperial capital, a figure gazed intently at the Wu Ji heavenly sovereign outside, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. He had lived during the era of the Wu Ji heavenly sovereign, yet he had failed to break through to the heavenly sovereign level. Having been sealed for so many years, only to be awakened by later generations. Upon arriving at the imperial capital, he walked in on foot. The small tea house was filled with formidable figures from various factions. At that moment, the tea house attendants served tea with great trepidation. Even the proprietor sensed that they would not be receiving payment today, as such powerful presences were beyond their capacity to provoke. It was known that this tea was spiritual in nature, of great utility to cultivators. The proprietor could only sigh inwardly, "Look, the supreme celestial emperor has descended," and to everyone's astonishment, he has walked into the imperial capital on foot. My goodness, does even such a formidable figure adhere to the customs of the Su divine dynasty? Observers gazing at the arriving Supreme Celestial Emperor were filled with disbelief. What of the Celestial Emperor? In the capital of the Su divine dynasty, even true immortals must comply with the requirement of entering on foot. A powerful individual remarked in hushed tones. Naturally, he did not dare to openly criticize the Celestial Emperor, for he is the pinnacle of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Look, what force is that? They are utilizing a boundary-breaking flying vessel. Such grandiosity. Someone pointed at the hovering vessel outside the capital. Filled with envy. This is a boundary-breaking flying vessel, said to allow instantaneous teleportation. It is an imperial-grade treasure capable of traversing the cosmos. Moreover, it is exceedingly difficult to forge, and few factions possess one. This insignia belongs to the Li Hua clan of the western region. Could it be that they have arrived as well? A person's gaze sharpened, their expression becoming grave. It is rumored that the fire god hails from the Li Hua clan. An innate deity born to command all flames in the world, as descendants of the fire god. The Li Hua clan is inherently close to fire. However, these are merely rumors. What is a deity? That is an unparalleled existence, one that dares to contend with the celestial beings above. Some shook their heads in disbelief, asserting that there could be no existence of a fire god within the Li Hua clan. Otherwise, they would have risen to prominence long ago. Why, then, did such a powerful clan still choose to enter the imperial capital on foot? They dismissed the rumors, deeming them mere fabrications. The sun god mountain has come to pay respects to the Su immortal. Another thunderous voice erupted. Nearly everyone in the tea house stood in shock, their faces pale. Even the sun god mountain has sent emissaries. It is known that the sun god mountain is a forbidden zone in the southern region, notorious alongside the ancient forbidden land, fraught with danger. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the individual within is human or ghost. Now, these individuals from the sun god mountain are all shrouded in black robes, rendering their faces completely indistinguishable. Only 2 have come from the sun god mountain, and upon arriving at the imperial capital, they too entered on foot. Did you see that? Even those from the forbidden zones dare not fly high above. They too must comply with the customs of the Su divine dynasty. At this moment within the divine palace, the officiant, Yu Sha, trembled with excitement as he received gifts from various powerful factions. His hands growing weary, and these gifts were all extraordinary treasures. The Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea has sent 10 drops of a million-year-old dragon essence. Yu Sha's face flushed with exhilaration as he exclaimed. Hiss! The Eastern Sea Dragon clan has even sent emissaries. Their higher-ups did not come themselves, but rather sent representatives. Furthermore, what a lavish display. 10 drops of dragon essence, aged 1,000,000 years, which are said to enhance a cultivator's success rate in overcoming the Saint Tribulation by 50%. Envy sparked among the onlookers, their mouths watering. This substance, to put it bluntly, is capable of birthing saints. If one originally had only a 10% chance of becoming a saint, consuming the million-year-old dragon essence would elevate that probability to 60%. This is undoubtedly something coveted by all major holy lands. Moreover, this essence is exclusive to the dragon clan, and they are indeed scarce, with barely a dozen drops available. They were unaware that the higher echelons of the dragon clan had nearly been annihilated. Within the dragon palace, only one dragon lord remains, a quasi-emperor. Yet, he is genuinely afraid to emerge. After all, Aotion, a being of the celestial emperor's caliber, has perished. One can only imagine the strength of the adversary. The dragon lord suspects it was that celestial general, Aotion, from the Su divine dynasty who wrought such destruction. Thus, he reluctantly offered 10 drops of the million-year-old dragon essence in hopes of alleviating the animosity between his clan and that celestial being. He certainly did not dare to harbor resentment. He merely wished for the other not to bring trouble upon him. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword sect has gifted a peerless ancient elixir. What? An ancient elixir of unparalleled quality, crafted from rare materials of the ancient era. Yu Sha received the ancient elixir and opened it for inspection. Instantly, an unparalleled fragrance enveloped the noses of everyone present. How exquisite! Just a whiff of this elixir's aroma evokes a sensation of unparalleled comfort throughout one's pores. Its color is smooth and lustrous, radiating golden light and exuding an enticing fragrance. This is indeed a peerless ancient elixir. It is said that this elixir can restore an emperor to peak condition in an instant. While it may not enhance cultivation, This singular effect is sufficient to incite a frenzied competition among emperors. The Heavenly Sword sect truly boasts deep heritage, possessing such a treasure. Those surrounding murmured in admiration. The Supreme Sword Emperor has presented the Supreme Emperor's sword. Hiss! At this moment, as Yu Sha's words fell, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Supreme Sword Emperor has actually given away his life's weapon. Has he truly become so destitute as to part with his own sword? After years of absence, the Supreme Sword Emperor has undoubtedly surpassed the Emperor realm, reaching the realm of the Celestial Emperor. The value of that Emperor sword is incalculable. The Sun God Mountain has sent a Sun God Vine. Once again, the crowd was rendered speechless. This is the Sun God Vine, said to grow within the sun itself, possessing the power of the Golden Crow, and can be used to forge an Emperor-grade weapon of utmost brightness and strength. The Li Hua clan has gifted an eternal crimson flame, a wondrous fire of the world. If fused, it can transform into the Fire Emperor. The Li Hua clan has truly invested heavily. This equates to gifting a great emperor. They are indeed formidable. It is highly likely they are truly descendants of the divine fire god, demonstrating such grandiosity, a person remarked gravely. The Li Hua clan had been so low profile that they now realized they knew nothing about them at all. All major factions enter the palace. Yu Sha stood upright, and though he was merely at the realm of the divine king, no faction dared to treat him with disrespect. Yu Sha felt this was the pinnacle of his life. Upon hearing his words, representatives from various factions rejoiced, hurriedly lining up to enter the Golden Throne Hall, cautious not to create a negative impression on the celestial being. Upon entering the hall, they beheld the youthful figure seated upon the royal throne. He was handsome, with eyes that seemed to hold the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, dazzling enough to render one unable to gaze directly at him. They all knew that this was the legendary celestial being. We pay our respects to the celestial being. They all knelt before Su Zi, exclaiming fervently, "Everyone, please rise." Su Zi's voice was calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. "State your intentions," Su Zi inquired nonchalantly, aware that while these individuals had come to pay homage, some surely had ulterior motives. Tio witnessed the majesty of the celestial being today is a great fortune. I have no regrets in this life. One individual, eyes filled with reverence, bowed before Su Zi and spoke. "Celestial being, I wish to know the path to immortality." The Supreme Celestial Emperor pondered for a moment before stepping forward, bowing deeply to Su Zi. He had been stuck at this realm for far too long. Unable to grasp the essence of ascension in the past, I could have guided you towards the path of immortality, but now it is not possible in this age of decline. Even attaining the status of an emperor is a luxury. Su Zi shook his head while looking at the Supreme Sword Emperor, whose gray-white hair and sword intent enveloped him. Upon hearing Su Zi's words, the emperor's gaze dimmed instantly. If even Su Zi claimed immortality was unattainable, must he forever remain a mere spectator? However, in the coming days, a monumental opportunity will arise. Not just for you, but for all celestial emperors across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, Suz continued. What? The Supreme Sword Emperor and the other celestial emperors present were filled with joy, their eyes gleaming with hope as they stared at Su Zi. To achieve immortality, one must transform the spiritual energy within into the rules of the immortal path. In this age of decline, where is the celestial energy? In ancient times, upon reaching the celestial emperor realm, one could naturally perceive the rules of the immortal path within the heavens and earth. Although rare, with the accumulation over time, one could complete the transformation, though the speed varied. Those swift would succeed, while the slower would fade into obscurity over the years. In the coming days, the heavens will shatter, and a torrent of immortal rules will pour forth. Thus, a great change will sweep the world, and spiritual energy will revive. Su Zi explained patiently, showing no impatience. After all, he would soon depart. This was merely a way to forge a good connection with the Su divine dynasty. Whether the Su divine dynasty would endure or perish in the future, he would not intervene. This was the last thing he could do for the Su divine dynasty. The heavens will shatter? Everyone took note of this term. The impending shattering of the heavens would target emperors and above, with almost no exceptions. But you need not concern yourselves. This is beyond your involvement. When the time comes, I shall act, Su Zi stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the various powerful beings below fell silent, no longer speaking. They are aware that Suzy has stated they cannot participate, which undoubtedly indicates that a terrifying event is imminent. Furthermore, this significant occurrence is directed towards those great emperors and celestial sovereigns among them. However, the pilgrims who have come to pay their respects are likely to remain unharmed. In contrast, those who have not made the pilgrimage may face dire calamities. No one doubts Suzy's words, for he is a transcendent immortal. They breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had they not reacted swiftly, they might have perished amidst the upheaval Suzy foretold. Not only have they attained protection, but they also have the opportunity to become immortals. The gains from their journey are truly monumental. The precious treasures they received, can they even be deemed as treasures? To attain immortality, they would eagerly prepare even greater gifts. Chapter 71. The Eternal Su Family of the Upper Realm Qingshi. Today my father shall undergo tribulation to attain the title of emperor, and you shall face the celestial tribulation. Suzy felt it prudent to prepare for contingencies. Su Qianjuan's tribulation may not necessarily attract the appearance of those individuals. Yet, it is likely that the Su family will manifest. However, should it be Qingshi, it would almost certainly draw them forth. After all, they feast upon ascendants. To them, Qingshi is merely a delectable dish. Yes, my lord. Though Qingshi harbored doubts, he respectfully acquiesced. His confusion stemmed from the fact that the Lord had just mentioned that during the twilight of the Age of Law, one could not even perceive a trace of celestial energy, let alone the rules of the immortal path. Nevertheless, he believed in his Lord's transcendent abilities, certain that he could effortlessly resolve these matters. The outcome unfolded precisely as Suzy had predicted. When Su Qianjun successfully underwent the Emperor's tribulation, those individuals did not appear. Su Qianjun's tribulation was undoubtedly terrifying in this twilight era, as the will of heaven and earth forbids the emergence of emperors. The successful navigation of such tribulation indicated that this individual possessed extraordinary capabilities. The skies roiled with thunderclouds, enveloping the entire Su divine dynasty. Were it not for the innate primordial power of Suzy within him, he would not have been able to overcome it in the immortal realm. The Su family, here, celestial mists permeate the air, with palatial structures gracefully floating amidst the clouds. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were constructed according to intricate formations. Various celestial birds soared above, radiating resplendent light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Among them, a crane, as white as jade, stood atop a mountain peak, inhaling and exhaling celestial energy, its entire being aglow with divine radiance, truly extraordinary. On the ground, a Qilin galloped, each stride seemingly causing the very heavens to tremble. Its limbs were robust, akin to towering pillars. A single step could shatter the heavens. The Qilin, renowned as one of the ancient Tin fiends, could seldom be found in the outer realms, even its mixed blood kin being a rare sight. Even within the immortal realm, it was an object of contention among various powerful factions. This was not without reason. As a mature Qilin possessed the strength of a mortal immortal, with proper cultivation, it could potentially ascend to the status of an immortal king. At the deepest part of the Su family estate stood a colossal palace that seemed to touch the heavens. Exuding a mesmerizing glow, adorned with myriad inscrutable runes, indicating its status as an extraordinary immortal artifact. However, within the palace, two factions were embroiled in heated dispute. Above them, a shadowy figure sat in a high position, obscured by a veil of chaotic mist, rendering his visage indistinguishable. Only his emotionless eyes, which seemed to pierce the very fabric of the world, gazed down at the quarreling factions. Utterly absurd. Su Qianjun is the scion of my Su family. Why has he been relegated to the lower realm? What heinous crime has he committed to incur such wrath? From the left faction, an elderly man with silvery hair and youthful features erupted with astonishing fury. This man was Su Zhantian, the esteemed elder of the Su family and the most devoted supporter of Su Qianjun. He had watched Su Qianjun grow, yet after leading several elders and disciples to the battlefield against the demonic invasion, he returned to the Su family only to learn of Su Qianjuan's banishment to the lower realm. How could he endure such an affront? Su Zhantian, you are being outrageous. A middle-aged man from the right faction stepped forward. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su Zhantian, Su Qianjun willingly relinquished his position as the scion. How can you claim he was banished? You may freely inquire among the Su family members. Such nonsense. Su Qianjun was the designated scion, the most suitable heir to the position. Are you now asserting that he did so voluntarily? Su Zhantian retorted vehemently. How preposterous! You old wretch, how dare you insult me? Su Nan, another elder, pointed a trembling finger at Su Zhantian, his fury palpable. He was a figure of considerable standing within the Su family, his rank not inferior to that of Su Zhantian, and although his combat prowess lagged, he was nonetheless an elder, outside, who would not fawn over him. You old monster, having lived for a millennium, what tricks are you trying to play? At your age, pretending to be so naive is quite repugnant. Su Zhantian feigned retching and disdain. What? Is the elder's statement incorrect? We have sacrificed everything for the Su family, fighting bravely in the front lines, while you relegated our scion to the lower realm. Is this how the Su family treats our branch? The second elder, Su Xiong, spoke with pointed emphasis. The figure enshrouded in chaotic mist, seated above, lowered his gaze, revealing no discernible emotion. However, his eyes flickered momentarily. That little brat Su Wei is fit to be the head of our Su family? I refuse to accept it. Su Zhantian and his companions nodded in agreement. The Su family is an ancient lineage, immensely powerful. The main branch comprises 2 lines, with countless collateral branches. Historically, the most gifted youths among the main branch have been selected to be groomed as the next heads of the family. Su Qianjun was a consensus choice from both main branches, and moreover, his partner had an impressive background. Regardless of your opinions, the current Su family has but one scion, and that is Su Wei. An elder from the right side stepped forward with a cold smirk. Indeed, Su Qianjun willingly gave up his position, thus Su Wei rightfully claims it. Furthermore, Su Qianjun is now in the lower realm. He is likely long since deceased. What significance does discussing him hold? The elder Su Jian from the right faction sought to quell the dispute, firmly establishing Su Wei's status as the scion. You old fool, I knew you harbored ill intentions. My instincts were spot on. Utter nonsense. You know full well the talent Su Qianjun possesses. Even in the lower realm, he would undoubtedly overshadow all others. Such a prodigious being would not simply perish. Su Zhantian scoffed at Su Jian's remarks. Who knows? What if his talents were rendered moot? Su Jian replied coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Boom. A strange silence enveloped the hall. Then, Su Zhantian unleashed his aura, seemingly intent on overturning the entire edifice. I knew it was not so simple. It appears that your faction is behind this. Su Zhantian's overwhelming presence surged forth, radiating an immense killing intent. Su Jian's expression shifted. Su Zhantian's might had grown significantly since their last encounter. This was the indomitable aura forged on the battlefield. Should Su Zhantian choose to eliminate him, he would stand no chance. Despite their equal standings, do you dare to act within the royal hall? Do you truly believe I do not exist? Just as Su Zhantian prepared to strike, the shadowy figure above finally spoke. Chapter 72. Then let us split the family. Su Wang, though you are the head of the family, I remain unconvinced. Su Zhantian bowed towards the shadowy figure above, his tone still somewhat brusque. He bore considerable resentment towards Su Wang. Su Wang was the current head of the Su family, and it was upon his approval that Su Qianjun had rightfully become the scion. Subsequently, they were dispatched to the demonic battlefield. It was precisely because Su Qianjun had been named the scion that they were willing to lead their strongest members into battle, to bolster Su Qianjun's reputation. Yet, upon their return, this was the situation they found themselves in. I know you harbor grievances and feel wronged, but Su Qianjun truly did voluntarily relinquish his position as scion. Would they dare deceive me, the king? Su Wang's tone was devoid of emotion, as though recounting a trivial matter. Su Wang, are you beginning to lean towards their faction? Su Zhantian's anger flared, and he dropped the honorific yuan addressing Su Wang, revealing the extent of his fury. Presumptuous, do you dare to show disrespect to Su Wang? Su Jian bellowed with feigned authority. Su Wang, our faction demands an explanation. Su Zhantian's face grew increasingly stormy, his words growing more resolute. He, Su Zhantian, intended to confront the immortal king of the Su family today. Their faction required an account. I, the king, shall provide you with an explanation. I reiterate, Su Qianjun voluntarily relinquished his position as scion. Without any coercion. High above, Su Wang revealed a flicker of anger. Is that so? Yet, Lin Xiaoran did not say the same. Su Zhantian initially let out a cold laugh before dropping a bombshell. What? Lin Xiaoran? Did she not perish? Su Jian's countenance paled, his voice escaping him. Heh, you all possess remarkable audacity, driving my Su family's closest ally to the opposing side. Were it not for Lin Wang traversing the vast cosmos and discovering a fabled Tao herb, some truths might have been irrevocably buried in the annals of history. Su Zhantian's laughter bore a hint of madness. Lin Xiaoran, the wife of Su Qingquan and the daughter of Lin Song, the lord of the ancient Lin clan, was once a steadfast ally of the Su family. Yet now, Lin Song was preparing to turn against them. Lin Xiaoran was Lin Song's Achilles heel. Those who dared to lay a finger on her would find Lin Song's wrath unyielding. Recently, Lin Xiaoran had awakened, revealing the truths of their past. Thus, Su Zhantian had been testing Su Wang from the very beginning. He had not anticipated that Su Wang would openly shield the branch of Su Jian. Su Wang, Su Tian, belonged to the same lineage as Su Jian. In this light, it hardly seemed a matter of great concern. Is this your explanation to our lineage, Su Wang? Su Zhantian's tone gradually grew calm. He had gleaned all he sought to know. What do you intend to do? Su Wang's response was evasive, his eyes swirling with chaotic energy, rendering him a figure of menace. What do I intend to do? If necessary, let the Su family be divided. Su Zhantian's hands hung low, his words devoid of emotion. Yet, in that moment, it was as if he had cast a simple stone into a tranquil sea. And chaos erupted. Divide the family? Su Zhantian, you dare to suggest such a thing? To split the Su family in twain? You are defying ancestral teachings. Su Jian trembled in shock. The audacity of Su Zhantian to propose a division was staggering. Historically, the Su family had only two main branches, and they were inseparable. This was the ancestral decree. Not only Su Jian, but even Su Tian's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He sought to understand the source of Su Zhantian's audacity to propose such a division. The Su family had transformed. It was no longer the unified entity it once was, but rather a congregation of petty souls. Su Zhantian's rebuke was unrelenting. Su Zhantian, do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Su Tian's voice dripped with anger. Su Zhantian's words were clearly directed at him, insinuating that he was a petty man unworthy of leading their lineage. Su Wang has grown accustomed to his lofty position. To kill me, Su Zhantian, would be as simple as a flick of the wrist. What merit do I possess to compel the exalted Su Wang to act personally? At this moment, Su Zhantian was entirely unrestrained. Fearlessly confronting Su Wang, Su Zhantian, a murderous intent laced Su Wang's voice, and his aura began to bear down upon Su Zhantian. This was the might of an immortal king, an unstoppable force. The instant Su Zhantian felt the pressure, his countenance paled. The oppressive force of an immortal king was beyond his capacity to withstand. Though they were merely separated by a single grand realm, that chasm was insurmountable. An immortal king could easily annihilate him. Even with a mere glance, Su Wang, do you presume that my lineage is without defenders? Despite his pallor and the blood seeping from his orifices, Su Zhantian spoke with reckless fervor. Indeed, I do presume your lineage is without defenders. What can you do to me? Su Tian's voice was laden with inexorable malice. For Su Zhantian to persistently provoke him was a crime deserving of death. Very well, very well. Do you still remember Su Wuxia, the father of Su Qingquan? Su Zhantian's voice was laced with blood as he laughed maniacally. Su Wuxia. Su Tian fell into an unusual silence. Indeed, my lineage is Su Wuxia, father of Su Qingquan. He is still alive. Su Zhantian locked eyes with Su Tian, enunciating each word. Boom. The hall trembled as Su Tian's aura erupted, nearly crushing the powerful figures below. Su Wuxia is alive. Where is he? In an instant, Su Tian appeared before Su Zhantian, grasping his collar with murderous intent. Oh, not rush. He shall come to find you soon. Su Zhantian laughed uproariously, his madness intensifying. Su Tian was unworthy of being their clan leader. His vision was far too narrow. Under his leadership, the Su family was destined for ruin. So you are all aware of the truth. What of Su Wuxia? I was able to slay him once, and I can do so again. Su Tian's ferocity was palpable as he narrowed his eyes at Su Zhantian. Is that so? I have heard that the clan leader, Su Wuxia, has attained the realm of immortal king. Su Tian, are you prepared? Su Zhantian regarded Su Tian with a mocking glint. Chapter 73. True immortals descend to capture Su Qingquan. Su Zhantian referred to Su Wuxia as the clan leader, clearly believing Su Tian unworthy of the title. In the past, He had driven him into despair on the battlefield against the demonic forces. Now, he was no longer a match for Su Zhantian. What does it matter that he has attained the realm of a mortal king? I am also an immortal king. Can he truly slay me? Su Tian radiated overwhelming confidence. This was the culmination of billions of years of heritage. Did Su Wuxia, having just broken through to the realm of a mortal king, truly believe he could kill him? It was absurd. Since we are being candid, I do not mind informing you that not long ago, Su Jian detected that the seal within Su Qingquan had indeed been broken. Moreover, he had successfully withstood the tribulation of the heavenly emperor. At this moment, the chaotic fog dissipated from Su Tian's face, revealing a handsome visage adorned with a hint of a smile. Su Zhantian's expression did not brighten in response to Su Tian's words. He understood that Su Tian would certainly take action. A sense of urgency gripped him. Could Su Tian be considering forcibly breaching the barriers of the lower realm to personally eliminate Su Qingquan? Such an outcome would be disastrous. Su Wuxia was in a critical phase and could not be disturbed. Furthermore, he had no one to rely upon. No, that cannot be. Su Tian valued his own life above all. The lower realm would not permit the existence of true immortals. Even immortal kings would not dare descend casually, for fear of dire consequences. As Su Zhantian contemplated this, he felt a slight reprieve. Su Tian would certainly not dare descend to the lower realm. I have already dispatched Su Wei and others to the lower realm, bearing the boundary stone. Su Tian observed Su Zhantian, seeking to glean fear from his expression. Indeed, as soon as Su Tian's words fell, Su Zhantian's countenance shifted dramatically. What was the boundary stone? It was a miraculous stone capable of traversing any world, perhaps the only one of its kind in the entire immortal realm. It was the Su family's treasure. Moreover, as long as one's cultivation was below that of a mundane immortal, they could venture into the vast realms without being detected by the world's consciousness. For the sake of Su Qingquan, you would dare to bring forth the Su family's most treasured artifact. Su Tian, how far do you wish to go in your quest to eliminate Su Qingquan? Despair enveloped Su Zhantian. Despair? There is far greater despair awaiting you. Both of Su Qingquan's sons are destined to die, their talents surpassing that of Su Qingquan. Furthermore, I had sensed a trace of the Su family's ancient celestial body from countless eons ago. You see, if this ancient celestial body is not within our Su family, could it be that it resides within Su Qingquan's offspring? If I were to obtain this ancient celestial body, the position of a mortal emperor would be within reach. Greed radiated from Su Tian's eyes. That was the strongest battle body of the Su family, capable of confronting the heavens in its perfected state, unafraid of any adversary. Little did he know. The ancient celestial battle body was merely a fragment of the ancient divine mountain. Within Suzi resided an entire ancient divine mountain. Should Suzi choose, he could transform into any physique known to the world. Su Tian, your actions will undoubtedly invoke the furious retribution of clan leaders Su Wuxia and Lin Wang. Leading the Su family to an abysmal downfall, Su Zhantian warned. He sought to use Su Wuxia and Lin Wang to restrain Su Tian, hoping to dissuade him from such reckless actions. Yet, at this juncture, Su Tian was beyond reason. I am the realm of immortal kings. I am invincible. Su Wang merely replied with indifference. I have already sealed their powers and taken them down. I want them to witness clearly that my choices are indeed the right ones. With a cold snort, Su Tian vanished. Aha, you wish to split the family? To divide the Su family? Su Zhantian, you are searching for filth in a cesspool. Su Jian stepped forward, looking down upon Su Zhantian and the others with disdain. Su Tian was one of their own. How could they possibly hand over the position of heir to someone from Su Wuxia's lineage? That was a foolish dream, Su Jian. Your fate will be far worse than mine. Do you truly believe you can outmaneuver Lin Xiaoran? You shall eventually taste the wrath of Lin Wang. Su Zhantian regarded Su Jian with pity. At his words, Su Jian trembled. Initially, they had assumed that with Su Qingquan cast down to the lower realm, they could set a trap, using Su Qingquan, Su Dao, and Su Zi as bait to lure Lin Xiaoran, ultimately shattering her soul. Be cautious, they had sought a treasure from Su Tian that could obscure the heavenly secrets. Even Lin Song, a powerful immortal king, would be unable to detect it. They had believed this scheme would remain hidden forever. Who could have foreseen that Lin Song would discover the Dao flower, forcibly reassembling Lin Xiaoran's fragmented soul and nurturing it for nearly 1 billion years until her revival? Now that the plot was exposed, Lin Song would not spare them. Take care of yourself. Su Jian waved his hand, instructing others to escort Su Zhantian and the rest away. He remained rooted in place, his expression a tumult of emotions. Su Zhantian spoke the truth. Those who had participated in the ambush against Lin Xiaoran would undoubtedly find themselves on Lin Song's hit list. If Su Wuxia were to ally with Lin Song, Su Tian might not guarantee his safety in such a scenario. His fate would be sealed. He needed to carve out a path for his own survival. He cast a fleeting glance in the direction where Su Tian had vanished. And then he himself disappeared into the Su residence. Qingshi, you shall undergo the tribulation. Suzy spoke softly, surveying the calm sky. Yes, my lord, Qingshi responded, soaring upward to stand amidst the void. All eyes were filled with envy as they beheld Qingshi. What extraordinary virtue and fortune must this heavenly emperor possess to be chosen as a servant by an immortal? Now, he was about to face the celestial tribulation without the need to gradually accumulate the rules of the immortal path. Their feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment were palpable. With a mere gesture, Suzy pierced the heavens with a single finger, creating an enduring rift in the firmament. The expressions of the assembled heavenly emperors turned to shock as they witnessed a visible torrent of celestial energy cascading down toward Qingshi. Enveloping him entirely, Qingshi dared not delay for even a moment. He immediately sat cross-legged in the void, radiating light as he diligently absorbed the celestial energy into his being, undergoing a transformation. He guided the celestial energy into his body, slowly converting the spiritual energy within him into celestial energy. This process was painstakingly slow. Even the most gifted heavenly emperors might require centuries, if not millennia, to complete their transformation. For some, it might take a lifetime to fully transmute their spiritual energy into celestial energy and attain an immortal form. This is far too slow. Suzy furrowed his brows and pointed once more. A beam of light surged into Qingshi's body. Initially, Qingshi struggled immensely, aware that even under ample celestial energy, succeeding within a few centuries would be a remarkable feat. But could his lord afford to wait for him that long? He considered himself not yet significant enough for such patience. Just as he felt overwhelmed, he sensed the celestial energy within him rapidly devouring all his spiritual energy at an astonishing pace, flooding his entire being. Chapter 74. The Collapse of the Void, Feasting on Ascendance. What are you all staring at? The dissipating celestial energy is a rare treasure. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it disperses, it could take you tens of thousands of years to achieve ascension. Suzy admonished the other heavenly emperors, including the Wuzhigong Sword Emperor. Their faces lit up with joy, for they too had noticed the dissipating celestial energy and were eager to surreptitiously absorb a portion, just a little. Yet, none of the heavenly emperors dared to move without the immortal's permission. Should they incur the immortal's displeasure, they would be torn to shreds by the others before the immortal even had to intervene. Now granted Suzy's approval, they all sat down, fervently channeling their powers to refine the celestial energy. This was a momentous chance, a true opportunity. Their success depended solely on their own capabilities. Naturally, Suzy had no intention of assisting them in breaking through. It would offer him no benefit. Why are you not absorbing this celestial energy? Suzy inquired upon noticing that a certain faction remained seated, not partaking in the celestial energy. Among them were 3 heavenly emperors. Yet none made a move. Instead, they gazed at Suzy with expectant expressions. Reporting to the immortal, we are members of the Lihua clan, and we have come to seek your aid, the leader of the Lihua clan. A robust man with fiery red hair named Lihua Kuei bowed respectfully. This matter was of great significance to him and his clan, which was why they had come. Oh, what is it? Suzy asked curiously. Fully capable of discerning the intentions of the Lihua clan members, but he found it more entertaining to let them speak. We wish to ascertain the truth of whether our innate deity, the fire god, truly exists, Lihua Kuei declared, gritting his teeth. I see. Suzy mused thoughtfully. The Lihua clan sensed that they would not receive the answers they sought from Suzy. The fire god indeed exists. He is the primordial chaos fire essence, the first spark born in the universe. Since his inception, he has been nurtured within the chaos, gradually acquiring consciousness and declaring himself the innate deity, capable of controlling all flames in the world. You, the Lihua clan, are indeed his descendants, albeit with a tragically diluted bloodline. Merely a branch of the lineage, Suzy explained succinctly to Lihua Kuei. The fire god is real, Li Huakuei's eyes welled with tears, trembling with excitement. Yet, his gaze soon dimmed. They were indeed the fire god's descendants, but hearing Su Zi's words about chaos and the first fire essence sounded grand. Yet what did it mean for them? They were but the most deluded of his progeny, hardly worthy of the fire god's notice. Much like the branches of the Li Hua clan, the main lineage would never concern itself with the branches. The answer was evidently no. Thus, they remained abandoned descendants in this vast world. It was unlikely that they would ever meet the fire god in their lifetimes. Li Huakuei and the other two heavenly emperors respectfully bowed to Su Zi before sitting down to absorb the dissipating celestial energy. The path of cultivation must continue. Boom. A surge of celestial laws erupted from Qingshi's body. With Su Zi's assistance, he solidified his immortal body in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, instantly becoming a true immortal. The thunder tribulation descended. Gasps arose. The impending thunder tribulation was terrifying, having already enveloped the entirety of the Su divine dynasty, rapidly expanding outward at an alarming pace. The boundless thunderclouds instilled a suffocating sense of oppression. Bang, however, in the next moment, all the thunderclouds vanished without a trace. The once pitch-black sky was instantly illuminated. What just happened? Why did it suddenly disappear? Someone asked in confusion. Could it be the immortal's magic? Only an immortal could accomplish such a feat. Everyone assumed that Su Zi had dispelled the thunderclouds with his celestial magic, but only Su Zi knew that it was not his doing. It was the work of those who fed on ascendance. They're coming. Su Zi remarked nonchalantly. What is coming? Everyone questioned in bewilderment. Cough, cough. This accursed lower realm. Each descent brings a backlash. Were it not for half a piece of realm stone, we might have been obliterated. Every time, I fantasize about having a complete realm stone to avoid this torment. A voice resonated through the space, reaching everyone's ears. The crowd then beheld in terror as lightning and thunder intertwined in the void, erupting with tremendous force. There, the fabric of reality collapsed, and celestial energy surged forth from the breach. In an instant, the celestial energy enveloped the entire Su divine dynasty. Is this the opportunity the immortal spoke of? But why does my soul tremble, and my body feel as though it might explode? A heavenly emperor stammered, panic-stricken. This wretched lower realm. Only one ascendant has emerged this time. After all these years, only a single true immortal has appeared? This won't do. One true immortal is not worth the immense cost we must bear to go capture all the emperors and heavenly emperors. We have but 2 incense sticks worth of time, and if we are discovered by the immortal realm, we will all perish, erase their memories. Otherwise, there will be no food left for us next time. 3 figures, akin to gods and demons, emerged from the collapsing void, the leader issuing commands. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 figures behind him vanished in an instant. You, who are you? The Wujigong Sword Emperor inquired gravely, his expression taut as he regarded the youth amidst the collapsing void. The youth stood there, his face devoid of emotion, casting a glance at the Wujigong Sword Emperor. In that fleeting moment, the Wujigong Sword Emperor felt as if he were being submerged in a sea of blood, a chilling indifference freezing his very soul. Good. It seems this place has gathered such a number of heavenly emperors. Excellent. They are all converting celestial energy, albeit less effective than true immortals, but it suffices. He mused. Chapter 75. Celestial beings, kneeled in truth. This was how he perceived himself. Him. The denizens of the lower realm were mere savages, and he looked down upon the entire expanse of the world. Were it not for the allure of sustenance, he would not even deign to set foot here. Though this land was primitive, every ascendant was a child of the plains, a prodigy favored by destiny. Such beings were a tremendous boon for them. Thus, they were willing to risk the backlash of descending with only half a realm stone. The youth stood quietly in the void, his gaze fixed on the horizon, awaiting the arrival of the other 2 to capture all the heavenly emperors from the vast world. As for those below him, he was untroubled. He knew they would not escape his grasp. In the depths of the northern region's 10,000 great mountains, a figure materialized without warning above the peaks. With eyes like lightning, he could see through illusions. TSK, 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 hiding 10,000 meters beneath the soil? Come forth! This figure was none other than the true immortal who had just departed from Su divine dynasty. He extended a hand. and the soil below began to churn violently, revealing a massive, ethereal creature, a primordial relic, colossal as a mountain, yet its eyes were glazed over in disbelief. Although it possesses the strength of a heavenly sovereign, it was unexpectedly extracted from the depths of 100,000 meters of soil without any forewarning. It has struggled and expressed its fury, yet all in vain. Before this individual, it feels as insignificant as a mere insect, and others regard it with disdainful indifference. Consequently, a profound confusion washes over its eyes. A bewilderment that is particularly acute. As an ancient relic of a bygone era, it is accustomed to a lengthy lifespan, often practicing cultivation without concern for the passage of time. Yet now, it senses that it has seemingly slumbered for an eternity in its cultivation. How else could it explain the emergence of true immortals across the vast realms? It distinctly perceives a pervading aura of celestial energy within the very fabric of space. Oh, exalted immortal, please spare me. I am merely an ancient relic, confined here in seclusion, never venturing out nor provoking those who should not be provoked, it pleads, desperation tinged with a hint of sorrow in its voice. An ancient relic, you say? Quite remarkable. Your plump form is brimming with spiritual essence. If it were to be transformed into celestial essence, its potential would be boundless. The man gazes at the creature with fervent desire. He had not anticipated such a treasure lying within this barbaric land. The creature appears exceedingly corpulent, full of fat, yet for cultivators, it is indeed a rare delicacy. This is not solely due to what seems to be fat. It is a reservoir of cultivation energy. This unique trait allows it to directly convert what it consumes into its own cultivation. Thus, it has remained buried deep within the mountains, too fearful to venture outside. Knowing that encountering the weak may be fortunate, but facing the strong would render it a mere feast. The man's greed is unmistakably evident in his gaze, yet he dares not indulge in this treasure alone. For he lacks the standing to do so. Such treasures are desired by powerful figures. Should that esteemed individual be in a good mood, perhaps they would grant him a mere scrap to consume. But if luck were to fail him, he might find himself on the menu. Without further ado, the man secures the creature and proceeds towards his next target. They are true immortals, and nearly all heavenly sovereigns across the realms have been unable to evade their scrutiny. Suzhin dynasty. What are you staring at? The young man catches a glimpse of Suzy observing him, his gaze akin to that of a fool, provoking his irritation. What the hell are you looking at? Never seen a true immortal before? Consider this a lesson for today. The young man, perhaps seeking to alleviate his boredom, contemplates finding mischief. No, wait. Suddenly, every hair on his body stands on end. He glances at Suzy. Discovering that he cannot fathom him, utilizing his magical eye, he is horrified to find it still beyond his comprehension. Suzy appears to be enveloped in chaos. Although he is physically present, his essence eludes perception. This revelation sends shockwaves through the young man. He certainly does not foolishly believe Suzy to be an ordinary mortal. At this moment, he realizes that while the onlookers may fear him, there is no trace of reverence in their eyes. This alone is deeply unsettling. This is bad. A sense of dread creeps into his heart. Without uttering another word, he stows away half of the spatial stone and turns to leave, disregarding the fates of the other two individuals. Almost simultaneously, the two who descended with him are eradicated by the will of the world, unable to even utter a cry. Along with them vanish the heavenly sovereigns he had gathered. They are all subjected to indiscriminate annihilation by the consciousness of the world. The young man, brimming with celestial energy, attempts to utilize the stone to swiftly depart from this realm, but to his horror, he realizes that no matter how fervently he channels his immortal techniques, he cannot take a single step. Bang! The young man instantly turns and kneels before Suzy. Yuqian implores you, esteemed sir, to spare me. I am merely following orders. Kneeling in the void, he comprehends that he has encountered a formidable opponent today. Yet, he cannot fathom how such a powerful being could arise from this small, barbaric realm, a celestial king. That cannot be. Even a celestial king would not dare to tread here with a spatial stone. The higher the cultivation, the less the world consciousness accommodates them, unless it's an immortal emperor. Only an immortal emperor can traverse freely across worlds, for at their level, little can restrain them. The realization sends cold sweat cascading down Yuqian's body. rendering him tremulous with fear. An immortal emperor is wandering through the vast realms, and he has had the misfortune to cross paths with such a being, especially after speaking so boldly before them. In the annals of the celestial realm, he may well be the first to dare rebuke an immortal emperor to their face. Yuqian feels an overwhelming desire to end his own existence, lamenting his reckless tongue for not exercising more caution. What is happening? Why am I kneeling? Even the celestial beings prostrate before Suzy. What is Suzy's cultivation level? Some cannot help but whisper among themselves. Chapter 76. The heir of the Su family has arrived regardless of Suzy's cultivation. He has saved our lives. The Sword Emperor gazes at Suzy with gratitude. Indeed, without Suzy, we would have been utterly annihilated. A heavenly sovereign sighs, lamenting that they had thought themselves the pinnacle of power in this world, only to discover that a lifetime of cultivation has rendered them mere prey. How tragic and absurd. They have labored their entire lives, only to become food for others. Esteemed sir, Yuqian cries out, trembling before Suzy, filled with trepidation in his mind. He has firmly concluded that Suzy is a being capable of traversing the realms at will. An immortal emperor, the apex of power within the celestial realm, one who can peer into the river of time. Such an existence is beyond his reckoning, and even the figure behind him must tread carefully. Thus, in a bid for survival, he kneels and relinquishes his pride, in the presence of a lofty immortal emperor. What dignity can one maintain? Truth be told, I have little desire to involve myself in such matters. Yet you insist on drawing my attention. Suzy's inner thoughts reveal his reluctance to engage with these affairs. However, these individuals have fortuitously descended upon the Su dynasty. Had they appeared elsewhere, he would have been indifferent. Let them capture whomever they please, it is of no concern to him. Sir, I was wrong. I shall never dare again, and upon my return, I will report truthfully. From this day forth, we of the shall no longer appear within the realms. Yuqian bows repeatedly, his words dripping with sincerity. He deliberately uses the term report, subtly indicating to Suzy that there exists another powerful figure above him, one whose cultivation may rival Suzy's. He hopes to instill a modicum of caution in Suzy regarding his benefactor. Believing that as long as Suzy harbors some trepidation towards the figure behind him, he may live, that need not be. Should I choose to slay you, the esteemed individual you mentioned may not come seeking me. But if they do, I would not hesitate to eliminate an immortal emperor. Suzy's words are delivered flatly, as if recounting the most mundane of events. Yet, disbelief fills Yuqian's eyes. Is Suzy truly so confident as to challenge a genuine immortal emperor? Then you shall perish. Suzy has lost all interest in conversing with Yuqian. No, esteemed sir, do not take my life. I possess many secrets of the dot. If you spare me, I am willing to divulge them all. Yuqian's face is a mask of terror, trembling uncontrollably. He genuinely fears for his life. What I wish to know is beyond your meager capacity to conceal. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suzy concludes, casually waving his hand. In an instant, Yuqian remains in his prostrate position, vaporized along with half of the spatial stone. What others deem treasures, Suzy finds trivial. At the moment of his vaporization, an explosion of pure celestial rules erupts from the spot he occupied. This is Yuqian's celestial essence, and upon his demise, these rules will nourish the very fabric of this world. The spiritual energy begins to rejuvenate, and under the assimilation of celestial energy, its quality vastly improves. This era is destined to witness the rise of numerous exceptional talents, and extraordinary beings shall emerge and awaken. Like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, on this day, the era of Wuging comes to a conclusive end. Various factions, in unison, designate this new epoch as the first year of Suzy. Following this day, statues of Suzy begin to be erected by various forces, sects, and cities, constructed from materials of great rarity, nearly indestructible even by heavenly sovereigns. This speaks volumes of Suzy's esteemed status in their hearts. Of course, these are tales for another time. I have truly underestimated the might of the immortal. With but a casual wave, even celestial beings are reduced to ashes. The Sword Emperor reflects deeply. He then settles into meditation, focusing on absorbing the celestial rules, which are far more precious than mere celestial energy. These rules embody the essence of a true immortal's cultivated energy. However, before they can fully immerse themselves, the heavens tremble once more. The tremors this time were far more intense than before. Waves of celestial pressure descended in an instant. Buzz! The Su divine dynasty summoned a grand formation that soared from the ground, creating a luminous barrier to withstand the overwhelming celestial might. Upon this barrier danced a myriad of pulsating runes, each imbued with enigmatic power. Ah, is it possible that a mere divine dynasty possesses such a formidable array? A voice, tinged with surprise, echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, 5 figures gradually materialized in the void. Boom. At the moment these 5 figures appeared, an unfathomable killing intent erupted from Su Qianquan. His eyes, ablaze with murderous rage, were fixated on the 5 silhouettes above. A group of despicable mortals. Do you not know to kneel and pay your respects to a celestial being? Truly a band of lowly brutes. Su Wei, perched high above, cast a frosty gaze upon Su divine dynasty, uttering words as cold as icy. To Su Wei's astonishment, there was not a hint of fear or reverence in their eyes. Instead, they regarded him with expressions akin to that of a fool. Lowly mortals, can you not hear what my young master has to say? A man stepped forward behind Su Wei, reprimanding them in an instant. The celestial pressure of the true immortal surged downward. Buzz, however, his celestial might was entirely absorbed by the grand formation, without a trace wasted. This formation is indeed peculiar. Su Wei narrowed his eyes and spoke. I wondered who it was, only to discover it was you. You have not perished. What a delightful surprise. Su Wei felt a strong killing intent locking onto him, causing him to frown slightly. He then laid eyes on Su Qianquan. He had not anticipated that the coordinates provided by Su Tian would be so precise. He had thought it would take some effort to locate Su Qianquan. It seems that will not be necessary. Indeed, I am quite surprised to see you as well, Su Wei. You should not have come to the lower realm. Had you stayed away, you might have lived a few more years. Now that you have come, there is no escape for you, Su Qianquan stated, each word deliberate. With his son possessing such formidable strength, he, as the father, naturally felt no fear. Today, he would reclaim all the humiliations of the past. He was originally the young master, the next heir of the Su family, but all the powerful figures of his lineage had departed to the battlefield against the alien demons, leaving Su Wei and others to seize power, ultimately forcing him to descend to the lower realm. Although Su Tian did not personally intervene, Su Qianquan believed that Su Wei dared to act so boldly only because of Su Tian's instigation. They sought to use his 2 sons as leverage against him, compelling him to leave the Su family. Even before he departed, they had placed a sealing mark within his dantian, preventing his cultivation from advancing beyond the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Their intention was clear. They would not kill Su Qianquan. They wished for him to wither away in despair. Despite his extraordinary talent, he remained unable to progress further, destined to languish in despair over the years. This way, even if the powerful figures of Su Qianquan's lineage returned, they would find no words to say. Yet, in their extensive scheming, they had not anticipated that a mere Saint King like Su Qianquan would have survived for so long. Moreover, he had recently shattered the sealing mark within his dantian, breaking through to the realm of the emperor. Now, upon seeing Su Qianquan once more, Su Wei could not help but lament the whims of fate. Truly, as a member of the Su family, one shines brilliantly wherever they go. Even in this barbarous land, they had managed to establish such a formidable array. Su Wei paid no heed to Su Qianquan's words. Dismissing them entirely to him, his arrival signified Su Qianquan's demise. He would not waste time quarreling with a dead man. He possessed an overwhelming confidence, for he was indeed a being at the pinnacle of true immortality. Destined to inherit the Su family, he attributed the formation's layout to Su Qianquan's efforts within the Su family, rather than considering that someone might have arranged it independently. What a joke. Those of the lower realm possess cultivation only at the emperor realm. How could they possibly set up a formation capable of withstanding the might of celestial beings? Su Wei did not even entertain thoughts of anything else. Su Qianquan, do you truly believe that a mere formation can thwart the likes of my young master and his companions? A mocking grin spread across Su Wei's face as he cast a lingering glance at Su Qianquan. Were it not for Su Qianquan's breaking of the sealing mark, were it not for his trepidation regarding Su Qianquan's talent, he would not have personally come to this place, so be it. It would be a one-time solution. He would directly eliminate Su Qianquan and his 2 sons in the lower realm, leaving no lingering worries. Haida, shatter this formation for me. Let these barbarians see what it means for a celestial being to descend to the mortal realm. Su Wei commanded a brawny man behind him. Yes, young master. The burly man wore a proud and disdainful smile, eager to show these lower realm ants what true immortality entailed. Aha! With a mighty roar, the man summoned a battle axe into his hand. He raised the axe with ease and brought it crashing down upon the formation. A beam of celestial light, accompanied by a torrent of blade and tint, surged toward the formation. Thanks to the formation's protection, those within felt nothing of the axe's might. They merely perceived it as ordinary. As the blade light flickered and struck the formation, it erupted in a blaze of brilliance, only for that streak of blade light to gradually vanish. The burly man's expression soured considerably. What is this? A formation from the lower realm can withstand my strike. He was a true immortal, a celestial being. How could mortals possibly resist him? This left him feeling a twinge of doubt. This must surely be a formation meticulously arranged by the exalted Su. How could I hope to break it? An emperor of the heavens sneered at Haida, mocking him. Haida, what are you doing? Unleash your full strength. After all, this formation was stolen from Su Chinkuan by our Su family, and its defenses must be formidable. Su Wei scolded Haida they dared act with impunity because they possessed a complete boundary stone. Had they only half, they would not have been so brazen. Understood, young master. These damnable, lowly beings of the lower realm dare to mock celestial beings. They truly deserve death. Watch me cleave the heavens with a single axe. Haida roared, the rules of the celestial path boiling around him. The axe in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance, then instantly cleaved downward. A blade light, radiant as the Milky Way, descended upon the formation. This time, Haida wielded his full power. With all his might, he was confident he could destroy the formation and annihilate all within. Buzz. Above the formation, green light surged wildly, gathering to block the terrifying blade light. What? Haida's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered words of incredulity. Crack. After the formation completely blocked the terrifying blade light, a crisp sound rang out. Everyone witnessed the seemingly indestructible formation fracture, covered in a web of fine cracks, before collapsing with a thunderous roar. The formation set by the exalted seal. Are you truly unaware that the current head of the family is from our lineage? How could it ever be possible for the position of the heir to be relinquished to another? As Su Wei spoke these words, the malevolence in his eyes was vividly apparent. His resentment was palpable. For at that time, Su Chinkuan was a rising star, a formidable opponent. Their encounters had ended in utter defeat for him. Now, the pent-up grievances within him had finally found release, and he experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Wasn't he Su Chinkuan once quite capable? Soon, he would be brought to his knees at my feet, like a beaten dog. Allow me to share a piece of even more despairing news, one that you were never meant to hear. Yet, since you still draw breath, I shall graciously impart it to you. Su Wei looked down upon Su Chinkuan, a smirk playing upon his lips as he eagerly anticipated Su Chinkuan's reaction. Your wife, Lin Xiaoran, was beset and slain by my orders, as I commanded Su Jin and others to conspire against her after your demotion. Oh, and we lured her out under your name. Can you imagine her despair at that moment? Furthermore, she was utterly obliterated. Unable to return from death, Su Wei clicked his tongue, as if recounting the torment of an ant beneath his heel. He remained oblivious to the fact that upon his emergence, Su Chinkuan's line, including Su Zhantian, was already in confrontation with Su Tian. Lin Xiaoran had not perished. Otherwise, he would not have dared descend to the mortal realm. Instead, he must prepare to face the tempestuous vengeance of the Lin family, who were no less formidable than the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Chinkuan's eyes turned crimson, his expression paling in horror. The bond between him and his wife allowed for a profound connection. Yet he had been captured and sealed away by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, severing their link. However, when he was rescued by Su Zi, he had felt her presence. She was alive. Was it possible that the spiritual connection had faltered? Su Chinkuan could hardly believe it. He was unwilling to accept such a reality. Boom. Su Zi erupted with cataclysmic energy. In an instant, the entire realm shattered into oblivion. The vast expanse was reduced to mere dust. Su Shan and others were caught unawares, their terrified expressions evaporating in an instant. Yet this was merely the beginning. The heavens trembled, the void disintegrated. This was true annihilation. Simultaneously, what was happening? Why was the celestial realm in turmoil? Why were the rules of the immortal path fracturing? Boundless celestial light enveloped the immortal realm as powerful celestial emperors awakened from their slumber. They surged forth like beams of light, racing towards the heavens. For delay would mean being crushed by the overwhelming aura. One emperor, in sheer horror, beheld the shattered celestial realm. Indeed, the celestial realm had crumbled, obliterated by an aura that sent shivers down his spine. This energy had erupted unexpectedly, and the celestial realm was like paper tossed into a shredder, disintegrating instantaneously. The emperor noticed clusters of light, within which lay individuals. The celestial realm had been annihilated. Yet, it was these very clusters that allowed some to survive. Among them were members of the Lin family, the Su family, and leaders of various factions. He had initially intended to protect the Su family, but there was no time to act. The celestial realm had collapsed too swiftly. Had he not instinctively vacated the celestial continent, he too might have been obliterated. Upon becoming an emperor, he had discovered a connection between the Su family and a certain individual. Out of gratitude, he had been aiding the Su family to atone for past grievances. At the summit of the celestial realm, I stand unrivaled. Yet, beneath this individual's oppressive presence, I find myself powerless to resist. The celestial emperor's eyes shimmered with excitement. What did this signify? It indicated that beyond the realm of celestial emperors, there indeed existed a path to tread. He surveyed the shattered celestial realm, sighing in resignation. Aside from himself, he perceived no other celestial emperors had survived. It seemed they had all perished in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, a protective halo enveloped him. Although he was a celestial emperor capable of glimpsing the river of time, he could not fathom the cultivation of one whose mere aura could shatter the celestial realm. Had his master still been alive, perhaps he could have glimpsed this realm. The celestial emperor shook his head, sorrow evident in his voice. Such a pity for that ingrate. He was unworthy to be the senior disciple. Once I discover that path, I shall ensure he pays the price. After speaking, the celestial emperor fell into silence. The celestial realm was irrevocably lost. Where would he go from here? Though he was a celestial emperor, he could not restore the celestial domain. He was an emperor, not a creator. The fragmented continents could potentially be reassembled over time, but with the rules of the celestial path and the divine chain of order in ruins, even he had no means to rectify it. The very rules of the celestial path emerged from the divine chain of order, which had perpetually refined and restored the celestial rules. Now that the chain was severed, it was beyond his capability to mend. The entire celestial realm, even if he gathered all the shattered celestial continents, would remain a desolate wasteland, devoid of spiritual energy, celestial essence, or vitality. No life could emerge here. And no beings could endure. As for treasures and celestial weapons, they had all been reduced to dust. Just as the celestial emperor prepared to depart, a shocking event unfolded before him. The recently shattered celestial domain began to reverse in time. The fragmented pieces of the celestial realm began to rejoin, and the deceased suddenly revived. Yet, confusion flickered in their eyes, a profound bewilderment. It seemed they had experienced something, yet simultaneously, nothing at all. The rules of the celestial path were instantaneously reconstituted. What was this? Time reversal? Creation itself? Chapter 79. I have the celestial emperor in my grasp, and I speak the truth. The celestial emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. What cultivation level could obliterate a celestial realm endowed with a divine chain of order, only to restore it in an instant, leaving all things unchanged? The individuals within remained oblivious to what had transpired. Why do I find myself in this void? What am I doing here? In the next moment, Yifan felt a flicker of confusion. Wasn't he cultivating in his celestial palace? During this time, he had no knowledge of what had occurred. He had inexplicably found himself standing in the void. Was he experiencing a divine wonder? Had he entered a dream? Alas, he should focus on his cultivation. He was uncertain if there were further paths beyond the celestial emperor. Heaven's desolation, you shall wait for me. I will undoubtedly discover that path. Yifan's expression was resolute. As time reversed, even the celestial emperor experienced a momentary regression in memory. This moment, Within the Su family? Huh. Why do I feel a hint of confusion? What am I truly bewildered by? Su Tian, seated upon his throne, sensed that something was amiss with his recent state. Perhaps it was merely a momentary lapse in concentration brought about by reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. The urgent matter was to contact the Celestial Emperor Yi. With his support, even if Su Wuxia and that old Kut Lin Song allied against him, he would not be afraid. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Su Tian's eyes. In truth, he had been somewhat perplexed. This Celestial Emperor Yi was a rising star, but had shown immense goodwill towards the Su family. Su Tian's memories contained no recollections of Yi Emperor's earlier assistance when he was still weak. He could never comprehend why Yi Emperor had consistently aided them in silence. He had inquired once, but Yi Emperor had merely stated it was in honor of a departed friend, a friend who had once bestowed great kindness upon him. Now that friend was no longer present, and he repaid that kindness to the Su family. Su Tian suspected that the friend Yi Emperor spoke of might have been an ancestor of the Su family. Yi Emperor had mentioned that the friend's name was Su Zi, however, none of the Su family had any recollection, as Su Zi had left the upper realm as an infant, still unnamed. Nevertheless, the Su family shamelessly claimed Su Zi as one of their own. Yi Emperor, of course, thought nothing of it. Within the limits of his ability, he had done his utmost to assist the Su family. This included Su Tian's rise in power, which was facilitated by a celestial great elixir that Yi Emperor had discovered in a secret realm. Initially, Su Tian had been apprehensive, for he was a celestial emperor. After all, however, upon realizing that the emperor bore no suspicion, he had grown increasingly greedy. Humph, this time, I shall ensure that you cannot escape. You had best come at me united. Otherwise, it would be tedious to defeat you one by one. When you see that my Su family has the backing of a contemporary celestial emperor, I trust your expressions will not disappoint me. A cruel smile crept across Su Tian's face. This arrangement suited him well, an emperor-level henchman at no cost. He had the celestial emperor firmly in his grasp. Even the arrival of Jesus would be futile. Su Wuxia, even if you survive by chance, what of it? Even if you break through to the emperor realm, what of it? I can suppress you for a time, and I can suppress you for a lifetime. This time, it is fitting that you perish in despair. Ha ha ha! Su Tian's laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Deep within the cosmos, boom! An overwhelming wave of energy erupted violently. The surrounding colossal stars were instantaneously reduced to dust. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? That aura cannot be feigned. A spectral figure materialized out of thin air, colossal beyond measure, as if it sought to fill the entirety of the cosmos. Upon its emergence, the surrounding starlight dimmed instantaneously. Infinite luminescent energies were devoured by this apparition, leaving it adorned with celestial scars that rendered it a breathtaking sight. I oversee the affairs of the mortal realm, and the celestial beings above, it mused, yet I never anticipated losing my grip on control. What am I to do? The specter murmured to itself. One of the celestial domains under its governance had vanished without a trace. To the point where it could no longer sense its presence. Before it could investigate further, that domain reappeared. As its consciousness swept through, everything seemed as it should. The chains of order continued to operate normally. Leaving it perplexed, its senses had not betrayed it. There existed a contract-like connection with the celestial realm it managed, and it had distinctly felt the domain's sudden disappearance. This was a situation it had never encountered before. Initially, it speculated that perhaps it was a human contrivance, but this thought was soon dismissed with a chuckle. How could that be? Even the mightiest beings of existence cannot achieve such a feat. To reverse the flow of time is beyond anyone's capabilities. Perhaps there were powerful entities capable of traversing the river of time and altering certain events. However, even they could not rewind the temporal continuum. Some celestial beings might cling to their fading souls, attaching them to certain extraordinary artifacts to attain rebirth, but they were insignificant, unable to surpass the realm of celestial emperors, merely seeking to be reborn and recultivated. What, then, could be the explanation? Curious and bewildered, the massive specter exhibited uncertainty in its gaze. Could it be that my senses have deceived me? It shook its head, and the grand apparition slowly dissipated, revealing a stern-faced middle-aged man. Clad in an ample white robe adorned with golden patterns, he exuded an air of nobility. With the eyes of reincarnation, I pierce through the world's illusions. a mark of reincarnation manifested in the middle-aged man's eyes. They seemed to be evolving the heavens, simulating all within the celestial realm. Yet, to his disappointment, even through simulation, he could discern no hint of peculiarity. Something was amiss. 100 things were amiss. That aura was unmistakably authentic. However, it did not appear to be of human origin. Alas, what a perplexing situation. The man stood rooted in place, deeply conflicted. All of this was, of course, the doing of Su Zi. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, his aura had erupted violently, obliterating everything in its path. Yet, he quickly reined it in, lightly tapping his fingers, and the destroyed world restored to its former state. A brief moment of deduction revealed that his mother was entirely unharmed. Henceforth, he would proceed with caution, ensuring to simulate events beforehand to grasp their underlying causes. Suz sighed softly. He had acted impulsively today. However, as he traversed the river of time, he had witnessed the harrowing scene of his mother's demise, which ignited a genuine desire to intervene and reverse the events of time. Yet, reflecting on the fact that his mother had been saved by his grandfather, he refrained from taking such action. Nonetheless, he vowed that Su Wei and the others would experience the true meaning of being unable to live or die. Chapter 80. The Emperor's Qing Shan Seal. What? Su Qiankuan, do you have nothing to say? Su Wei inquired, perplexed. Just a moment ago, Su Qiankuan had appeared ready to devour him, yet now, his eyes were devoid of focus, resembling those of a soulless husk. Not only he, but all present seemed to share the same vacant gaze, as if they had been suddenly possessed, utterly lost. Thud. Someone collapsed onto the ground, pallid and trembling. This. More individuals crumpled to the floor, stammering, unable to articulate their shock. They had been utterly horrified by the preceding spectacle. In the face of true apocalypse, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet in that fleeting moment, all hope had vanished. They witnessed everything outside the imperial capital vaporize, not a single being surviving. The very soil was reduced to nothingness. In the vast expanse of the 4 seas and 8 desolations, only the Su divine dynasty remained. All else was void. They were truly paralyzed by fear. Just what cultivation level did Su Zi possess? It was one thing for the 4 seas and 8 desolations to be obliterated, but even the lofty celestial realm had been instantaneously vaporized. At this moment, they cared little for celestial beings. Did they not witness Su Shangxian's explosive power that had ended in a mere instant? Moreover, regardless of how formidable one might be, they were still no match for a single strike. My son, how dare he become so powerful? Su Qiankuan stared in disbelief at Su Zi, murmuring to himself. Ha ha ha, future historians shall record that one should be as Su Zi. Su Qiankuan laughed ecstatically. Just moments ago, Su Zi had conveyed telepathically that his mother was safe and well with the Lin family. Su Qiankuan, have you lost your mind? Su Wei furrowed his brow, suddenly bewildered. What was happening with these individuals? Earlier, the celestial emperors below had shown some fear, yet now that fear had entirely dissipated. Even when they occasionally glanced his way, their expressions were devoid of emotion, as if they regarded him as nothing more than a corpse. Such gazes irked him greatly. Go. Slay those celestial emperors and liven things up for this young master. Su Wei pointed towards Wu Ji Jiandi and a few other celestial emperors, addressing Haida. Yes, young master. Haida vanished in the blink of an eye, appearing beside the celestial emperors. Just as he was about to strike, an overwhelming feeling of dread washed over him. He sensed a formidable threat. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in green garb fixating on him intently. This man was Qing Shi. After successfully transcending his tribulation, his previously aged visage had reverted to that of middle age. Of course, if he wished, he could even return to his youthful appearance, but he deemed such an act imprudent and immature. True immortal. Haida's expression shifted dramatically. They had overlooked Qing Shi's presence until this moment. In their subconscious, they believed no one from the lower realms could pose a threat to them. Yet now, one had appeared. Not to mention a threat to Su Wei, but at the very least, a threat to himself. Leave. Qing Shi commanded coldly. You, a mere newly ascended immortal from the lower realms, dares to rebuke me. You are courting death. Haida was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. He realized this individual's aura was unstable, clearly indicating a recent breakthrough. This was why he could remain in the 4 seas and 8 desolations. However, time was of the essence. He could be summoned to ascend at any moment. Moreover, this individual had only just become a true immortal, lacking any celestial techniques or offensive arts. His foundation was woefully inadequate. He could easily annihilate him. If you do not leave, you shall meet your demise. Qing Shi wasted no time with idle chatter, forming an enormous stone mountain with his arms. This was his life-bound treasure, transformed from the Qing Shi seal into the Qing Shan seal. The mountain radiated with celestial light, exuding a sense of profound depth. Your foundation is too shallow. Su Zi shook his head, then pointed a finger. A beam of light shot forth, instantly entering Qing Shi's body. As he struggled to condense the Qing Shan seal, he suddenly found a tome of celestial techniques appearing in his mind. He need not contemplate it. The technique seamlessly integrated with his being. In an instant, he comprehended it fully. He realized it was a gift from his master. For only his master possessed such profound insights to bestow such a technique. The Emperor's Qing Shan seal. This was a unique technique created by Su Zi. His level of cultivation, myriad techniques were at his fingertips. Each one an unparalleled celestial art coveted even by celestial kings and emperors. Tio Su Zi, this was as simple as a university student solving 112. What? How can this be? How do you possess such depth? Haida was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. You just ascended to immortality. How could you possess such powerful celestial techniques? In that moment, Haida's defenses crumbled. Although the newly formed Qing Shan seal, replete with the flow of celestial rules, would have overwhelmed any celestial emperor in the 4 seas and 8 desolations, to those born and raised in the celestial realm, it was still too immature. Yet, the very next moment, the Qing Shan seal emanated an aura that sent shivers down his spine. Boom! The Emperor's Qing Shan seal descended upon Haida. As the mountain passed, the void collapsed, and an endless tempest of nothingness surged toward Haida. No, young master, save me! Haida cried out, his complexion drained. Sensing the scent of death, he knew he could not withstand this blow. Fool! Su Wei's expression hardened. Reluctantly, he prepared to intervene and save Haida. Get back, or you shall be next. Su Zi shot a glance at Su Wei, his words carrying an almost magical weight. Just as Su Wei intended to move, he found himself ensnared in the void. His eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of sheer incredulity. What is this? I have been bound? He discovered he could not wield his cultivation, nor could he manipulate the celestial rules. Even his voice was silenced. All he could do was watch in horror as Su Zi loomed before him. Who was this individual? Just a moment ago, he had merely spoken a few nonchalant words, and now he was rendered powerless. Wait, when did such a terrifying figure emerge from the lower realms? This young man's cultivation must be at least above true immortal. He could be a red dust immortal. But how could there possibly be a red dust immortal from the lower realms? Do they possess a realm stone? Moreover, the more he observed Su Zi, the more he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. As he gazed intently, a sudden jolt coursed through him. Was this not a reflection of Su Qiankuan? This is undoubtedly Su Qiankuan's son. Su Wei screamed inwardly. This moment. Chapter 81. Casually, Su Qiankuan ascends. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Su Wei's heart. Why? Why was the prowess of Su Qiankuan's offspring so formidable? Could it be that Su Qiankuan had brought a boundary stone to the lower realm back in the day? Su Wei was at a loss. His mind was a chaotic jumble, leaving him utterly bewildered. No, this cannot be. Haida, witnessing Su Wei's immobility, mistakenly assumed that Su Wei had no intention of rescuing him. His eyes brimmed with resentment. He had followed Su Wei for an exceedingly long time, committing numerous unspeakable acts on his behalf. Yet now, he found himself callously abandoned by Su Wei, faced with the impending strike from the Qing Shi. He lacked even the courage to defend himself. Such a powerful assault was beyond his capacity to endure. Su Wei, may you meet a wretched end. After all the heinous deeds you have committed, you will ultimately descend to accompany me. I shall await you on the road to the underworld. Ha ha ha. Haida turned his back to Qing Shi, casting a malevolent laugh towards Su Wei. Having given up on resistance, he thought it better to face away, believing it might grant him a more merciful demise. Su Wei's expression. Years have passed, and I find myself yearning to uncover the true weight of your essence. Su Qianquan, enveloped in celestial radiance, exudes an indescribable air of authority. Humph, Su Qianquan, you may have bested me in a fleeting moment before, but can you sustain that dominance for a lifetime? Today, this young master wishes to witness the veracity of your hastily acquired powers. Su Wei's entire being is suffused with celestial energy, transforming into a multitude of ethereal runes that shield him entirely. What of your father, Su Wuxia, with his unparalleled grace? In the end, did he not succumb to the hands of the family patriarch? His demise was nothing short of tragic, leaving not a trace behind, true immortal fist. As Su Wei's words echoed, he had already materialized before Su Qianquan. His intent was clear, to unsettle Su Qianquan's composure. Evidently, Su Qianquan's gaze momentarily faltered upon hearing Su Wei's taunts. In that fleeting instant, he struck, aiming to shatter Su Qianquan's aspirations of grandeur. This punch, imbued with boundless celestial light and fortified with indomitable rules of the immortal path, was a blow even the pinnacle of true immortals would struggle to withstand, let alone the distracted Su Qianquan. Ha ha ha, Su Qianquan, meet your demise. Did you truly believe that attaining true immortality would allow you to match my prowess? You remain woefully inexperienced. Once, I was not your equal, but now, you are no match for me. Gazing upon Su Qianquan's visage, so near yet so far, Su Wei laughed mockingly. At such a close range, Su Qianquan had no time to defend himself. He aimed to pulverize Su Qianquan's skull with a singular blow, immortal indestructibility. As Su Qianquan sensed the lethal intent behind Su Wei's strike, he instinctively activated the indestructible chaotic law. Mastery of this technique grants invulnerability to all forms of harm. Rendering one truly immortal, a faint golden pattern emerged upon his skin, intricately woven and enveloping him entirely. Boom. Su Wei's fist ultimately collided with Su Qianquan's head, but to his astonishment, it failed to breach Su Qianquan's defenses. What manner of protective immortal technique is this? How could it possess such formidable strength? Su Wei exclaimed in disbelief. The events of today are nothing short of bizarre, so surreal that he wished to awaken from this nightmare. Although not yet fully invulnerable, Su Qianquan had achieved an unparalleled status among his peers. Murmuring to himself, Su Qianquan realized not the true level of the chaotic law he wielded, but he understood that it was undoubtedly a peerless technique. Should he cultivate it to its zenith, he might indeed attain true immortality, transcending mere longevity. Now, it is my turn. Su Qianquan's expression remained impassive. Heavenly Emperor Fist, a strike that quells the ages. This punch was resplendent, carrying with it boundless destructive power, causing the surrounding void to collapse in fragments. Su Qianquan's astonishment. A shard of time coiled around his fist, allowing him to shatter the confines of time itself. Appearing before Su Wei in an instant, no, biffed. Just as Su Wei uttered a word, his head was instantly obliterated. Su Wei was no more, struck down in a single blow. It was not that Su Wei was weak, but rather that Su Qianquan's techniques were of an incomparably higher caliber. The Su clan, as an ancient lineage, would never allow a mere fool to occupy the position of heir. Such a death would be far too lenient. I have proclaimed that you shall find yourself unable to seek life or death. The river of time, manifest. Su Zi's voice rang out. Rising to his feet, he waved a hand. The sound of rushing waters echoed. Then, before all, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Before Su Zi appeared a grand tapestry. This tapestry, though modest in length, encircled Su Zi completely. Upon it were countless intricate patterns, depicting all they had just experienced, with everyone frozen within those images. Su Zi deftly traced a pattern, causing the tapestry to spin. Finally, he paused just before Su Wei's demise. Reaching into the scroll and pulling with force, Su Wei was extracted from the river of time. Chapter 83. Tormenting Su Wei. What is this sorcery? The three companions who had descended with Su Wei trembled in terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Such methods were unheard of, unseen, and utterly astonishing. Even history bore no record of such immense power, capable of retrieving the deceased from the river of time. What manner of being have we provoked? Was I not dead? Could it be that all was merely a dream? As Su Wei emerged from the river of time, confusion lingered in his gaze. Memories were forcefully instilled within him. Was it truly just a dream? Yet how could a dream feel so real? His head still throbbed with pain. Su Wei rubbed his temples. Overwhelmed by a sensation akin to agony, "Hmph, Su Qiankuan, back then you." Before Su Wei could complete his thought, Su Qiankuan charged forth. Emperor's palm, a hand that suppresses all life. Su Qiankuan, you? Su Wei's countenance shifted dramatically, taken aback by Su Qiankuan's refusal to grant him a moment to speak. He intended to say that Su Wuxia's death had left Su Qiankuan in disarray, then to strike and eliminate him in a single blow. Surely, even a wandering immortal would be caught off guard. At that moment, he would activate the Realm Stone and make his escape with style. Yet, this was not the script he had envisioned. Su Qiankuan disregarded his words entirely. Moreover, having transitioned from the Heavenly Emperor Fist to the Emperor's Palm, Su Wei felt an unsettling familiarity. True Immortal Fist. Seeing Su Qiankuan's palm descending, Su Wei summoned all his strength for a direct confrontation. He firmly believed that what had transpired was but an illusion, a mere dream in that dream. The bizarre golden patterns upon Su Qiankuan had terrified him. He had been unable to breach Su Qiankuan's defenses with all his might. Bang! The clash of palm and fist sent ripples through the void. Su Qiankuan's Emperor's palm effortlessly shattered Su Wei's true immortal fist. Su Wei screamed in agony as his fist was instantly extinguished by the Emperor's palm. Soon after, his arm followed suit, vaporized in an instant. Terror gripped him, swiftly followed by despair, for he discovered that he could not activate the Realm Stone. Bang! Su Wei was sent sprawling, his form obliterated by a single strike. Su Zi's expression remained unchanged as he slowly unfurled the tapestry of the River of Time, pulling Su Wei back once more. His memories were still forcibly injected. What is happening? Am I trapped in a dream within a dream? The pain was an experience he wished never to endure again. Snapping back to reality, dread filled his eyes. Flee. This time, Su Wei had no intention of uttering another word. He felt utterly speechless. He activated the Realm Stone, preparing to escape this surreal domain. The thought of battling Su Qiankuan had vanished from his mind. Yet, his expression soon fell as he realized he could not activate the Realm Stone, and no matter how he infused it with celestial energy, it remained unyielding. That it's over, it's truly over. This was no dream. It was all too real. Su Qiankuan, what grievance do you hold against me? Was it merely the death of your wife? You have killed me twice already. Is that not enough? With crimson eyes, Su Wei roared at Su Qiankuan. Enough? Not nearly enough. I would gladly end your life 100 times over. You are truly deserving of death. Once, you vowed that upon my departure, you would refrain from harming those around me, and yet, here we are. Therefore, you must perish, enduring endless torment until your end. Su Qiankuan seethed with rage. Blade, come forth. Su Qiankuan bellowed, and in an instant, a crescent moon blade materialized in his grasp. This was Su Qiankuan's innate weapon, nurtured within his dantian, now transformed into an immortal artifact. One strike to annihilate the world. Slash. Su Qiankuan offered Su Wei no respite, swinging the blade in a horizontal arc, cleaving the very fabric of space. Ah, the Immortal King Sutra? Su Wei bellowed to the heavens as the Immortal King scriptures manifested, enveloping him entirely. This time, he had the opportunity to wield their power. These scriptures shielded him, bestowing upon him a unique aura of the Tao. Whoosh! Yet, in the end, he was cleaved in two. The Immortal King's scriptures were obliterated by the blade's aura. This time, I shall ensure you do not perish so easily. Holding the crescent moon blade, Su Qiankuan approached Su Wei, each step resonating ominously. The blade's tip scraped the ground, producing a sound akin to a death knell. Su Wei's celestial form had been sundered by Su Qiankuan's strike, his essence rapidly dwindling. Most terrifying of all, he found himself severed below the waist, blood pooling around him. The wound was imbued with an overwhelming force of rules, stifling any hope of recovery. Helplessly, he watched as Su Qiankuan advanced toward him. Step by step. Su Qiankuan, I was wrong. I repent. I acknowledge my faults. I bow before you. Please, grant me a path to survival. Lying on the ground, Su Wei felt his power fading, desperation etched across his face as he gazed up at Su Qiankuan. He wished to live. He was an immortal, with an eternity before him, countless moments to squander. There were many wayward celestial maidens awaiting his salvation. Fear not, for even now, should you perish, you will rise once more before long. I sense your hands are far too reckless. I shall render them useless, Yu Qiankuan declared, raising the crescent moon blade to strike down upon Su Wei's remaining arm. The remaining arm of Su Wei was severed with a swift stroke. Su Qiankuan, I beg you, I implore you, spare me, will you? He pleaded desperately, I shall renounce my claim to the position of the Su family heir. It was yours to begin with. I am shameless. A wretched being. Please, I beseech you. Show me mercy. Tears streamed down Su Wei's face, his eyes brimming with a flicker of hope for survival. I see the glimmer of hope in your eyes, and it irritates me. I do not wish for you to harbor any chance of survival. Thus, I shall render you sightless. With that, Su Qiankuan thrust the crescent blade into Su Wei's eyes. The raging fury within him subsided slightly. His father, Su Wuxie, had met a tragic end at the hands of Su Tian, who must also face retribution. Su Qiankuan, if you intend to kill me, then do it. Grant me the mercy of a swift end. Su Wei's eyes were transformed into mere gaping wounds, blood flowing profusely, rendering him a pitiful sight. With a swift motion, Su Qiankuan severed Su Wei's head from his body. A faint smile of relief graced Su Wei's face. He was finally liberated. So, shall we resurrect him? Suzy inquired, observing Su Qiankuan with a hint of reluctance. Let him be transformed into a mere mortal, stripped of the ability to cultivate. Such a fate would be a far greater torment than death itself, replied Su Qiankuan as he sheathed his crescent blade. Chapter 84. The Forbidden Existence. Su Zi's former self indeed. A once exalted true immortal, destined for eternal life, suddenly cast down to a state of impotence, unable to cultivate. This stark contrast would be sufficient to plunge him into despair. Su Zi nodded in agreement, recognizing that such a fate would be a disservice to Su Wei. He then reopened the river of time. Just as he was about to extract Su Wei from its depths, the waters at the river's end began to churn violently. A radiant golden orb coalesced at the terminus of the time river, taking the form of a colossal eye. Who dares to disturb the order of the river of time? The voice resonated with an ancient, ethereal quality, as if echoing from a timeless void. You have repeatedly disrupted the river's order. Prepare to face divine punishment. The tone was cold and unfeeling, akin to the will of the heavens themselves. The massive golden eye coldly scrutinized Su Zi. Who are you? I had no intention of causing disruption. My actions were born of circumstance. Su Zi offered a respectful explanation, yet the voice cut him off dismissively. I care not for your reasons. Wrongdoing must be met with punishment. Divine retribution, come forth. The voice was devoid of compassion. Like a machine executing orders, cold and devoid of humanity. Very well, does resurrecting a person incur a divine penalty? Su Zi nodded in acknowledgement. He indeed disrupted the river's order. That was indisputable. Humph. The order of the river of time cannot be interfered with from the outside. Do you wish for a second chance? Survive this divine punishment, and then we shall see. The voice was chillingly desolate. How intriguing! In an instant, Su Zi found himself transported to an unknown realm. It seemed the so-called custodian of the river of time had summoned him here. Perhaps fearing the repercussions of divine punishment would devastate the world. Surrounding him were numerous corpses of various forms, some with severed limbs, others dismembered. None were whole. These bodies bore the marks of having been ravaged by divine retribution, their souls extinguished. Yet, their remains exuded an overwhelming aura of power, hinting at their formidable past. I serve the decree of the heavens, governing the river of time. I am the god of the river of time. Today, a human cultivator has disturbed the order of the river. Thus, I decree two punishments, to live or to die. The grand proclamation echoed through the darkness. Suddenly, a bolt of purple divine lightning descended from above, striking without warning impressive power. Su Zi nodded in agreement with the might of the divine lightning. It resembled the thickness of a tree trunk, yet a mere thread, finer than a hair, could obliterate a multitude of celestial emperors in an instant. As the first bolt struck, a second followed swiftly. Is there no end to this? If not, I shall take my leave. Su Zi remarked lightly, causing the divine lightning to disperse into currents of electricity, scattering in all directions. To him, the punishment merely induced a pleasant tingling sensation. Who are you, to possess such formidable strength? The ancient voice inquired after a moment of silence. That is not your concern. Attend to your own duties, Suzy retorted. Be by the way, strike me with another bolt. I must extract another soul. This statement rendered the custodian of the river of time momentarily speechless. Alas, very well, this shall be the last time. He sighed in resignation. Perhaps not. I am leaving. Suzy waved dismissively and vanished. Such an existence. How had I not discerned it within the river of time before? Is there to be another occasion? Even I cannot contend with him. Alas! The god of the river of time sighed deeply. After Suzy's departure, he immediately scrutinized the river of time, seeking traces of Suzy's existence. In this world, no being could transcend the confines of the river of time. If such a person existed, they must leave a mark within its currents. Even if obscured by the veil of destiny, traces would surely remain. Thus, the god of the river of time began to observe the life of Suzy. To his astonishment, he discovered. Chapter 85. The tragedy of Su Wei. As Suzy materialized, Su Qian-Kuan rushed to him, concern etched upon his face. Is it due to the resurrection of Su Wei? Did you sustain any injuries? Su Qian-Kuan felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that these events stemmed from his actions, leading Suzy to bear the brunt of the consequences. Fear not. This divine punishment poses no threat to me. Suzy reassured him with a smile, having gleaned some insight into his own origins. He had never contemplated his lineage before, but now he realized that in a past life, he had been a figure of unparalleled stature. I shall not dwell on it. I am Suzy, and no other. With a deliberate motion, he reopened the river of time, drawing Su Wei forth once more. This time, the custodian of the river did not appear. And the river's end seemed eerily tranquil. With a sudden clarity, Su Wei collapsed to his knees, his heart shattered. He was genuinely terrified. The sensation of suffering worse than death, being tormented before dying, only to be revived and face further agony, was unbearable. Thus, he chose to kneel. Su Qian-Kuan. I was wrong, truly wronged. I apologize for my previous actions. I bow before you. He repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, devoid of malice or resentment. To him, it was preferable to embrace a swift death than endure further torment. Demons, they are indeed demons. I can bear it no longer. The individuals who descended alongside Su Wei were frantically shouting in a frenzied manner. Their nerves had been stimulated as they witnessed Su Wei being relentlessly tormented, dying only to be resurrected and subjected to death once more. This was a cruelty surpassing even that of demons. My lord, we were wrong. Woe is us, we truly erred. Over the years, they had committed numerous heinous acts under Su Wei's coercion. And although they had been compelled, they had also found a twisted sense of enjoyment in it. They implored their lord for mercy. The three knelt in the void, their bodies bowed in sincere supplication towards Suzy. They dared not take their own lives, as the horrific scenes involving Su Wei were indelibly etched in their minds, fearful that a mere frown from Suzy might lead to their cruel torture and resurrection. They could only hope to endure a modicum of suffering. Send us to the mortal realm, where we shall be condemned to a lifetime without cultivation. As Suzy spoke, his words wielded the power of law, and upon his utterance, expressions of unrestrained joy spread across the faces of Su Wei and the others. They need no longer endure torment. The mortal realm, so be it, though they could not cultivate. Their inherent skills remained, allowing them to live comfortably amidst mortals, even to declare themselves kings. What are you thinking? I am consigning you to a life as mortals, to experience the full cycle of life and death. The moment Suzy finished speaking, the three from the heavens plummeted to the ground, as if they were dumplings. That instant, under Suzy's design, they were not killed by the fall. Yet they were transformed into mere mortals. And why cultivation? No, my cultivation is gone. Does this mean we shall return to dust within a century? Perhaps even sooner, for mortals are plagued by ailments. They resign themselves to the reality of their situation. Being a mortal is better than being subjected to repeated torture, isn't it? They begrudgingly accepted this fate. One among them, with a sycophantic smile, addressed Su Wei. Young master, we were merely desperate to survive. We hope you can overlook our transgressions. Ha! No matter, Su Wei replied. Does he think this will torment me? Little do they know, we can reclaim our peak using only the celestial techniques stored in our minds. Moreover, the Su family will undoubtedly exhaust their resources to locate me. When that time comes, we shall return to the celestial realm, but remember to keep a low profile and avoid provoking him again. With that, Su Wei began to channel celestial techniques, seeking to re-establish his cultivation. However, he found himself unable to sense his dantian. Not only could he not sense his dantian, but even the celestial techniques in his mind began to fade, ultimately becoming utterly forgotten. No, no, this cannot be. Su Wei shouted in horror. In an instant, all the methods he had once practiced vanished from his memory, leaving not a single word behind. This was the end. It was truly over. Not only Su Wei, but also his 3 lackeys fell into despair. What shall we do now? One of Su Wei's followers asked anxiously. What to do? What to do? What do you think we should do, you imbeciles? Su Wei erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at the 3. You were the ones who claimed there was a fortune to be had in descending, and now look at this. Merely salvaging our lives is a tremendous stroke of luck. All of this is your fault. The 3 pointed fingers at Su Wei, indignant. When I bestowed upon you resources for cultivation, where were your complaints then? Do not forget, I am the young master of the Su family. One day, the members of the Su family will come looking for me, and I shall remember every word you have said. Su Wei glared coldly at his former attendants. Yes, yes, forgive us, young Master Su. We were merely blinded by our desperation. Indeed, young master, please pardon us. We acted rashly, but given your status, it is almost certain you will be welcomed back into the Su family. The 3 resumed their flattery. Feeling hungry? Go fetch me some celestial nectar, Su Wei commanded, patting his growling stomach. But young master, we are in the mortal realm now. Where are we to find celestial nectar? They replied with faces of dismay. Buy some buns then, fresh, steaming meat buns made from the flesh of a first-tier ferocious beast, the spirit tiger. They can strengthen a warrior's physique. Just then, a burly man was hawking his wares on the street. The aroma wafting through the air had all 4 of them salivating. Young master, shall we indulge in a couple of buns? They eagerly proposed. Though Su Wei scoffed, he nonetheless accompanied them towards the bun stall. Esteemed guests, care for some buns? The burly vendor greeted upon seeing their distinguished attire. Bring me 4 baskets of buns, quickly, Su Wei commanded, his tone commanding and lofty. Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on a moment, the vendor, recognizing Su Wei's imposing aura, nodded and bowed. He swiftly wrapped the 4 baskets of buns in oiled paper and handed them to the group. Once upon a time, we celestial beings would have found such mortal food beneath us. Now, we are but tigers fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. As the 4 devoured their meal, they expressed disdain. Bring us 4 more baskets. Having finished their initial serving, they were immediately captivated by the deliciousness of this unfamiliar mortal cuisine. Very well, esteemed guests, that will be 8 baskets in total, costing 100 spirit yuan, the vendor said, his demeanor shifting to one of servitude. What spirit yuan? I have never heard of such a thing. I merely need to impart a few words to you, and you shall benefit immensely. Su Wei maintained his haughty composure. Cannot pay? Do you intend to dine and dash? The vendor's tone shifted dangerously. He was not a benevolent man, and now, wishing to conduct business, he had severed ties with his past self. Damn it, why is it so difficult to be a good person? The burly vendor lamented, rubbing the scar on his forehead. Dare to dine and dash on me? Even if the King of Heaven were here, I would not let you leave unscathed. Slowly, he drew a knife from beneath the counter. How unfortunate. I expected a grand battle, yet it seems we are merely dealing with ordinary mortals. Truly unfortunate. The vendor looked down at the 4 writhing in a pool of blood and spat contemptuously. All 4 had their legs severed, leaving them to beg for scraps. Perhaps they would not even survive until dawn. Who could say? In the bustling street, no one offered them sympathy. Instead, there was only disdain and indifference. After all, even in the mortal realm, strength was revered, and the weak had no voice. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Patriarch, urgent matters require your attention. Su Jian rushed into the hall, urgency evident in his voice. Were you not instructed to remain calm and collected even in the face of calamity? Why the impatience? Su Tian opened his eyes, his expression unperturbed, albeit somewhat displeased. Though Su Jian had reached the realm of the red dust immortal, he was still somewhat unstable compared to figures like Su Zhantian. Even if Su Wuxia or that old man Lin Song were here, I would not be concerned. What could possibly be so urgent? Noticing the flicker of annoyance in Su Tian's eyes, Su Jian quickly offered an apology. Patriarch, my anxiety is not unfounded. It is about the young master who descended to the mortal realm. His celestial jade token has suddenly extinguished. Before Su Jian could finish, he was interrupted by Su Tian. Extinguished? That cannot be. He possesses the realm stone, and it was because I trusted him that I entrusted such a treasure to him. Even celestial emperors would require considerable effort to interfere. Su Tian frowned. Does this mean he is dead, and the realm stone is lost? His expression darkened. No, no, Patriarch. The celestial jade token merely flickered out, then lit up again. Only to extinguish, then illuminate once more. Now it glows again, but it is as dim as before. We examined the token thoroughly, yet found no sign of damage, Su Jian recounted in one breath. Next time you speak, do so without pausing. Su Tian's expression soured. Yet soon he fell into contemplation, extinguished and then lit. What could that signify? A rebirth through fire? A stroke of extraordinary fortune? This possibility cannot be dismissed, and it is indeed quite likely. It suggests that Su Wei is undergoing a peculiar transformation, his aura fluctuating in strength and weakness, causing the jade token to flicker. Do not concern yourself with it. When Su Wei returns, have him come to see me. Su Tian said softly, if Su Wei has truly attained extraordinary fortune, he may indeed take action personally. After all, those with power may reside in the realm, but they can also bring about one's downfall. Su Tian, you old rascal, come out, come out, come out. Suddenly, radiant celestial light erupted, and a voice from outside sent tremors through the hall. Celestial kings, 2 of them. Oh no, how did they arrive so swiftly? I have yet to form my alliances. Su Jian's face paled in an instant. In the sky above the Su family estate, clad in black robes with a cold demeanor, Su Wuxia looked down upon the scene below. Beside him stood a refined middle-aged gentleman named Lin Song. At this moment, Lin Song's eyes blazed with a fierce fire, brimming with overwhelming fury and murderous intent, as if he sought to engulf the entire Su family in his wrath. Those who had not participated in the affairs of Su Qinkuan and Lin Xiaoran, due to your lineage as direct descendants of the Su family, may live today. The rest shall be met with merciless slaughter. Su Wuxia's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. How dare they humiliate his kin in his absence? Did they truly believe he would not kill? All members of the Su family trembled in fear. Their pallid faces turned towards the 2 figures hovering in the air. The aura of the celestial king was unabashedly apparent, radiating heavenly light. The energy emanating from Su Wuxia was peculiarly sinister, the heavenly light taking on an ominous hue, unmistakably indicating his path of demonic cultivation. Ha ha ha, Wuxia, my dear brother, it has been many years. I see you are well. A hearty laugh echoed from within the grand hall as Su Tian emerged, laughing heartily. You wretched scoundrel, I once spared your life on the battlefield against the alien demons out of goodwill, only to discover you had plotted against me in the shadows, robbing me of my fortunes and ultimately casting me into the abyss of the alien demons when I was unsuspecting. Su Wuxia was enveloped in dark light, resembling a deity of chaos. Since time immemorial, great fortunes have been claimed by the capable. What does that signify? It indicates that you, Su Wuxia, are fated to be devoid of such fortunes. How can this be blamed on me? Su Tian spoke with unabashed bravado, his demeanor righteous as for the matters of cultivation. How can one speak of theft? It is merely borrowing at most. But whether to repay or not is another matter entirely. After all, I acquired it through my own merit. Why should I return it? Su Tian revealed his shameless nature, yet his words held a semblance of truth. Might makes right, if morality could bind us. Why then would one pursue the path of cultivation? It matters not. Today, Su Tian, you shall meet your demise. I shall sever your head. Lin Song's hair flowed freely as the celestial light in his eyes pierced through all. He, who shall live and who shall die remains uncertain. Su Tian welcomed the celestial emperor with a grand laugh, bowing deeply towards the void in reverence. Celestial Emperor, Su Wuxia and Lin Song's expressions shifted in unison. Could it be that Su Tian possessed the ability to summon a celestial emperor? How had he achieved this? The celestial emperor commanded a realm of celestial power, undeniably the pinnacle of strength in the celestial realm. A flash of celestial light suddenly appeared, revealing a young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back before the gathered crowd. He appeared unremarkable, hardly resembling a formidable celestial emperor. Yet, the fragments of the grand Tao swirling around him were irrefutable. He stood there, nearly transcending the realm, as the very heavens revolved around him. Patriarch Su Tian, I pay my respects to the celestial emperor. Su Tian bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, lowering his head as a hint of smug satisfaction creased his lips. With the celestial emperor as his backing. No, it was he who had the celestial emperor at his back. He could stride confidently through the celestial realm. These two seek to annihilate my Su family. I implore the celestial emperor to take action and eliminate them. Su Tian bowed again, deeply and respectfully. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He had gleaned some insights upon appearing in the void. Su Tian's methods were vastly different from his own. He had always acted with integrity, never resorting to unscrupulous means for trivial gains. Su Tian's actions left him disheartened. His protection of the Su family was not for Su Tian, but for the family as a whole. He wished to restore the glory of his master's former clan, selecting Su Tian from the vast Su family to inherit his master's will. However, Su Tian had proven to be a great disappointment. Had he known, he would never have entrusted the Celestial Emperor's medicine to Su Tian, allowing him to ascend to Celestial King, who truly represents the legitimate lineage of the Su family. Yi Fan disregarded Su Tian and instead addressed Su Wuxia. There are two direct lines of the Su family. One is my lineage, and the other is Su Tian's. Historically, the heads of the Su family have been chosen from these two lines, and my son, Su Qianquan, was originally the next head of the Su family, but was cast down to the lower realm by this scoundrel. Su Tian's Wuxia's anger was barely contained. What of the Celestial Emperor? If the Celestial Emperor chose to aid Su Tian, then Su Wuxia would have no recourse. Ultimately, it would result in mere death, and he had already died once. What fear did he have of dying again? It was a pity, however, that Su Tian had not perished before him. Impudent. What nonsense are you spouting, Su Wuxia? I am the true head of the Su family. Whoever I designate as the Su family's young master is indeed so. As for Su Qianquan, it is true that I had initially appointed him as the young master, but he himself refused to engage in this treacherous role, voluntarily requesting to descend to the lower realm. I forced no one, Su Tian rebutted, his face betraying no shame. Su Qianquan? That name rings a bell, Yi Fan murmured, puzzled. Upon hearing the name, Su Tian's face twitched. Could it be that the timing aligned perfectly? Yi Fan was the one who had ascended from the 4 seas and 8 desolations, and by the time he ascended, Su Qianquan had already been relegated to the lower realm. Yet now? Yi Fan's expression suggested familiarity. This was a very ominous sign. Could it be that Yi Fan had become close friends with Su Qianquan in the lower realm? If that were the case, Yi Fan might very well refuse to assist him. The thought sent Su Tian into a frenzy. The trajectory of events had exceeded his expectations. Had he known, he would have opted to directly confront Su Wuxia instead. At that time, Yi Fan would undoubtedly have intervened to eliminate Su Wuxia and his accomplices. You claim Su Qianquan is your son? Yi Fan asked sternly, his gaze fixed on Su Wuxia in that moment. He was dead serious. This is bad. Su Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Su Qianquan is my son. All present from the Su family are aware of this, Su Wuxia responded, somewhat perplexed. But do you know who Su Qianquan's son is? Yi Fan inquired again. Su Qianquan's eldest son is named Su Dao, while the younger son remains unknown. At that time, I had not yet returned from the alien demon battlefield when Su Tian plotted against him. Su Wuxia's gaze dimmed. He had never met either of his grandsons. Yi Fan remained uncertain whether this Su Qianquan was indeed the same as the one in the lower realm. After attaining the status of Celestial Emperor, he had glimpsed the river of time but had never been able to locate Su Zi's presence. Celestial Emperor, do not be deceived by this treacherous scoundrel. Su Qianquan descended voluntarily to the lower realm. Though you may have a history with him in the lower realm, whether they are the same person remains to be seen, Su Tian said cautiously. Is this person truly your son? Yi Fan pondered, waving his arm as an image of Su Qianquan materialized before Su Wuxia. Yes, indeed, that is Qianquan. There is no mistake. He is my esteemed son-in-law. Su Wuxia and Lin Song nodded in agreement. Alas, I was wrong from the very beginning. Yi Fan sighed deeply. Celestial Emperor, Su Tian exclaimed in alarm. You speak the truth. Su Zi is indeed a member of the Su family, but he is not an ancestor of your line. Rather, he is Su Qingquan's younger son. The words of Yi Fan left Su Wuxia and Lin Song in bewilderment, yet they resonated loudly in Su Tian's mind. It was over. The truth could no longer be concealed. How was he to know that Su Zi was Su Qingquan's son? For all these years, Yi Fan had aided the Su family for Su Zi's sake. Just how great was Su Zi's significance to him? Su Tian racked his brain, unable to fathom this revelation. Celestial Emperor, my lineage is the true one. I beseech you to slay this man to uphold the dignity of the Su family. Su Tian was oblivious to the absurdity of his own expressions. He simply knew that if he did not act, today would mark his end. Before a celestial emperor, he was utterly powerless. Oh, over the years, I have done much for your Su family, believing Su Zi to be from your lineage. However, I never anticipated that I would nearly cause a calamity. You realize that had I not arrived early and overheard this conversation, I might have regretted it for a lifetime? Yi Fan spoke. His expression devoid of joy or sorrow, his tone gentle. Su Tian's face turned ashen. Who exactly is this Su Zi that has garnered such attention from a celestial emperor? The willingness of a celestial emperor to go to such lengths for a being from the lower realm was utterly perplexing. Though Su Tian's heart was filled with disbelief, the facts lay bare before him. Su Zi was the second son of Su Qingquan, a talent unparalleled throughout the ages. Even I could only look up to him. Had he still been alive, his cultivation would certainly have surpassed the realm of celestial emperor. Observing the confusion of Su Wuxia and Lin Song, Yi Fan began to explain. What? Su Zi is Su Qingquan's son. It was over. Su Tian's face was devoid of hope. He had envisioned many possibilities, yet never once had he imagined that Su Zi was connected to Su Qingquan and indeed, his second son. What, my grandson? How did he perish? Su Wuxia's voice quivered with emotion. Why, grandson? How could this be? Chapter 88. Is Su Zi the disciple of the celestial emperor? Lin Song's eyes brimmed with tears. This was his own grandson. He had only one daughter and was exceedingly fond of Lin Xiaoran. Naturally, he held great affection for Lin Xiaoran's son. Yet today, he had received such devastating news. Su Zi had never known defeat, rendering all the prodigies of the world unable to lift their heads in his presence. He was like a deity, unmatched and unchallenged, his single punch capable of suppressing even the most extraordinary talents. While a mere gesture could intimidate the elder generations from confronting him. Alas, in the end, he succumbed beneath the weight of the imperial tribulation. Yi Fan, Su Zi was a guiding light in his life. And his feelings for Su Zi ran deep. He even regarded Su Zi as a father figure. Su Zi had once proclaimed that Yi Fan was the youngest disciple he had ever taken, embarking on journeys across mountains and rivers at the tender age of 10. It was not until he reached 30 that Su Zi permitted him to depart and pursue his own cultivation. Years later, upon hearing the dire news from the Su divine dynasty, he fell into a daze, his spirit dejected. It took him decades to regain his composure. He yearned for immortality, aspiring to become the mightiest immortal, hoping that perhaps he could employ celestial means to resurrect Su Zi. Yet, despair washed over him. Despite years of fervent cultivation, he had finally ascended to the rank of immortal emperor, but the powers of an immortal emperor could not revive a soul. Thus, he sought the aid of Su Zi's eldest disciple, Tian Huang. He would never forget that fateful day when Tian Huang spoke words that became a thorn in his heart, spurring him onward. He was determined to uncover that path, to show Tian Huang that even in his absence, he could achieve anything. Succumbed? No, that is impossible. How could a peerless prodigy of his generation be so easily vanquished? Su Wuxia stepped back, murmuring to himself, Alas, your obsession runs too deep, keeping you tethered in the realm of the immortal emperor. Your foundation is profoundly solid. By rights, you should have transcended long ago. Yet, a sliver of fixation lingers in your heart. That moment, a sigh echoed through the air. Everyone looked around, searching for the source of the voice, but only Yi Fan trembled with excitement. It was him. Unmistakably his voice, he was far too familiar with it. Every time he was injured, this comforting voice would appear to encourage and support him, guiding him step by step to this moment. Su Zi, accompanied by Su Qingquan and Qing Shi, manifested in the void. Qingquan. Su Wuxia instantly recognized Su Qingquan, his lips quivering as he spoke. Father. Su Qingquan, upon seeing his long-lost father, felt a torrent of emotions, yet words eluded him. How can this be? How could you possibly return alive? And as a true immortal pinnacle at that. Su Tian pointed at Su Qiankuan, astonished as if he had seen a ghost. Surprised? Alas, while I have ascended, Su Wei and his sycophants remain forever trapped in the lower realms. Su Qiankuan shook his head. What has become of Su Wei? Su Tian inquired, his expression darkening. He had miscalculated. Su Wei had not gained great fortune and auspicious luck, but was left behind in the lower realm, and since he had not perished, he must have been rendered powerless. He had initially hoped to seize Su Wei's great opportunities, to see if he could advance further and become the supreme immortal emperor. Ultimately, it was all a dream. Su Wei, bearing the world's stone, had inexplicably been reduced to immortal, and the whereabouts of the world's stone were unknown. Not to mention, Su Tian was now facing the threat of death. Even if he were not, he could not afford the foolishness of rallying his family to rescue Su Wei. If the world's stone was lost, it was lost. At worst, he would simply refrain from descending to the lower realms. Once he became an immortal emperor, the world was vast. Where could he not go? Now, all of this had become mere dreams. Master, you are indeed still alive. Disciple has missed you dearly. To everyone's astonishment, the immortal emperor Yi Fan knelt before Su Zi. What? The immortal emperor's master. So, this is the nature of their relationship. It seems heaven wishes to bring about my doom. Su Tian's countenance fell into despair. Today, he had no path to survival. There was not even a chance to fight back. Little 8, you have suffered over these years. Su Zi regarded Yi Fan with gentle words, a rare softness appearing in his gaze. Disciple does not suffer. I simply miss you greatly. Yi Fan beamed innocently. With the return of his master, the lingering fixation in his heart dissipated instantly. He would not allow anyone to tarnish his master's reputation. Not even his eldest senior brother. Master, my eldest brother he. Just as Yi Fan attempted to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by a wave of Su Zi's hand. No need for concern. I have long been aware of everything. You need not meddle in this matter. I shall handle it. Su Zi's expression was tranquil, for there was nothing in the universe he did not know, and nothing could remain hidden from him. Yes, Yi Fan respectfully replied, positioning himself behind Su Zi. From this moment on, he was no longer the lord of the immortal palace. He was merely a humble follower. You need not demean yourself. You have your path to tread. When your heart is free of obsession, the path will naturally reveal itself. As Su Zi's words fell, a portal appeared before Yi Fan, an entrance to the void. The portal opened, revealing a chaotic expanse, utterly devoid of discernible forms, resembling an ordinary gateway with no palpable aura to go forth. I believe it will not be long before we meet again. Before that, I have a few matters to attend to. Su Zi smiled at Yi Fan. Master, Yi Fan felt reluctant to part, yet he understood Su Zi had his own intentions. Moreover, Su Tian was no longer a threat to Su Zi, rendering him incapable of endangering him. Master, I apologized. In the past, I believed you had perished and sought to protect the Su family. Yet, I did not realize I had failed to safeguard your lineage and instead shielded this scoundrel's faction. The once mighty immortal emperor now appeared as a child who had erred, helpless and at a loss. Go. And if you encounter Tian Huang upon your arrival, convey a message from me. Those who devour others shall ultimately be devoured themselves. Yi Fan earnestly committed Su Zi's words to memory, for he believed unconditionally in his master. Disciple has noted it. Should I meet my eldest brother again, I shall relay Master's message verbatim. Master, I take my leave now. Though reluctant, Yi Fan recognized the vast distance between himself and his master. To bridge that gap, he must continue to ascend. The immortal emperor was merely the starting point. He firmly believed that it would not be long before he could reunite with his master once more. Chapter 89. A life of wandering, yet meeting a true leader. Yi Fan turned back, casting a reluctant glance at Su Zi, the one who held a fatherly place in his heart. Little 8. Beyond the immortal emperor lies transcendence, liberation from the 5 elements, and the 6 paths. Yet, in this world, order prevails. No matter your level, there is always he watching over you closely. They are the enforcers of the world, acting as the eyes of the heavenly order. Therefore, if you aspire to be unbound, you must ceaselessly forge ahead, onward, and ever onward. When you believe you have reached the end, take a moment to glance back. You may discover unexpected rewards. Su Zi imparted these profound teachings to Yi Fan, his youngest disciple, whose talent was exceptional and whose heart remained pure. With proper guidance, he would shine like a beacon, illuminating the path before him. Press on. Among your peers, you are the weakest in cultivation. Though you may not possess the greatest talent, you are certainly not the least gifted. Little Seven may be but a mortal, yet he has achieved the strongest accomplishments among you 8 at times. Talent and unique constitutions can elevate a person's achievements, but they are not the sole measures of strength, nor the only criteria for determining who can reach the end. Su Zi earnestly conveyed his wisdom to Yi Fan. Disciple has learned greatly. Yi Fan pondered deeply, feeling that his master was hinting at something. Yet he could not quite grasp the elusive inspiration. Go forth. Beyond the realm of immortals lies the grand immortal domain, a place teeming with formidable beings, and the most conducive ground for your cultivation. Your senior brothers and sisters await you there. Convey my regards to them. Su Zi gently waved his hand. Yes, master. Yi Fan bowed deeply before stepping into the void portal, disappearing from sight. The immortal emperor is actually the disciple of Su Qiankuan's son. Su Tian stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched upon his face. He had envisioned numerous possibilities, yet he had never fathomed that the son of Su Qiankuan could produce an immortal emperor, especially one who held him in such esteem. Just how profound was their master-disciple bond? However, with the departure of the immortal emperor Yi Fan, a wild joy surged through Su Tian. With the immortal emperor gone, his chances of survival skyrocketed. Without the immortal emperor's suppression, who could forcibly retain him? He could not believe that a freshly ascended Su Zi could compel him to stay. Su Zi's cultivation, at most, reached the realm of true immortality. Though he could not see through it, he even suspected Su Zi was merely immortal. Yet, he deemed that impossible. It was no wonder Su Wei had been defeated in the lower realms. Su Qiankuan had indeed attained the pinnacle of true immortality. Su Tian was aware of Su Qiankuan's talents. Otherwise, he would not have placed a heavenly seal on him, sealing his dantian. The fact that Su Wei had lost to Su Qiankuan in the same realm did not surprise him. They were simply not of the same caliber. You shall never be recognized as the legitimate lineage of the Su family. As long as this king lives, you will forever remain unacknowledged. Su Tian sneered coldly at Su Zi and the others. The battle among immortal kings would be drawn out over months, and to retain a single immortal king was an arduous task. Thus, Su Tian felt no fear, maintaining a demeanor of nonchalance. Because he is utterly unconcerned about his own safety, Su Jian bows before the head of the Su family, Su Wuxia. At this moment, Su Jian, seeing that Su Tian's situation is dire, decisively bows towards Su Wuxia. He understands that from this day forth, Su Tian can only flee. Since it is to escape, he naturally cannot bring along those burdensome individuals. Thus, he chooses to become a mere weather vane, ready to sway whichever way the wind blows. Su Tian, this despicable man, has coerced us into serving him, even going so far as to send our pride, Su Qiankuan, down to the lower realms. He has also manipulated us into luring the eldest daughter of the Lin family into a trap, ultimately leading to her demise. Though I am under the command of this shameless villain, my heart has always been with you. Over the years, every time I think of this, I lie awake at night, tossing and turning. Su Jian kneels on the ground, tears flowing, as if he has suffered an immense injustice. It is truly heart-wrenching to hear. But rest assured, my lord, I have released all the elders, including Su Zhantian, and they are completely safe now. These individuals are the loyal pillars of the Su family, having fought valiantly for our family's honor on the battlefield against the otherworldly demons for countless years. Su Jian spoke with deep emotion. Indeed, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Su Tian sighed somewhat. He had long anticipated this. How could these people of the Su family possibly be loyal, especially from his own lineage, where intrigues abound? Sometimes he wonders why his lineage cannot unite and cooperate. Otherwise, where would there be any affairs concerning Su Wuxia? Little did he know, the root of the problem lies within himself. He himself is a person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. How could his subordinates be paragons of virtue? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Su Jian, you are considered an elder of the Su family. How do you wish to die? This king will grant your wish. Su Tian looked at Su Jian with an expressionless face, his words calm and unyielding. Yet, The more composed he appeared, the more fear surged within Su Jian. He knew that Su Tian intended to harm him. His only hope lay with Su Wuxiyi as long as Su Wuxia protected him. Even under the intimidation of two celestial kings, Su Tian would not dare to act lightly. My lord, this shameless villain Su Tian dares to commit violence before you. Although I am unworthy, this is tantamount to slapping your face. Su Tian completely disregards your authority. Why life has never encountered a wise master. I tread on thin ice, trembling with fear, and under Su Tian's oppressive influence. I have no choice but to comply. Whether Su Tian wishes to kill me or torture me, I accept my fate. Everything I have done is to demonstrate my unwavering loyalty to you. Upon hearing Su Tian's intention to kill him, Su Jian felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he felt a glimmer of anticipation. He was not a perverse individual. He was merely seizing this moment to showcase his loyalty. He was on the verge of tears from his own sentimentality. He believed that Su Wuxia would not remain indifferent. He firmly believed that the moment Su Tian moved against him, Su Wuxia would surely intervene to save him. Even if he did not intervene, he would at least speak on his behalf. Yes, he was certain of it. Chapter 90. The celestial realm split in two. Su Wuxia, do you intend to protect him? Su Tian asked curiously. Looking at Su Wuxiyi, Su Jian was not mistaken. If Su Wuxia truly intended to protect Su Jian, Su Tian would indeed be hesitant to strike in the presence of two celestial kings. The difficulty of eliminating someone is exceedingly high. Do as you wish. We have no need for such worthless trash in my lineage. However, you cannot leave today. Su Wuxia and Lin Song formed a pincer position, enclosing Su Tian in the middle. Should Su Tian erupt in fury or attempt to flee, they would be able to intercept him immediately. Today, Su Tian must die. Old grievances and new resentments shall be accounted for. One death is not enough. At this moment, Su Zi's words drew everyone's attention. Grandson. Su Wuxia's gaze towards Su Zi softened instantly. He had never met this little grandson, and during the years spent on the battlefield against otherworldly demons, he had often wished to return and see him. Moreover, he had obtained an extremely rare celestial king-level elixir he intended to give to this newly born grandson. In the future, this little grandson would at least achieve the status of a worldly celestial. But before he could return, he was secretly harmed by Su Tian, who seized the elixir. This wait lasted for an entire epoch. When he finally saw his little grandson again, the boy had already reached 100 million years of age. He had so much to say, yet for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Hello, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa. I am Suzy. Oh, by the way, my brother Su Dao is still in the lower realm as he wishes to train alone. I calculated that his ascension should occur in 100 years. Please remember to welcome him then. After pondering for a moment, Suzy spoke. Good, good. You and your father must certainly come to my Lin family. Your mother has been yearning for you. Lin Song's mood instantly brightened upon seeing that both of his grandsons were safe. Over the years, he had been tirelessly searching for a way to resurrect Lin Xiaoran, leaving him no time to consider other matters. Moreover, he had no means to do so. Only by resurrecting Lin Xiaoran could he uncover what truly transpired back then. Su Zi is right. One death is insufficient to quell our rage. Su Qingquan also spoke, his words filled with murderous intent. Accountability begins now. This shameless villain, if you do not kill me, I shall kill him. Su Qingquan's gaze towards Su Jian was icy with murderous intent. He was one of those who had surrounded and killed Xiaoran. Su Jian must die. Su Jian was initially taken aback, then calmed down. A peak true immortal wishes to kill a worldly celestial? What nonsense is this? Is this some sort of joke? Even if he stood still, allowing Su Qingquan to attack him, Su Qingquan would not be able to harm him in the slightest. This is the disparity of realms. In the annals of the celestial realm, there has never been a record of any unparalleled prodigy slaying a worldly celestial with true immortal strength. These are entirely different tiers, no matter how high your talent or martial prowess. As long as you are in the true immortal realm, extinguishing a worldly celestial is as simple as child's play. Crossing realms? Not a chance. It may be possible in the mortal realm, but in the celestial realm, it is utterly impossible. This is Su Jian's confidence. I shall kill you once. Su Qingquan knew he was not Su Jian's opponent. However, he possessed a formidable weapon. What do you mean by killing me once? After one kill, is there to be a second? Ridiculous. Su Jian almost laughed out loud. Yet he dared not do so. for Su Wuxia was still watching. Even Su Wuxia, Lin Song, and Su Tian believed that Su Qinkuan had lost his composure and spoken out of turn, not taking it to heart. Soon after, Su Qinkuan produced a piece of grass from his hand. Resembling dogtail grass. The dogtail grass swayed in the wind, appearing very fragile, as if it could break at any moment. Biffed. Su Jian ultimately could not hold back and burst into laughter. However, upon seeing the unfriendly expressions in Su Wuxia and the others' eyes, he quickly suppressed his laughter. Yet his face gradually flushed red. However, as Su Jian's celestial powers surged, his complexion instantly returned to normal. What a joke. Seeing your solemn expression truly startled me. But who would have thought you would pull out a piece of grass? Perhaps it is to give this elder a way out. Regardless of the power of this grass, I must feign injury convincingly. After all, if a way out is to be offered, I must take it. This is the future young master, and I cannot afford to offend him now, Su Jian thought to himself. Seeing Su Qinkuan produce the grass he provided, Suzy genuinely wanted to say it was unnecessary. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. After all, this was for avenging his mother. A little waste was acceptable, however, it might cost many lives. Forget it. My father has just returned to the celestial realm. It is better to avoid unnecessary killing. Su Zi shook his head and, unnoticed by everyone, stealthily performed a spell. Su Jian, you shall perish. Today marks your demise. Su Qinkuan raised the dogtail grass in his hand and swung it down fiercely at Su Jian. Ah? Yes, I should die. I should die. Su Jian nodded vigorously, fervently agreeing. After all, when performing a play, one must be earnest and meticulous. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The dogtail grass emanated a world-destroying blade intent, releasing a breath that crushed him. See thus, he could sit calmly upon the throne and play with them. This moment, he felt as though he were seated upon a bed of nails. Discomfort coursing through him like a thorn in his back. He realized with a pang of self-reproach how foolish he had been, foolish beyond redemption. He should have left the moment the immortal emperor. Yi refrained from making a move. Why did he feel the need to display any sense of superiority? Now, it seemed he was trapped, unable to escape. Simultaneously, in the depths of the celestial realm, a resounding boom echoed. Who was it? How could the celestial realm lose contact once more? This time, even the divine chains of order had been severed in twain. Chapter 91. The request of the god of the river of time. Why has everything returned to its original state? A flicker of confusion passed through this figure's eyes. Could it be that a recent misstep in cultivation had led to this instability in such occurrences? Alas, let it be. I shall return to the great immortal domain. The once-in-a-billion-years trial of the great immortal domain is about to commence. Upon finishing this thought, the figure vanished without a trace, as the celestial realm, split in two, was restored to its former state under Suzy's influence. A hum reverberated. The rules of time surrounded Suzy, forming concentric circles that swiftly reassembled. Scenes from the river of time enveloped him. And soon he located the image of Su Jian. With a swift motion, he reached out and pulled Su Jian forth from within. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Su Jian regained consciousness. Bang. Master, I was wrong. Although Su Jian has committed unforgivable errors, his heart beats solely for the Su family. I implore you to grant me another chance. Fear still lingered in Su Jian's gaze, a terror that only those who have faced death can comprehend. He understood that there was a formidable being on Su Wuxia's side, one capable of summoning instant death and resurrection. Such an entity was unheard of. Despite his many years in the celestial realm, he had never encountered nor heard of anyone capable of retrieving the dead from the river of time. This time, he had experienced it firsthand. Not only him, but Su Tian beside him had also slumped helplessly upon the throne. Such a feat was beyond even the immortal emperor's capabilities. Did this mean that Suzy was even stronger than the immortal emperor? Who was this person? Day by day, it was already troubling enough that someone from the lower realms could meddle with the flow of time. Now, even the celestial realm was facing such interference. Am I still in a state of slumber? At the end of the river of time, the tumultuous waves surged, obscuring the heavens. This time, I must teach them a lesson. Do they truly believe they can disrupt the rules of the river of time? It seems the world has forgotten the importance of adhering to the rules. Today, Let them be reminded it is he. Suzy, this individual harbors excessive ambition, daring to disrupt the river of time. I beseech you, Great One, to take action and annihilate him. Su Tian nearly leaped from his seat in excitement, pointing at Suzy with fervor. Great One, these individuals are all his kin, allies in his schemes. Everything he does is for his family, thus they too must perish. Su Tian felt a glimmer of hope for salvation. Truly, after the seemingly insurmountable obstacles, a path had emerged, a feeling that was immensely gratifying. It was not just him. Su Jian also exclaimed, Great One, the Su family has been ruthless. They kill, only to resurrect their victims to slay them again. Such methods are simply heinous and deserving of the gravest punishment. I implore the Great One to take charge for Jian. Tears streamed down Su Jian's face as he wept before the god of the river of time. He was unaware of the deity's cultivation level, yet he knew that to reside within the river of time and govern it must require formidable power. As for whether he could survive Su Tian's scrutiny afterward, he dared not speculate. He merely wished to survive first. Living was the only chance for anything to unfold. Without survival, all else was meaningless. The audacity continues. It is one thing for the lower realms to challenge me, but now there are those who dare to test my authority from the celestial realm. I shall see who possesses the courage to defy me. At the terminus of the river of time, a colossal golden eye materialized, gazing upon Suzy. This sight seemed to shatter the boundaries of time and space, causing the very fabric of reality to recoil. When the enormous eye beheld Suzy, it trembled slightly. Again, it is you? The massive eye, filled with incredulity and astonishment, inquired. Indeed, it is I. Do you wish to invoke divine punishment upon me? I am aware of the disruption I have caused to the order of the river of time. So rest assured, I willingly accept any divine retribution. That is unnecessary, truly unnecessary. As long as you are pleased, should I encounter an irreversible situation in the future, I shall rely on your assistance. The colossal eye displayed an uncommon humility, its depths shimmering with a profound light as if glimpsing a fragment of the future. Do you wish to transcend the river of time, to escape being trapped here for eternity with a single glance? Suzy discerned its intention. Even the god of the river of time could not evade the gaze of the heavenly path. Suzy shook his head with a sigh. How did you know? The massive eye was taken aback, quickly correcting its address to a more respectful tone. To reside in the company of time for so long could drive anyone to madness. Boom. Just as the massive eye uttered these words, dark clouds began to gather ominously above the river of time, in apocalyptic black lightning. The colossal eye exclaimed, realizing it had uttered words it ought not to have. The heavenly path was descending punishment upon it. Should this black lightning strike, even survival would entail a reclusive cultivation spanning eons. Begone, Suzy commanded, his words carrying the weight of authority. With a single utterance, the dark clouds shattered as though they had never existed. Truly, these were among the most powerful beings in existence, capable of defying the heavens. The enormous eye marveled. The heavenly path could do nothing against such individuals, yet why would this one choose to undergo recultivation? What a tantalizing mystery. Consider this my gift to you, ensuring you are not struck by divine punishment. I understand your request, and should I find interest in the future, I shall lend you my aid. Suzy regarded the colossal eye with a casual demeanor. He refrained from making any direct promises, for in this lifetime, he preferred a laid-back existence, seldom seeking trouble. I express my gratitude. The god of the river of time was elated. The possibility of establishing a connection with such a being magnified his chances of escaping the river of time. But you must be cautious. Today's apocalyptic black lightning is no trifling matter. It may have already detected your presence and shall not relent. The god of the river of time spoke obliquely, wary of revealing its identity. Suzy possessed the ability to defy the heavens, yet the deity did not doubt before it. The only fate awaiting him was death. Fear not. If it dares to confront me, I shall summon the sun and moon to renew the heavens. Suzy's words were calm yet imbued with an overwhelming authority that even made the god of the river of time tremble. Yet, he dared not respond, for this was a topic beyond his capacity to engage. Such beings, even a mere discussion could attract attention. You may attend to your matters. I shall take my leave. Chapter 92. Once the young master. Now a beggar, the god of the river of time, disappeared, leaving Su Tian, Su Jian, and the others in a state of stupefaction. They could not fathom how such a conversation had transpired. Though they could not comprehend the discourse between the two, they were certain that this so-called god of the river of time sought something from Suzy. This revelation left them utterly astonished. Even such an existence could request aid from Suzy. What level of cultivation must he possess? Su Tian slumped in his chair, overwhelmed. I shall send you to meet Su Wei, Suzy declared as he traced a line of light through Su Jian's hand. In an instant, Su Jian felt the celestial rules within him fading rapidly. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not halt the dissipating essence. Within moments, his cultivation plummeted. No, you cannot do this to me. I am an elder of the Su family, and I have made significant contributions. Su Jian's eyes reflected sheer terror as he cried out. The collapse of his cultivation was far more terrifying than death. Su Jian was indeed a talent, capable of epitomizing the art of opportunism and shamelessness. Go to the realm of mortals to accompany Su Wei. After all, he is your young master. Upon finishing this statement, Suzy promptly transported Su Jian to Su Wei's side. At that moment, Su Wei and his 3 loyal subordinates were disheveled and hollow-eyed, reduced to begging by the roadside. All 4 had lost their legs. Severed by that formidable brute, they lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Before them sat a battered porcelain bowl. For days, they had relied on this salvaged bowl for sustenance, as kind-hearted passers-by occasionally dropped a few spirit coins into it. They would often slurp up some meager scraps of food. Although difficult to swallow, it was enough to stave off starvation. Each of them harbored a fervent hope that the Su family would come to rescue them. Thus, even after losing their legs, the 3 loyal subordinates remained unwaveringly loyal to Su Wei. They understood that their return to the celestial realm hinged upon Su Wei. Should someone arrive to retrieve Su Wei? Or if Su Wei spoke a few words on their behalf, even if they were not taken back to the celestial realm, at the very least, they could live with some dignity. The thought of begging on the streets was utterly unimaginable to them. A true immortal reduced to such a state. If word spread, it would surely incite laughter from countless people. Young master, I still have some food here. Please have a bite. One of the lackeys cautiously produced a piece of moldy, dark bun from his bosom and handed it to Su Wei. This was his ration, stored away for many days, one he was reluctant to consume himself. Why was the bun black? It was entirely due to his incessant handling. Whenever he felt hungry, he would touch it, lick his fingers, savoring the taste. Over time, the once white bun had transformed into a blackened one. You're quite astute, young fellow. Once the Su family sends someone, I shall surely take you along. Su Wei nodded in satisfaction and reached out to accept the dark bun. However, the rich smell of saliva emanating from it caused him to frown slightly. Yet, he still placed it into his mouth. Burp. Su Wei let out a contented belch, completely oblivious to the presence of an additional person beside him. After a brief moment of confusion, this newcomer began to look around. Upon spotting the 4 beggars nearby, he wrinkled his nose in disdain. Almost instinctively, he employed his celestial powers to render the 4 beggars insubstantial. But after a moment, he snapped back to reality, realizing he had been rendered powerless. At that moment, a lackey beside Su Wei pointed tremulously behind him, unable to articulate a word. His face was alight with excitement and anticipation. What are you talking about? Su Wei furrowed his brow. Slightly annoyed, he had just satisfied his hunger and was reminiscing about his carefree life in the celestial realm. Being interrupted had soured his mood. He turned his neck and saw Su Jian. Elder Su Jian, Su Wei exclaimed in surprise. Elder Su Jian, you have come to fetch me? Haven to you. Ha ha ha, I knew it. As the young master of the Su family, how could they possibly abandon me? Su Wei held his head high, akin to a victorious rooster, gazing at his 3 lackeys. Yes, 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 the young master speaks the truth. Young master, your demeanor is magnificent, your talents are extraordinary. How could the Su family ever forsake you? Look, they even sent Elder Su Jian to welcome you, truly showing their regard for you. Young master, you must speak a kind word for us. The 3 crippled lackeys, enduring their pain, shuffled closer, surrounding Su Wei. In their eyes, a flicker of hope ignited, a fervent hope. They were fully aware that the Su family would never desire them, these useless beings, nor would they provide any resources for cultivation. They merely wished for the Su family to grant them a peaceful conclusion. Perhaps healing their broken legs and bestowing upon them a trinket, enough to ensure their future sustenance. Rest assured, once I speak, Elder Su Jian will surely listen. At the very least, it could restore your broken legs right on the spot. Su Wei declared haughtily. Su Jian was initially filled with trepidation. He had been rendered immortal. All the celestial techniques in his mind had been wiped clean, and he couldn't recall a single word. Moreover, his dantian was gone, leaving him unable to sense anything, indicating that he would never be able to cultivate again. Just when he was lost in despair, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned towards the source of the voice, for little figures. The leader was none other than Su Wei. Though disheveled, Su Wei made an effort to appear somewhat imposing. Su Wei? Su Jian tentatively called out. Ahem, indeed it is I, the young master. Elder Su Jian, you have come to escort me back to the clan, correct? Su Wei tilted his head, hands clasped behind his back, the tone of his voice deceptively calm yet tremulous. He was utterly weary of lingering in this mortal realm, wishing to leave at once. Besides, they had all been rendered useless, so they could be taken back. After all, they had contributed to the Su family. Su Wei spoke in a commanding manner. However, seeing Su Jian merely gaze at him in silence, his heart sank. Could it be that the Su family had come for the realm stone and not to take him away? But the realm stone was no longer in his possession. Fine, I will take a step back, heal our legs and casually give them some unwanted celestial herbs, leaving these three behind in the mortal realm. That way, they can live without worry for the rest of their lives. Chapter 93. Wanting to dine and dash? Legs itching? Then they shall be severed. Even the celestial herbs they disdain are coveted treasures in the mortal realm. Leaving just a few would suffice for their future needs. Do you think that is possible? Su Jian coldly retorted. Su Wei's expression darkened completely. Very well, then they shall not return with me. First, heal my legs. Su Wei watched as Su Jian remained unmoved, and in the end, gritted his teeth and abandoned the three lackeys. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, their faces fell in despair. Indeed, how could the Su family accept them? These useless souls, they were nothing more than servants in the Su family. Young master, you promised to take me with you. I even gave you my last bun. The lackey who had given Su Wei the dark bun looked at him. His eyes filled with pleading. They didn't dare to show even a hint of malice, for that was Elder Su Jian, a top-tier powerhouse among mortals. Su Jian's gaze turned icy. Everything could be attributed to Su Tian and Su Wei. Had it not been for Su Tian's order to hunt down Lin Xiaoran and Su Wei's secret machinations, how could they have ended up in such a predicament? They were the architects of their own ruin. Su Jian believed he was not in the wrong. He was merely an executor of orders, not the one issuing commands. Thus, he considered himself merely an accomplice, harboring resentment towards Su Wei. Heh, you wish to return? What a foolish thought. I, too, wish to return. Who would take me back? Su Jian grasped Su Wei by the neck, spitting words filled with disdain, splattering Su Wei with saliva. I want nothing more than to end your life. Cough, cough. Su Wei, nearly suffocating from Su Jian's grip, managed to struggle free, thanks to his relative youth. Otherwise, he would have been choked to death. Humph, if I were to do away with you, it would only serve you right. Look at you. Since becoming immortal, have you even had a proper meal? Today, let me, Su Jian, administer some punishment. Do not fret, there is plenty of time ahead. I shall entertain you slowly. After saying that, Su Jian strode toward a nearby bun shop. Don Timus out, freshly made deep-sea dragon meat buns, perfect for invigorating one's spirit. A warrior's prime choice. The burly man at the bun shop continued to hawk his wares. 10 buns for me. Please, Su Jian declared with authority as he approached the stall. Certainly, sir, 10 dragon meat buns coming right up. The burly man, noticing Su Jian's distinguished attire, quickly smiled and wrapped up 10 buns, handing them to him. As Su Jian inhaled the fragrant aroma of the buns, his demeanor visibly shifted. He had only ever tasted celestial fowl and sipped divine nectar in the celestial realm, never experiencing mortal food. A hint of resistance flickered across his face, yet his stomach rebelled incessantly. Finally, he closed his eyes and took a bite. Instantly, his expression transformed. The dragon buns were fragrant, tender, and sweet, simply exquisite. He devoured them while casting a smug glance at Su Wei and the others. His arrogance palpable. Su Wei and the others were initially taken aback, then quietly bowed their heads. Though their stomachs growled with hunger, they did not wish to trade their hands for a meal. "What's this? You don't want to eat?" Su Jian, noticing the four with their heads bowed, questioned in confusion. He had intended to tantalize them, hoping they would kneel and beg for a taste. Perhaps softening his heart to share a bun with them. 4 people sharing one would at least allow each a bite. Yet, at that moment, they showed no inclination to look his way, leaving him perplexed. "Good sir, 10 buns come to 2 steamer baskets, totaling 50 spirit yuan." The burly man addressed Su Jian, bowing and scraping. "Spirit yuan? What spirit yuan?" Su Jian replied, clearly taken aback. The burly man's expression darkened instantly. This was only the second time since he opened his business that he encountered a diner attempting to evade payment. The first time, 4 patrons had dined and dashed, resulting in their legs being severed. They were now begging not far from his shop. This was the second occurrence, with the current individual appearing well-dressed, not someone who seemed financially strapped. "You have consumed my buns, do you not intend to pay?" The burly man's face was stormy, nearly dripping with displeasure. "I have a piece of celestial crystal from the celestial realm. How about I exchange it for 100 buns? Su Jian suggested, looking at the burly man. "Heh, do you take me for a fool? Celestial crystals? Where in the world does such a realm exist? Even if it did, how would someone who cannot afford a meal possess such a treasure?" The burly man outright dismissed Su Jian's claims. "Truly, take a look, and you shall see." Su Jian waved his hands, insisting he spoke the truth. "Very well, let us see if you possess it," the burly man sneered, crossing his arms and fixing his gaze on Su Jian. Desperately, Su Jian searched his pockets but could produce no celestial crystal. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The burly man was imposing, his aura exuding a menacing vibe, signaling he was not to be trifled with. If he were in his prime, such a person would scarcely be considered more than an ant in his eyes. Yet now, before him, he finds himself reduced to the status of a mere insect. What? Unable to produce anything? The burly man uncrossed his arms and slowly drew forth a blood-stained large blade from beneath the bun shop. "Damn you, Su Wei!" Su Jian's face turned pale as he cursed inwardly. "I in the celestial realm. One does not need to pay for food." In that moment, he forgot all about it, upon seeing the bloodied blade. Su Jian immediately fell to his knees. His expression was one of humiliation. Once a celestial being, he now found himself kneeling before a mortal in disgrace. This was for the sake of his life. A celestial kneeling before a mortal. If this were to become known, it would surely provoke laughter and scorn for generations, forever etching a stain upon history. "I beg your pardon. Please spare my life. I can wash dishes and clean plates. I will do whatever you ask of me." Tears welled in Su Jian's eyes. This was unbearably humiliating, yet to survive, he had no choice but to comply. "Wash dishes and clean plates? Not required," the burly man replied coldly. A flash of the blade followed. Su Jian collapsed into a pool of blood. "Go and keep them company," the burly man remarked indifferently, pointing at the legless Su Jian while glancing at Su Wei and his companions. "If a few more freeloaders show up, will I become the leader of a beggar gang?" the burly man muttered to himself, eyeing Su Wei and his companions in the distance. Chapter 94. Su Tian. "Without me, could you have achieved your current success? You wretched pups, are you deliberately setting me up?" Su Jian, gritting his teeth in pain from his severed legs, crawled over to Su Wei's side, filled with resentment. "Elder, such talk is inappropriate. You desired to eat, and you even wished to show off. This cannot be blamed on me." Su Wei shook his head dismissively. Initially thinking Su Jian had come to rescue him, he was taken aback to discover that Su Jian too had been rendered powerless. It seems Su Zi has already ascended to the celestial realm of the Su family. Perhaps it won't be long before Su Tian arrives. At this moment, Su Wei had completely abandoned hope. The various deeds they had committed against the Su Qiankuan family over the years would undoubtedly implicate Su Tian. Many from the Su family would be drawn into this, and it appeared that soon, a great number from their lineage would descend to accompany them. The Su family would transform from an ancient clan into a beggar gang in the mortal realm. Deprived of their ability to cultivate, they would find themselves lesser than pigs or dogs. In the past, they had little to worry about aside from their cultivation talents. Whatever they lacked, the Su family would provide. It could be said that they had no skills whatsoever, aside from begging. They truly did not know what else they could do. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm of the Su family, Su Tian sat slumped upon his throne. His eyes clouded and lifeless, he felt as though he were on the brink of death. He knew that today, his fate could very well mirror that of Su Jian, or perhaps even worse. Su Zi's methods were terrifying, too terrifying for him to even contemplate how to escape this place. In the face of absolute power, all efforts are futile. You may proceed. Su Tian straightened his posture on the throne. His back erect, he is a celestial king. Even in death, he must maintain his dignity. This is the pride of a celestial king. Although he was shameless, he possessed a spirit of fearlessness. To die so simply? It would not be so easy, Su Wuxia spoke, his face etched with coldness. Su Tian's actions warranted 100 deaths. Su Wuxia would not allow him such an easy demise, at the very least. He must endure sufficient torment before being cast into the mortal realm. Su Wuxia, a warrior may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. In the past, I pushed you into the abyss out of greed. Yet I did not torment you, and you are still alive, are you not? And Lin Xiaoran, despite attempts to kill her, did she not return to life? And Su Qin Kuan, did he not return unscathed? What of his 2 sons? Did they not return safely as well? Su Tian enumerated each of Su Zi's companions. He believed that even if he were guilty of the gravest sins, he had not killed any of those he wished to. They all remained alive. It is truly ironic. Each situation he believed to be a certain death had turned out to be otherwise, with each one returning unexpectedly. First was Su Wuxia, who, although pushed into the abyss, survived by sheer luck and even learned an unparalleled demonic art, emerging like an ancient demon lord, exuding demonic energy. Lin Xiaoran, whom he thought was beyond saving, was fortuitously rescued by Lin Song, who traversed the cosmos and found the invaluable Dao Flower, a treasure even celestial emperors covet. Finally, using the Dao Flower, he brought Lin Xiaoran back to life. Su Qin Kuan had his dantian sealed, forever trapped at the Saint King realm. After being cast into the mortal realm for so many years, he had miraculously survived. Is this not laughable? The lifespan of a Saint King cannot possibly extend to 1 billion years, yet he returned, now at the peak of true immortality. Su Wuxia, after all is said and done, your family owes me a debt of gratitude. After all, without me, could your family have achieved their current success? Let us not speak of you. You should still be able to become a celestial king. But what of your son? Well, I admit, he possesses great talent and can easily reach true immortality. But what of your grandson? Will he achieve such accomplishments? Will he receive a celestial emperor as his master? Thus, Su Wuxia, I am not only without fault, but rather, I have contributed. Because of me, your family has been shaped. Su Tian spoke with conviction, his words resonating powerfully. In this light, he seemed to have a point. Su Zi nodded in agreement. Su Tian's assertions were not without merit. Indeed, I am your great benefactor. Seeing Su Zi nod, Su Tian's expression brightened. He found his own words quite reasonable, and it seemed he was not as doomed as he had thought, but rather had a slim chance of survival. Yet, having hope is surely better than having none, is it not? Yes, it is quite reasonable. So we have decided to let you experience everything that has transpired to us. Perhaps, for you, it will be a tremendous opportunity, provided, of course, that you do not perish. Su Zi nodded in deep agreement. Boom. With a wave of his hand, all present felt the world spin around them in an instant. Their eyes narrowed. They found themselves transported to the battlefield of the demonic realm. Su Tian's face paled. He distinctly remembered the pitch-black, bottomless abyss ahead, the very place where he had cast Su Wuxia. There, demonic energy roiled, obscuring the sky. The mere surge of demonic energy seemed capable of eroding all living beings. It was said to be the site of the fall of a demonic emperor, guarded by several demonic kings. Whether this was true or not, one thing was clear. Even celestial emperors were reluctant to descend. There existed terrifying entities within. There was great horror, perhaps that of the fallen demonic emperor. Otherwise, why would several demonic kings stand guard there? Will you leap in on your own, or shall we assist you? Su Zi turned to Su Tian and inquired, if you jump in by yourself, you won't suffer any harm. However, if we assist you, whether you can survive is another matter entirely. Of course, if you possess extraordinary luck, Perhaps you are the child of destiny, and this leap may very well lead you to greatness, thereby granting you a chance at survival, Suzy remarked, observing Su Tian's indecision. Suzy had a point. What if Su Tian's luck truly was extraordinary, and he were to find some treasure below? In an instant, he could become a celestial emperor. Yet, Suzy only hinted that jumping down might offer a chance at life. Should he survive the descent, Suzy would then have to lend a hand. This was merely the first of many potential demises awaiting Su Tian. Time could not be wasted here. Chapter 95. The sinister soil. Su Tian's complexion was ashen. Even though he was currently a celestial king, he felt the chilling aura emanating from the abyss below more profoundly than ever. He did not believe himself to possess Su Wuxia's good fortune to survive the fall and return. Gazing into the churning demonic energy of the abyss, he felt a sense of trepidation. Yet, the thought of Su Zi's capabilities pushed him to grit his teeth, shut his eyes, and leap into the void. As soon as he jumped, regret washed over him. He was horrified to discover that he could not control the air. The celestial rules within him felt as though they had solidified, rendering him utterly powerless. His body plummeted rapidly. What kind of cursed place was this, where even the power of a celestial king was suppressed? Moreover, even his six senses felt dulled, as he heard the wailing and shrieking around him. Su Tian felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Though he possessed cultivation, he felt as vulnerable as a mere mortal. This sense of helplessness was an experience he had never encountered before in his life. It was a feeling that made one yearn for death yet simultaneously crave existence. To Su Tian's relief, aside from the horrifying sounds surrounding him, he suffered no actual harm. After all, he was a celestial king in flesh. Such malevolent forces could not approach him. In the endless descent through the darkness, he lost track of time. Boom! A violent explosion resonated through the air. This was far too lenient for him. Su Qian Kuan observed the immense spectacle conjured by Su Zi, visibly displeased. Why the panic? This is merely the beginning. Do you think safety is assured upon landing? In truth, the real peril has only just commenced. Su Wuxia squinted at Su Tian, who had just crashed onto the ground. Creating a substantial crater, he, too, had once plummeted in the same manner, striking the earth with a force that left a deep indentation. Although they were unable to wield their powers, both were celestial bodies, and such a free fall posed no threat to them whatsoever. However, it was indeed a stroke of immense fortune for him to have emerged unscathed. Whether Su Tian possessed such luck remained uncertain. Can he wield his powers? Emerging from the deep pit, Su Tian's face briefly lit up with joy. If that were the case, he need not live in constant fear. The experience of being a mere mortal was truly intolerable. What kind of soil is this? Why is it a reddish-brown hue? Upon regaining his powers, Su Tian noticed something peculiar. The soil here was entirely reddish-brown, and he initially speculated that this was due to the presence of the which must have soaked the ground with blood. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. The soil exuded a unique fragrance, as if inhaling it could lead one to transcend and become an immortal. It beckoned one to take root and flourish here. In fact, this was indeed the case, for Su Tian discovered that his feet were sprouting some flesh-like nodules. These nodules appeared incredibly fragile yet were capable of piercing through his celestial boots. They resembled tree roots, exuding an uncanny aura. Moreover, those crimson nodules began to frantically burrow into the soil upon contact. Su Tian's expression changed dramatically. He sensed his powers within him rapidly depleting, as they flowed into the soil through these nodules. Boom! Su Tian unleashed his powers, sending forth a brilliant beam of celestial light that cleaved the ground beneath him, sending the soil flying and severing the nodules in an instant. Hiss! Su Tian felt a pain that transcended the ordinary. It was as if these nodules were an intrinsic part of him. Severing them felt akin to amputating his own limbs. He finally understood why the soil here was a reddish-brown. It had absorbed an overwhelming amount of celestial essence, transforming the entire expanse into a potent elixir. Unfortunately, they could not absorb it. Only the beings residing within could. Why are you all so foolish? From the outside, it is evident that this is a perilous place. Yet you insist on venturing in, echoed a sharp, mocking voice from the darkness, startling Su Tian from his reverie. Several voices surrounded him, and the most terrifying aspect was the inexplicable power of rules that pervaded this place. Even as a celestial king, His divine senses could not penetrate far. He could not ascertain how many lurked in the shadows. The speakers were of equal caliber to him. Without hesitation, Su Tian turned to flee. Making his way back to where he had fallen, he no longer pondered whether he could employ celestial rules at that location. His only thought was to escape this cursed place swiftly. Yet the constraining power of the rules here was overwhelming, preventing him from tearing open a spatial passage. His speed was severely hampered, and the voices around him clung to him like shadows. Celestial King's curse, Su Tian shouted, and suddenly, an incredibly radiant celestial light erupted from him. This was the Celestial King's curse seal, which used his own essence as a catalyst to instantaneously unleash his potential to its utmost limits. In this moment, Su Tian, who was already at the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm, felt the celestial rules within him erupt like a waterfall. At that moment, his powers grazed the edge of the Celestial Emperor realm, albeit only at the threshold. However, this was more than sufficient for his current predicament. As Su Tian unleashed his might, the overwhelming celestial rules dispersed the surrounding demonic energy, rendering it unable to approach him for the time being. This seal, though seemingly formidable, would inflict irreparable damage upon his essence. If he survived without being crippled, he would never progress further in his lifetime. Before the immense scene, Suzy explained to the crowd. Although he was the youngest among them, he now bore the demeanor of an elder. He had touched upon a thread of the Celestial Emperor's realm, showcasing the power of the Celestial King's curse seal, which could forcibly elevate one's realm. With this slight elevation, his might was immensely powerful against a few. While it may not guarantee their demise, subduing them would be effortless. However, if he could not replenish the essence he had expended, he would never be able to cast it again in his lifetime. What do you think he will choose, to battle or to flee? Suzy inquired with keen interest. Su Tian's disposition was destined for weakness. Flight was an inevitable conclusion. Su Wuxia understood Su Tian's nature well. Almost as soon as Su Zi's words left his lips, everyone witnessed Su Tian indeed erupting with power before turning to flee. Chapter 96. I said it was a misunderstanding just now. Do you believe me? Correct answer. Su Tian's character was such that he feared the strong and bullied the weak. Yet, I am curious, does he truly fear thee or me? Su Zi was genuinely intrigued by this question. Moreover, Su Tian had not ventured towards the core of the abyss. He had merely encountered a few of equal rank, and yet he was terrified to the point of losing control. Logically, Su Tian should fear Su Zi, but now he was hastening towards the position from which he had fallen. Udon thought to himself that Su Zi had mentioned that surviving the descent offered a glimmer of hope for ascent. Having descended, he was now preparing to ascend, thus fulfilling the conditions Su Zi had set forth. Such ease could not be taken lightly. Su Zi clasped his hands behind his back and snapped his fingers lightly. Pop! An invisible ripple instantly enveloped the entire abyss, suppressing the swirling demonic energy. He descended, and now he ran. Behind Su Tian, incredulous voices erupted. Why had Su Tian come down? Wasn't he it to seek treasure? To flee immediately after descending? Moreover, he burned his own essence to do so. What was the point? Could it be true, as they said, that he was mentally unhinged? Hope glimmered in Su Tian's eyes as he beheld the pit he had created. Having burned his essence, he had long since outpaced the lurking. His heart surged with excitement. If Su Wuxia could achieve this, so could he. If Su Wuxia could safely traverse this demonic abyss, so could he. Though Su Wuxia had entered as a mortal, that was a trivial matter. Setting aside their different cultivation levels, had their experiences truly differed? They were undoubtedly identical. Su Tian was exhilarated. He discovered that at the depth of the pit, his powers had not been sealed. This indicated that the seals here could only restrain the powers of celestial kings and those below. From a certain perspective, he had just barely transcended the celestial king realm. It was this slight transcendence that allowed his powers to remain unrestrained. Ha ha ha, I can leave, and you can't chase me. A bunch of fools, do you really think I am a simpleton? If you dare to chase me, I will eliminate you one by one. Outside, my allies await. At this moment, Su Tian was no longer anxious. He ascended slowly while hurling curses at the pursuing shadows. How infuriating! Why didn't they simply seize him and seal him away from the start? He was a celestial king. Using him as nourishment would be far superior to those so-called children of destiny from the lower realms. I in the darkness, An exasperated voice emerged. Where are those sent to capture the children of destiny? Have they not returned yet? Do they dare to consume the blood offerings themselves? Do you truly not know? Or is it feigned ignorance? Their magic jade tokens have long since shattered. They are dead. What? How could they die in the lower realms? Wasn't there a half-piece of boundary stone? It seems this time the boundary stone failed to protect them. The voices exchanged hurriedly. They had given up on pursuing Su Tian. Their purpose here was of monumental significance. They could not leave, lest their millennia-long schemes be undone. I flee, you pursue. I could soar away, come and chase me. Upon seeing the figures behind him fade away, Su Tian immediately entered taunting mode. He mused that they should not fall into his grasp. Otherwise, he would tear their mouths to shreds. A shadowy figure appeared at the sight of Su Tian's descent, fixated on him as he ascended. Heh, fall into your hands. Perhaps in your next life, you pitch-black fool. Su Tian scoffed disdainfully. One day, you will learn what it means to suffer from your own words. Su Tian's retort infuriated the five, who began to roar in outrage. Though you think your wailing will intimidate me, that is utterly impossible. Su Tian pulled a rather provocative expression. Ha ha ha, I wonder what expression Su Tian will wear upon realizing he cannot escape. That will surely make him wish for death. Su Qian-kun looked on at the scene, bursting into laughter. Do you fancy yourself a celestial emperor? What a ridiculous notion. I wish to come and go as I please. And what can you do about it? Very well, I shall no longer indulge in this charade. Farewell. Upon concluding his statement, Su Tian ascended towards the heavens. Bang. Just as he was about to reach the pinnacle, he unexpectedly collided with an unseen barrier. The impact left him dazed and bewildered. Gazing upward, he saw nothing. However, upon touching the area above, he gasped in shock. How could an invisible, intangible barrier exist here? Suzy, you once said that as long as I made it up alive, there would be a path for me. You are not true to your word. In an instant, Su Tian realized who was behind this treachery and unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, he instinctively glanced downward. 5 figures, alerted by his outburst, were making their way toward him. This is bad. Su Tian felt darkness clouding his vision. The satisfaction from his earlier insults would surely be met with dire consequences. He had nearly provoked them to the point of bloodshed. The mere thought of falling into their hands sent shivers through his very soul. Moreover, he sensed his celestial king's incantation beginning to wane, and it would soon dissipate entirely. When that happened, he would plummet, becoming a mere plaything for the demon kings. Run? Why are you not running? The 5 demon kings appeared not far from Su Tian. Their demeanor flippant yet cautious, for they were acutely aware of their proximity to the summit. They feared it might be a trap set by Su Tian. If they charged in, they could be ensnared. Had he not just declared that all above were his allies? And, most critically, they distinctly felt the presence of 2 celestial kings above. If they had already laid a grand array, they could be caught unawares. Ha, ha, no need to escort me. I shall take my leave shortly. I merely jested earlier. Do you believe me? Su Tian managed a sheepish smile towards the 5 demon kings. Be cautious, brother. There may be deceit afoot. One of the demon kings attempted to approach but was halted by another beside him. They were pondering the source of Su Tian's bravado. Did 3 celestial kings truly think they could overpower 5 demon kings? Chapter 97. Why can't we become celestial demon emperors? Su Tian observed the 5 demon kings hesitating, and while a flicker of joy ignited within him, it was quickly overshadowed by fear. Su Zi sought to drive him to his demise. Given the words he had just hurled at the demon kings, should he fall into their grasp, it was unfathomable how grim his fate would be. He could already sense the effects of the celestial king's incantation diminishing. If he did not ascend soon, he feared his powers would be suppressed, causing him to drop like a stone. Su Wuxia. Su Qian-kun, Su Zi, I was wrong. Do with me as you will, but first, allow me to ascend. Please, I implore you. I promise to amend my ways. At this moment, Su Tian cast aside all pretense and begged for mercy. Upon hearing his words, the demon kings were taken aback. What was he saying? They could not comprehend. This was the abyss of demons. Was there truly another vying for supremacy here? Since when did one need permission to leave the abyss? Had the times truly changed? Fear not. Even in death, I can resurrect you. And then you shall die again, Yu Zi's voice echoed in Su Tian's ears, and he felt as if the sky itself were collapsing. Had he known of Su Zi's capabilities, he might have held onto a shred of hope, but that hope was now extinguished. Die and be resurrected. What a farce! Even the sovereign emperor would not utter such blasphemous words. After all, even the sovereign emperor required our assistance for resurrection. It was only if the sovereign emperor was not entirely dead that resurrection was possible. If dead beyond salvation, what good was resurrection? One demon king muttered, "Tread carefully." Another demon king swiftly cautioned him to speak and act with prudence. That was the demon emperor, whose methods surpassed imagination and whose ruthlessness was unparalleled. Should the demon emperor overhear such words, they would all meet their Indis Wuxia. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. From this day forth, I shall heed your every command. If you would allow me to live, Yu Tian begged. He could feel his powers rapidly dissipating. It would not be long before he plummeted again. The 5 demon kings remained on high alert, watching Su Tian with suspicion. Who was he pleading for? Had he not proclaimed that all above were his allies? What was happening? Su Wuxia, I detest you and your entire lineage. Finally, as Su Tian's powers fell to the celestial king level, the rules of the celestial path around him froze. He immediately plummeted. What was happening? Can anyone explain this to me? The 5 demon kings exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Humph. To ensure the sovereign emperor's revival proceeds without hindrance, brother heir, go investigate the situation. After a moment's contemplation, the eldest of the 5 directed his gaze at the second. Brother, though I am the second, I am not a fool. Must you always regard me as such? The second, one eye on the elder and the other on the ground, expressed his discontent. Oh? Has the second suddenly gained the upper hand in wit? The third looked at the second incredulously. Ha! I am the intellectual pillar among us 5. The second's astute gaze made the other 4 feel he was indeed remarkably clever. Enough! The second and third shall go investigate. The rest of us will tear his mouth apart. I pride myself on keeping my word. The eldest grinned, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth. With my presence, nothing will go awry. The second's eyes darted, indicating agreement. However, the third wore a troubled expression. They faced 2 celestial kings. Should they have set up a lethal array, their chances of survival could diminish drastically. Though reluctant, he acquiesced, for someone had to go. They could always send the second to scout first. What is going on? Why are we sealed? The second and third found themselves at the very spot where Su Tian had been, only to collide with the same invisible barrier. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Boom! The black celestial rules surged forth like a tempest, battering the unseen shield. They could hardly perceive any disturbance on its surface. This is dire. We are trapped like fish in a barrel. The second, with his keen intellect, stated seriously, if we cannot escape, can those outside enter? If the outsiders cannot enter, we are in grave trouble. They required a constant influx of cultivators' powers to seep into the soil below. For within lay a grand tomb. It housed the emperor of their lineage, a demon emperor, even stronger than a celestial emperor. The soil could be termed burial soil. Only the demon emperor could absorb the celestial essence within. Now that the burial soil was mostly complete, they were merely a few steps from finishing. Yet they could not escape, nor could their kin enter. Where would they procure the remaining celestial essence? This posed a significant dilemma. A mere Su Tian, though a celestial king, could not sufficiently nourish the demon emperor. They needed several Su Tians for that. With heavy hearts, they retreated into the darkness. At this moment, Su Tian's mouth was torn asunder, blood gushing forth, revealing glimpses of his stark white bones. It was a terrifying sight. Why are you all so swift in your actions? You've torn his mouth apart. How are we to inquire further? The second's intellect once again took the forefront. Brother, it seems someone has sealed the upper realm of our abyss, and we cannot escape. Moreover, even when the second and I combined our strengths, we failed to elicit any response. It appears to be the work of a celestial emperor. The third spoke anxiously to the eldest. What? Could it be the work of those above? Is there a celestial emperor among them? However, no. If they possessed a celestial emperor, why not descend directly upon us? The eldest sensed something amiss. Even if a celestial emperor were to arrive, they would not fear. The demon emperor had contingencies in place to prevent a celestial emperor from violently descending upon them. Could it be that a celestial emperor detected our movements? Thus, they sealed us here to prevent us from resurrecting the demon emperor. After pondering for a while, the eldest concluded what he deemed the correct answer. It seems that way. If this continues, the demon emperor will lack the necessary sustenance, and resurrection will remain a distant dream. The eldest sighed. Brother, anyone can become a demon emperor. We have guarded this place for countless eons. And I am truly weary. A peculiar light danced in the second's eyes. Chapter 98. The path widened. It is time to torment Su Tian. Second. The eldest's tone grew stern. Brother, this time I concur with the second's perspective. The silent fourth stepped forward, speaking in a somber tone. The second's words hold merit. The fifth also stepped forward, agreeing with the second's viewpoint. Brother, your loyalty is blinding. You ought to adopt a broader perspective. How much have we sacrificed for the demon emperor? By virtue of his single utterance, we have lingered here for countless eons. Throughout these years, we have scurried hither and thither, but have we truly lived even a single day for ourselves? Brother, we yearn to live for our own sake. The second brother, the one known for his intellect, spoke with remarkable gravity this time. Is he foolish? Not in the slightest. His appearance may be deceiving, but his mind is sharp. Indeed, countless eons have passed. How many eons can a life hold? Well, I concede that we may yet possess many more eons, yet in such an interminable span, is our current course truly worthwhile? With the emergence of the demon emperor, chaos shall ensue in both the realms of immortals and demons. Must we, at that juncture, still play the role of enforcers? Brother, I am weary. I simply wish to cultivate my practice, wander the mountains and rivers, and find a partner in the demonic way to cherish and love, free from the shackles of conflict. The third brother expressed his aspirations. The demon emperor's ambition is to conquer the realm of immortals. Yet has he ever succeeded? If we speak of conquest, when has he triumphed? Not once, not a single time. Each occasion, just as victory seemed within grasp, a formidable presence would suddenly emerge, leading to his demise. Count for yourself how many times the demon emperor has died. Each instance, was it not we who exerted ourselves to rescue him? Do you believe that even if he resurrects this time, he will not meet death once more? The fourth brother's gaze seemed to pierce through it all indeed. Throughout the annals of both the immortal realm and the demon domain, the demon emperor has perished numerous times, never achieving complete dominion over the immortal realm. Each time, he was merely a hair's breadth away from his final overture. Rather than reviving the demon emperor, it would be more accurate to say that within his corporeal form, a new divine soul is reborn. He inherits the will of the demon emperor, frenzied, bloodthirsty, and mad. This, in truth, is the reason for the demon emperor's repeated resurrections. His consciousness may have perished, yet his body remains unscathed. What good is the demon emperor? Perpetually clamoring for battle? In my opinion, it would be wiser to extricate him from his grave and absorb the power of the rules that reside within him. If we were to become the demon emperor, we could simply forge a treaty of peaceful coexistence with the immortal realm. From thenceforth, we could live as carefree and joyous beings. What could be better? The fifth brother's eyes brimmed with longing. Beside him, Su Tian could scarcely believe his ears. What on earth were these demon lords saying? Were they truly contemplating a complete withdrawal? Were they intent on preventing the resurrection of the demon emperor? Was this a turn toward righteousness? Esteemed lords, might I suggest an idea? Su Tian surveyed the 5 demon lords, communicating with them through his spirit. What do you wish to say? The eldest brother inquired. A hint of displeasure in his tone. The words of the second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers had stirred his passions, and the sudden interruption left him quite perturbed. Oh well, if you all intend to withdraw and cease your opposition to the immortal realm, I, your humble younger brother, am willing to serve as your envoy. I shall convey your words verbatim to the celestial emperors. At that time, I believe that the demon domain and the immortal realm will achieve a treaty of peaceful coexistence, leading to mutual unions and a flourishing future, Su Tian said, his tone obsequious. There is some merit to that suggestion. The eldest brother nodded. However, you ought to clarify who those individuals above are. Are any of them truly celestial emperors? The eldest brother pointed toward the upper reaches of the demon abyss, his expression grave. Alas, they are all members of my Su family, though there are 2 celestial kings and one being who surpasses the celestial emperors. Su Tian, lacking the courage to withhold the truth, confessed immediately. Hiss! A being who surpasses the celestial emperors. The 5 demon lords exchanged glances, astonished. It is well known that even at the pinnacle of his power, the demon emperor barely surpassed the celestial emperors by a hair. This mere fraction allowed him to dominate all celestial emperors. Now, if a being who transcends the celestial emperors emerges in the immortal realm, would this not render the resurrection of the demon emperor utterly futile? He would still meet his end, and this time, perhaps it would be a genuine death, one from which he could never return. Contemplating this, the eldest brother's gaze grew resolute. Since you are destined to perish, then perhaps it is best not to resurrect at all. The eldest brother silently mused. You may depart. He then turned to Su Tian and spoke. Since there exists a being who surpasses the celestial emperors above, they are entities we cannot provoke. Moreover, since they are all members of the Su family, he now dares not act against Su Tian. Su Tian was overjoyed. It was indeed an unexpected boon. He had anticipated inhumane torment, yet unexpectedly, they allowed him to leave. Although his mouth had been torn asunder, wait, you cannot leave. Just as Su Tian nodded and turned to depart, he was suddenly halted by the second brother. Second brother, what is the meaning of this? The eldest brother inquired, puzzled. Eldest brother, something does not add up here. If he is indeed a member of the Su family, why would he leap to seek his own demise? Did he not claim that the Su family harbors a being who surpasses the celestial emperors? Why then did no one come down to rescue him? Well, let's set that aside. Even if they chose not to save him, must they seal the entire demon abyss? Would that not clearly indicate their intent to let him die? The second brother's analysis astounded the other 4. Truly, the second brother is the intellectual backbone of our group. The reasoning is quite sound. I recall that a certain individual with the surname Su visited here not long ago, and by sheer fortune, he discovered the scriptures of the demon emperor. That was why we did not hinder him and allowed him to leave. That fellow endured immense suffering prior to his departure. Do you suppose his family wished for him to experience a similar ordeal? The second brother continued his analysis. Su Tian, I just remembered, the red dust immortal who fell was incessantly exclaiming, Su Tian, if I do not perish this time, I shall ensure that you find no path to heaven and no door to the earth. He is Su Tian, the very one mentioned by the red dust immortal. So it is. With this revelation, everything aligns perfectly. In light of this, we must certainly not disappoint that esteemed individual. The eldest brother's eyes glimmered with inexplicable excitement. He felt that their path had widened. All of this, truly, is thanks to the second brother. Were it not for him, we might never have unraveled such intricate matters. Chapter 99. Su Tian, reduced to a stick of wood. Indeed, the second brother is deserving of his title as the sage among us. The third brother remarked with admiration. Were it not for the second brother, they would never have conceived such thoughts. Rather than antagonize a being who surpasses the celestial emperors, they would be better served by demonstrating their sincerity. If that individual wishes to torment Su Tian, then they shall oblige. This would also serve as preparation for a future non-aggression pact. They held little interest in the immortal realm, not, to be precise, in conquering it. They harbored no grand ambitions. People have become demonic immortals, with lifespans that stretch infinitely, free from the shackles of mortality. Why then engage in strife over trivial matters? To take a lovely wife and have several concubines, what could be more delightful? Is there anything more wonderful than that? For the second brother and his companions, there was nothing beyond it. They had grown weary of life under the demon emperor, where every day was fraught with killing or the anticipation of death. Moreover, they were uncertain when their own demise might come. Meanwhile, Su Tian felt utterly despondent. He had not anticipated that this sage of great wisdom had seen through everything. This was undoubtedly the heaviest blow he had ever received. He no longer knew how to plead for mercy. Now that the adversaries had unraveled his schemes, all his efforts would prove futile. Let us unite our strength and first obliterate his celestial king body, rendering him immortal. The eldest brother immediately joined the 4 others to form seals, unleashing the full force of their demonic energy. Upon achieving the celestial king status, one forges a celestial king body, a vessel governed by rules, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents of the same level to annihilate one another in a short time. The celestial king body serves as an obstacle. Thus, they must exhaust all their power to shatter Su Tian's celestial king body. 5 streams of nearly tangible demonic energy swiftly enveloped Su Tian. This was the power of rules wielded by the 5 demon lords, and as they acted in concert, their might surged dramatically. Su Tian, currently in a weakened state due to the side effects of the celestial king spell, found himself utterly incapable of resistance. He could only submit to their relentless assault on his celestial king body. Su Tian cried out in agony, his celestial king body disintegrating, the power of rules collapsing, and his cultivation rapidly dissipating. The pain he felt was akin to being flayed alive. This torment nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, even if he wished to faint, that was but a dream. For the 5 demon lords were not merely dismantling his celestial king body, they were also targeting his very soul, as the old adage goes. Physical pain can be endured, but the agony of the soul is enough to drive one to tears. Soul binding, the eldest demon lord bellowed. Subsequently, a vertical eye emerged from his brow, devoid of an iris, offering only a pitch-black void. Yet, it was this darkness that imparted a sense of being consumed by the very essence of despair. Boom! A dark beam shot forth from his vertical eye, instantly penetrating Su Tian's sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, a miniature version of Su Tian was seated cross-legged. His hands rested casually upon his legs, forming a lotus position. The moment the dark beam surged in, the miniature Su Tian's eyes snapped open, unleashing 2 razor-sharp sword energies that shot forth. Begone! This miniature Su Tian exuded an air of authority, his thunderous command resonating like a clap of thunder. He then unleashed 2 streams of sword energy directly toward the dark beam. Splurt! The sound of flesh and blood disintegration echoed through the air. That dark glow, once the size of a fist, seemed to recoil as if it had encountered something terrifying, shrinking by 1/10 in an instant. The chaotic sword energy of the ancient world. Subsequently, a miniature version of Su Tian executed a sword technique with his fingers. His right hand, with the index and middle fingers brought together, pointed towards the consciousness of the leader from a distance. An extraordinarily terrifying sword intent erupted from the diminutive Su Tian's hand. The leader was genuinely taken aback by the formidable strength of Su Tian's spirit. This was a technique primarily focused on the cultivation of the soul. Particularly offensive in nature. Quick, assist me. This individual spirit is overwhelmingly powerful, the leader bellowed, sensing the dreadful sword intent. Boom. 4 dark souls simultaneously penetrated Su Tian's consciousness. Faced with these invaders, Su Tian was utterly unable to mount a defense. The leader was correct. His soul technique was predominantly offensive, lacking in defensive capabilities. Otherwise, the leader's spirit could not have breached his consciousness. The 5 souls swiftly blended together, forming a colossal shield. Su Tian's sword energy struck down upon the shield, merely causing it to tremble slightly, failing to shatter it outright. Our combined attack technique has already reached perfection. No matter your unmatched offensive prowess, you cannot breach our united strength. Devil King's divine spear. The leader shouted. Instantly, the fused souls began to writhe, transforming into a black spear. The spear's tip continuously emitted a flickering light. Even Su Tian's consciousness began to distort. This spear, akin to a world-destroying weapon, radiated an aura of annihilation, chaotic sword energy of the ancient world. Su Tian unleashed his most formidable offensive technique, seeking to break through the quintet's combined might. The spear and the sword energy collided in an instant. Buzz! At the moment of contact, a horrifying explosion erupted within Su Tian's consciousness. Su Tian clasped his head with both hands. The intensity of this assault caused fissures to appear in his consciousness. A splitting headache overwhelmed him, as if his entire head were about to explode. To his further despair, the miniature version of Su Tian within his consciousness appeared translucent, devoid of vitality. This was the consequence of his spirit suffering severe injury. His cultivation had plummeted drastically. Cast him into the soil. Let him serve as nourishment, the leader declared. This is far too lenient. Why not sever his limbs and reduce him to a mere human stick? The second individual shook his head, deeming such a course of action inappropriate. To truly satisfy that one, mere death will not suffice. Very well, we shall proceed as the second suggests. The remaining 4 individuals moved to extract the corpse of the demon emperor. Seizing the opportunity while the newly awakened consciousness within could not control the body, We must subdue him first. The leader commanded decisively. Agreed. The leader, accompanied by 3 others, set off to unearth the grave, while the task of dismembering Su Tian fell squarely upon the shoulders of the second. No, please, spare me. I am a member of the Su family. There exists a being within the Su family who transcends the immortal emperor. If you truly kill me, how will you explain this to him? Su Tian's voice was hoarse as he pleaded. At this moment, he was unconcerned with the efficacy of his words and simply shouted in desperation. Indeed, upon hearing Su Tian's words, the second individual hesitated momentarily. However, a sly smile soon crept across his face. Seeing this, Su Tian felt an icy dread within. If that being truly cared for you, given our recent torment of your spirit,